Release that which chapter 1291 to chapter 1369. How many of them were there? What was their purpose? Were they all awakened with the force of nature? What would the other world be like? Fei Yuhan had no idea. But for now, they were not enemies. Roland's battle against the fallen evils was real. He was indeed fighting against the erosion. The previous joint operation was proof. Fei Yuhan would never forget what she heard before she fainted. What did he mean by "Your Majesty"? I knocked everyone unconscious. Furthermore, Roland had deliberately avoided her gaze many times. What was the difference between this and the fact that there was nothing to hide? In other words, if the hunter really harbored some unspeakable evil intentions, she would not have been able to survive until now. After destroying the corrupted magic creature, the hunter would have the opportunity to kill her as well. As long as she pushed the blame to the enemy, no one would suspect anything. Therefore, Fei Yuhan felt that this was a gesture of goodwill. Apart from the lack of concrete evidence, the other party's goodwill was also the reason why she did not immediately report this to the higher-ups of the association. Be it Roland or Vacres, they had both chosen to hide their true origins. Although she did not know the reason, since they hoped so, there was no harm in maintaining this tacit understanding for a while longer and allowing her to observe for a while longer. Her phone rang. Yes, I understand. Fei Yuhan hung up the phone and nodded at Vacres. Mr. Rock is looking for me. I won't be able to accompany you today. It's okay, business is more important. See you tomorrow. By the way. Just as she reached the door, Vacres called out to her. Captain, can you bring me some books related to technological development tomorrow? You mean something like an encyclopedia? Fei Yuhan thought for a while. It should be fine. But there are many types of such books. I'm not sure if I can find the one you want. It's okay, any type is fine, the other party said happily. Thank you. It's nothing. After the door closed, Fei Yuhan's expression returned to normal. As expected, she was not a simple history buff. She was trying her best to understand this new world. Vacres looked at the closed door and sighed. It knew that it was being too impatient, but it had no better choice. This human named Fei Yuhan was its only source of information about the outside world. If it were to take things slowly, this month would be wasted on the sickbed. If Haxord's plan went smoothly, the Western Front Army would have already expanded their front line into human territory. This was the time when he needed manpower. His disappearance would definitely infuriate the Sky Lord. To be honest, Vacres was feeling rather conflicted. On one hand, it hoped that Haxord would wake it up from the red mist pond at all costs, even if it would lose most of its memories in the realm of mind and might even cause irreversible damage to its brain. On the other hand, it was unwilling to give up on the clues it had obtained so far. The reason for the former was simple. The more it probed, the more uneasy it felt. It would be easier to forget about it. Regardless of what secrets Roland was harboring, as long as it obtained the legacy shard in the real world, the humans would not be able to cause any more trouble. Everything they possessed would be passed down to the race in the form of inheritance. This secret was no exception. The latter was due to Transformer Heftali's warning: even if they won the battle of divine will, they would not be able to bring the race to the divine domain. As a teacher's last words, it was like a seed that was deeply rooted in the Nightmare Lord's heart. If victory could not allow the race to continue, then what was the right way to do it? Would the answer lie in this strange and inconceivable realm of mind? Of course, these were all reasons on the surface. It also had a thought that it could not say or was even willing to admit. During this period of time, it felt as though it had returned to the days when it was studying in the Cloud School. Not only was it able to come into contact with new knowledge every day, it also allowed it to see a future that was completely different from reality. Vacres took out a sealed box of pastries from the bag at the top of the book. It had an exquisite, flower-printed packaging and looked exactly the same as human food. The different colors represented different flavors, and when it was opened, it could smell an alluring aroma. It was a delicacy that it had never imagined. Eating was an act of the lower class in the race. Only hybrid demons and primal demons needed to eat with their mouths. Ordinary blood food could only provide very little energy and was very difficult to digest. Therefore, the most common method was to put the food in a place where there were a lot of red mayflies to dry and soften it before eating. This process was very similar to how humans baked, except that they used fire. Of course, the processed food could only fill one's stomach at most. Ever since it became a promoted person and could directly absorb nutrients from the red mayflies, Valkyries had never eaten food again. Some of its people had even extended the concept of eating to other races, such as humans. After all, even witches could not live without 3 meals a day. It used to think so, but it was only now that it realized that the food produced in the Kargard Peninsula could be so delicious. Valkyries put a piece of pastry into its mouth and felt its heart-piercing sweetness. Without a doubt, this food still retained the simple flavor of the dried red mayflies. It was an innovation based on the characteristics of the race and human technology. Valkyries quickly finished the pastry. If the Cloud School was still around, if the Transformer was still around, would they also be able to create such excellent food? The Nightmare Lord shook its head and threw this thought to the back of its mind. In any case, the Battle of Divine Will had been brewing for hundreds of years and was already as unstoppable as a flood. The current situation was not something that it could control alone. Its most important goal was to ensure the continuation of the race. However, the problem returned to the first point. It knew very well where its uneasiness came from. After a month of exploration, Valkyries could basically confirm that the shocking changes in the real world were inseparable from this place, and that Roland was the culprit behind all the changes. The firearms mentioned in the history books were almost identical to the description in Osrich's report. The last piece of the puzzle had appeared in its mind. It had indeed found the source of the human's promotion. Although it did not know how the human male had obtained the permission to enter the realm of mind, it was the current situation. From this vast realm of mind, he had learned knowledge far beyond the times and then applied it to the race. The witches had become the bridge to transform the knowledge, instead of wasting it on the battlefield like in the past. They were not facing the Union of 400 years ago, but a new human community. It would not have been so bad if that was all. After flipping through the history books, it also noticed a shocking fact. That was, when the human civilization improved to a certain level, the speed of development would suddenly increase by several times. For example, 1,000 years ago, they were still using guns to kill each other, but now, their footprints were all over the sky and the sea, and their weapons had evolved to the extent of destroying the world. This was also the biggest source of uneasiness for Valkyries. How far had Roland gone? Then, Mr. Roland, I'll leave the association's third line of defense to you. Don't worry, I will do my best. After bidding farewell to Rock, Roland walked out of the Guardian's office and exhaled softly. Things did not go as smoothly as he had expected. The Prism City's tracking of the fallen evils had also come to a standstill, and he had not been able to obtain more information about their whereabouts. The guard had informed him to come here mainly to arrange the garrison duty for the martial arts tournament. Roland had mentioned this plan before. After the failure of the tracking operation, it became one of the main plans to counterattack the enemy. Since the fallen evils were hiding so well, it was better to wait for them at the conference. In order to prevent internal conflicts, the higher-ups of the association simply set up a schedule of the competition and requested the star martial artists to execute according to the schedule. In other words, this year's martial arts competition would completely become a meticulously arranged trap. Although there were suspicions that the competition was rigged, everyone knew what was more important in the face of an existential crisis. In addition, the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. They pulled everyone into the office alone for a private discussion, which could be considered as saving everyone's face. When Roland arrived, he saw many celebrities in the hall, but no one showed any dissatisfaction. According to the plan, the defense circle was divided into 4 layers. The first layer consisted of the government guards and the members of the association disguised as spectators. Their main task was to identify the enemies and kill the lone fallen evils. The second layer consisted of the star martialists on and off the stage. The third layer consisted of the old-school martialists who hid their identities. The last layer consisted of the defenders themselves. Such a complicated arrangement was to ensure that the martial arts contest would go on smoothly before the fallen evils appeared on a large scale. Secondly, considering that the opponent had someone who could instantly control the martialists, it would be difficult to screen the entrances and exits. As the holder of the hunting license, he was naturally assigned to the third line of defense. In fact, he was not only responsible for monitoring the suspicious characters in the field, but also the participating martialists. Although Roland was a little disappointed that he could not find any new clues about the hiding place of the fallen evils, he did not have any better ideas at the moment. Setting up a trap and waiting for the enemy to crash into it was the most feasible method at the moment. After all, he knew more than the association. The fallen evils were not simply attracted by the force of nature. What drove them was the will of the gods. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the dream world and return all magic power to the realm of mind. Therefore, the enemy would not easily let go of the opportunity to obtain so many cores at once. When he reached the corner of the corridor, the figure of a woman suddenly appeared in front of Roland. He immediately felt his scalp tighten. It didn't matter who the other party was, it just had to be the person he didn't want to see the most at the moment. The genius martial artist of the association, Fei Yuhan. "Ah, it's you." She seemed to have noticed Roland and raised her head. There were only the two of them in the empty corridor. It would be too awkward for him to pretend that he didn't see her, so he cleared his throat and squeezed out a smile. "Ahem, hello." However, the other party's next words caused his smile to freeze on his face. "By the way, I haven't properly thanked you for what happened last time." She took the initiative to extend her hand and said nonchalantly, "Thank you for killing that strange monster and saving everyone from danger." Roland was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, he reluctantly said, You're welcome, it's a pity that the association pushed all the credit to me." Fei Yuhan sighed softly. No, that's good." He hurriedly waved his hands. "Actually, due to some special reasons, I had to hide my identity. The fewer people that notice me, the better." "All right then." Unexpectedly, the other party did not pursue the matter further and readily agreed. "Since you said so, I'll accept it as a gift." Roland was surprised. Why would Fei Yuhan accept this explanation so calmly? If she still remembered everything that happened before she fainted, then she definitely wouldn't forget Spirit's voice. But from her attitude, it was clear that she wanted to ignore this matter. Based on his previous interactions with Fei Yuhan and the comments he had heard, Fei Yuhan was not a carefree person. It could even be said that she was the complete opposite. Like all young geniuses, Fei Yuhan was arrogant and picky. She had high expectations for herself and others. Her words were filled with a coldness that kept people at a distance. She was definitely not an easy martialist to get along with. But now, Fei Yuhan's behavior was completely different from the image he had in mind. Oh, Fei Yuhan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and casually asked, "What kind of encyclopedia do you think a history enthusiast would like?" Roland was stunned. "Why are you asking this? Do you still remember the survivor from the Kargard Peninsula that we visited?" Fei Yuhan explained. "Miss Bakris, she is now a member of my team. I was originally worried that she would be too bored while recuperating, but I didn't expect her to be interested in reading. In this 1 month, she practically flipped through all the history books in the library." "So you're actually worried about others?" The corner of Roland's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speak, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind, causing the hairs on his back to stand up. Wait, isn't the Bakris she mentioned the familiar demon in the memory fragments? In this 1 month, she has been reading non-stop, and all of them are history books? From the beginning to the end? You can say that, especially war history. An interesting hobby, isn't it? Could it be just a coincidence? Roland's thoughts turned rapidly, and he changed his words at the last moment. Indeed. I think it should be an encyclopedia related to the humanities and society. I'm sorry, I still have a mission from the Guardian, so I have to go now." Even though the topic was abruptly cut short, Fei Yuhan did not show any dissatisfaction. "Me too." She nodded. "Goodbye, Mr. Roland." Goodbye." After she turned around and left, Roland walked downstairs with a solemn expression. His pace became faster. Fei Yuhan stopped and quietly listened to the gradually fading footsteps. This one-on-one encounter was not a coincidence, but the result of her deliberate choice of timing. Honestly speaking, Roland had always been the most difficult point for her to confirm. He was different from Valkyrie's. If not for him calling her Your Majesty, she would not have found any flaws in him. For example, during the previous visit, he took out his cell phone 3 times a minute, his gaze lingered on beautiful women for an extra 2 seconds, and his first choice of beverage was cola. Everything was no different from the average person in this era. This also caused an inexplicable contradiction in the idea of another world. Since Valkyries knew Roland, it meant that they came from the same world, but why was there such a huge difference between the two? Therefore, this encounter was not only to repay the other party's kindness, but also an attempt by Fei Yuhan. And the result was surprising. Roland seemed to have realized the uniqueness of Valkyries through her reminder, but his reaction was very different from what she had expected. As a partner from another world, if he wanted to continue hiding this matter, he should have covered for Valkyries without batting an eyelid. But the first emotion that he showed was a strong vigilance, even more so than when she mentioned the joint annihilation operation. Although Roland tried his best to conceal it, she could still clearly see the twitching of the muscles in the corner of his eyes. In terms of controlling his expression, he was obviously much worse than Valkyrie's. It seemed that this attempt had benefited her greatly. Since she had decided to maintain this tacit understanding and continue observing, the interaction between the two would undoubtedly give her more clues. Fei Yuhan curled her lips and knocked on the door of the defender's office. When Roland returned to the apartment, the first thing he did was to find Phyllis and Donnan. Demons? The two were startled. Are you talking about the mutated people in this world? For the ancient witches, it was more difficult for them to adapt to the dream world than to live in the modern world. The Kargardians, a minority race that looked like demons, had been regarded as part of the human race. Not only did they behave like humans, but they could also reproduce with each other. They were completely different from their enemies in the outside world. It had become an instinct of the ancient witches to attack the demons. Under Roland's repeated instructions, they managed to restrain their impulse, but now they had to be vigilant again. Roland had to admit that it was difficult for ordinary people to change their minds. Therefore, the first people he thought of were Phyllis and Donnan, who had followed him into the dream world and were good at hiding. You can think of it that way. Roland described Valkyrie's characteristics and suspicious points. I didn't see any magic stones on her, which is the biggest difference between her and a real demon. But you still have to be cautious and monitor her under the assumption that she has the ability of a magic stone. Reading through history was the most effective way to understand a world. Who would be so eager to know the history of the dream world? If the demon named Valkyries really came from the Kargard Peninsula, she should have received compulsory education. However, from Fei Yuhan's words, Roland knew that she had read through the history books in chronological order. She was at the point where 2 worlds were eroded at the same time, which was suspicious enough. Yes, Your Majesty. The two nodded. Even if you confirm that she's a demon, don't attack her in the sanatorium. Roland thought for a moment and added, first, there are many awakened ones there, so it's easy for accidents to happen. Second, I want to find out how she passed through the memory fragments to come here. After all, the end of room 0510 was not connected to the nest of 1 or 2 senior demons, but a very large city of the mutated people. If other demons could also pass through the door, it would be a real headache. I understand, but... Phyllis said hesitantly, if we're not by your side, what if we encounter danger? Don't worry, this isn't the real world. Roland smiled. You've seen that those fallen evils can't hurt me at all. As long as I don't take the initiative to take risks, they can't do anything to me. On the other hand, remember to prioritize your own safety and give me a call every few hours. Yes, Your Majesty. The two looked at each other, put their hands on their chests, and said, then let's go. When Epsilon walked into the underground assembly point, the entire room was in a special phase where the 2 worlds overlapped. The floor and walls were covered in scarlet magical light, as though they were flickering like embers. In this state, the movie was equivalent to a fictional space that was isolated from the rest of the world. Nothing in the real world could affect it. This naturally included tracking and exploration. She saw that Beta was still half-squatting with his hands on the ground. His body was almost transparent, like an illusory shadow. According to the flow of time here, He had been in this position for almost half a month. "You're not done?" Epsilon looked at the motionless Delta. The latter's mask flickered before he seemed to recall that his consciousness could no longer be used for direct communication. He replied in a hoarse voice, "This world is already very bloated. It's not easy to fully analyze it. But Beta's work is almost done. I believe there will be results soon. What about your side? Did you get any news? The magic stealer has set a trap and is waiting for us to walk into it. The rules of the world limited the power of the oracles. Even if they represented the will of God, they had to follow the rules." As expected. Delta's tone was flat. "This does seem to be a way to save time and effort. Unfortunately, we no longer need those scattered magic powers." Epsilon nodded and did not continue. There was a simpler way to destroy the realm of mind that was not controlled by God. That was to directly destroy the creator of the realm of mind. Most of the realm of mind used the creator's consciousness as its source. Just like the relationship between a house and a pillar, once the pillar was removed, the world would collapse and the distributed magic powers would be returned to the divine domain. But this world was already large enough. It was not easy to find the creator among the countless targets. Therefore, they had to first mobilize a large amount of magic power to analyze the world to accurately pinpoint the source. The invasion of the Prism City was to solve the magic power requirement. With the support of a large number of cores, completing the analysis was only a matter of time. Of course, finding the creator did not mean that they could successfully eliminate it. The creator would often be protected by the world. That was also the reason why they had failed previously. To resist the protection, they had to pull the creator into the gap between the two worlds. Only there could God interfere with the rules of the world and defeat the enemy. Therefore, even the oracles had the possibility of failure. But there was not much time left. They were the last hope of God. If even they failed, God would directly destroy the entire realm of mind. When that happened, thousands of years of hard work would be for naught. All the accumulated results would also be reduced to nothingness. Unless it was absolutely necessary, God would not be willing to take this step. Without a doubt, everything was the fault of the owner of this world. Epsilon involuntarily clenched her fists, but she quickly relaxed them. What's going on? Why was she angry? As an oracle, she should not have any emotions. She should not have any emotions, nor should she worry about victory or defeat. Other than the mission, she should not care about anything else. Wait, come to think of it, I have never considered such a problem before. What's wrong? Delta noticed her actions. No, nothing. She turned around and walked to a corner and sat down slowly. When did this change begin? Epsilon thought for a long time before she vaguely realized that it began from the moment she killed the traitor's oracle. Back then, she had disguised herself and blended in with the apostles, silently approaching the traitor who shared the same origin as her. It was only at the moment she attacked that the traitor reacted. Strangely, the traitor did not put up much resistance. When her arm pierced through the traitor's chest, she only gently held on to her bloody arm and leaned over to say something. She could not remember the content clearly, but the voice was surprisingly familiar. There was even a sense of warmth, as though it was an embrace that she had not seen for a long time. And in the end, the frozen expression on the traitor's face was a calm smile. Damn it, why am I thinking about this now? That's not right. Why am I angry over this? Epsilon suddenly felt her mind in chaos. What do you want to say? Delta spoke again. There's no way to communicate telepathically here. If you have something to say, say it. At this moment, a ripple suddenly spread out from the middle of the room. Beta, who had been half squatting, opened his eyes. Search complete. It's finally done. Delta immediately shifted his gaze. What's the result? Beta raised his hands, and 3 blurry heads appeared in his palms. As the lines recombined and combined, they gradually became clear and complete. There are actually 3 of them? That's right, but we only need to deal with the remaining 2 because the first one no longer exists. Epsilon quickly read out all the information in the image. The 3 creators were Traitor Oracle Consciousness, Correlation 1%, Codename Lon. Self-Logical Consciousness, Correlation 42%, Codename 0. In order to speed up the progress of the research project, Roland adjusted his work and rest schedule. Every day after lunch, he would sleep for 2 to 3 hours in the office, which indirectly increased the number of times he entered the dream world. Because of this, groups of scourge would appear in the castle district after noon, which became a spectacle in the castle district. With the help of the Grey Castle Design Bureau, the new batch of industrial projects progressed smoothly. By the last week of autumn, the design of the tractor was basically finalized. Prior to this, all the projects in Neverwinter were handmade by Anna, who would verify the feasibility and finalize the design. Then, they would divide the production parts and deliver them to the factory for trial production. Finally, they would determine the flow plan and assemble the tractor. Not only was it time-consuming, but it was also easy to make mistakes. Especially when it came to dividing the production parts. As the processing ability of Blackfire was far superior to any machine tool, the factory might not be able to produce the parts that Anna could produce. A machine had hundreds of thousands of parts. It was undoubtedly a huge amount of work to determine which parts could be completed by the factory itself and which had to be handed over to Anna for post-processing. Only after the complete assembly of the tractor could the project enter the phase of mass production. In fact, during the production of the second-generation steam engine, Roland had suffered at this stage. Although the pressure valve part seemed simple, it was surprisingly low when it was officially mass-produced. As a result, the relevant production line had to be restarted, and the final product was also delayed by more than half a month. The Grey Castle Design Bureau had basically completed all the preliminary work for Anna, from testing and finalization to the flow design, as well as to whether ordinary machine tools could meet the requirements. All these processes could be completed directly in the dream world. Therefore, once the plan was finalized, the Ministry of Industry could immediately organize the production, which greatly reduced the development cycle and cost of the new project. Roland named this agricultural machine, which he had high hopes for, Harvest. It would inherit the name of the 5 pairs of wheels and plow the land of Grey Castle. Of course, Roland did not let Master Xia rest. The current Harvest was just a simple chassis. It would not be a problem to attach a plow to it as a tractor, but it was still a long way from the final form of the 5 pairs of wheels. He hoped to be able to achieve everything the army needed on this platform. As for the transmitter, Xianxia quickly recruited a few applicants. Some of them were fresh graduates, and some were amateur radio enthusiasts. However, when Roland saw the circuit diagrams, he felt dizzy. In the end, he ordered all of them to change the circuit diagrams to physical ones. Only then could he barely distinguish what was what. Even so, his learning in this area was abnormally slow. He could only forcibly memorize the sample and slowly ponder it with Anna. In addition to these 2 major projects, Neverwinter's other major preparedness projects had achieved results one after another. The first was the North-South Artery Plan. Horford Quinn had sent him a letter, saying that the Kingdom of Dawn had invested nearly 1,000 people to set up cement calcining plants in the 2 border cities. These factories can produce hundreds of tons of cement every day to meet the needs of hardening the road surface. Now, the road from the Windward Ridge to the Sparkling River had basically been paved, and the second half of the road on the Cage Mountain had also been started. It was estimated that it would be completed in about half a month. Even with the help of Lotus and Molly, this speed of construction was enough to be regarded as excellent. Obviously, the Quinn family had put a lot of effort into this project. Moreover, the road from the turning point of the eastern region of the Redwater River to the city of Evernight had been completed, which meant that Neverwinter was only one step away from being able to project power from the land to the battlefield thousands of kilometers away. The second project was the supporting project of the North-South Artery Plan, the hump steam truck. The first one had also been rolled off the assembly line and put into service. It had a classic flat-nosed cab, a front-mounted engine, a single front wheel and 2 rear wheels. Except for the slightly longer head, to accommodate the large water tank, its appearance was almost similar to that of the modern trucks. It weighed about 10 tons and was designed to carry 6 tons. It could maintain a stable speed of 40 km per hour on a flat concrete road and continuously drive for 300 kilometers. When necessary, the driver could also fill it with rainwater, well water, or even urine to increase its mileage. Of course, even without any replenishment, it was enough to travel between the city and the river. Unlike the armored train, each truck needed at least 2 drivers. In other words, even if Neverwinter could immediately produce a large number of trucks, there was still a huge shortage of drivers. Fortunately, they already had a prototype truck. Next, they just needed to set up a driving school and quickly train a group of qualified drivers. After all, there were no traffic laws in this era. As long as the truck could start, everything else was easy. The last project was the lead-acid battery. Although it was not eye-catching and the technical content was much lower than the previous projects, it was very useful. For example, the battery provided power for the headlights and tail lights of the truck, which was also the only electrical equipment on the hump. With the lights, the truck's driving time was instantly extended from day to night, which almost doubled the efficiency. It could also be used to start the biplane, which could save the ground crew a lot of effort. More importantly, if the engine stalled in the air, the pilot could directly try to start it again, which indirectly improved the safety. In short, with a large number of immigrants moving in, the industrial capacity of Neverwinter once again broke through the bottleneck and entered a period of rapid growth. However, Roland also knew that this increase was not entirely due to the increase in population. If it was still manual production, it would take several years to train a layman who knew nothing into a qualified worker, let alone a few months. But here, those experienced workers were only afraid that you wouldn't learn, but they were also not afraid that you wouldn't be able to learn, because promotions and salary increases were closely related to the apprentices under them. They would always look like they were hungry and thirsty, and they would teach everything they knew. Ordinary people only needed 1 or 2 weeks of hands-on instruction to understand the basic operation of a machine tool. Even if a newcomer did not know a word, he could imitate the steps and produce qualified parts. With the new productivity system, the promotion of universal education, and the emphasis on creation and research, the industrialization of the city would only get faster in the future. However, the news he received was not all good. According to Iron Axe's report, the First Army was under increasing pressure at the front line. With the spreading red mist, the demons could already reach the Cage Mountain area. Some people even said that they had seen devil beasts in the Kingdom of Dawn. When he was on the fertile plains, Roland already knew that the demons could attack from thousands of miles away. Although they could not mobilize many troops, even a small number of mad demons could cause considerable damage to the rear. And now, the scattered devil beasts were very likely to be sentinels who were scouting for routes for the surprise attack. If the First Army wanted to counteract this, they must have the same mobility. Roland met Vendi and Tilly in the parlor. That's the current situation. Roland briefly told them about the situation at the front. I'm afraid we can't delay it any longer. The First Army needs the help of witches, Vendi said seriously. I'm going to inform the witches. They should be ready after such a long rest. Finally, you say something. Tilly twitched her mouth. I haven't finished writing the flight manual yet. I've long wanted to go to the front to verify the ideas that I've been thinking about for a long time. Also, what about the special fighter planes? Don't forget what you promised me, brother. Roland did not reply perfunctorily as usual. It was not that he did not want to, but that his voice suddenly seemed to be stuck in his throat. Your Majesty? Vendi seemed to notice his abnormality. Are you all right? Roland tried to calm himself down and nodded slowly. As you all know, the bloody moon has appeared. This will be the last war that mankind will face. But no one knows how long it will last. Maybe it will be a year, or maybe it will be 10 years. This time, we may not come back until the end of the war. If he found that he couldn't go on. No one could predict the final outcome of the Battle of Divine Will. Last time, Ashes was defeated on the fertile plains. This time, how many people could survive until the end of the war? Many of the witches in the Witch Union were in their early 20s. In another world, they should still be enjoying a carefree college life, but now they were an indispensable force in the Battle of Divine Will. This war concerned the future of mankind, so everyone must do their best. As a member of mankind, witches were essentially no different from ordinary people. It was not that Roland did not understand this, but after all, feelings were not the reason. Since the establishment of the Witch Union, he had been with them day and night for so many years. Now, when he thought that this might be the last time he would see them, he still found it difficult to give the order to go to war. If other people saw you like this, they would laugh out loud. Tilly grinned. It's been so many years. Haven't you gotten used to this position? Of course. I don't hate it. My apologies, Your Majesty, Vendi stood up and said. Before Roland could react, she had already walked behind him and hugged him. Will this make you worry less? Everyone knows what you've done. Even if you don't say a word, everyone will take the initiative to stand up for you. After all, you've taught us that if we don't fight, we won't get anything. Winning the Battle of Divine Will is essentially the same as protecting the sacred mountain. I believe the other sisters also think so. The warmth from his back calmed Roland down. That's right, he wasn't the only one who thought this way. Everyone knew that this day would come sooner or later. If they wanted to escape, there was no need to wait until now. Since all the witches were here, their intentions were self-evident. If he were to say things like I don't want to force everyone to participate in the war, or if anyone wants to stay, feel free to do so at any time, it would seem a little pretentious. The only thing left to do was to go all out. Thank you. Vendi smiled and returned to her seat. Then, Roland took a deep breath and gazed at the two of them. The Witch Union and the Air Knight Corps are ready to set off to support the front line. As you wish, Your Majesty. Leave it to me, brother. The news that the witches were about to set off for the kingdom of Wolfheart soon spread throughout the castle district. It only took Lightning half an hour to pack the necessary items, a backpack with ammunition and sigils, a waist pocket stuffed with seasonings and salt, and Maggie on top of her head. According to the usual practice, the two of them were always the first to set off, responsible for scouting and guiding the follow-up troops. But this time, when Lightning went to find Vendi, the latter asked her to stay. Don't be in such a hurry. Vendi reached out and hugged Maggie. In fact, someone asked me to see you before we set off. See me? Lightning was slightly surprised. Who? Is it Aunt Marjorie? Well. Vendi covered her mouth and said, You'll understand when you see her. By the way, she's waiting for you in the courtyard. She's so well informed? Lightning shrugged. All right then. Coo. Maggie wanted to follow her, but Vendi held her firmly in her arms. She could only watch Lightning disappear at the door. Sorry, just stay here with me for a while. Vendi smiled and patted the pigeon's head. At times like this, I think she wants to be alone with her. Lightning walked out of the castle and walked along the long corridor into the courtyard. She immediately saw a slightly fancy figure in the courtyard. What? It's Mr. Sandyosaka, she muttered. What can I do for you? However, when he turned around, the little girl suddenly froze on the spot. Although he was wearing the same clothes, he was obviously not the same as when she first saw him. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, his appearance still overlapped with the impression in her memory. Father. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. I'm sorry, I've been hiding it from you. Thunder smiled bitterly. I didn't want my daughter to follow in her mother's footsteps, so I decided to temporarily cut off contact with you. When did you know I was here? Lightning interrupted in a low voice. You haven't been in Border Town for long. Did Aunt Marjorie tell you? Thunder nodded in agreement. So you're all accomplices? And His Majesty is also. Don't blame them, I strongly asked them to do so. Before Thunder could finish his words, he saw his daughter quickly walking towards him, one of her fists already raised. He closed his eyes and quietly waited for Lightning's angry blow. However, the expected pain did not appear. After a long while, Thunder opened his eyes in surprise, only to see his daughter turn her fist into a palm and gently pat his forehead. At the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That is to say, you know everything about my adventure in the western region of Grey Castle? Discovering the holy city of Tequila, finding a living witch from 400 years ago, going deep into the ruins of the underground civilization, defeating the advance army of the demons. Lightning withdrew her hand and said, How about it? It's comparable to your achievements, isn't it? Thunder was stunned for a while, then he touched his head and laughed. You're indeed my daughter, but this reunion is really gratifying and regrettable. I understand gratifying, but what about regrettable? That's because you've grown up too fast. Thunder's tone was much more relaxed. I thought you'd either hate me or throw yourself into my arms and cry bitterly, but it seems that I've worried too much. If I had not experienced the Battle of Tequila, I would probably have cried out loud, Lightning thought. But now she could not, because she had grown up. Before completing Ash's request and ending this war, she could not shed a single tear. So you've been afraid of being hated by me, so you didn't dare to reveal your identity? Then why did you suddenly decide to reveal it now? Because I've decided to go north with you to fight against the battle of divine will. Thunder said word by word, anyway, my identity will be exposed by then, so I might as well reveal it first. Really? Yes, I've already discussed this with His Majesty, mainly on the sea and at the port. That's great. Lightning grabbed Thunder's hand. Since there's still time, let me introduce you to my companions in the exploration group. You'll definitely have the opportunity to fight side by side. It seems that you've made some good friends, of course, but the strange thing is that they're all related to animals. Was I not very good at dealing with ordinary people when I was a child? For example, the pigeon named Maggie? No, it's the witch named Maggie. Ahem, anyway, as far as I know, the more popular animals are, the easier it is to get close to people. You don't have to worry about this. Well, then I'm much more relieved. Farina, breakfast is ready. Joe walked to the bedroom with a plate of bread and a small piece of cheese and knocked on the door. In the 2 months since the appearance of the bloody moon, their lives had been very simple. He would prepare 3 meals every day and then go to work in the administrative office. Farina, on the other hand, rarely came out. Most of the time, she stayed in the house motionlessly. Occasionally, she would ask him about the current situation in Hermes. It was only during these times that the two of them would chat. Joe did not know what Farina was thinking, but it was already a great fortune to be able to accompany her. He did not dare to ask for more. However, there was no movement behind the door today. Farina, are you up? Joe knocked a few more times doubtfully. Well, it's time for breakfast. Farina? There was still no response, as if there was no one in the room. Joe's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly thought of the worst possibility. Damn it, weren't things clearly changing for the better bit by bit? He put down the plate and slammed his shoulder against the door. With a bang, the door was opened. The most terrible scene did not appear. There was no rope hanging from the beam, and there was no blood dripping from the bed. Joe was a little relieved. As long as Hermes was still alive, things could still be salvaged. But this joy only lasted for less than a breath, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. The furnishings in the small bedroom were clear at a glance. There was no sign of Farina. The wooden bed, table, and window were carefully taken care of and looked very clean. It was as clean as the first day they moved in. Joe slowly walked to the table. The table was full of books about the church in Greycastle Weekly a day ago, but now the table was empty. She was gone. When this thought came into his mind, Joe felt a great sadness. Obviously, this was not a sudden decision made by Farina. She even wiped the dust off the corner of the table, but she did not write a message. Was it because she did not want to bother him to clean up the mess? Joe sat down in front of the table numbly. Where would she go? Hermes? My former hometown? Or would he end his life in an uninhabited forest? Of course, he could look for her. But, in such a big world, what were the chances of him finding Farina? What's more, the other party didn't leave any message. It was obvious that they wanted to disappear. So what if he could find them? At the thought that he would never see that woman again in his life, Charles felt as if there was a hole in his heart. His thoughts also stopped, as if his brain refused to continue thinking. In the end, he couldn't change anything. Good morning, Joe. Why hadn't he noticed the signs earlier? Why had he become complacent about his peaceful life? Joe? In the end, all of this was just to satisfy his own needs. He had never thought about what the other party really needed. Joe. It wasn't until a hand turned Charles' face that he realized there was someone behind him. What are you mumbling to yourself? Joe blinked. It was Farina. She was frowning and looking him up and down with a scrutinizing look. Is there something wrong with your head? You didn't leave? Joe grabbed her arm in disbelief. Or, did you decide to stay? Huh? Farina's expression became even weirder, but she didn't shake off his hand. What do you mean? I just went to the administrative office. The two stared at each other for a while, and then Joe said awkwardly, then, why did you go to the administrative office? To ask about the registration qualification. Farina's tone became serious. I saw a notice in the weekly newspaper that Neverwinter is recruiting truck drivers, so I wanted to have a try. What, card? Joe was stunned. I don't know what it is, but based on the description, it should be similar to a carriage. I'm good at both riding and driving, so this may be an opportunity. Opportunity? The vague feeling came back to Joe's mind again. For the first time, he didn't let go of her hand. Why do you suddenly want to be a truck driver? Farina was silent for a while before she said, after thinking about it for a while, I figured it out. First of all, the original intention of the church was to save the world from danger and lead mankind out of the darkness. This is not only the church's one-sided propaganda, but also Roland Wimbledon admitted it was not a lie. However, the betrayal of the higher-ups made the church go on a wrong path. And then the next question is whether the King of Grey Castle is really fighting for mankind as he said. In Neverwinter, I've seen the bloody moon that symbolizes the divine will, prosperous subjects, and witches who are no different from ordinary people. These are basically the same as the propaganda. The only thing that can't be proven is the demons who are trying to destroy mankind. But Lord Tucker Thor did mention the existence of demons in his will, Joe murmured. Yes, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Roland's army is fighting with the demons from hell. Farina nodded. I don't want to make the same mistake again. I can only be sure if it's something I've seen with my own eyes. Do you want to go to the kingdom of Wolfheart? Joe's eyes widened. Yes. Farina said frankly, I'm from the church, so I can't pass the examination of the First Army. So I have to do something else. The truck driver needs to send supplies to the front of the battlefield, where everything will be confirmed. That was why she went to the administrative office to ask for the driver's identity. Joe asked cautiously, what if it's true? What if it's not? If it's true, I'll use the rest of my life to make up for all the sins I've committed, Farina answered without hesitation. Obviously, she had thought it over. Although I haven't arrested witches myself, it doesn't mean that what the church has done in the past has nothing to do with me. As a member of the Judgment Army, I'm also the traitor's lackey. She paused. If it's all a scam, then I'll go back to Hermes and see if I can help the new stream. This was the answer she had gotten so far. Joe gradually loosened his grip. He could not find any reason to stop her. She did not run away from her past mistakes, nor did she give up Tucker Thor's dying wish. She also built a solid foundation for her future. She was stronger than he had expected. At this time, apart from supporting her silently, any excuse or persuasion would destroy her. But the result was still the same. Once she became a driver and went to the kingdom of Wolfheart, she would not continue to live here. That was why she packed up everything in the room. Farina was going to leave him. Joe took a deep breath, fearing that the pain in his heart would suddenly overflow his throat. By the way, I have a presumptuous request, Farina said. A truck needs 2 drivers. I hope you can go with me. Eh? He couldn't help but be startled. To be honest, I've been away from the outside world for too long. I'm not confident that I can achieve this goal alone. She looked away, a little embarrassed. But you can refuse me. After all, you already have a stable job with good pay. I know I shouldn't mention this, but... But what? Joe asked subconsciously. Farina paused for a moment and then looked him in the eyes. But I need you. This was what Joe had blurted out before, and it was the first time he heard her say it. The one who was needed became the one who needed, and the one who needed was still the one who was needed. The blankness and emptiness disappeared, and the feeling of mutual enrichment instantly filled his chest. Let's eat breakfast first. It's getting cold. Joe let out a long sigh. Hey, in fact, there was no need to ask him this question. They had survived the exile in the kingdom of Wolfheart, let alone driving a truck to the kingdom of Wolfheart. Aerial Night Academy, in the flight field. The rumbling of the engines broke the silence of dawn. 10 biplanes glided out of the hangar in the morning light. Under the gentle light, the slender wings of the aircraft were plated with a fine golden edge. "Do you plan to bring the preparatory students along?" Roland asked Tilly as he stood at the gate of Seagull. Tilly nodded. "If everything goes well, I can complete the last part of the flight manual in a month, but I don't want the students to waste a month. Theories can be taught anywhere, and there might be a chance to test it at the front line. After all, compared to the First Army, the airport is already considered the rear." "That's not wrong. It seems that she has not forgotten her identity as the dean." Roland was slightly relieved. "Give the students more opportunities to learn. Don't hoard the plane all day. Teaching everyone is the main goal." Actually, what he wanted to say was, "Don't get carried away. There are still many opportunities for revenge. Don't be impatient." "Oh?" Tilly glanced at him. "That's fine. As long as you give me the private plane, I promise I won't fight with the students for fire of heaven." Roland was speechless. Seeing that he was speechless, Tilly chuckled. She pushed the stray hair on her forehead behind her ear. "Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. Why don't we make a deal? A month later, I will bring out a team of aerial knight capable of combat, and you will build the private plane. Before that, I promise I won't fight the enemy head-on. How about that?" It's best not to fight head-on in the future. Even though Roland thought so, he also understood that the war could not always be smooth sailing. Only an army that could overcome adversity was qualified to win. So, he finally nodded. "Be careful. Of course, I'm still waiting for the day you bring back ashes, brother." Tilly smiled. For a moment, her smile blended with the distant dawn and was deeply imprinted in Roland's mind. "Your Majesty, it's time to take off," the guard reminded. "Then I'll be going." Tilly turned around and climbed up the ladder, entering the cabin door. Roland, on the other hand, kept looking back as he walked towards the exit of the track. Although he had already held a farewell banquet last night, he still felt a little reluctant. Through the porthole, he saw many witches waving goodbye to him. Vendi, Andrea, Sylvie, Echo, Leaf. Just like the previous expedition to Tequila, they would be heading to a new battlefield, but this time, the situation they would face would be more difficult, and the time would be longer. "Everyone will come back safely," Nightingale said softly. "I have a feeling." Roland nodded and did not reply. "The runway has been cleared. We can take off at any time. Signal flags, all green. Depart." As the ground crew guide waved his arm, Lightning was the first to take off, followed by Maggie, who had transformed into a devil beast. Without navigation, and since it was the first time they were going to an unfamiliar place, the two of them would be responsible for the orientation and positioning of the entire fleet. Roland also noticed that Thunder was smoking a pipe and waving goodbye to his daughter in the crowd, his face full of pride. Following closely behind was the Seagull. Compared to the noisy biplanes, the Seagull appeared to be particularly lithe and agile. The sound of farewell from the crowd also reached its peak. Whether it was the Witch Union or the sleeping spell, most people's hearts were tied to this plane. Blown by the wind of magic, the Seagull only skied for a short distance before it lifted off the runway and steadily climbed into the air. Finally, it was the aerial knight. The 10 biplanes were the entire air force of Neverwinter. 6 of them were trainers without any weapon systems. However, Roland knew that a new batch of airframes was being assembled in the factory. Given time, these artificial birds that could be mass-produced would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the demons and form a safe air defense barrier for the First Army. One by one, the fire of heaven swept across the runway and rose at the end of the wall, forming a column and disappearing into the skyline. In order to enable the aerial knight to participate in the battle quickly, Roland ordered the engineering team to build a landing field in Redwater City, the city of Evernight, as well as the neighboring city of Glow and Thorn Town. They would be used as a springboard to connect the north and south, providing refueling and landing places for the transfer planes. For the biplanes that had an empty weight of less than a ton, as long as it was a flat piece of land, it would be sufficient for takeoff and landing. When a pilot became proficient enough, the plane that departed from Neverwinter in the early morning could cross the Kingdom of Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn and arrive at the realm of Wolfheart before the sun went down. In that era, it could definitely be regarded as a godlike speed. This was also the reason why Roland was so concerned about the Air Force. Once it reached a certain scale, the efficiency of human support and attack would be raised to an unprecedented level. Of course, as the first long-distance flight in history, Tilly had left plenty of room for maneuver. According to her plan, the entire team would spend the night in the city of Evernight and head for the Cage Mountain the next morning. This way, even if there were any accidents, the entire flight could be completed during the day. Long after the frontline support flight team had disappeared, the crowd was still staring at the northern sky, unwilling to disperse. It was the same for Roland. He looked forward to this force opening up a new situation for the First Army. It actually flew up. Manfeld was dumbfounded as he stared at the huge objects disappearing into the clouds. He was extremely excited. "Hey, what are you waiting for? It's almost our turn to board," someone shouted behind him. I'm going." Manfeld shook his head hard to recover from the shock and turned around to run to the team. Even at this moment, his mind was still ringing with the roar of the iron birds when they flew past. In the past month, Manfeld had fully experienced the incredible features of Neverwinter. However, he was still thrilled to witness the whole process of Skyfire rising into the sky at such a close distance for the first time. But this time, other than pure shock, there were also some other emotions mixed in. For example, joy. He had fallen in love with this job almost at first sight. Just as Matt, the placement officer, had said, Manfeld had successfully passed the assessment conducted by the Personnel Department of the Administrative Office and obtained a Neverwinter resident identity card and a house of his own. It could be said that he had not encountered any obstacles in the early stage of integration and had a foothold in the new city in a short time. Next, whether it was a clerical job in the administrative office or a policewoman who upheld justice like Sharon, he had a bright future ahead of him. However, after much hesitation, he submitted his application to the Air Knight Academy. Manfeld had not changed his mind even though he had been told that a qualified Air Knight would be part of the army and would not only be subject to stricter examination, but he might also be sacrificed in the war. Now, he was glad that he had made the best choice. There was nothing more honorable than being an Air Knight, being loyal to a wise lord, fighting against evil and cruel people, and fighting to protect the weak. He could not wait to become an Air Knight. Apart from Farina, Joe, and Manfeld, countless people had embarked on this journey to the north. They came from different kingdoms and territories, but now they were moving forward with the same goal. Compared to the first and second battles of divine will, the human world had never been so close. Their fates were all connected by the battle of divine will. When she was tired, she would fall into the sea and sleep for a while. When she woke up, she would continue swimming. When she was thirsty, she would drink some rainwater. When she was hungry, she would catch 2 fish to eat. Joan did not know how long she had been doing this. At first, she tried to keep track of the time according to the changes of day and night. However, after a couple of mistakes, the error increased from days to weeks, and then to months. She did not know how long she had been swimming, but it had been at least half a year. Joan felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. In fact, she had cried many times, but her tears would soon melt into the sea and become part of it. She was so tired. So tired. She could not float on the sea while sleeping, because it would attract ospreys or other predators. Even if they could not eat her, a peck from them would still hurt her for days, not to mention the possibility of being seen by sea ghosts and monster ships. In fact, Joan had encountered enemies several times in the past half a year. She was scared out of her wits every time. Fortunately, she could always get rid of the enemies with her speed, although sometimes she would accidentally get 2 or 3 more wounds. The scales that His Majesty had praised were mostly damaged, and the exposed skin looked like strange white spots. Because she had been soaking in the water for a long time, some of the wounds were already rotting. What was worse, the parasites had taken her as their new host and settled down on her wounds. Every time they were pulled out, she would feel a piercing pain. Originally, this body was not considered beautiful, but now it looked even uglier. She missed the soft bed in Neverwinter and Bendy's arms. She missed the carefree life where she did not have to worry about her safety. Besides, although there were many edible fish in the sea, they could only be eaten raw. She used to eat this way, but now she could not get rid of the fishy taste in her mouth. She wanted to eat the chicken wings roasted by lightning. Joan would cry every time she thought about it, but she did not stop wagging her tail even though she could not stop her tears. But how long would it take for her to get back to the starting point? Her speed was faster than most fish. Even His Majesty's snow wind could not catch up. She estimated that she should have swum from Neverwinter to the Shadow Islands 5 times. Why was she still not able to see the end? What round world? His Majesty. Was he lying to her? If His Majesty really lied to her, if she had the chance to see him in the future, she must use her scales to scrape his face. However, he had to see it first. Joan took a deep breath and encouraged herself. Never give up. She wanted to return to everyone. A series of yeah sounds drifted across the surface of the sea. A moment later, the same echo came from afar. Yeah. Joan was shocked and looked in the direction of the sound in disbelief. The weather that day was not very good. The sea was always foggy, and the visibility was less than a few kilometers. It was like the Shadow Islands at low tide. Seeing that she couldn't find anything, she swam in that direction for dozens of minutes and finally caught a black silhouette in the mist. It looked just like a reef standing on the surface of the water. Joan was overjoyed. She knew very well that because of the visual effects, many of the seemingly inconspicuous objects on the sea were actually gigantic. Since it could stand on the surface of the sea like a reef, it could not be small. Moreover, since it could reflect her chirping, it was probably a mountain. Since there was a mountain, could land be far away? Did she see the impassable mountain range? Joan immediately felt her body was full of energy. She sped up to the limit and dashed toward the black silhouette, creating a series of splashes on the surface of the sea. As the distance between them shortened, the black silhouette under the mist gradually became visible. It was indeed a mountain, but at the foot of the mountain was not the port of the western region, but a flat island. Behind the island seemed to be connected to a wider land, but the two were too far apart to see clearly. In any case, land was better than nothing. Joan braced herself and swam to the nearest beach on the island. It was only when she went ashore that she noticed that this island was probably a bit larger than the largest burning fire archipelago in the fjords. Except for the lush, flat-topped mountain, there was almost no rise or fall, and it was as flat as a grassland. As a matter of fact, it was indeed a grassland. Compared with the barren islands in Joan's memory, this island was not affected by the salty sea breeze or the harsh weather conditions. The grass under her feet was just above her ankles, and she could see 1 or 2 blooming flowers from time to time. She could not imagine how there could be such a scene in a place where a tsunami could destroy all vegetation. Coupled with the mist surrounding the island, this place looked like a secluded fairyland. Joan turned her tail fin into her legs and slowly walked toward the center of the island. Gradually, more stone tablets appeared on the grass. She did not notice them at first, but after a while, she found that although the stone tablets were of different sizes, they were all arranged in an orderly manner. The closer she got to the center of the island, the more stone tablets she saw. At the end of the island, the stone tablets even formed a circle and gradually moved inwards, as if they were standing around something. She felt that she had seen such a scene somewhere before. Joan squatted down in front of a stone tablet and carefully looked at it. There were indeed chisel marks on it, but Joan could not tell whether it was a random pattern or some kind of meaningful text. To her surprise, these stones were obviously old, but there was not much dust on them, as if someone had been taking care of them. Could it be that someone lived on this island? After walking for a while, Joan suddenly froze. There was a huge pit in front of her, with a radius of several kilometers. The pit was bottomless, and the arc on the edge was very smooth, which was not caused by a natural collapse. The steels were arranged in layers around the sinkhole, forming ripples that spread out. She vaguely remembered something and looked up at the sky. She could still see the outline of the bloody moon in the hazy mist. One was on the dome, and the other was under her feet, but the two were very similar in size, as if they were made from the same mold. She even had a strange idea. If the bloody moon fell, it would be able to fill the hole. Hello. Just then, a pleasant voice came from behind her. Ah. Joan screamed in fear. She turned around and took 2 steps back, bumping into a stone tablet. The latter seemed to be also startled and could not speak for a long time. After a long time, she finally said, "Well, are you okay?" At this time, Joan realized that the speaker was not a monster, but a beautiful young woman. She was wearing a long white dress, and her long black hair fell in front of her chest. She looked fresh and refined, and people would like her at first sight. However, she was a little confused, not knowing whether she should go up to comfort Joan or continue to watch from the side. Joan wanted to ask who she was, but she could only make a series of sounds. She had not talked to anyone for more than half a year, so her language skills had deteriorated to the level when she lived alone. However, the other party seemed to have understood her meaning, and a trace of loneliness appeared in her eyes. Even so, she still replied with a smile. Joan was elated. She was the first person other than Maggie who could understand her mermaid language. Of course, Joan was not sure if Maggie could understand her. After all, Maggie's cooing was harder to understand and she could only guess a few words. But what is the guardian? She continued to ask, "Are you guarding this big pit?" "Where am I?" "It's not a pit. It's a bridge." The guardian smiled. "I've seen bridges before. They don't look like this." Joan cautiously walked to the edge of the pit and looked around. The wall was covered with thick mud and vines. She could not find a way down. "Not everyone can cross this bridge. Only those with the key can go there," the guardian explained. "You don't have the key, so you can't see it. So that's how it is." Joan suddenly understood. But why would the bridge builder do this? Wouldn't it be better to just let people go through the pit? Even if they didn't have the key, they could go around the side. The guardian smiled bitterly. "Indeed. But I have to do this. I have to wait for the person with the key to come and open the bridge for him." Joan looked at her for a while and said, "You're not chained." "What? If you're not chained, why don't you leave the island?" Joan pointed to the other side of the mist. "I saw a continent not far from there. It won't take long to swim there. Since you're not chained, I can take you with me." The guardian was a little surprised. Then she smiled and shook her head. "Let's not talk about this. You're injured. Did something attack you?" Although Joan did not understand why the guardian suddenly changed the topic, she still answered instinctively, "I was scratched by a monster in the sea." "Lie down next to me. I have some medicine here. I can bandage your wounds." The guardian waved at her. For some reason, Joan felt that the guardian was not a bad person even though it was their first time meeting. Joan did as she was told. The guardian took out a bottle of ointment from somewhere and applied it to her hands. Then she carefully applied it to Joan's wounds. A cool feeling immediately dispelled the pain and fatigue in his body, just like a cool breeze on a hot summer day. Comfortable, right? After applying the medicine, the guardian tore the corner of her skirt into strips and tied them to the place where the medicine was applied. "By the way, where are you going next?" "Home," John murmured. "I want to go back to my friends." "Then you can't walk in the direction of the shadow. Although there's a continent there, it's not a place you should go." "Do you know where Neverwinter is?" She was overjoyed. It should probably be on the opposite side of the shadow, but it's also very dangerous to travel by land. You'd better swim along the coast." "Really?" "I'm not lying. But you should rest for a while. I can feel that your body is almost overdrawn." Hearing this, Joan, who had been feeling pretty good, suddenly felt a wave of tiredness wash over her. It was as if all the fatigue she had accumulated over the past 6 months had exploded at this moment. By his side, she indeed experienced a sense of relaxation that she hadn't felt for a long time. "Forget it, I'll just rest for a while." She slowly closed her eyes. The woman stroked Joan's hair and said softly, "I'm not chained, but chains aren't the only thing that can trap people. Sometimes, words can be stronger than chains." "I don't really understand." "It's okay if you don't understand, because even I don't understand." The woman's voice seemed to come from far away. It was soft and peaceful, and Joan's consciousness began to blur. "Maybe I can ask for you." I'm a little stupid, but there are people who are very smart, such as Miss Anna and His Majesty. Really? Then I'll have to trouble you. We'll meet again, right? Yes, if there's a chance. Joan fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, she found that it was already dark outside. Oh no, how long did I sleep? She suddenly sat up, but did not get an answer from Miss Watcher. Joan looked around in panic, but there was no one around her. Not only that, but the stone tablets were also gone. Apart from the bottomless pit, there was only an empty grassland and a flat mountain, as if everything she had seen before was just an illusion. Was it all a dream? No, that's not right. Joan soon found that there was still a strip of bandage on her body, but the cool feeling that had seeped into her skin had disappeared. She hesitantly untied a strip of bandage and did not find any traces of the ointment on her scales, but the wound was completely healed. While Joan was still in a daze, she suddenly heard a strange roar in the distance. Only then did she notice that the mist surrounding the island had completely disappeared, and the black shadow in the distance was completely revealed. It was indeed a tall mountain, but it was ridiculously tall. It could not even be described as towering over the sky. Not only that, but its size was also astonishing. From a distance, the mountain was probably wider than all the islands in the fjords combined. There was not a single tree on the mountain, and it was pitch black as far as the eye could see, as if the mountain was dyed with ink. Apart from that, the mountain was covered with a layer of hazy red mist, and scarlet liquid spurted out from it from time to time. Joan then saw where the roar came from. At the foot of the mountain, countless monster ships swarmed toward the land like ants, piling up on the beach. They spat out venom one after another, causing the black ground to crumble layer by layer. Boulders tumbled into the sea, and the entire coast seemed to be boiling. Although these monsters were insignificant compared to the Black Mountain, it was this insignificant part that was nibbling away at the mountain bit by bit. However, they were not completely unharmed. In the area where the ships could not reach, tens of thousands of sea ghosts collided with another kind of monster. It took Joan a while to recognize that it was the demons that people often talked about. The tide of sea ghosts, which was usually a headache for sailors, was as fragile as the waves splashing on the reefs. The sea ghosts were scattered in all directions, but the demons' defense line was not shaken at all. Even so, there was still an endless stream of sea ghosts passing by the monster ships and rushing toward the shore without any regard for their lives. This crazy scene made Joan cover her mouth tightly. There's a continent over there, but it's not a place you should go. Your home is on the opposite side of the black shadow. Suddenly, the woman's words rang in her mind. Joan looked to the side. There seemed to be no sign of a continent on the opposite side of the Black Rock Mountain, only a vast sea. However, she only hesitated for a moment before she ran in that direction. The scene of the two forces fighting and devouring each other made her feel extremely dangerous. Her wild instinct told her that she should leave as soon as possible. On the other hand, she had a feeling that the guardian would not lie to her. Father. Is it really necessary for us to go this far? In an open space outside the city of Glow, Horn Quinn looked at the busy workers from afar and asked with slight dissatisfaction. In front of them was a rectangular, flat square with a length of about 1,000 meters and a width of only about half that. Since the construction team of Grey Castle entered the Kingdom of Dawn, the new method of measuring the length of a square had also spread among the nobles. Unlike the squares in the King's City, which were built with beautiful bricks, the surface of this square was completely paved with cement. It looked gray, neither colorful nor distinctive. If one had to point out an advantage, it would probably be that it was convenient to repair. It only took less than a week from plowing the ground to building. But even so, the workers involved in the construction were all from the Quinn family's own team, which showed how much importance they attached to it. Oh? Horford Quinn, the current King of Dawn, looked at him with interest and asked, "What do you mean?" His Majesty Roland's instructions are too much, Horn said while counting on his fingers. Building bridges and roads, and they're all big projects that can easily span dozens of miles. If you gather all the long-term workers in the family to do these things, what about the work in the territory? There are still several places in the castle that need to be repaired, and they haven't been started yet. Of course, these were not the only points that he was dissatisfied with. His father's request for the King of Grey Castle was too important. It could even be described as benefiting others at the expense of oneself. For example, if the family monopolized the alchemy product such as cement, which seemed to have a bright future, it would definitely bring them huge profits. However, just because His Majesty said in the letter, "Please be sure to increase the production as soon as possible," his father summoned the great nobles into the palace and publicly announced the formula. With the help of the major chambers of commerce under the nobles, several cement factories were indeed built in a short period of time, but the Qin family's profits were undoubtedly reduced. When it came to the construction of roads, the situation was reversed. The great nobles all tried to refuse, so his father simply did it himself. From recruiting manpower to cooperating with the construction department of Grey Castle to complete the construction, the Qin family was responsible for everything. This was by no means a small amount of money. Although the annexation of the Moya royal family's property had greatly increased the family's strength, the money was also spent as quickly as running water. Looking at the coins in the vault decreasing day by day, it was impossible for Horn not to feel heartache. The crux of the matter was that building a road was not the same as investing in a business. The golden dragon that was paid out in a business might be exchanged for more wealth, but what could a road from North River to Cage Mountain earn? It was not even in the territory controlled by the Qin family. Even if it could promote the development of commerce, it would only benefit the lords at the borders. Judging from the current situation, His Majesty wanted to build more than just one or two things. This strange flat land that did not seem to be of any use was proof. If they continued to squander like this, sooner or later, the family would run into a predicament of being unable to make ends meet. In fact, he had already heard a lot of criticism from the internal branches of the family. What upset Horn the most was his father's attitude towards the people of Grey Castle. Not only did he personally inquire about every project, but he would also often summon the officials from the Ministry of Works to the palace to ask for their requests. It would be fine if they were nobles, but the problem was that Horn had clearly inquired about them. These officials were all commoners without any prominent family background. It was hard for him to accept that his father, as the king of a country, invited commoners to talk to him at the same table. And today, as soon as he heard that someone from Grey Castle was coming to the city of Glow, his father brought a large group of people to wait outside the city. This was simply unbelievable. As a ruler, receiving people in the castle was enough respect. How could the royal family do this? Horn suspected that his adoptive father was redeeming himself to Andrea. After all these changes started after Horford said goodbye to his daughter. What can I do? Horford shrugged. Others are not willing to help, but I can't just let them do it, can I? You've seen the power of Grey Castle. Do you think I can sit on this throne without the support of the Wimbledon family? No, father. I'm not asking you to fight against Grey Castle. Horn waved his hand. You just need to tell your subordinates to do it. Roland Wimbledon can't find any fault with that. And the required funds can be negotiated with the local lord. A deal is a compromise. The more impatient a businessman is, the more likely he will lose. This is what you taught me. Unfortunately, the Battle of Divine Will is not a deal. That's true, but... Horn bit his lip and finally plucked up his courage to say, but looking at you now, some people don't think you're the King of Dawn, but a subject of His Majesty Roland Wimbledon. He thought that his father would fly into a rage, but the latter only stared at him for a while and then smiled lightly. Let me ask you, why is there a saying that there are 4 kingdoms in this continent, and not 5 or 3? Horn was caught off guard by the sudden change of topic. Because these 4 are the strongest families? More accurately, within their respective territories, Horford replied. The power of a family will weaken with distance. The so-called border is the critical point where the power of both sides reaches a balance. But now, this critical point no longer exists. As long as Roland Wimbledon is willing, he can completely take over all the territories of the 4 kingdoms. Since that's the case, what's wrong with me being his vassal? Horn retorted subconsciously, Father. No matter how good the army of Grey Castle is, he can't control such a large territory. Don't you think you're exaggerating his abilities? You haven't realized the changes in Grey Castle, son. Horford let out a long sigh. Roland might not have in the past, but now, distance is no longer an obstacle to his rule. Of course, you don't have a deep understanding of everything he has done, so naturally, it's hard to imagine how far he has gone. How? How do you know? Horford smiled. Andrea replied to my letter. This caused Horn's heart to sink. Just as he was about to persuade his father again, a sudden cry of surprise came from afar. Then there was a dull buzzing sound. Horn looked in the direction of the sound and was slightly stunned. He saw a string of neat black shadows on the horizon. They formed a horizontal line and flew along the skyline toward the city of Glow. Are those migrating birds? But after a moment, this idea was rejected. The size of the black dots quickly grew to a size far larger than any bird in the world, and it was still expanding. Horn's eyes gradually widened. It looked like some kind of man-made object. The workers who witnessed this scene could not help but put down the tools in their hands and shouted. Many caravans that were passing by also stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. It's incredible. He really did it. Horford raised the corner of his mouth. The person I want to pick up is here. Hearing this, Horn was dumbfounded. Could it be that these square-shaped birds were vehicles created by the Grey Castle people? However, the impossible soon became a reality. As the giant bird circled around the concrete square, it lowered its altitude. Horn could clearly see the pilot who was peeking out from above. The man-made object was larger than a carriage. He could not understand how such a heavy thing could float in the air like a bird. The others probably had the same idea. When the iron bird roared across the square, many workers even knelt down and prayed. Even a miracle would not be able to do this. Your sister Andrea is on it, Horford Quinn added, and the departure date mentioned in her letter was yesterday. It took Horn a long time to understand the meaning of the word yesterday. The moment he came to his senses, he felt the hair on his back stand on end. Thousands of miles away, in one day? Now, this critical point no longer exists. His father's words echoed in his ears. It was not until now that he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. The man-made iron birds glided to the ground one by one. When Andrea stepped out of the cockpit, Horford could not wait to greet her. A welcome banquet specially prepared for the witches of Grey Castle was held in the castle palace. Although no nobles were informed to attend, the news of the guests descending from the sky quickly spread throughout the city of Glow. There were too many people who noticed this extraordinary scene. After lunch, Horford finally found a chance to be alone with his daughter. To his relief, at least this time, she was willing to call him father. Are you leaving in the afternoon? Horford asked with a hint of reluctance. Before sunset, we must reach the border of the Cage Mountain and meet with the First Army. Andrea nodded. If it weren't for the fact that this is our first cross-border flight, the Seagull would have arrived in one day. In that case, we wouldn't even have time to have a meal. Crossing two kingdoms in one day. Even though he had already learned about this incredible means of transportation from his daughter's previous letters, these words still shocked him. Although he had previously scolded Horn for not recognizing the changes in Grey Castle, in fact, he was not much better off. After sighing inwardly, Horford touched his chin and said, "You actually made such a big noise on purpose, didn't you?" Andrea finally revealed a trace of a smile. You can tell? I don't think the plane needs to hover for so long to land, Horford said helplessly. I'm afraid the people in South City will hear its roar. Of course, this is a good reminder for those nobles who have been restless recently. This is only one of the considerations. The other is to appease the people. She shrugged. I heard that traces of devil beasts have also been found in the Kingdom of Dawn. If we can let the residents know that Grey Castle's army also has the ability to fly, the panic won't spread so easily. It's indeed a way to kill two birds with one stone. Did the Pearl of the Northern region come up with this? No, it's Princess Tilly. When Horford mentioned the name of the princess of the Wimbledon family, he noticed that there was a look of pride in his daughter's eyes, as if she felt honored. It seemed that she had made some good friends in Neverwinter, Horford thought. He nodded and changed the topic. By the way, have you really never thought about inheriting my position? Why are you talking about this again? Andrea raised her eyebrows. Didn't I say that I'm not interested in the throne of the Kingdom of Dawn? Aren't you satisfied with Horn? He's a qualified noble and talented in business. If it's just the title of Earl, I don't think it's a problem. Horford shook his head. But the problem is that Horn, like the other nobles, values profits too much. Many people in the family can't understand what I'm doing. They don't understand that I'm doing this to better consolidate the family's position. Ever since he became the King of Dawn, the mentality of the Quinn family had more or less changed, and his adopted son was no exception. In the past, Horn would never have dared to say in front of him, "You're not like the King of Dawn," but more like a subject of His Majesty Roland Wimbledon. Either someone was encouraging him behind the scenes, or he already saw himself as the next king. The word His Majesty was indeed charming, but there were risks behind power. He did not want Horn to follow in Appin's footsteps. Moreover, there was one thing that he did not mention, which was that it would be difficult for Horn to convince the other two families with his identity. In fact, the Luashi family and the Tokat family were willing to support him largely because the two heirs were willing to serve Andrea. "That's something you need to solve," Andrea said firmly. "If you're not willing to succeed me, then I'll have to split the throne and share it with the other two families," Horford said, pretending to be regretful. "Are you willing to do that?" "Of course," he said half-jokingly. "It'll save me a lot of trouble. After the war, maybe I can move to Neverwinter to accompany you and enjoy my old age." He was not joking. If Roland Wimbledon could win the Battle of Divine Will, would he still maintain the Four Kingdoms? Horford did not think so. The Quinn family had come this far only because of the coincidences of the war. If it were Andrea on the throne, Roland might not have done anything, but it was hard to say if it were someone else. As he had said before, the distance that was used to maintain the balance had been broken. Andrea stared at him for a long time and did not respond, but Horford could feel that his daughter's eyes were a little softer than before. After a while, she said, "Time's up. I should go. Remember to take care of yourself." Horford resisted the urge to reach out and touch his daughter's head. "I'll go to the front line to see you when I have time." "You too." Andrea turned and left the study. Horford took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. He did not forget the decision he had made a year ago. In order to make up for his past mistakes, he was willing to spend the rest of his life. 4 hours later, the flying team safely landed in Thorn Town at the foot of the Cage Mountain. In less than 2 days, they had traveled to 4 cities and crossed more than 1,000 kilometers. This unprecedented frontline support operation was destined to go down in history. Iron Axe, Brian, Edith, and the others were already waiting for them at the airport. After a simple handover, the witches were invited to the battle command at the top of the mountain. From the solemn look of the general staff, it could be seen that the current situation of the First Army was not optimistic. Iron Axe and Edith had analyzed the situation at the front line hundreds of times. They concluded that it was difficult for the First Army to take the initiative before all the soldiers and equipment arrived. They could only focus on defense. Even if all the soldiers were present, they had to fight flexibly and try to find an opportunity to destroy the enemy's main force. The situation would become extremely disadvantageous if they got entangled in the red mist area. According to the intelligence from the Tequila, the red mist of the obelisk will eventually spread to more than half of the kingdom of Wolfheart. Iron Axe pointed to the red arc on the map. "So, our defense line will be longer than before. Considering the warning and preparation time, there are 4 cities near the arc that are suitable for defense. They are, from east to west, Metalstone Ridge, Gust Castle, Fine Sand City, and Sedimentation Bay. These 4 cities formed a polygonal line across the kingdom of Wolfheart, which corresponded to the future Red Mist area. However, the First Army doesn't have enough soldiers to defend 4 cities at the same time, so we can only focus on defense. The most important strongholds are undoubtedly the Sedimentation Bay and Fine Sand City. They are located at the top of the Red Mist area, less than 50 kilometers away from the enemy's front line. If we lose them, the demons will have the opportunity to directly threaten the Cage Mountain. Especially the Sedimentation Bay." The Light of Dawn added, "It's the port closest to the Cage Mountain in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Now, 30% of Neverwinter's supplies are transported through it. Losing the Sedimentation Bay means that the army will be greatly delayed, and the consequences will be unimaginable." "You don't have to be so tactful," Edith said generously. "If the demons attack the Sedimentation Bay now, we've already lost half of the Battle of Divine Will." Fortunately, the demons are also facing manpower problems. After all, it's not easy to build the obelisk on the ridge of the continent to ensure smooth transportation. Perhaps only the Pearl of the Northern region dared to use the word defeat in such a meeting. Iron Axe coughed helplessly. Anyway, let's assume that the demons are also facing the same problem as us and are now busy opening a shortcut in the mountains. Of course, no matter what the real reason is, the First Army can't miss this opportunity. At least, before the main road from the north to the south is connected, we can't lose the two cities. He paused for a moment before continuing. Currently, there are 3,000 soldiers stationed in the Sedimentation Bay and Fine Sand City. Trenches and permanent fortifications are also being built. In addition, I have also arranged for a reserve force of 1,000 people to be stationed behind the two cities so that they can support the front line at any time. I hope Miss Sylvie can provide reconnaissance and early warning for the Sedimentation Bay like before, while Lightning and Maggie can take care of the other one. I understand. No problem. Goo. The three of them replied in unison. As for Metalstone Ridge and Gust Castle, I've arranged a team of 500 people to guard them. However, these two cities are far from the Red Mist area, so it's unlikely that the demons will launch a surprise attack. Even if they do, they'll be mainly devil beasts. Iron Axe saluted to Tilly and said, "So, Your Highness, please take charge of the air surveillance in this area." Tilly nodded. "Don't worry. The aerial knight was born to fight against devil beasts. The last one is the Archduke Island." Iron Axe pointed to a large island in the east of the map. Although it will eventually be shrouded by the red mist, it's still of great strategic value. It's not connected to the mainland, which means it's easy to defend and hard to attack. The mad demons need to cross the strait of 2 to 3 kilometers to land on the island. As for whether the spider demons can cross the river, that's another problem. The flying devil beasts can come and go freely, but their attacking ability is limited, so they can't cause much trouble to the fortifications such as blockhouses. As long as we have the Archduke Island, the Sedimentation Bay below it will be much safer. Similarly, it can also be used as a dagger across the enemy's waist. If we set up cannons in the city, we can completely cover the entire beach and the land within 10 kilometers. But it's still a red mist area. Agatha said worriedly. The General Staff has also considered this, the Pearl of the Northern region said. That's why we set the number of people to guard the island at 500. Even if the demons launch a desperate attack, the Sedimentation Bay can immediately send a fleet to rescue them. So far, there's no evidence that the demons have a powerful fleet on the sea. Well, can I mention something? Bendy asked. Go ahead. I used to stay in the monastery in the Old Holy City for more than 10 years, so I remember that both the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter have several roads leading to the Hermes Plateau. Especially the Hermes Plateau, most of which are located between the impassable mountain range. Is it possible for the demons to use these mountain roads to raid the Hermes Plateau? After all, there's a god's stone mine there. Bendy's words caused a round of discussion. Without a doubt, once the demons erected the obelisk in the center of the Four Kingdoms, it would be much more fatal than the stronghold on the fertile plains. The red mist pouring down from the plateau would engulf the last corner of the continent, and humans would have no place to hide. It's possible, but it's not easy to achieve, Edith said with a hint of approval. In the past 2 battles of divine will, the demons could only erect one obelisk at a time. First of all, they wouldn't be able to dispatch a large number of troops across the impassable mountain range to the Hermes Plateau. These mountain roads are not hidden, and they can be monitored by a few scouts. Once their movements are exposed, the demons will be in a very passive situation. Therefore, even if the demons want to attack the new holy city, they can only act in the form of elite teams like they did in the past when they raided the Misty Forest. Even if these people arrive at the Hermes Plateau, they won't be able to erect the obelisk quickly. Moreover, the Coldwind Ridge is only 1 step away from the plateau. The chances of them erecting the obelisk under the Grey Castle are very slim. So the General Staff has already considered this. Bendy breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved. That's the general situation of the First Army's frontline, Iron Axe concluded. We're trying to find out the demons' whereabouts. To tell you the truth, the First Army has been in a very passive position recently due to the lack of intelligence and manpower. I'm truly happy to see all of you. With your help, these problems can more or less be resolved. When the army is ready and the intelligence is sufficient, it will be time for us to launch a counterattack. Next was the specific assignment of the witches. For example, Leaf stayed in the Cage Mountain and worked with Lotus to modify the mountain range on the border. Andrea, Xavi, and the others went to the sedimentation bay. For combat witches, wherever the front line was, they would be there. Hummingbird and Molly joined the logistics team, which greatly increased the efficiency of loading and unloading at the port. Echo also played the role of condolence ambassador, using her singing to boost the morale of the soldiers. Amidst the busy and intense preparations, Autumn finished her last journey. On the first day of winter, the sun did not rise as usual, and there were scattered snowflakes in the sky. Cage Mountain, outside Thorn Town. Ah, achoo, braving the wind and snow, Good sneezed violently as he walked into the warehouse. He placed the heavy box of bullets next to the plane and sat down. I hate winter. It always reminds me of the days of exile. No one likes the months of demons, but I have to say, this temperature is not even close to the edge of winter. Finkin curled his lips and opened the wooden box he carried. You should be glad that we're not far from the sea, so the effects of the months of demons are not that obvious. Before His Majesty became the Lord of the Western region, we didn't know if we would live to see tomorrow. Not to mention exile, even if you hide in a house, you might be crushed by the snow and suffocated to death in the snow. Is the months of demons in Neverwinter so terrible? That's right. The problem wasn't solved until His Majesty brought us concrete houses. Otherwise, why do you think His Majesty named the new king city Neverwinter? Finkin shrugged. He took out the drums from the box and put them into the cabin one by one. Fire of Heaven was equipped with a total of 2 machine guns, one in the nose and the other in the middle of the fuselage. Although they were both the latest general-purpose machine guns, their ammunition supply methods were very different. The gun in the nose was half buried in the plane and was fed by a chain. Therefore, the ammunition box was also made of metal and had to be disassembled when reloading. On the other hand, the machine gun used by the recoil shooter was fixed on a rotating gun rack. The operation method was exactly the same as the Mark I guns of the firearms battalion. The only difference was that the ammunition supply had been changed to a saddle-shaped drum with a capacity of 100 rounds, which could be manually reloaded in the air after being fired. Therefore, in order to ensure that every mission was fully loaded, no matter how many shots were fired, the ammunition had to be reloaded after the plane landed. Although this step could be done by the ground crew, Good preferred to do it himself, as long as he could touch the plane, even if it was only for a moment. He did not want to miss such an opportunity. At this moment, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers outside the warehouse. Without a doubt, another student must have passed the test and landed the plane safely on the runway. Even though it was snowing, Princess Tilly did not stop training. She was even busier than before. In addition to teaching the new students how to fly, His Highness would also take them to patrol the northwestern region of the Kingdom of Wolfheart twice a day. At night, they would have theoretical classes and discussion about problems. Under her influence, everyone seemed to be full of energy, and the training was even better than when they were in Neverwinter. At least in the past week, none of the training planes had crashed. Good and his partner loaded the new ammo boxes into the ammunition storage room at the nose of the plane. He walked to the window and sighed softly. What's wrong? Homesick? Finkin asked. He shook his head. I'm just a little worried. Are you worried about the war or your distant sister? Finkin smirked. I remember her name is Rachel, right? You are worried that you will be replaced. Good glared at him. Why? At present, there are only 4 operational planes, one of which is Her Highness Tilly's unicorn. That is to say, we have to be in the top 3 to be qualified to fly Fire of Heaven. Good looked back at the bustling training ground and said in a low voice, Our advantage is actual combat experience, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the demons yet. If this goes on, I'm afraid we will fall behind if 1 or 2 geniuses appear among the new students. His partner did not expect Good to be worried about this. He was stunned for a while before he said helplessly, Hey, you're thinking too much. Even if it's live shooting, it's also experience. Didn't you hear Her Highness say that it will take 1 or 2 months of practice to fire thousands of bullets in the gun camp? But our shooting results are not that good. Right? This. Finkin was speechless. Although the Air Knight had not encountered any enemies since the start of the patrol, the machine guns on the plane had fired several times. Tilly did not allow them to bring back the ammunition untouched. Instead, they would find a target on the way back and pour the bullets at it as a live shooting exercise. Sometimes it was a balloon that was released randomly, and sometimes it was a tree on the top of a mountain. This made Good realize that his talent in shooting was far inferior to his talent in flying. At the same time, he also heard that there were many talented students among the newly recruited students. One of them seemed to be a newcomer named Manfeld, who was recognized by the instructor in just a few days. Therefore, his worries were not unfounded. Unfortunately, he could find time to practice on the simulator to master the operating skills, but he could only rely on bullets for shooting. Woo! Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded in the sky above the airport. Good and Finkin looked at each other, and their expressions changed. Once the alarm sounded, all training had to stop, the runway would be cleared, and the Air Knight would have to gather at the airport's command center immediately. This was the first time such an emergency call had appeared since they were stationed in Thorntown for more than a week. The two did not hesitate and rushed to the command center at the same time. Soon, more than 30 people gathered in the makeshift combat room. Just a minute ago, I received news from Iron Axe that a team of demons appeared 200 kilometers north of Gust Castle. Princess Tilly pointed to the map on the wall and said, the message was sent through animal messengers, and at the same time, the secret message said that a group of refugees had been discovered nearby. The demon's goal is likely here. Just the soldiers of Gust Castle alone would need more than 2 days to march, and I'm afraid it will be too late by the time they arrive. And this is the battlefield that the Air Knight is most suited for. Apart from the fire of heaven, no one can cross such a long distance in 2 to 3 hours to fight. Even the enemy will not be able to imagine that the sky will one day no longer be the domain of the demons. Now listen to my orders, Air Knight team, set off immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone replied in unison. Good could not help but clench his fists. He had finally waited for a chance for actual combat. When he returned to the warehouse, the ground crew had already completed the preparations for takeoff. He quickly climbed into the cockpit, skillfully opened the oil circuit and the circuit valve, and turned the start handle. Under the traction of the electric motor, the nose of the plane spewed out black smoke, and the first cycle was completed with a loud bang. And once the cycle started, the piston engine would continue to operate at high speed. Good put on a windproof eye mask, and under the waving and cheering of the crowd, he pressed the control lever forward. Flying in winter was definitely not an easy task. Even though the aerial knight was equipped with a wolf fur hat, fur scarf, and windproof eye mask, the exposed skin on their faces could still feel the bone-chilling cold from time to time. After all, the windshield of the fire of heaven was directly in front, and when the wind changed or the plane made a maneuver, the cold wind would carry snowflakes into the cockpit from all directions. But Good could understand the necessity of such a design. Above his head was a huge wing, and his field of vision was only a long and narrow line. If he wanted to observe the situation on the ground, the only way was to stick his head out of the cockpit. In fact, this was what he and Finkin did the most. The aerial knight was not like what he had imagined, where both parties would draw their weapons and rely on their own abilities after arriving on the battlefield. If they did not know the enemy's position in advance, it would be extremely difficult to find the target in the air. After all, the fire of heaven was only the size of an ant from 1,000 meters away, not to mention the figure on the ground. This was probably the reason why the biplane needed 2 people. 2 pairs of eyes would always be able to see further than 1 pair. Did you find anything? He turned his head and asked. About an hour ago, the flight team had already flown over the Gust Castle. According to the map, if the enemy had not given up on pursuing them, they should be in the vicinity. In order to find the target as quickly as possible, the 4 planes spread out with the north as the center line, forming a fan-shaped search area. This was also the standard multiplane search method stipulated in the flight manual. In theory, as long as they did not deviate from their course, the 4 planes could cover an area of more than 200 kilometers. But considering the influence of the weather, the planes were not too far apart, which greatly reduced the area of the fan-shaped search area. "There's nothing." Finkin raised his telescope and shouted. Could the demons have already caught up with the refugees and killed them all? If that's the case, you should be able to find a lot of corpses. Alright, I'll try my best. Let's pray that the snow doesn't cover them up, Finkin shouted. Buddy, can you fly a little lower? Good lowered the nose of the plane slightly and glanced at the compass and altimeter. These were the only two key parameters on the fire of heaven that could determine their current position. However, there was a clear reminder in the flight manual not to trust the instruments too much. Because His Majesty's technical ability is limited, instrument errors should be regarded as normal, especially when the climate, altitude, and topography change drastically. Never forget to poke your head out at any time, unless you are willing to become the cornerstone of technological advancement. Tilly Wimbledon. 300 meters at most, no lower than that. This isn't the western region of Grey Castle, it's all plains. Before he could finish, Finkin interrupted him. 2 degrees to the right. There seems to be movement over there. Good's expression froze, and he immediately adjusted his course. Other than the sound of the wind and the roar of the engine, there was almost no sound from the outside world. Therefore, the movement that his partner was talking about was definitely not the sound, but the change that could be seen with the naked eye. In this kind of weather, there should be very few people in the wilderness, so this movement was especially suspicious. Soon, Good also caught a glimpse of the anomaly with his naked eyes. On a rising hillside, there were many black shadows against the snow-white background. They were not scattered but formed many continuous lines. From afar, they looked like strands of hair scattered in the snow. Are those footprints? Finkin's exclamation answered Good's question. Yes, I think His Highness must be talking about them. There are indeed people moving on the hillside, more than 1 or 2. Oh my God, the demons are chasing after the refugees. I saw more than 100 bodies. Judging from their size, they should be mad demons, and there are about 30 to 40 of them. Send the signal. Good did not hesitate anymore. He pressed down the joystick and said, "Let's go first." With a chi sound, 3 green signal flares shot into the sky, forming a sharp contrast with the bloody moon fixed in the center of the dome. The plane dived down the hillside, and the distance between the two parties shortened rapidly. When the plane was 400 to 500 meters away from the top of the hill, Good finally saw the refugees rolling in the snow. They ran down the hill in panic, and many of them almost rolled down the hill. It was not hard to imagine their situation. The mad demons were devouring the fleeing refugees bit by bit. The enemies did not seem to have extraordinary physical strength and speed. It was more like a game to kill time than a massacre. Good immediately felt blood rushing to his head. He silently recited his shooting tips and aimed the nose of the plane at the mad demons on the hilltop. When the two were in a straight line, he pressed the fire button. Gunshots rang out from the nose of the plane. This was also the easiest way for the fire of heaven to hit the target. At an altitude of 200 to 300 meters, there was no need to consider the trajectory of the bullets. From the dive to the pull-up, the nose of the plane pointed in the direction of the bullets. Even if it was him, he would not miss such an opportunity. The jet that was shot out of the chamber instantly created a straight, dividing line in the snowy ground. At this moment, the demons also noticed the giant bird descending from the sky. They shrieked as they pulled out their bone spears and threw them at the fire of heaven. They had no intention of dodging. At this moment, the dividing line rushed into the group of demons without any obstruction. And what it divided was life and death. The whizzing metal bullets easily pierced through the bodies of the mad demons, and the snow pillars were immediately dyed blue. The demons that were hit in the chest could see a sudden burst of red mist on their backs. Those that were hit in the arms and legs were directly severed. For a moment, severed limbs and minced meat flew in all directions along with the snowflakes, and the momentum of the enemy's pursuit was also slowed. After a round of shooting, the demons' bone spears finally arrived. Unfortunately, at this height, the enemy's spear attacks could not pose any threat to the fire of heaven. Even if they could fly up, the spears would lose all strength and speed. It was almost impossible for them to hit the high-speed biplane. But the fire of heaven was far from finished. When Good pulled up the nose of the plane again, it was time for the backseat shooter to make his move. Finkin fired randomly at the top of the mountain, but compared to his dove shots, he could only rely on his experience to finish off his opponents. At this moment, the demons seemed to realize that the strange bird in the sky was not a hybrid demonic beast or some other monster, but a human weapon of war. But this knowledge did not bring about any change in their situation. Hiding and fighting back were meaningless in front of the lofty fire of heaven, and even their hopes of escaping had become extremely slim. In the past battle of divine will, the human cavalry had felt despair in the face of the faster and higher devil beasts. Now, the mad demons felt the same, or perhaps even more so. After a moment, Good accumulated enough potential energy and once again swooped down towards the demon squad. The other two squads of companions also appeared on the skyline. Under the pincer attack from many sides, the demons began to turn around and flee frantically. The flying squad followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to increase their gains. White thought he was done for when the gray bird came whistling down the hill. The only thought left in his mind was that he would not have come so far to save people if he had known this would happen. It was all the fault of those damned sailors. If they were not jealous of the income of a coachman and joined the transport army, he would not have taken the risk to enter the inland of the kingdom of Wolfheart. He just wanted to earn more silver royals in the fierce competition. He did not expect to encounter a real demon on his third trip. Besides, it was not enough to deal with the demons. As long as he could outrun the other migrants, he might be able to survive. However, the appearance of the strange bird in the sky had destroyed his last hope. 2 legs could not outrun a pair of wings, not to mention he only had one. God. White held his head with his hands and knelt on the ground. Since I'm your devout believer, please let me go to the holy kingdom that you built after my death. It's best if there's an endless supply of gold royals. However, the strange bird did not tear him into pieces. Instead, it made a series of very familiar sounds. He had heard a similar neigh in the sedimentation bay. When the weapons of Grey Castle opened fire, the continuous whistling would resound throughout the battlefield. The last time, the whistling sound only lasted for less than half an hour before the seemingly invincible guards of the Tusk and Redstone Gate families were completely annihilated. Could it be that the people of Grey Castle had come to save him? White raised his head cautiously and saw a scene that he could never imagine in his life. A silver whip of light burst out from the head of the strange bird. The whip seemed to have its own consciousness as it went back and forth among the demons behind it. Wherever it pointed, the snowy ground seemed to boil, and the demons fell in response. It was as if the flickering light contained boundless power. Such a marvelous scene left him dumbfounded. But what made Warder even more excited was that the demons were obviously stunned by this sudden turn of events. Not only did they stop chasing, but they also showed signs of dispersing after their counterattack failed. Mr. White, what was that? Some refugees around him asked in a trembling voice. He subconsciously wanted to shake his head, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. White pinched his thigh hard and forced himself to stand up. He opened his hands to the frightened refugees and shouted in an off-key tone, "Don't be afraid. This is the Grey Castle escort army that I mentioned before. I was the one who summoned them." People from Grey Castle? The refugees asked in disbelief. From the sky? That's right. You mean, we're saved? That's the case for now. However, this kind of escort isn't free. In fact, it's quite expensive. My savings are limited, and I don't know when they will leave. Before White could finish his words, he was interrupted by the excited crowd. Don't let them go. I'm willing to pay double the toll. I'll add 2 silver royals. As long as I can reach the sedimentation bay safely, I will give you this golden ring. And me. In the face of life and death, fear caused them to explode with astonishing mobility. The crowd that was so hopeless that they couldn't move a moment ago surged again. I'll tell the people from Grey Castle. Now, come with me. My legs aren't very good. Can someone carry me? Let me do it. Soon, a tall man carried him on his back. In this way, he did not have to worry about being left behind during the escape. If everything went well, he might even be able to get the broken carriage back. As for deceiving the refugees, the most important thing now was to help them get out of danger. Don't panic. Keep your eyes open and pay attention to the footprints left by others. Don't roll down the hill. White instructed the man to run down the hill. Good chased after the demon and fired at it for a while before he noticed that something was wrong. The flying team seemed to be short of a plane. Although the enemies were defenseless, it wasn't easy for them to annihilate the 30 to 40 demons. Apart from the weather, their firepower was too sparse, and it wasn't even as concentrated as when they were shooting live targets. He pulled up the plane and counted silently. He broke out in a cold sweat. Of the 4 planes, only Princess Royal's unicorn was missing. Apart from carrying only one person, her plane was basically the same as the Fire of Heaven. It was not surprising that she had been neglected during the snowstorm. But now was not the time to reason. She was His Majesty's sister. If anything happened to her, they would have to bear the consequences. Before Good could inform Finkin, 3 green light spots appeared in the northern sky. That was the signal of the enemy, but, weren't the enemy here? Good's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately abandoned the half-dead targets and rushed toward the signal flare. Hey, wait, where are you going? You'll be court-martialed if you desert. Finkin, who was shooting wildly, was still in a daze. Don't be silly, Good said anxiously. Didn't you notice that Her Highness didn't follow us? Finkin turned around and gasped in shock. Obviously, he had also seen the 3 light spots slowly descending. Fortunately, they had considered the inconvenience of communication during the search, so the planes were not far apart. In less than a quarter of an hour, Good arrived at the location of the signal flare. He then breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, the biplane that was diving and strafing the ground was the unicorn. Her Highness was attacking a group of demons hiding in the low woods. Judging from the number of demons, they were probably more than the troops chasing after the refugees. Why were there 2 demon troops in this area? Why was the one chasing after the refugees had fewer people? Good was puzzled for a moment. But before he had time to think, Finkin, who was sitting in the back seat, shouted excitedly, "There are more enemies here. Hurry up and follow Her Highness. I can't wait to pull the trigger." The other 2 Fire of Heaven also followed. Well, Good put this doubt to the back of his mind. After all, the mad demons could not fight back. The previous enemy troop had completely lost the ability to fight, so they might be able to win more battles with this one. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, a group of devil beasts flew out of the woods. They howled and soared into the sky, pouncing on the unicorn from all directions. Although it was the first time that Good had seen the imaginary enemies of the aerial night, he could still see the images of these monsters in the picture book at first glance. Good instantly felt the blood in his body freeze. There were at least a dozen devil beasts. The distance between the 2 sides was only 400 or 500 meters. It was impossible to abandon Her Highness, so how could they win? Countless ideas rushed into his mind, but they were rejected one by one. It felt like a long time, but also like a short moment. Before he could find the best answer, Tilly reacted first. The unicorn abruptly pulled up, turned around, and flew directly to the east. At the same time, a red signal flare was fired, illuminating everyone's eyes. That was the signal to retreat. Good then stepped on the gas pedal to the maximum and followed the unicorn, speeding to the east. The biplane's advantage in speed was evident at this moment. 5 days later. Excuse me, are you Princess Royal Highness? Yes, the headquarters just received the news. The specific number is still being verified, but it should be at least 600 people. The garrison in Gust Castle has taken them in. They should be moved to Neverwinter by land after arrest. No, this is what we should do. Thank you for your hard work. Please have a good rest. After Edith finished her report, she firmly hung up the phone. As the most advanced means of communication, the mobile phone had become an indispensable device in the General Staff Department. However, due to the limitation of the transmission distance, the only direct connection to the Cage Mountain Highland was the empty night camp outside Thorntown. As soon as she turned around, she saw her 3rd brother, Lance Comte, with a surprised look on his face. What's the matter? Unlike her 2nd brother Cole, Edith used her connections to transfer Lance, who had passed the primary education examination, to the General Staff Department. Considering that her 3rd brother was more eccentric, she thought it would be better for her to supervise him. Of course, this would also make it easier for her to watch his pain when he was defeated. Ah. No, nothing. I'm just a little surprised that you can be so respectful to people. Lance walked up with a stack of documents in his arms. You weren't so polite even when talking to father. I thought your brain capacity would increase a little after you grew up, Edith said indifferently. I said that to father because he wouldn't do anything to me. But Tilly Wimbledon is His Majesty's sister. If she mentions my rudeness in front of her brother, what do you think the future of the Comte family will be like? But I always feel that you're not so serious even to His Majesty. Because His Majesty is a man. Sometimes taking the initiative can produce a miraculous effect. I don't quite understand. The human heart is the highest realm of strategy. It's normal that you don't understand. Edith shrugged. No matter how capable you are, you can't be the final winner if you don't understand the human heart. Sister, can you teach me? Lance asked expectantly. Of course. Edith glanced at him with interest. But compared to teaching, everything is most effective when you try it yourself. For example, Cole is very good at this. How about it? Do you want to try? Lance suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Recalling how his brother looked at home, he swallowed his saliva. I'd better wait a little longer. The Pearl of the Northern region withdrew her gaze. You decide. Lance quickly changed the topic as if he had been pardoned. By the way, did you call His Highness to report the safe arrival of the refugees? Edith nodded. After all, Her Highness Tilly told the General Staff about this as soon as she came back. Of course, we have to inform her immediately. The rescue operation had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only had the Air Knight rushed to the battlefield 200 kilometers away in just over an hour, but he had also saved a large number of refugees and foiled the demon's scheme. That's right, this was not an ordinary hunt. Judging from the clues they obtained, the refugees were probably just bait thrown out by the enemy. The real fatal blow was hidden behind the pursuing team. What would happen if the First Army really sent a rescue team there? Due to the bad weather and the long journey, they had to travel light and travel day and night if they wanted to arrive quickly. In order to extend the time of the pursuit, the demons were completely at ease. When the two sides collided, the rescue team would not only face an enemy that outnumbered them, but they would also have to defend against the Devil Beast's attacks. Even if they retreated immediately, they would have to travel nearly 100 kilometers in the wind and snow. How many of them would be able to escape? I'm afraid there won't be a single one. This was the demons' first test of the First Army's retreat. Even if the latter did not care about the refugees or did not discover the north side of Gale Castle, the demons would not suffer any losses. They had probably realized that there was a fundamental difference between the people of Grey Castle, the people of the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the people of the Kingdom of Everwinter. No matter how many locals they killed, it would not affect the outcome of the Battle of Divine Will at all. On the other hand, every time they destroyed a rescue team, the human forces would be weakened. However, the appearance of the Air Knight caught the demons off guard. Everything was somewhat similar to the bombardment at the northbound slope a year ago. The demons and the First Army had made judgments that were beneficial to them, but the results were very different. Even if Tilly did not discover the other enemy troops hiding in the rear, the situation of the battle would not change. In the end, the flying team returned safely, while the refugees were lucky enough to escape. It could be considered a great victory. The Air Knight is really amazing, Lance exclaimed. Not only did he kill dozens of mad demons, he also escaped unscathed despite being ambushed. Even the blessed army of the Union would not have been able to do this, right? Yes, he's really amazing. Edith let out a long breath and crossed her legs on the table. She slowly leaned against the back of the chair, feeling a little dispirited. Lance was startled. You seem to be a little unhappy? I can't say that I'm unhappy. I just feel that the General Staff will soon become a decoration. Huh? Third Brother's eyes widened. For fires of heaven were able to repel more than 200 demons. What if the First Army has 100, or even 1,000 fires of heaven? Edith smiled. In that case, we'll just have to send the Air Knight to wherever there are signs of the enemy. Strategies and calculations will all become meaningless. Anyone can say the first sentence. At this point, if the General Staff Department isn't a decoration, then what is it? In fact, the moment she first saw these machines that could fly freely, she had already realized the tremendous military potential they contained. After that, the topic she discussed with Roland the most was the usage of the aerial knights. She even set up a team within the General Staff that specialized in Air Force tactics in order to maximize the use of this new weapon. However, when it really shone in the first battle, the Pearl of the Northern region felt a little regretful. Because the Air Knight's advantage was too obvious, it made the importance of strategies less important. In the era of the Air Knight, formations and tactics were very particular, but now it was undoubtedly much simpler. Because the Air Force had the advantage of vision, it could make the battlefield more transparent, and at the same time, with its extremely strong mobility, it was enough to cover the entire battlefield. In other words, as long as they could occupy the sky, they could completely grasp the enemy's every move. On the other hand, the enemy was in a completely different situation. The situation was almost pitch black, and apart from passively taking a beating, it was difficult to make an effective response. Moreover, His Majesty had also revealed that the fires of heaven was just starting out. It was like a flintlock compared to the current Mark I. In that case, let's go back to the city of Evernight, Lance said in a low voice. I'm afraid it's too late. Edith chuckled. I'm afraid I've offended a lot of people in order to sit in this position. Do you think those people will let me live the rest of my life in peace? Of course, she knew that if the person in charge was Roland, none of this would have happened. However, she was never afraid to predict fate with the worst possibility, because her malicious words could always hurt others. I'll protect you. Lance bit his lip. With what? Based on your current status and ability? If you can't climb to a high position, it's better not to say such empty words. She felt a surge of joy. Otherwise, the result will only be worse. For example, those enemies in front of you. Well, Edith suddenly shut her mouth. Footsteps sounded outside the room, and soon, Phil and Schild pushed the door open and walked in. Sir, so you're here, what's the matter? Is there any new information? If only that's the case. Morning Light looked like he was having a headache. I've just checked the resource requirement list for the Aerial Knight training camp. I'm afraid we'll have to reorganize the logistics plan for the near future. Oh? You may not know, but they've used up nearly 10,000 bullets in the past few days, and this doesn't include the consumption during the official attack. Philin was distressed. And there are only 20 to 30 students. This demand is already equivalent to the expenditure of 10 squads of the firearm battalion. Not to mention the reserves of fuel and aircraft parts. I think if their number increases several times, how can the logistics take care of them? Sir? Lance suddenly realized that the lethargy on his sister's body had been swept away at some point. Edith stood up from her seat and replied casually, You'll take the lead in this task. No matter what, you must ensure the supplies of the night training camp. Then she looked at Lance and asked, Why are you still standing there? What is it? The latter was momentarily stunned. It could be said that the intelligence room had the largest number of people and occupied the largest space in the First Army's General Command. In order to filter and store the massive amount of information, Lotus and Fran had specially opened up an underground space for the advisor department. 70% of the nearly 200 advisors worked in this space. At the same time, it was also the most resource-consuming office. Not only was it equipped with a rare stone of lighting, but it was also provided with free chaos drinks to refresh one's mind at night, which made the other departments extremely envious. However, the intelligence office often complained incessantly. Ever since the Pearl of the Northern region proposed the spy plan, the results had gradually become apparent. The number of secret letters sent from the Kingdom of Everwinter and the Kingdom of Wolfheart had increased from 2 or 3 a week to nearly 100 a day. Although the advisor department's main function was to analyze intelligence when it was first established, most of the intelligence came from investigations and war reports, which were not only neat, concise, but also traceable. However, the hundreds of pieces of information every day were irrelevant, and even the wording was a problem. It took a lot of time just to understand the true meaning, which made the screening process like a complicated jigsaw puzzle. Of course, this was not the worst. Compared to reading and analyzing the information, dealing with the secret letters was the biggest headache. In theory, the increasing amount of information was really against common sense. After all, the demons were now blockading the red mist border, so it was not easy to send information out. However, after Hill Fox took over as the spy department's director, there were many ways to transmit information. For example, the secret letters were tattooed on the inside of animal skins, placed in the middle of a shoulder pole, or simply stuffed in the stomach of a salted fish. As long as the nobles in the occupied areas did not stop trading, they could not stop the information from flowing out of the occupied areas. Most of the time, even the messengers did not know that they had become part of the intelligence chain. However, because of this, there were many kinds of secret letters. For example, the feeling of personally taking out the silk from the stomach of a fish was definitely not very good, not to mention that they had to endure the fishy smell and clean it before reading it. If their daily work changed from leisurely sipping afternoon tea and writing reports to finding all kinds of letters in a large pile of rubbish and then restoring them to useful information, anyone would feel dissatisfied. But even so, no one dared to slack off. After all, this department was also the department that Edith and Iron Axe valued the most. Procrastinating in front of them was undoubtedly courting death. Walking into the intelligence room, the Pearl of the Northern Region saw Iron Axe and Hill Fox talking about something. There were dozens of pieces of paper on the table in the middle of the room, which were obviously transcribed by the staff officers. She scanned through the messages and found that most of them came from the Kingdom of Everwinter. Most of them were scattered news such as a new troop of demons has been stationed in a certain city's north today, a certain noble has died mysteriously, and his title has been replaced by a certain person, a giant living rock monster has appeared in the direction of the border, and so on. It was difficult to glean much valuable information from them. However, this was not surprising. The reason why the spy plan could progress so quickly was not only because of Hill's contribution, but also because of black money. Ever since she suggested contacting the sender of the black card, the person behind the scenes had also come forward. Although he was only an agent, he had frankly expressed his willingness to help Greycastle. This organization originated from the Kingdom of Dawn and also had a certain influence in the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter. Of course, this influence was mainly manifested in the underground black market and the rats. Since the information was collected by the rats, the quality of the information was naturally not very high. Perhaps there were many street rumors and fallacies, but no matter how inefficient it was much better than the previous black information. There were also a few pieces of information that caught her attention. There was news of forced recruitment of boatmen in several places. What do you think? Iron Axe also noticed the Pearl of the Northern Region's arrival and took the initiative to ask. If I remember correctly, when Princess Garcia attacked the Kingdom of Everwinter, she brought a large number of ships. Edith pondered for a moment. If the church didn't destroy those ships, I'm afraid they're still somewhere in the Kingdom of Everwinter. It seems that you also care about this. Compared with other information, at least this piece of information has been verified by many parties and is more credible. Edith spread out her hands and said, ships can only be used for transportation. Either the demons need to transfer a large number of troops or they plan to attack from the sea. But I don't think the second possibility is very likely. What's the reason? Iron Axe asked. After fighting for so long, the demons have no reason to not know the power of cannons. Whether they attack Archduke Island or the Sedimentation Bay by sailing ships, they will be fiercely bombarded before they land. With the speed of sailing ships, it's no different from suicide, Edith explained. If they secretly bypass the Wolfheart Harbor and directly enter the Kingdom of Dawn and other places, they will face the dilemma of insufficient red mist. So I'm more inclined to the former. For the purpose of war, the demons need to quickly gather their troops at the front line, so it's the most reasonable choice to advance by land and sea. Then she looked at Hill and asked, what do you think? Hill bowed slightly to Edith and said, Your Excellency, I'm not good at analyzing the battle situation, so I can't predict what the demons will do. The only thing I can do is to combine these clues and hand them to the General Staff. He's a good talent, Edith thought. Compared to blindly agreeing with me, it's obviously more valuable for Hill to be able to judge his own talents and know his place. No wonder His Majesty appointed him to lead the spy plan. Since even you can't find any more clues, I guess there's no other way, Iron Axe said helplessly. So we only know that the demons are gathering troops, but we don't know their specific distribution and strategic purpose. It's really torturous. The main reason is that the evacuation of the kingdom of Wolfheart is very thorough, so he'll lost the opportunity to plant spies at the front line. If you didn't evacuate the residents, we might have already found the demons, Edith said half-jokingly. I don't dare to disobey His Majesty's order. Iron Axe shook his head and said, besides, the First Army can't put all their hopes on rats. The information won't always be so trivial, Your Excellency, Hillfox suddenly said. Iron Axe raised his eyebrows and said, You mean, the information will become more complete? Yes, he replied. The most important thing I've learned after staying in the Kingdom of Dawn for so long is that as long as the plan is reasonable, the intelligence network will automatically expand. To put it simply, we'll let those eyes find opportunities on their own. Hillfox picked up a pen and drew a tree diagram on a piece of white paper. Since we're paying for information and not individuals, the more effective information they send back at the same time, the more generous the reward. In order to obtain more information, they'll definitely look for their own eyes. In His Majesty's words, this is called developing underlings. I see. Edith quickly grasped the key point. In order to win over the underlings, the upper must also give them certain benefits, which allows the underlings to continue developing. Hill nodded. You're right. Whether it's a sentinel or a spy, they're all at the end of a line. No matter how long it takes, there won't be any changes. This makes the information they receive relatively reliable, but it's also limited by their field of vision. But the rats will always be the rats. Iron Axe frowned. No, sir, the most interesting thing about this method is that the upper and lower don't represent the upper and lower ranks. The upper of a soldier will always be an officer, but the lower of a rat won't necessarily be a rat. As long as the benefits are right, the rats can also turn the nobles into their own eyes, Edith said word by word. Hill's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. That's right. The benefits aren't limited to the golden dragon. Everyone's needs are different, and understanding this need has nothing to do with the social class. This means that the development of the underlings may cross the social class. The current information is extremely messy and vague because of the rat's field of vision. When the information line expands to the upper ranks, the value of the information will inevitably increase. Iron Axe pondered for a moment. Even so, it'll probably take a long time for those eyes to contact the higher ranks. That's true in normal times, Hill replied. But now that the Kingdom of Everwinter is in turmoil, I think the expansion of the information line may be faster than we think. In fact, these scattered pieces of information have already revealed this point. For example? Iron Axe touched his chin. Hill laughed. According to the statistics, the information about the nobles has been declining recently. Even if there's any, it's mostly negative news, such as debauchery and street fights. To those in power, this wasn't a situation that should occur during a war. It reflected that the upper echelons of the Everwinter Empire had deviated from their original duties, and the pressure they were under was constantly increasing. Thus, they could only use this method to alleviate the situation. Tracing back to the source, this change is likely to have started when the migration squad of the First Army defeated the nobles' ambush. He paused for a moment before continuing, although I was still in the City of Glow in the Kingdom of Dawn at that time, I can imagine the impact this news had on the nobles. Once a person's heart wavers, an opportunity will appear. People who are usually disdainful can become life-saving straws at certain times. Please rest assured, sir, that day shouldn't be too far away. Everwinter, Snow Reflection Castle. I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Master is not feeling well today and is unable to receive guests. Please return first. The butler bowed to everyone in the hall. When Master's health improves, he will definitely give everyone an explanation. The hall instantly burst into an uproar. We've been waiting for weeks. Even if he has a demonic disease, it shouldn't be to the extent where he can't even come out and meet us, right? I don't need any bullshit explanation. I've fought the war for him. Where's the territory we agreed on? That's right. Even if it's not convenient for him to receive guests, he can at least take out the title deed. this butler is lying. Yesterday, I clearly saw Viscount Narnos enter the castle and come out only after 4 hours. Not just Lord Viscount, there are also many tavern dancers who go in every day. Does Lord Duke look for women instead of sage scholars when he's sick? Please be careful with your words. The butler cleared his throat and said in a cold tone, perhaps you've been unrestrained for too long because you've lost your territory, but don't forget that since you've decided to serve the Duke of the Northern Region, your master's vassals. I think all of you should know better than me the crime of slandering a monarch. In this weather, living in a prison isn't as comfortable as living in a hotel. Following this warning, the guard at the door also took 2 steps forward, the armor on his body creaking. The noise in the hall suddenly became much quieter. Obviously, if there was a conflict here, it would be disadvantageous to the crowd. The butler softened his tone and said, I know you're anxious, but our top priority is to defeat the rebels of Grey Castle. Please be patient. By the way, Master will hold a banquet in the castle hall tonight to reward you. Although he can't attend, I hope all of you will have a good time. Probably for the sake of the banquet, the crowd temporarily suppressed their last bit of dissatisfaction and walked out of the hall while muttering. Outside the castle, the topic of discussion had changed from debt collection to the food and women at the banquet that night. Only Fuller returned to the hotel gloomily. After spending so much time with Duke Marwain, the only thing left in his heart was a deep sense of disappointment. If the people of Grey Castle had been defeated in the Battle of Frost Town because they were more adept at using weapons and had more fighting spirit, then they could learn from their mistakes and try again. But what did Duke Marwain do? Not only did he escape from the front lines, but he also locked himself in Snow Reflection Castle, as if he had completely forgotten the heroic words he had said before the battle. Not only that, he also owed the Promised Land. Not all the nobles who participated in the battle were like this. For example, Viscount Narnos could enter and leave the castle freely, but the ones who were rejected were the knight like him, who had been living under Marwain's roof. Before the battle, Duke Marwain had told him that he valued him greatly. Breaking one's word was a taboo for a monarch, but Marwain obviously did not care about his reputation anymore in order to protect his territory. Fuller had submitted to Marwain in order to find a chance to revive his family. But now, not to mention the fief, even his subordinates and guards had died in that battle. At this moment, he could be considered to be truly alone. Could a knight with no squires or land still be considered a noble? The others had the capital to drag on, but what about him? A year or 6 months later, who would still recognize his family? Of course, if the demons could defeat Roland Wimbledon, Duke Marwain would gain great power, and it would be easy for him to help him revive his family. The problem was, judging from Marwain's current expression, would he really be willing to help someone who had nothing? Would he leave his fate in the hands of others, or would he try to leave a way out for himself? Fuller paced back and forth in his bedroom and finally stopped. He went to the desk and took out a folded envelope from the bottom of the drawer. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tore open the envelope. This is an easy job. You don't have to take any risks. All you have to do is place the message at the agreed location, and no one will know what you've done. The words of the man in the silver mask, who claimed to be the person in charge of black money, echoed in his ears again. Ridiculous. Why should I help Grey Castle? They even want to uproot the nobles. What good will it do me if I win? The argument was still fresh in his mind. I thought Black Money was a smart businessman. I didn't expect you to say such stupid things. Aren't you afraid that I'll tie you up and hand you over to Lord Marwain in exchange for a handsome reward? If you really wanted to do that, there wouldn't be this interview in the first place. The man's tone did not change at all, as if he did not care about his own safety. The fact that I'm still sitting here is enough to prove your will. It's because you're a smart man that we're willing to provide this opportunity. Unfortunately, you're wrong. My loyalty to the Duke is unquestionable. Now get out of here before I change my mind. Of course, I'll leave now. But sir, this is the so-called opportunity. Black Money has no intention of forcing you to make a choice. It's your freedom to do what you want. The man in the silver mask stood up and bowed deeply to him. He then placed a black card on the tea table. The last thing I want to tell you is that Grey Castle will never forget anyone who has served it. Then, we'll meet again someday. Fuller took a deep breath and stopped his messy thoughts. The room suddenly became quiet. Never forget, anyone who has served Grey Castle, it was ironic. He had submitted to Duke Marwain in order to restore the glory of his family. Roland Wimbledon, who was the enemy of all the nobles, was supposed to be the most unforgiving person. But now, he found that he could not make up his mind. The man sent by Black Money might be a bastard, but he was right about one thing. If he really wanted to serve the Duke of the Northern Territory, he would have torn the card into pieces long ago instead of carefully hiding it in the drawer. After a long silence, Fuller looked up and sighed. He sat down in front of the desk. He took out a piece of white papyrus and unfolded it, then picked up a quill. What else did he have to lose? Taking back the territory had become more and more uncertain, and he did not seem to have any reason to bite the bullet and persist. Anyway, according to Black Money's method, I won't lose anything. I'll just take it as a bet on both sides. If the demons won, the situation could not get any worse. If the people of Grey Castle won, he might be able to get compensation in other ways. With this thought in mind, Fuller put down her brush. In the evening, he wore a windbreaker and felt hat as he walked into Horn Alley in the inner city. This was the territory of the Northern Chamber of Commerce. Most of the people who came and went were merchants. By sunset, there were very few people moving around. At a gentle slope, Fuller found the location that the silver-masked man had mentioned. There was a huge silver fir tree between two brick houses. As a matter of fact, the transmission method that the other party had agreed upon was also the reason why he made this decision. There was no addressee, and there was no receiver, which greatly reduced the risk. At least he did not have to worry that Black Money would use this information to threaten him, or that other people would notice that he had been in close contact with an unknown person. Fuller wandered around for a while. After seeing that there were no suspicious people around, he quickly went behind the silver fir tree and touched the tree hole in the middle. As expected, there was a secret compartment hidden in the tree hole. However, the compartment was completely an ordinary piece of wood, and it was difficult to detect it unless he touched it with his own hands. He stuffed the letter into the secret compartment and pushed it back to the wooden partition. That was the completion of the task. He had deliberately written the contents of the letter. Even if it was discovered by a third party, they would not be able to link it to him through the handwriting. Of course, this was not the end of the task. After that, Fuller returned to his residence and moved a flower pot to the windowsill of his bedroom. In the high-end residences in the inner city, such decorations could be found everywhere. No one would care about an inconspicuous potted plant. But for the people who were secretly observing this place, it was a signal that the message had been sent. From the beginning to the end, he did not need to contact anyone. As for who would take the letter and how it would be delivered to the people of Grey Castle, it had nothing to do with him. The moment he put the flower pot down, Fuller even felt a sense of relief. Just the gathering of information was done so meticulously. The difference between kings was really too great. He stood in front of the window and looked at the brightly lit castle district under the red fog. Thinking of the defeated who were still happily enjoying the banquet, he no longer held any hope for Marwain. There was only one question left. Could Grey Castle really defeat the demons? ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* damp and dilapidated wooden table. "Is this today's portion?" Smarty lit the oil lamp. "Thank you for your hard work." The other party did not respond. He sighed and repeated it with hand gestures. Only then did the messenger nod. This person was the silent one trained by his master. He could neither hear nor speak. He could only use simple hand gestures to convey orders or make inquiries. Unfortunately, there were no hand gestures to express his gratitude. "Stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in." After Smarty let the silent one leave, he began to read through the information. This was a property that Black Money had set up for the underground Chamber of Commerce. Usually, they used an invitation system, so in theory, the possibility of outsiders breaking in was not high. But Smarty still chose to deal with the information in the cold basement so that he could buy more time to burn down the place when danger arose. Although he did not know why his master was so concerned about the war in Grey Castle, that was not something he could meddle in. Since his master had ordered him to fully assist Grey Castle, the only thing he could do was to do his best. His main task at the moment was to reorganize the intelligence and deliver it to the Grey Castle people without anyone noticing. Although the people of Grey Castle requested that all information be kept secret, there were not always opportunities to secretly send information out of the city, so there was a problem of priority. Considering that the caravans that were allowed to pass through usually came and went once a week, he had to turn the most reliable information into a secret letter and mix it with the goods sent to the kingdom of Wolfheart. As for the other information, he could only find another way to send it. Most of the time, the information came from the mouths of the rats, so it was rather messy. He often had to spend a lot of time sifting through it. But this time, Smarty noticed that there was a letter in the paper that was obviously different from the other information. The handwriting was neat and smooth, not something that had been casually copied from a tavern or on the street. It was also written in high-quality ink, and there were no wrinkles on the paper. It was obvious that the environment where it was written was much better than where the rats usually stayed. He subconsciously held his breath and carefully read through the letter from beginning to end. And the content of the letter was indeed different. After flipping through the entire letter, Smarty felt a chill run down his spine. A demon lord that could open the gates of hell and allow troops to come and go as they please, without a doubt, this was an extremely important piece of information. In fact, he was puzzled by the fact that the snow reflection castle had fallen without a single scratch. However, other than confirming that the demons had invaded the city from the north, he had heard all sorts of theories. It was obvious that the civilians who had witnessed the demons' arrival had all died in the invasion. Now, he had finally obtained confirmation. However, what shocked him even more was that this demon lord was actually familiar with the rules of the human race. Not only did he know how to deal with the nobles, he had also become the actual ruler of the kingdom of Everwinter in a short period of time. Currently, the mobilization of the civilians in the various territories was basically under his instructions. The benefits that he had promised were also quite generous, definitely not something that the people of Grey Castle would be able to provide. In addition, the description of the movements of the civilians in the letter was also very valuable. Although it could not be compared to the distribution of the demons' forces, at least it could be roughly analyzed where they had gone. What was certain was that the person who wrote this letter was definitely not a rat or a merchant. From this perspective, this person must be at the top of the kingdom of Everwinter. The contents of the entire letter were well organized and clear. There was no need to transcribe it, and it was also difficult to simplify it. As long as it was sent out in full, it would be an important piece of information. In terms of priority, it was without a doubt the highest grade. The problem was that the merchant caravan used to deliver the information had only left the snow reflection castle yesterday. In order not to attract as much attention as possible, Black Money had only placed one person in the caravan, and that person was the coachman. It was almost impossible for the caravan to turn back, and it would take a week for the next caravan to depart. In addition to the stop-and-go time on the road, the delivery time would only be even longer. Smarty hesitated for a long time before finally standing up and putting all the other papers on the table into the cabinet, leaving only the letter. Next, he sealed the letter with a waterproof wax. After doing all this, he blew out the oil lamp and put the letter away. He returned to the first floor and gestured to the silencer. "I want to go out of the city personally. If there is an accident here, light the kerosene downstairs." Just as Smarty was about to turn and leave, the silencer reached out and grabbed him, shook her head slightly, and then pointed at herself. "You want me to stay and leave the dangerous things to you?" Smarty chuckled. "I'm just delivering a letter. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days at most. You don't know how to speak, and you don't know where the meeting point is, so you can't help me." However, there were no such complicated words in sign language, so he only made a hand gesture. "This is an order." She loosened her grip on his hand. Smarty patted him on the chest and left the house without looking back. Since his master had requested his full assistance to Grey Castle, it was of utmost importance to deliver this letter as soon as possible. After all, according to the people of Grey Castle, information was time-sensitive. The longer the news was delayed, the more variables there would be. For this reason, they had set up an emergency contact point in a village more than 10 miles away from the city. They had also set up an incredible animal messenger. It was said that the message could be sent to the Kingdom of Dawn in just a few days. That village was the target of his trip. Leaving the snow reflection castle without permission was risky, but generally speaking, it was still manageable. In fact, there were people escaping the northern region every day, and even leaving the Kingdom of Everwinter through various means. Although the red mist and the blood-like crimson moon did not have a substantial impact on people's lives, Grey Castle's propaganda and rumors of demons were gradually spreading. No matter how the Lord tried to stop them, he could not completely dispel people's fear of these terrifying alien races. These escapees were undoubtedly his best cover. Smarty knew that as long as he acted alone, the possibility of being targeted by flying demons was not high. As for the guards on the main roads, it was even easier to get rid of them. After all, the golden dragon was the norm in the human world. The reality was not much different from what he had expected. When the sun was about to rise the next day, Smarty passed through the south gate of the Snow Reflection Castle safely. In order to monopolize the few gold royals in his pocket, the guard did not even alarm the others and quietly opened the small door on the inner side of the castle wall. Once he crossed the ice abyss, there were no more obstacles. Every time he saw a black shadow in the sky, he would quickly dive into the snow. His white coat was a natural camouflage, and the footprints were not much different from those made by wild beasts. In the afternoon, he could faintly see the smoke rising from the village. Wiping the frost off his nose, Smarty could not help but quicken his pace. Just like in the city, he did not need to contact the people of Grey Castle. He only needed to leave the information at the agreed location and leave a secret code. But at this moment, the sound of hooves came from behind him. Smarty could not help but be stunned. He turned around, and his heart sank. Damn it, why are there Snow Reflection Castle cavalry here? The people of Grey Castle had chosen this village because it was in a remote location. It would be difficult for one or two outsiders to sneak in. Usually, the nobles would choose to intercept refugees near the main road, so there was no reason for them to come here. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. It was obvious that the other party had seen him, and it was impossible for him to hide. Smarty simply stopped and put on a fawning smile. The other party had 2 horses, so as long as they gave him enough golden dragon, they should not make things too difficult for him. The cavalryman stopped his horse in front of him and looked down at him. Brother, I knew that these refugees would choose a remote road. As expected, we found one. Ah, good luck. As expected, are they patrolled to catch refugees? My lord, please let me live. Smarty pretended to be extremely scared and fell to his knees in the snow. He held up the money bag with both hands, revealing the eye-catching golden dragon inside. I really don't want to stay in the same place as those demons from hell. They are all monsters who eat people without blinking. I am willing to give you all my savings, please let me go. Oh? You have quite a lot of savings. The cavalryman bent over and took the money bag, a hint of a smile in his voice. Now it's all yours. Right, I have relatives in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. As long as you don't take me back, I will find a chance to repay you in the future. Get up. Smarty secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, at this point, he had passed. Refugees who were able to save up Golden Dragon were definitely rare, and even the relatives in the neighboring country would be more believable. If there was no benefit to killing, they would not want to cause more trouble. After all, letting 1 or 2 refugees go would not cause them any loss, so there was no need to cut off the possibility of repayment in the future. However, the cavalryman did not wave his hand and tell him to get lost. Instead, he lifted his helmet and said, "Look at me carefully." There was a striking scar on his cheek, as if he had been bitten by a ferocious beast. His entire ear was missing, and even half of his eye was deformed and twisted. The rolled flesh showed that the wound had obviously just healed. My lord, this is, Grey Castle's firearms injured me, the cavalryman said slowly. At that time everyone thought that I could not be saved, but I still survived. Even now, I can still feel the burning pain on my face, reminding me who caused all this. In the end, his voice was completely cold. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Smarty's heart. However, before he could pull away, another person who called himself a younger brother had already raised his hand and ruthlessly lashed the horsewhip across his face. Smarty only felt his vision go black, and he fell down holding his face. That's right, it's you. If it weren't for you bunch of damned refugees, why would I have to risk my life against Greycastle? What battle of divine will, what destiny of mankind, it's all bullshit. At this point, the cavalryman's voice was close to a roar. Don't worry, I won't take you back, and I won't kill you here, the only thing I want to do is to let you have a taste of my pain. Then, he pulled the reins and urged his horse to trample on Smarty's legs. Crack, an indescribable pain instantly surged into Smarty's brain, and he subconsciously screamed out. Then, the second leg. Only when the snow was stained with blood and his legs became a blurry mess of flesh did the cavalryman stop trampling on him. Don't worry, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. Knight laughed sinisterly. Now, you can run to your heart's content. Smarty did not notice when the two people left. He bit hard on his lip, forcing his scattered consciousness to focus. He had completely lost feeling in the lower half of his body, and the snow was slowly draining his body temperature. He touched the clothes on his chest, and the letter was still in its original position. In the eyes of the two people, he was no different from a dead man. Unexpectedly, he did not resent the two people in his mind, nor did he feel a strong sense of unwillingness. Under the torture of the stinging pain and the cold, it was extremely difficult to think, and the only thing left in his mind was the information in his arms. Smarty used the last of his strength to move towards the agreed-upon location. When he climbed to the top of a hill overlooking the village, the curtain of night was slowly enveloping the land. The occasional flickering of the fire in the village seemed close at hand, but also seemed as far away as the stars. He did not put the letter in the hiding place, because he himself was the last container for the information. As the darkness was about to engulf everything, the kind face of his master, Banach Lothar, appeared in front of Smarty's eyes. He closed his eyes and whispered softly. 3 days later, the letter finally arrived at the command headquarters at Cage Mountain after being passed through many hands. After Hillfox opened it and read it, it was classified as most important information and was immediately handed over to Edith. After reading the information, the Pearl of the Northern Region frowned. How many people are on Archduke Island now? She asked loudly. The staff members looked at each other. The first to answer her was the Light of Dawn. My lady, the First Army has more than 300 people on the island, and the construction team has about 2,500 people. There are also about the same number of islanders. If you want to know more about the specific composition of the people, I'll go and get the information. No need, Edith interrupted. Go and get Iron Axe and the other officers here. Our plan must be adjusted immediately. Quickly. Adjustment means, whether it's the soldiers or the construction team, Greycastle, the Kingdom of Dawn, or the Kingdom of Wolfheart, they have to evacuate Archduke Island as soon as possible. Edith said solemnly. It's already a hopeless island. Everyone was in an uproar. But despite their shock, their long-trained professionalism made them immediately carry out the order. Just as the office was in chaos, Edith's gaze fell on a piece of paper in her palm. It was sent together with the letter. After a few breaths, she clenched her fists and sighed softly. The senior officers of the First Army quickly gathered and took turns to read the information sent from Snow Reflection Castle in Everwinter. Skylord Hacksword, huh? Brian's expression wasn't any better. If the contents of the letter are true, then this damned ability is a little too shocking. It's several kilometers long and can be used multiple times. I was wondering how the entire Everwinter Empire collapsed in just a few days. There wasn't even a single city that resisted to the end. Lightning and Maggie had once encountered a senior demon in the Great Rift Valley. Its ability to come and go without a trace had already been regarded as a key target to keep an eye on. Only now did they know that the demon was probably the Sky Lord that Osrook had mentioned. Furthermore, this was far from the limit of his power. Not only could he move himself, but he could also move troops over a large area through the door. Such a powerful ability could be considered a strategic level. The people at the meeting could not help but have a deeper understanding of the term Senior Demon Lord. Withdrawing from Archduke Island had become something that no one doubted. After all, it was easy to get on the island, but difficult to leave. If the natural barrier of the straits could not stop the enemy's movements, it would become a cage that imprisoned them. Not only that, but they had to race against time. According to the information provided in the letter and the clues summarized by the general staff, the demons had probably gathered a considerable number of troops at the front line, and this huge attack could begin at any time. Iron Axe decisively ordered, "Stop all construction on Archduke Island and evacuate the people on the island immediately. Not just the rented ships, I want to see everything that can float on the sea participate in this evacuation." "Yes, sir," the men chorused. After everyone left, Agatha said worriedly, "Why didn't such a powerful demon appear in the second battle of Divine Will?" "I think there are 3 reasons. First, Haxord hadn't advanced to become a senior demon lord at that time, so he didn't have the ability he has now. Second, they thought that humans were not worth mentioning, and that the Sky Sea realm was the most important. As for the third..." She deliberately paused. Perhaps the higher-ups of the demons felt that it wasn't suitable to fight with humans. Iron Axe seemed to read her thoughts. "You think it's the third reason?" The Pearl of the Northern region shrugged. "Although the first answer exists in theory, it's actually avoiding the problem. The second one is hard to stand on. Although the demons have been fighting with the Sky Sea realm, with their attitude towards the god's relic, if they could easily defeat the Union, they definitely wouldn't let go of this relic. In a war that decides the fate of a race, underestimating the enemy is absolutely the most foolish thing to do. In other words, I guess they should have done their best." The Ice Witch's slightly gloomy eyes finally recovered a little. "But, at that time, the Union didn't know how to make firearms. If even the city walls were useless, I'm afraid that the Union would collapse even faster. It's not impossible that they wouldn't be able to move the god's relic in time. That's why it's worth thinking about." Edith gently tapped the table and did not directly answer the Ice Witch's doubts. Edith gently tapped the table and did not directly answer his question. "I've always been very concerned about the few descriptions in this letter. According to the author's few interactions with the Sky Lord, not only does Haxord never use his ability to directly enter the Lord's castle, he rarely meets multiple nobles at the same time. His orders are mostly conveyed through sigils, as though he's guarding against them. This is obviously not conducive to his winning over the hearts of the people, which can be seen from the contents of the letter. The problem is, what kind of threat can the nobles pose to him?" The Ice Witch was stunned. "Do you mean, the god's stone of retaliation?" "No matter how I think about it, that's the only possibility." The Pearl of the Northern region nodded. "Since an extraordinary can be ashes or scroll, does that mean that a Grand Lord must be a magic slayer?" This Agatha also understood. The biggest difference between a senior demon and a mad demon was the amount of power they had. There was indeed no evidence that a senior demon would definitely have the power to slay a magic slayer. This also answered all the previous questions. The reason why the Sky Lord did not appear at the front lines of the Fertile Plains was because he was not proficient in direct battles, whether it was breaking into the holy city built with God's stone mines, fighting against an extraordinary wearing a God's stone of retaliation, or facing an attack from a divine will above the transcendent level. All of these posed a great threat to anyone who was not a magic slayer. Furthermore, the Sky Lord's ability was extremely important, so he did not appear in front of the 2 armies. But this time, he personally went into battle. Iron Axe muttered. Perhaps due to some unforeseen circumstances, he had no other choice. Edith walked to the window and gazed at the continent in the north. For example, the original main attacker could have been Osrook, or some other Grand Lord. But due to the circumstances, Haxord could only step forward from behind the scenes. If that's the case, it's definitely a blessing for us. No matter what, facing one Grand Lord is always easier than facing several Grand Lords. You've already thought of a way to deal with Haxord? Its ability is almost irreplaceable for strategic deployment, but using it to attack is not a good choice. She said slowly, as long as we don't suffer too many losses on Archduke Island, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Therefore, our top priority is to evacuate as many people and weapons as possible, especially the cannons. Iron Axe let out a long sigh. So, this intelligence is really valuable. Who is the author and sender? If the information is correct, then their contributions cannot go unnoticed. After a long silence, Edith handed the crumpled piece of paper to Iron Axe. There were only a few simple sentences on it. It was written by one of Hill's men before the letter was forwarded. I don't know his name. When we found him, he was no different from an ice cube. On his chest, I found this letter. With the help of the flying messengers, the order to retreat quickly spread from the Cage Mountain. As long as Grey Castle was in power, this order was carried out to the greatest extent. Half a year was enough for the nobles to understand Roland Wimbledon's way of doing things. Even they themselves were surprised by the power they displayed. The seemingly impossible requirements in the past were overcome one by one when they went all out. They encountered difficult problems, thought about difficult problems, and solved difficult problems. The same group of people, under different systems, produced completely different results. Baron Jean Bate was one of them. Looking at the busy atmosphere in his mansion, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. He had thought that his family was just a small family lacking in ability and ambition. It was precisely because they did not pose a threat to the Wolf King, the Tusk, or the Redstone Gate that they allowed him to manage the sedimentation bay and maintain the delicate balance between the big families. But now, his scholars and subordinates were coordinating the turnover of tens of thousands of people at the port, as well as the dispatch of thousands of ships. Although most of them were fishing boats, even the smallest ships had to dock before they could be loaded and unloaded. The former was equivalent to the total population of a large inland city, while the latter was even more than the number of merchant ships along the coast of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Normally, Baron would never have thought that his family had the ability to control such a big situation. If someone mentioned it, he would only think that the person was either joking or had no idea how complicated management was. But Jean Bate realized that he had not only underestimated his own ability, but also the ability of his clansmen. As long as they were ruthlessly pressured, coupled with the right leadership methods and regulations, it turned out that people could be squeezed out of their astonishing potential. At first, he worked for Grey Castle out of helplessness. After all, the fate of his family was in the hands of Grey Castle, and he had no choice but to do it. But gradually, he found that he liked this feeling. With one order, thousands of people would work together to complete the task efficiently and accurately. It was as if this was the true meaning of power. Compared to before, he now had a few more superiors above him, but the concept of holding power in his hands was clearer than before. He believed that his subordinates felt the same, which could be seen from their busy but energetic faces. Leading 10,000 fools was not as good as leading 100 smart people. This was probably Baron's most profound experience. Relying on these systems that were completely different from the aristocratic way of doing things, he could turn people who weren't so smart before into smart people. Then how much power could the truly smart people exert for him? Jean Bate now had no doubt that Roland Wimbledon would eventually become the ruler of the 4 countries. As long as the human race could survive the battle of divine will. Apart from the upper management who were extremely busy, the actions of the people were also very lively. In the past, Grey Castle had always kept its promises and paid its debts during the evacuation operation, so its announcement had a very high prestige. Hearing the news that the First Army offered a high reward to those who helped Grey Castle move soldiers and weapons, everyone who had the ability to get a share of the reward took action. The first to respond were the people who lived by the sea. Sailors who used to rent carriages and specialized in land transportation had all returned to their main business. Then came the fishermen. Since the First Army's offer was based on the number of people and the weight of the goods, and the strait between Archduke Island and the mainland was not wide, many people brought out their ancestral sampans, let alone sloops. Without sails, they could still use oars. As long as they could row back and forth across the strait, they could earn several golden dragon coins. Everyone knew how to calculate this. Therefore, in order to carry more people and goods at once, many multi-body sampans and tandem sampans appeared. Even if they were scrapped after 1 or 2 trips to the sea, it was still very worthwhile. The First Army, except for the requirement that every ship must be equipped with a shelter to block the falling snow, accepted all other tortures. For a time, the sea was filled with ships of all sizes, which looked like ants moving house from afar. Of course, the Witch Union was not idle either. The Seagull made nearly 50 round trips a day, and was the most efficient of all the transportation vehicles. Lightning and Maggie cooperated with the Air Knight to patrol the western area of Archduke Island, and together, they drove away the sporadic devil beasts that occasionally appeared. Molly and Hummingbird, the perfect pair, made the loading and unloading work, which was the most time-consuming, simple and easy. It could be said that without their help, it was impossible to carry out such a huge migration with only the capacity of the docks in the few port cities. People, weapons, engineering equipment. The goods that had taken several weeks to be transported to Archduke Island were almost all moved away in just a few days. According to common sense, such a hasty evacuation would most likely result in a rout. It would be good enough if they could bring people back, and it was inevitable that more than half of the goods would be lost. But the facts showed that the way the goods were transported to Archduke Island was basically the same as the way they were transported back. Throwing away the building materials and some insignificant tools, the final loss rate of weapons, ammunition, and other goods was less than 10%. This astonishing management efficiency allowed everyone to once again understand the overall strength of Grey Castle. As the evacuation neared its end, Sylvie issued the highest level of warning to the command center. Traces of a large number of demons appeared in the red mist area. Almost at the same time, Haxord saw the observer through the parasitic eye demon. It was as if she had suddenly appeared in his mind, and his every move was crystal clear. It was a female awakened with long green hair. She was also a key target mentioned by Osrook in his report. She had an extremely wide field of vision and was a great strategic threat to the demons. Only the Godstone could stop her. He silently memorized her appearance and then looked away. This person stayed in the center of the heavily guarded city. Getting rid of her was a good idea, but it should not be done by him. He was the king's most important general, the king's right-hand man. If he was injured, it would be an irreparable regret for the race, so there was no reason for him to take the risk himself. Moreover, Haxord had a more important target. According to the Sentinels, the humans had recently been very active along the coast of the Kingdom of Wolfheart, especially Archduke Island. There seemed to be a large number of ships entering and leaving recently. It was obvious that the enemies had their eyes on this natural barrier and had no intention of giving it up. Without a doubt, they would pay a heavy price for this mistake. According to the intelligence obtained from the Everwinter nobles, Grey Castle's army only numbered in the tens of thousands. If they could swallow up the garrison on Archduke Island in one go, it would greatly weaken the human strength. He wanted to prove to the Nightmare Lord and the other senior lords that he, the Sky Lord, was also a senior lord who could lead the Western Front to victory. Ever since the outbreak of the war on the Western Front, the Sky Lord's thinking had changed drastically. His understanding of humans came from various war reports and Holy See meetings. Apart from the obviously contemptuous remarks of the insects, it was common knowledge among the senior lords that the humans lacked enough awakened warriors. The difficulty of their advancement was comparable to that of the humans, but their abilities could not be determined in advance. This made the overall strength of the humans extremely unstable. As for the males without magic power, they were purely extras on the battlefield, equivalent to the inferior members of the race. The latter were completely abandoned after the first battle of Divine Will. They did not even have the right to participate in the war and could only be used as laborers at most. From this, one could see the huge difference in strength between the two races. The Skysea realm had evolved even more thoroughly. Be it the ships that devoured continents or the most basic warriors, they all had highly similar magic power. It was as though they were specially designed for war. Even the demonic beasts that were eroded and controlled by them would grow into demonic bodies. They were undoubtedly the strongest of the four races. Because of this, after the end of the Second Battle of Divine Will, the upper echelons saw the legacy shard of the humans as theirs. This was also the reason why Osrook's last words caused an uproar in the presiding Holy See. But now, Haxord increasingly felt that it might not be an exaggeration. If the humans' unimaginable use of fire was not enough to raise the king's vigilance, then the discovery of the enemy's new weapon 2 weeks ago was a completely different matter. A human male, an individual that was seen as an extra, flew into the sky on a strange-looking iron bird without the help of a witch. When it first heard the news, its first reaction was that it was impossible. Since ancient times, apart from birds and beasts, the sky had always been the domain of those who possessed magic power. In addition to the saying that God came from beyond the sky, it made the sky above even more sacred. How could those races that did not even have magic power be involved in this sacred domain? However, there were more than one witness. Haxord, who had just accepted this with great difficulty, realized that the human's advancement might not only be related to fire. That's right, it was beginning to lean toward Silent Disaster's shocking advancement theory. Perhaps the Nightmare Lord had realized this possibility earlier than it did, which was why she decided to enter the realm of mind to seek the answer. After all, the rate at which humans evolved was just too fast. After all, Osric's report did not contain any information about the Iron Bird. If they had such a weapon back then, there was no reason for them to hide it until now. The only explanation was that, in less than a year's time, the changes of the human race had almost spread from the ground to the sky. Such a huge change could only be explained by leveling up. Once males could also become the main force of war, humanity's combat potential would undoubtedly increase greatly. Perhaps this was the true warning contained in Osric's final message. Fortunately, compared to fire, Haxord was much more familiar with the sky, and the Iron Bird created by the other party was not much stronger than the devil beasts. As long as it was here, the sky would not allow anyone else to touch it. The attack this time would not suffer a setback like the last time. This confidence was by no means contempt. At this point, it would be foolish to underestimate the enemy. Its confidence came from its name. Because it was the ruler of the sky, after passing through the door, Sky Lord had already appeared at the edge of the island. Along with him was the parasitic eye demon. If eye demons were a rare species, then the parasitic eye demon was an even rarer and precious resource. This technology was inspired by the underground civilization. It required the sacrifice of an ascended person to fuse with the eye demon. Once it succeeded, the former would become an empty shell that contained the soul, while the latter would gain the ability to move freely. Despite the high price, Haxord did not hesitate to send it to the front lines and let it follow him. This was the only way to restrain the other important target that Osric had mentioned, a witch who could attack from an extremely long distance. Even when it landed on the island, the image of the witch did not appear in its mind. This meant that the only opponent that could threaten it was not on the island. At the same time, it did not notice anyone looking in its direction. There was no better time than now. Haxord did not hesitate any longer and decisively opened the complete form of the distortion door. A large black hole opened up behind him and quickly extended to a width of dozens of steps. Any natural defenses became meaningless in front of this door. Red mist gushed out, and the high-ascended Xianxia was the first to appear in front of him. "My lord, your troops are ready. Pass down my orders. Seize this island and kill all those who resist." "As you wish." Xianxia let out a shrill cry. As a psionic warlock who had experienced 3 ascension ceremonies, this cry was enough to make any human who did not wear a godstone collapse on the spot. Even if they did, they would fall into a trance from the mental attack. At the same time, it was also a signal to attack. After the cry, a large number of primal demons and symbiotic demons swarmed out of the distortion door and pounced towards the center of the island. The strength of the humans' fire crossbows lay in their extremely long range. As long as they could close the distance, these new symbiotic demons would definitely be able to break through the enemy's defenses. Soon, the vanguard troops crossed the outer perimeter of the island and approached the human town. However, there was no sound of gunfire. This caused Haxord to feel a little surprised. It had not been easy to place the enemy on the same level as the race. What was with this oversight? Could it be that they still did not realize that their position had been invaded? "My lord." After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia hurried back. "The inner city has been occupied, but we did not discover any traces of humans. It's already an empty city." "What did you say?" Haxord stared. "There are still many unfinished buildings in the city. From the looks of it, they seem to have been erected not too long ago. I'm afraid they abandoned Archduke Island a day or two ago." So, the ships that the Sentinels had observed were not transporting troops to the island, but were instead speeding up the evacuation. But, how was this possible? The humans' actions were as if they knew that he was about to attack Archduke Island. The problem was that he had deliberately ordered his army to avoid all the towns and cities, and every route of advance had been inspected by eye demons. The ones who were most likely to leak information were the human laborers. He had even ordered his subordinates to concentrate on watching over them, cutting off all possibility of communication with the outside world. Even if the other party had noticed something was wrong, they should not have retreated so quickly. How did the news leak out? Before he could properly ponder this question, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the center of the island. In an instant, the entire ground shook violently. Haxord closed the distortion door with a livid expression. Even the stupidest person would have no doubt that they had been completely tricked by the humans. These worms! Xianxia roared furiously. The frantically wriggling whiskers on his cheeks betrayed the murderous intent in his heart. Shut up! Haxord interrupted him. If they are worms, then what are we, who were tricked by the worms? From today onwards, I don't want to hear the term worm ever again. He then leaped up and flew towards the other end of Archduke Island. The thick black smoke continued to billow upwards, forming an extremely thick pillar of smoke. Below it, there were faint flashes of fire, as though magma was spewing out from underground. The city was in a mess. Even in places that were not affected by the fireball, there were many primal demons lying around. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. But this was not his focus, the truth had already happened. Staying here would not reduce the losses and would only increase his anger. If he had the time, he might as well make the enemy pay a higher price. On the south side of the island, Skylord indeed saw a few ships that had not gone far. Even though they had their sails up, they were basically motionless in front of his ability. Just as it was about to cross this distance in one step, a flash of light below attracted its attention. He saw a figure flying out from the periphery of Archduke Island and quickly heading south. So that was it. He thought that the person who ignited the flames had died along with the vanguard. He did not expect that the humans were planning to retreat, letting the witches carry out the detonation mission and then easily retreat from the battlefield. How could it be so simple? Skylord immediately changed his target. He opened a distortion door and instantly appeared before the witches. It was a female with short light blonde hair. Her face instantly revealed a look of surprise, as though she did not expect him to suddenly appear. Haxord did not want to say anything else. He directly reached out to grab her, but his grab did not touch anything. The female in front of him suddenly burst forth with unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, she was already hundreds of feet away. At the same time, the air she stirred up slammed into Haxord and the parasitic eye demons like a wall. For a moment, the magic barrier glistened, and the ripples only subsided after a while. The witch slowed down after flying for a distance, as if she had consumed a lot of energy. It snorted coldly and gave chase again. It was another step away. This time, when it stepped out of the distortion door, the other party had already flown far away, leaving a trail of white fog behind him. Haxord was enraged and used its ability for the third time. This time, it directly positioned the door 1,000 feet in front of her, wanting to see where she would run to this time. However, the moment it stepped out of the door, it suddenly felt a large number of eyes focused on it. It was as if it had suddenly arrived at the center of the city from an empty place. Skylord was taken aback as he looked towards the source of the gazes. He saw black figures approaching from the direction of the sea line and land. Among them were iron birds and witches. Was this a premeditated ambush? So she was purposely stopping to make me think that she was limited by magic power and could only fly for a short period of time? Heh, humans, ha ha ha. Haxord was so angry that it laughed. Not only had they schemed against its army, but they were also preparing to scheme against it. If it retreated now, it would only take a single thought. But it did not do so. Yes, it was not a magic slayer. This was something it had always taken to heart. But that did not mean that a male wearing a godstone of retaliation could surpass a senior lord. It wanted to let the other party know who was the true ruler of the sky. In the blink of an eye, 8 iron birds were already in front of it, their heads spewing a series of flames. Haxord waved one hand and opened a distortion door in front of him, swallowing the iron crossbows. At the same time, he opened the other side of the door beside the iron birds. After the fatal crossbows passed through the door, they swept straight to where they came from. In an instant, several iron birds were hit, and the formation was thrown into chaos. But what surprised him was that the iron crossbows, which were supposed to be fatal, did not cause the iron birds to fall apart on the spot. Instead, they only left a few holes in their bodies. Skylord quickly put this surprise to the back of his mind. He took a step up high and trampled the entire battlefield beneath his feet. the iron birds were clearly unable to keep up with his figure. Even though they began to climb upwards, their clumsy movements were even slower than worms. Just as he was about to tear them apart one by one, a passing bird suddenly transformed into a devil beast and bit at him. The eye demon did not treat the common birds on the sea as a threat at all. Haxord quickly dodged the sneak attack. He opened his palm angrily, and a black light immediately appeared between the two of them. It was also a distortion door, but it was only as wide as a finger. The part of his body that passed through the door would obviously not be left with the rest of his body. As if realizing that a great disaster was imminent, the devil beast shrank back into a seabird in the blink of an eye. But it was obviously difficult to stop in such a short distance. Half of her wing still brushed past the black line, and the wingtip and feathers that were cut off instantly blossomed like snowflakes. But before he could deliver the final blow, a rumbling sound rang out again. The blonde witch transformed into a dazzling golden light and charged straight at him. Haxord, who did not have time to repeat the same trick, could only muster all the magic power in his body and transform it into a strong shield that covered his entire body. Bang! The two crashed into each other, and the huge impact caused the golden light on the witch's body to explode into countless fragments. It also made Haxord feel suffocated. But the witch's injuries were obviously more serious. Not only was there blood at the corner of her mouth, but one of her arms was also broken into several pieces. But the witch completely disregarded her injuries. Her other remaining hand had already pulled out a short fire stick from her waist. Damn it, he had no choice but to open another distortion door. If the witch shot at him, the iron crossbow would only hit her partner. But what made Haxord anxious was that this attack was only a feint. The witch did not fire at him, but instead accelerated downwards and hugged the falling seabird. "I'm going to grind all of you into powder." Haxord roared for the first time since the start of the battle. But just at this moment, the sharpest warning sounded in Sky Lord's mind. It came from a large iron bird that descended from the clouds. In the eye demon's vision, the source was the witch that Osrook had mentioned. Haxord felt himself being locked by something. With a heightened sense of danger, Haxord expanded the distortion door to its maximum size, covering the witch's entire attack range, but the parasitic eye demon pushed him hard. Then there was a flash of fire. After what seemed like a long time, but also like a short moment, a black shadow flashed past like lightning. Countless cracks appeared on the distortion door, and then it shattered like glass. Then it was the parasitic eye demon who pushed him away. The blue light on his body flickered and extinguished. Blood, flesh, and organs spurted out, raising a blue mist amidst the falling snow. Both happened almost at the same time, so fast that Haxord could not react at all. Finally, it was his turn. Even though the attacking god stone had been shattered, it still cut off half of his palm and left a few dents on his armor. The disorder of magic caused him to lose control of his body, and he fell straight towards the sea. At this moment, the iron birds had already turned around and were pouncing towards him. After escaping from the anti-magic zone, Haxord used the last of his strength to open a new door beneath him. "My lord." When Xianxia saw Skylord again, he could not believe his eyes. He was dripping wet, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He looked extremely exhausted, and there were wounds all over his body. Half of his armor was stained with blue blood, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. The parasitic eye demon that followed the Grand Lord was nowhere to be found. As the most sensitive sentinel, it was only useful when it was beside a Grand Lord. The current situation could only mean that the eye demon had most likely met with misfortune. If the opponent was from the Sky Sea realm, such a scene could be understood, but the opponent was clearly those insects, humans. Haxord was in no mood to explain. He grabbed his subordinate and dragged him into the distortion door. The next moment, they were back in the red mist zone. "Lord Sky Lord," the warriors on the island, Xianxia quickly reacted, and his expression changed. Although the sudden explosion in the city had caused the vanguard to suffer heavy losses, at least a portion of them had survived. Their departure was equivalent to abandoning all of them on Archduke Island. Furthermore, there was a limit to the amount of red mist the vanguard could carry, and they would not last more than a few days. "I can no longer open a new door." Haxord's words caused the high-ranked psionic warlock to shut his mouth. At any time, the value of a primal demon was far inferior to a Grand Lord. Given the two evils, there was no need to think too much about the choice. I will escort you back to Sky City. Inform Totolok first. Let the humans use sailboats to bring back the vanguard on the island. Bring as many as you can. As for the symbiotic demons, let them hide where they are. Sky Lord gritted his teeth. Once the red mist covers Archduke Island, the main force will immediately launch an attack on Sedimentation Bay and other places. The two of you will be in charge of the battle. My lord, isn't this a little too hasty? Xianxia asked in surprise. It won't be too late to attack after you recover from your injuries. This is my order, you don't have to say anything else. Yes, I've overstepped. He hurriedly lowered his head. As you wish. Watching his subordinate leave, Haxord clenched his remaining hand tightly. How could he not know that this was a little hasty? However, it was better than letting the humans drag things out. For the first time, the Sky Lord realized that time was not on their side. The speed at which the humans absorbed the inheritance was faster than he had imagined. Within a year, the humans could threaten a senior lord with just a few witches and magicless males. What would happen in a few years? They could not give the humans any chance to breathe. The Western Front must be back on track. Several days later, Haxord finally returned to the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. Currently, this place was filled with dense red mist. Just by staying here, he could feel his spirit improving, and the pain from his palms had lessened significantly. It went straight to the red mist pond at the bottom of the birth tower. Looking at the motionless Nightmare Lord, the Sky Lord was instantly infuriated. If she had not been immersed in the realm of mind, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Everything should not have turned out this way. If he had focused on relocating his troops, the advancement of the front line would not have been so slow. If the Nightmare Lord had led the troops to fight, none of the Grey Castle soldiers would have been able to escape the northern lands. Then, while the humans were panicking, he would launch a frontal attack. At the same time, he would lead the troops from the west to attack the Hermes Plateau. This was the Western Front's strategy. Although he was angry, when it came to pulling the Nightmare Lord out of the realm of mind, Haxord revealed a look of hesitation. After all, the Nightmare Lord was an existence that he could only look up to in the past. In fact, he had once thought that the Nightmare Lord would become the king of his race. No, no, no. Haxord shook his head. He was loyal to the king, but this was just an ignorant thought he had when he participated in the promotion ceremony. In terms of level, the Nightmare Lord was essentially no different from him. At most, he would have a deeper understanding of the realm of mind. He made up his mind. This might hurt the Nightmare Lord's memory, and it might cause him to go into a rage of thunder. It might even cut off the clues to the mystery of the humans' promotion, but that was not as important as the war on the Western Front. At most, he would stand on Silent Disaster's side during the Holy See meeting and admit to the promotion theory. As for where the legacy shard came from, he could research it after the victory. As long as he could devour the humans' legacy shard, then everything they had now would become a stepping stone for their race. With this in mind, Haxord took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the Nightmare Lord. The magic in his palm would break the connection between the Nightmare Lord and the realm of mind, pulling it out of the origin of magic. In theory, that was the case. However, the Nightmare Lord did not open its eyes. Its body fell to the side like an empty shell in the red mist pond. Haxord instantly felt fear choking his throat, even when its consciousness was almost destroyed by the uncontrollable magic during the promotion ceremony, or when it was ambushed by the Sky Sea realm. It had never been so frightened. He took a step forward and helped the Nightmare Lord up. He tried to capture its consciousness, but all he got was emptiness. Life did not end, but eternal slumber. This was the characteristic of being lost in the realm of mind. And once one sank into the endless Red Sea, there was no possibility of returning. Even if one could maintain a moment of lucidity, it would sooner or later be eroded by the chaotic consciousness until it became a part of the realm of mind. Sky Lord's heart immediately sank to the bottom. This meant that they had lost the Nightmare Lord. How did this happen? With the Nightmare Lord's ability, as long as it acted cautiously and did not make any mistakes, it should not have been trapped in the realm of mind. What exactly did it encounter during its exploration? Sky Lord did not dare to think any further. He got up and ran to the top of the tower, even throwing his injuries to the back of his mind. He had to inform the king of this news immediately. The situation on the Western Front had changed drastically. How's everyone's recovery? In the command post at Cage Mountain, Iron Axe looked at Agatha and asked with concern. With Nana around, what problem can there be? The latter put away the sigil of listening and shook her head with a smile. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. According to Vendi, Maggie recovered to the extent of being alive and kicking on the same day, while Lightning only recovered the next day. Both of them have now resumed patrolling the front lines. The only regret is that I did not participate in this ambush. We were taking a risk after all. Besides, in order to carry that giant flintlock, even the seats on the Seagull were completely dismantled, not to mention carrying an extra person. Iron Axe also smiled. I thought your regret would be not being able to kill that senior demon in one fell swoop. To be able to defeat a senior lord with such a lineup is already an impressive victory. Agatha turned to the Pearl of the Northern Region and placed her hand on her chest. I underestimated you in the past, and reality has proven that it was indeed a mistake. Other than His Majesty, there are many outstanding people among the magicless ones who should not be underestimated. Edith accepted the bow calmly. As the person who planned the entire ambush, she didn't need to show any modesty at this time. As a senior demon lord, the Sky Lord's abilities were indeed astonishing. Using magic power to open up a spatial passageway could allow him to move quickly and could also be used as a shield or weapon. However, upon careful analysis, one would realize that it wasn't flawless. First, we can confirm that this senior demon can only open one passage at a time, and the entrance is within its reach. Edith said, it's hard to determine the limit of the other side, but it should be at least 2 kilometers. It sounds like an enhanced version of trajectory. After interacting with Roland for a long time, Agatha had also learned many strange terms from him, such as enhanced version, special enhanced version, enhanced version, and so on, just based on the distance. That is indeed the case. The Pearl of the Northern Region nodded. However, the number of passageways created by the trajectory depends on the amount of magic power. As for Sky Lord, he has to close the previous passageway before he can open a new one. The situation at the time was so urgent that it couldn't possibly hide anything. This is very important because it determines our basic response. If the enemy can use more than one passage at the same time, the situation will become 100 times more complicated. After the two of them digested the information, she continued, another key point is that although the entrance and exit of the passage can be scaled freely, Haxord must stand near the door to maintain its existence. According to Miss Sylvie's observation, when the Archduke Island exploded, it took a few seconds to close the gate before flying to the south of the island. This means that, the wider the door is opened, the slower it will close? Iron Axe said thoughtfully. Very likely so. Edith spread out her hands and said, and the last point is its Achilles heel. Haxord is not a magic slayer, so he can neither restrain the witches nor pose a threat to those who wear God's stones of retaliation. Even though its body was not weaker than an extraordinaire's, it would still be trapped in the anti-magic domain if it fought in close combat. I don't think it would be willing to exchange its life for 2 or 3 humans. At this point, she paused. In summary, the Sky Lord's main ability is to open up a 2-way passageway with him as the center and a radius of several kilometers. Furthermore, only one passageway is allowed to exist at a time. Whether it's the front or the back, as long as both sides of the door are affected by the God Stone, the passage will collapse. So, if it appears again, our response plan is, if it's at the outer edge of the camp, and the exit of the door isn't facing the camp, just let Miss Sylvie direct the artillery to cover it. Edith said methodically, if the exit of the door is inside the encampment, or if it directly uses the small door to rush into the encampment of the First Army, the soldiers don't have to do anything. Just leave it to the professionals. Nothing? Iron Axe was a little surprised at first, and then he said. I see. That's right. Edith smiled. In fact, the Sky Lord's most effective method of attack is to use our firearms to kill ourselves. Once the soldiers are able to hold back, its threat to the position will be limited. As I said before, this ability is almost irreplaceable for strategic deployment, but it is not a good choice for attacking. Faced with the First Army's front line that ignored it, the senior demon lord couldn't possibly charge into the trenches and engage in close combat with the soldiers. If that happened, when the professionals, the heavily armored gods punishment witches, arrived, it would only be a dead end. What if the First Army uses the gap between the artillery attacks to counterattack? Agatha asked after a moment of silence. For example, it first opens a passage to the outside, making us think that it's transporting troops. But after firing the cannons, it opens a new door, aiming the exit at the encampment. This way, we might be attacked by our own cannons. The fact that she could think of this was enough to prove that the Ice Witch had put a lot of effort into Greycastle's new weapon. This is indeed a feasible method in theory, but I don't think the Sky Lord will do that, Edith explained. A door that allows a single person to pass through can be completed in the blink of an eye, but it will take time to expand it to a huge door that can completely protect him. The time difference between the two is extremely limited, and if he fails, he will be blasted into smithereens by the artillery shells that fall behind him. For a senior demon lord, this is too risky. All in all, I can understand that the Sky Lord's threat to the front line isn't as great as previously thought, right? Iron Axe said while stroking his chin. That's the General Staff's current conclusion. Edith gave an affirmative answer. Of course, this is only if Haxord is leading the troops in battle alone. If there are other senior demons cooperating with him, the danger level will instantly increase by several times. For example, leading Osrook directly to the center of the encampment. Iron Axe and Agatha could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the latter had already died on the fertile plains. But we can't rule out the possibility of a new magic slayer appearing, so if possible, it's best to find a chance to get rid of this trouble. The Pearl of the Northern Region's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. Only when he completely disappears can he truly be considered a threat. Hearing this, Agatha could not help but feel a little emotional. A mortal not only had no fear of demons, but was also plotting a way to kill a senior demon lord. In the past, this would have sounded like a fantasy, but now, no one found it strange, as if it was a matter of course. Humans had indeed changed a lot in the past 400 years. Be it humans or objects. Perhaps the Union's silence was not all bad. At least they did not carry on the fear of powerful enemies from that era to this era. Now that she thought about it, there might have been many ordinary people who had the same potential as Edith Kant during the Union's era. It was just that the pessimism and fear that spread throughout the race had shackled their thoughts and wills. Coupled with the deliberate estrangement created by the upper echelons, that era as a whole seemed gloomy. And this time, before humans tasted true despair, Roland Wimbledon stopped it from spreading. As her emotions surged, she once again recalled the scene when she first met Roland when she woke up from her long slumber in the ice coffin. Everything started from the sentence even mortals can defeat demons. Haxord probably won't fall for the same trap twice. Do you have any good ideas? Iron Axe asked. As long as the First Army is agile enough, even without setting up a trap, they can still find an opportunity to kill the other party, for example, equipping the Fire of Heaven with a large-caliber weapon that can shoot god stones. That's true. The commander-in-chief muttered. But that requires a lot of god stone bullets. Have you already thought of a way to process god stones? Impossible. Ah? Edith shrugged. I'm just a chief of staff, not a god. It's fine to give suggestions, but as for how to implement it, I'll naturally leave it to His Majesty to figure out. Don't worry, I've written all these things in the battle report. In order for the front lines to achieve victory, he should also do his best. The other two could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Grey Castle, City of Neverwinter. 2 days later, Roland received a report on the battle on Archduke Island and the situation in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Compared to the previous time when it took a week to send a letter from Evernight City in the northern region to Neverwinter, this speed was a huge improvement. Regardless of whether it was the short-distance express delivery of air messengers or the long-distance travel of steamships day and night, they were now all part of the information transmission system. Every important message would be sent by a special person, a special ship, or even a plane, and this time, the report was sent by Tilly. Thank you for your hard work. Roland handed her a chaos drink. How's the situation over there? Won't you know after reading the report? Tilly took the cup and glanced at him. You're so attentive. Why are you feeling guilty? Is it because you still don't have a clue about my dedicated computer? Pfft. Nightingale's stifled laughter came from behind him. How could that be? I've already chosen the most suitable one from several plans. As soon as Anna has time, we can start the trial production immediately. Roland hurriedly said, you know, several projects have reached the most critical stage recently. She's really too busy. For Anna's sake, I won't argue with you this time, brother. Tilly drank the drink in one gulp, wiped her mouth, and walked out of the office. The seagull will be returning soon. I'll return to the Air Knight Academy first. Not even for a day? Roland was slightly surprised. I have no choice. Right now, the only things that can threaten the Sky Lord are the seagull and Andrea. Also, I don't want to miss any opportunity for revenge. Tilly waved her hand with her back facing him. Then I'll be going, brother. Looking at the closed door, Nightingale sighed softly. Everyone is working hard. If possible, I would rather they work hard in other areas than war. This thought emerged in Roland's mind, but he did not say it out loud. Before the end of the battle of divine will, before the fate of mankind was decided, no one could rest from this heavy burden. There was no point in saying this now, other than avoiding responsibility. After a moment of silence, he broke the seal on the report. After reading all the reports, Roland finally understood what Tilly meant. Edith Kant and Andrea were undoubtedly the greatest heroes of this battle, being able to issue the order to retreat in time and successfully ambush a grand lord that came and went without a trace on the vast sea. But at the same time, the sender of that crucial intelligence couldn't be ignored. Without this person's desperate move, they wouldn't have been able to win. What do you plan to do? This matter had obviously attracted Nightingale's attention. Regardless of the original intention of sending this secret letter, this person's name and achievements shouldn't be forgotten, Roland said in a deep voice. If it was in his previous life, it would have been almost impossible to find an unknown spy after the long war. The only thing that could be left on the tombstone was an inscription that read, "No one knows your name, but your achievements will last forever." However, witches could change this unavoidable situation and let every soldier who contributed to the fate of mankind leave their name in the long river of history. When the kingdom of Everwinter is under the control of the First Army again, let Black Money cooperate with Summer to confirm his identity and origin. If the murderer who killed him was still alive at that time, he would definitely not be able to escape the severe punishment of the law. Nightingale nodded. It would be great if the equipment that you mentioned could be manufactured earlier to allow communication across thousands of miles. Unfortunately, that's not my forte. Roland could not help but rub his forehead. Whenever he thought of the circuit diagram that he had forcibly memorized, he felt an incomparable headache. Now you can finally understand how I felt during the exam, Nightingale said while covering her mouth. But no matter how difficult it is, I won't fall asleep on the table like someone and hand in a blank paper in the end. Roland glared at her. In fact, I've almost completed the manufacturing of the prototype. That's right. Although the progress was extremely slow, the radio project had never stopped. Like the piston engine, after considering many plans from the design bureau of Greycastle, he decided to choose two of them to work on at the same time. These two were the spark transmitter and the amplitude modulation transmitter. The former was the ancestor of radio communication. Its structure was extremely simple and did not have any electronic components. It only used the voltage transformer coil to increase the voltage to charge the capacitor until the voltage between the spark gap of the capacitor was high enough to break through the air and release electric sparks. This part was quite similar to a lighter, except that the electric current transmitted by the spark was not wasted. Instead, it repeatedly oscillated between the capacitor and the inductor, producing electromagnetic waves that were finally transmitted through the antenna. In other words, as long as the power was switched on and off, it could emit intermittent electromagnetic waves. The listener could translate it into the corresponding signal based on the length of the sound. This was the origin of the long and short telegraph codes. Although it still sounded a bit confusing, Roland used the most ingenious method, which was to first let the design bureau of Greycastle's wireless project team use readily available materials to build a usable real thing, and then copy the real thing. For example, 2 pieces of tin foil were clamped on a stack of oiled paper, and then sealed with wax, which was a simple high-voltage capacitor. the inductor was even simpler. It was nothing more than wrapping a coil of wire around an insulating tube. Without considering mass production or specifications, Roland could complete the equipment by himself. Although compared to the sealed industrial products that were only the size of a fingernail, they looked thick and crude, the effect was basically the same. When the transmission tower was built, he could attempt the first wireless transmission experiment of this era. However, the shortcomings of the spark transmitter were also very obvious. Even if it passed the test, to be put into official use, he still had to design a set of code that matched the kingdom's language. The training of the transmitter and receiver would also take a lot of time. In addition, the spectrum of the spark transmitter was extremely wide, and only one transmitter could work in the same range. It was not suitable for frontline intelligence personnel to use. Therefore, his ultimate goal was still the amplitude modulation transmitter that used electron tubes to amplify the signal. And the biggest advantage of the latter was that it could directly transmit voice signals. In principle, radio communication and telephone were essentially very similar. They both converted the vibration of sound into electric current or electromagnetic wave changes, and after long-distance transmission to the other end, it was converted back into sound. However, the frequency of the human voice was too low, causing the wavelength of the signal to be too long. The longer the wavelength, the larger the size of the antenna needed. If the voice signal was directly transmitted, the antenna length would probably be more than 100 kilometers, which was impossible in engineering. Therefore, if he wanted to transmit the voice, he had to ride on a carrier with a higher frequency. This was the so-called modulation. After the new waveform of the two was accepted, the receiver also had to use a series of demodulation methods to filter out the high-frequency waves, leaving only the meaningful low-frequency waves, which could be converted into the final voice. Once the amplitude modulation transmitter was successful, both the First Army and the intelligence agency would truly have the ability to communicate in real time. Of course, the difficulty of the two types of wireless communication equipment was not on the same level. At least, the core component of the latter, the electron tube, was still being trial-produced by the Ministry of Engineering. The failed products had already piled up into a small hill outside the laboratory. As for the proposal to modify the fire of heaven mentioned in Edith's report, Roland was rather tempted. From a technical point of view, it was not difficult to transplant a 35mm sniper cannon onto a biplane. All he had to do was bury the entire cannon under the belly of the plane and remove the shooter's seat. If the number of bullets was limited to 10, a balance could be achieved in terms of weight, and there was no need to make any other changes. The problem was that to obtain large godstone bullets, he had to use the blood of witches or demons to dissolve and separate the godstone vein until he obtained a godstone of retaliation of appropriate size and shape. Only then could he proceed with further processing. If it was too big, the existing knives and lathes would be useless. If it was too small, the godstone would be too brittle. The process of selecting the base material would consume a lot of magic blood. Even if the witch union and sleeping spell supported his idea, the amount would not be enough to satisfy the needs of the war. To truly solve this problem, he had to think of a solution from the demons. First, he had to find out how they could process large godstone pillars. Second, he had to use their blood to create them. Now that the fire of heaven could return to Neverwinter from the front line within a day, coupled with Agatha's refrigeration ability, it was not impossible to directly transport fresh demon blood from the battlefield. Roland silently recorded the proposal on the agenda. At night, he entered the dream world as usual. In order to speed up the progress of the Greycastle Design Bureau's project, Roland had greatly increased the number of times he entered the dream world in the past month. This caused the dream world, which was originally lagging behind the real world, to catch up. The city, which was previously in late summer and early autumn, was now covered in snowflakes. It was as if this and the outside world were just different regions of the same world. The tube-shaped apartment district was still busy in the morning. The expansion of the erosion and the destruction of the Prism City did not affect the residents at all. Breakfast stalls were still on both sides of the streets. People hurriedly walked through the streets, and the snow that had accumulated overnight was already covered with footprints. Even though Mist claimed that this world was also facing a battle of divine will, it was undoubtedly much more peaceful than the battlefield in the kingdom of Wolfheart that was filled with red mist. In addition, the long period of time in the dream did not only bring about the change of seasons, but also the mental state of the demon transmigrator. After a period of surveillance and observation, Roland could basically confirm that the demon who called herself Valkyries was not a native of the Kargard Peninsula. Although the Martialist Association verified that there was indeed such a person among the visiting group from the peninsula, her behavior could not be explained with common sense. Roland was no stranger to the phenomenon of his true identity changing internally, because he himself was an example. Using the word transmigrator to describe him was undoubtedly the most appropriate way of describing him. In the beginning, Valkyries was still able to maintain her disguise, or rather, act like an ordinary martialist, such as flipping through various books and not speaking as much as possible. But as time passed, she gradually became more and more impatient. Especially after her injuries healed, she sneaked into the depths of the Prism City and stood in front of the erosion breach in silence. According to Donnan's report, at that time, Valkyries' face showed obvious anxiety, as if she was longing for something. She even thought several times that Valkyries was about to jump into the erosion breach, but in the end, she restrained herself. It would be too far-fetched to say that she was mourning the death of her companions, because Valkyries did not even stay at the place where the visiting group had been killed. She had come for the erosion breach from the very beginning. It was not difficult to understand the change in her mentality if she were in Roland's shoes. Coming from the city of demons to this completely unfamiliar modern city, he might have been able to remain calm at first, wanting to figure out where exactly this place was. However, as time dragged on, and the hope of returning was still slim, anxiety was unavoidable. Perhaps the real reason Valkyries sneaked into the Prism City was to see if she could return to the world she was familiar with through the breach. Unfortunately, the memory fragments did not go as she wished. In any case, it was extremely difficult to disguise herself to this extent. After all, Valkyries did not know that her every move was being watched by Donnan. If it were not for these private details, Roland would have thought that her disguise was almost flawless based on her communication with other martialists. Roland knew that if he were in Valkyrie's shoes, he would never be able to do this. Now that Valkyrie's identity had been confirmed, the next step was how to deal with it. At this time, he received a text message on his cell phone. It was from Phyllis. "Your Majesty, everyone is ready." Roland put his cell phone into his pocket, stood up, and walked into the living room. Zero was busy putting egg noodles on the table. Seeing Roland, she put her hands on her hips and said, "Uncle, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" "Why? Are you afraid that I'll sneak away?" "It's not the first time you've done that," she said with a pout. "Don't worry, I won't this time." Roland walked up to her with a smile and patted her head. "Let's have breakfast first. After that, we'll call Sister Garcia next door and then we'll set off together." Apart from the Spring Festival, the most popular event this winter was the Quadrennial Martial Arts Contest. For all the junior and senior high school students in the city, anyone who could go to watch the contest would definitely become the center of attention. Zero, who was not very interested in this kind of competition, was not immune to it. After a lot of begging, Roland had no choice but to agree to take her to experience it up close after the winter vacation. Considering that today's contest was under the watch of the Guardian and was in the round-robin stage, it was unlikely that a fallen evil would appear. Besides, Zero had to return to her hometown during the long holidays. As the little girl's only request, Roland could not refuse. Moreover, it would be more convenient for him to act with her. Roland decided to face the demon traveler. It was already the 4th month. Valkyrie seemed to be staring at the noisy arena, but his mind was not on it at all. 4 months had given it a basic understanding of this world, and it had also allowed it to learn about the various legacies of humans. In a sense, it had also become a part of the inheritors. As long as he could return to the real world, he would definitely be able to benefit his race greatly. However, the most fatal problem was that he still could not find a way to leave the realm of mind. Valkyries had a lot of important information, but there was no one to pass it on to. It was like finding a bottle of spring water in the desert with great difficulty, only to find that the bottle was sealed shut. Whether it was sending out a call for help to Haxord or trying to sense the traces of the king, he could not get any response. Even when he was meditating at the opening of the realm of mind did not respond to his call. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Valkyries could not help but hate the Sky Lord. If everything went smoothly on the western front, the red mist should have already crossed the ridge of the continent and infiltrated the human territory. This meant that the birth tower in the Great Rift Valley was no longer a secret. No matter how slow the opponent was, they should have realized it. But why was Haxord still indifferent? Could it be that the humans were so weak that it could deal with them alone? Valkyries felt that it was impossible. If the opponent was so weak, Osrup would not have been defeated on the fertile plains. It knew that the long isolation had caused it to lose the ability to judge the situation. This experience made the Nightmare Lord feel extremely uneasy. And that human, it looked at the other end of the arena and saw Roland accompanying two females, watching the competition with interest. Damn it! Didn't he have something important to do? If he had a way to leave this place, then it might be its only chance. The inheritance and knowledge of the humans were undoubtedly brought out of this world by him. He must have some kind of communication channel with the outside world. As long as he left the realm of mind, it would have a chance to seize that opportunity. After all, in the king's presiding Holy See, it had sensed the connection between the king and the territory many times. It was also because of this ability that it dared to follow the fluctuations of the inheritance shard and search for traces of Roland in the depths of the realm of mind. However, the other party had always been active in this world and did not give it any chance to take advantage of him. Could the human king be so idle that he did not care about politics for a few months? He would rather waste time on the meaningless martial arts tournament than read a few books. The only explanation was that there was too little pressure on the front line. So this was still Haxord's fault. Just as its emotions were fluctuating, Valkyrie suddenly noticed that Roland had left the two and walked to a corner alone. There was a hooded female standing there, as if she was deliberately waiting for him. She pretended to be indifferent as she walked out of the crowd, but her eyes were fixed on Roland. After a brief conversation, the female pointed in the direction of the exit. Roland seemed to be a little hesitant, but finally nodded. Did the association discover something? Valkyries had planned to stop there, but for some reason, it felt that the female had a familiar aura. It was precisely this strange feeling that made it take a few more steps forward and take a closer look. It was this one glance that made Valkyries' hair stand on end. Under the dim light, it saw a face similar to Heftali's, or rather, the Martialist Association's lawn. Could it be that the Transformer had always been hiding in this world, and the reason why Roland could enter and exit this place as a male human was also because of it? This news was too shocking. Valkyries could no longer suppress the impulse in her heart and quickly followed. After passing through the safety passage, Roland and the suspected shapeshifter did not walk out of the arena. Instead, they turned and entered the underground garage. The King of Nightmares tried to lighten his footsteps and followed them from a distance until they entered a civil air defense refuge passage. When Valkyries followed them, she found that the passage was no more than 10 meters long and there were no forks in it. At the end of the passage was a closed concrete wall with the warning words "Unfinished, no entry" hanging on it. It was a dead end, but the two of them had disappeared without a trace. Oh no, it's a trap, Valkyries reacted instantly, but it was too late. Before it could turn around and retreat, Roland had already appeared behind it, blocking the only way. And there were several females standing beside him. Seeing the way they used their abilities, which were completely different from martialists, Valkyries did not even have the slightest hope left. There was no doubt that the people standing beside him were all witches. Valkyries finally understood where the previous sense of familiarity came from. It was the subtle difference between the magic fluctuations and the force of nature. If witches could also come to this realm of consciousness and possess their original power, then it was only a matter of time before it was exposed. After all, if the other party could quietly hide so many people to set up an ambush, it would be a piece of cake for them to sneak around and spy on it. This principle could be understood with just a little thought. All of its camouflage was for surface contact, but it was just a joke in front of witches with strange abilities. Perhaps in the past 4 months, witches had already figured out its whereabouts. "We meet again, Miss Valkyries," Roland said calmly. Valkyries did not speak. Saying anything at this time would only bring disgrace to itself. Although it still could not understand why the other party could also let witches come to this realm, it was no longer important. The other party deliberately set up an ambush in this secluded place, and its purpose was self-evident. The only thing it could do now was to die in battle. The Nightmare Lord stirred up all the magic power in its body and leaned forward slightly. As for the possibility of winning against a group of combat witches without the ability of magic stones and the magic slaying skill, it did not even consider it. No matter what the situation was, it would not surrender to the enemy. How about I buy you a cup of coffee from the Kargard Peninsula? Roland said again. Valkyrie's almost sprained her foot. She froze on the spot, her upper body still in a slanted posture, looking rather stiff. What did you say? Buy you a cup of coffee. Roland repeated again. Although it's not real coffee, but some kind of similar special drink. Valkyrie stared at him for a long time before she asked the question in her heart. Why? She could not figure out what this male was thinking at all. The reality was different from this place. The coexistence of the tribe and humans was just an illusion. Since the other party had confirmed its true origin, he would not let it go. If it did not meet death, it would only meet a fate worse than death. Because some things are better to be open than to hide, Roland said slowly, especially when the battle of divine will is not the final battle. The battle of divine will is not the final battle. Valkyries could not help but be stunned. She did not expect to hear this from the mouth of a human. After a long silence, she regained her vigilant posture. Where do you want to talk? It's not far from here. We'll be there in a few minutes. Roland snapped his fingers, and the sound of a car engine came from behind. Get in the car. I've already booked a seat. Roland did not lie to her. The chosen location was a high-end restaurant in a building. Sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, she could see the silver-covered city skyline. Soft music floated in the hall, and the atmosphere was elegant and quiet. Valkyries knew that choosing this place to talk was also a show of sincerity. If she wanted to kill it, a public place with so many people was not a suitable place to execute her. Looking at the group of witches who were staring at her, she sat down and took a deep breath. Why didn't you ask me to come here directly? That would be a waste of time. I don't think you'll admit it immediately. Before being forced into a desperate situation, people tend to be resistant and run away. It's simpler this way. Roland shrugged. Since we have a preliminary consensus, let's quickly get to the point. It's good for both of us to be honest. I'm Roland Wimbledon, the King of Grey Castle, and one of the creators of the dream world. What's your identity? One of the creators? Although Valkyries had already guessed that the other party was not a simple visitor, this identity still shocked Valkyries. It was the first time she heard that a domain in the realm of mind could be created by more than one person. But this might also be the reason why he could not completely control the domain like the king. Suppressing the urge to ask who the others were, the Nightmare Lord slowly replied, Valkyries. That's my name. What about your title and level? For example, Sky Lord. You can give me more details. She paused for a moment. Nightmare Lord, that's my title. Pfft, what's so strange about that? Valkyries said coldly. Do you think anyone can enter the realm of mind? Or are you proud of the fact that you've imprisoned a Grand Lord? Obviously, even in a disadvantageous situation, Valkyries did not give up her pride. Roland even had a hunch that if he humiliated her too much, she would probably rush to the witch and beg for death. But this reply really surprised him. He had only casually asked about the title. After all, most senior demons had their own unique titles, and a person who could host a promotion ceremony in the City of Demons was definitely not a nobody. But he did not expect that this demon's origin was more complicated than he thought. Roland originally thought that Valkyries' consciousness had accidentally escaped from the memory fragment, but now there was another possibility. Valkyries might come from the real world. The name Nightmare first appeared in Osric's documents, and greeting her proved that she was not a historical figure but was still active among the high-level demons. Moreover, Roland had watched the memory fragment many times, and during this period, he did not hear the corresponding title of a Grand Lord. If the demon language he learned from Kabardabi was right, it meant that the host at that time had not become a Grand Lord yet. Combining this with the Pearl of the Northern Region's analysis of the situation at the front line, Roland was more and more inclined to the latter answer. In other words, Valkyries, who was sitting opposite him, had existed for at least 800 years, and her strength and knowledge were among the rarest of the demons. If Valkyrie's abnormal reaction to Lan was taken into account, the time period could be even longer. The value of such a target was far greater than a soul copied from a memory fragment. Even if it didn't say anything, it was equivalent to eliminating a senior lord-class devil for the front lines. Just this alone was significant. I have to correct you. First of all, I didn't imprison you. At least for now, you're free. Roland pretended to be calm and replied. Second, breaking into the dream world is your subjective behavior. I don't think I'm wrong. Valkyries was at a loss for words. After a long while, she sighed and said, You call this the dream world? Its pride made it unable to tolerate any humiliation, but at the same time, it was unable to make an unreasonable argument. This silence had already confirmed the origins of the Nightmare Lord. It had indeed come to this place through the realm of mind. Because every time I fall asleep, I will enter this place. In a sense, it is no different from a dream. Ridiculous. Valkyrie said in a low voice. Opening up a realm of consciousness required not only talent, but also a highly focused mind and an iron will. Only then would one not get lost in the sea of mana. But this non-magic level male could do it just by sleeping? Isn't this too unfair? Hello, this is what you ordered. Please enjoy. At this time, the waiter served the dishes. All kinds of pastries and drinks were quickly placed on the table. They looked quite delicious. That's the truth. After the waiter left, Roland spread his hands and said, As I said before, being honest is good for both of us. I won't lie to you about this. Besides, the above is not the main point. The main point is the truth about the battle of divine will, and the future of each race. He picked up his chopsticks and gestured for her to eat. We can talk about this while eating. Valkyries once again confirmed that this male was different from all the humans she had seen before. This was an important matter that involved the continuation of the race. There was no reason to talk about this while eating. If it were any other normal person, they would probably have become abnormally serious and acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But he did not seem to be deliberately teasing her. It was as if to him, this was a normal thing to do. She picked up the muddy cup of Peninsula coffee and took a sip. Instantly, a fragrant and smooth taste slid down her throat. It was actually not bad. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt like she had lost. No, she had to take the initiative. Valkyries forced herself to put down the cup and asked in a low voice, Where did you hear that the Battle of Divine Will wasn't the final battle? Roland took out Lan's photo from his wallet and placed it on the table. You've seen her, right? As Lan's portrait had appeared in the video data left behind by the Reflection Church, he deduced that it was even older than the Union's establishment. Therefore, he deliberately made Ling look like Lan to see if the demon in the memory fragment would react. Although the truth was different from what he had expected, Valkyrie's shock at that time showed that she had indeed seen this woman. After a while, the Nightmare Lord nodded. Who is she? A traitorous oracle. Roland slowly recounted the secret conversation in the Rose Café. After listening to this incredible story, even Valkyries was stunned. Could it be that, the oracle that my mentor mentioned was also her? Mentor? Transformer Heathtillies. She taught me a lot of knowledge. After hesitating for a moment, Valkyries told him about the Cloud School's past. Her failure to advance also caused the unstable Cloud School to lose its last protective umbrella. So that's what happened. Roland suddenly understood. For the first time in history, the intelligence of the two races was put together. He felt that the missing piece of the puzzle in his mind was finally revealed. Your Majesty, did you think of anything? Phyllis asked. Do you remember the portrait hanging on the wall during the Union's Oath of the Three Kings? Roland took a deep breath. I'm afraid that the person in the portrait was this senior demon called Heathtillies. What, did you say? The Union would worship the portrait of a demon? How is that possible? The Tequila Witches all looked incredulous. According to the influence of the Cloud School during the first battle of Divine Will, it's not strange for such a situation to happen. Since a demon in the Cloud School could become a senior lord, it's normal for there to be witches or ordinary people from the Cloud School among the higher-ups. I guess before Heathtillies died, she always had doubts about the Battle of Divine Will, right? In the eyes of some people, this opinion was equivalent to siding with the humans. I can't deny that. Valkyries closed her eyes. She had a dispute with the current king, but the tide of the war can't be stopped by one or two people. Because you humans have short lifespans and forgetful. Valkyrie seemed to have regained a sense of superiority and subconsciously picked up the cup of coffee. In just a few decades, history will be replaced by lies. Such a thing is almost unimaginable for my race, who have a long lifespan. You seem to have forgotten that no matter how comforting a lie is, it's still a lie. Same here, Roland retorted. Didn't you also deliberately ignore Heftali's warning? Apart from those who experienced it, I'm afraid none of the demons of the new generation know about this, right? Valkyries opened his mouth but could not say a word. In the end, he could only silently drink his coffee, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Let's make a guess. He pulled the topic back to the betrayal of the Oracle. Perhaps the blurry figure that Transformer saw 1,000 years ago was the same person as Lon in the dream world. Unfortunately, your mentor was unable to form a fixed domain in the realm of mind, so he did not receive a definite hint. You believe the Oracle's words? I believe what I saw. The enemies who claim to be servants of God are eroding this world, and in reality, we have indeed found the ruins left behind by past civilizations. I don't know where those victorious civilizations went, but the truth is that they have never returned. Don't you think it's strange? Perhaps there is a more beautiful world that is more suitable for an upgraded race to live in, such as the origin of magic. Roland said sarcastically. Upgrading is a path to godhood, but after becoming a god, you can't freely return to your hometown. What kind of god is that? And when you get close to the origin of magic, which is the erosion rift, will it really make you feel good and comfortable? If that's the case, you should have jumped in long ago. This guy really sent a witch to follow me all the way. Valkyries thought angrily, but he could not refute. When he stood in front of the Scarlet Rift, he only felt a strong sense of danger. Even so, what can you change? After a long silence, the Nightmare Lord said in a low voice, "It's too late. If you were a member of the Cloud School, you might have a chance to turn the situation around 1,000 years ago. But when our race received the inheritance of the third civilization, the war was unstoppable." The third civilization was probably the underground civilization. Roland couldn't help but slow down his speech. The so-called inheritance, what exactly is it? Valkyrie stared blankly for a moment before chuckling. What? So you guys have never obtained any legacy shards? Answer His Majesty's question. Phyllis bellowed. We don't need any fragments. Your Majesty's knowledge is enough. Only a group of barbaric monsters like you would start a war over a stone. Just when Roland thought that the King of Nightmares would not answer his question, the King of Nightmares said, "I will tell you. Then you will understand why it is impossible to turn the situation around. As long as a civilization has tasted the sweetness of inheritance, it will never forget the sweetness and will only desire more." It paused and looked at the witches beside Roland. You are the best examples. If you were to ask humans to give up all the changes brought about by the King of Grey Castle, would you be willing? What you mean is, that's right. The legacy shard is just one of the ways of inheritance. The King of Nightmares' words confirmed Roland's conjecture. You impart the new knowledge here to humans, which is equivalent to humans obtaining the inheritance of the dream world. But the effect of the fragment is more thorough and comprehensive. It doesn't target an individual, but the entire civilization. Following that, Valkyrie spoke of the road of integration that happened more than 100 years after the end of the first battle of Divine Will. It was an ultimate battle that the Union did not know about. You should also know that the third civilization once covered more than half of the continent. If our race occupied the Blackstone region, humans occupied the Land of Dawn, and the second civilization occupied the Sky Sea realm, then the third civilization was the master of the underground world. They were like earthworms. Their bodies were extremely weak, but they had a unique way of using magic power. Unfortunately, these fellows were unlucky and encountered something they shouldn't have. When they were digging holes in the mountains, they encountered a crack in the ground and directly penetrated from the Blackstone region to the Sky Sea realm. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to understand that they inadvertently opened the barrier between their nest and the Sky Sea realm. The latter took advantage of the situation and invaded the Blackstone region, killing the earthworms and forcing them to retreat. If we could lend them a helping hand, they might have a chance of survival. But to our race, it was also the best time to verify the rumors of the relic. Therefore, the king, who was still an ascendant, led a team to attack the fleeing second civilization from behind and trap them in the Ghost Valley. This place is located between two mountain peaks. Its surface area is about half the size of the fertile plains. There are underground rivers and strata on both sides that stretch for thousands of miles. The bottom of the valley varies greatly. One moment it was an underground cave, the next moment it could become an open hill. Even if the earthworms were good at digging holes, it would be difficult for them to completely conceal their tracks. This war lasted for nearly 10 years. The number of our race's primal demons that died here was more than the number of humans that died in the first battle of divine will. In the end, the king and the Sky-Sea realm each obtained a portion of the inheritance fragment. Roland could not help but hold his breath. Even though he did not want to reveal his eagerness to let the other party be pleased, this piece of news made him momentarily forget to control his expression. And then? That's it. Huh? I'm talking about coffee. Valkyries licked her lips. You were the one who said that we should talk while eating, right? Roland was instantly speechless. Even at this stage, it was still trying to regain the initiative in the conversation. Should he say that the other party was too competitive or too arrogant? Nevertheless, he immediately called the waiter over and ordered 3 cups of Peninsula coffee. You may continue. The fusion wasn't that complicated. The king placed the stolen fragment and our race's inheritance fragment together. The two then merged into one. At that moment, we took over a portion of what the other party once had: language, knowledge, magic power, technology, and even life, the King of Nightmares said slowly. The earthworms that were still alive withered and died like weeds, and the power of our race also increased by leaps and bounds. Magic power seemed to have lifted the veil, and all kinds of knowledge appeared in our minds. Whether we were willing to accept it or not, we couldn't deny one point: our race was far stronger than it was during the first battle of divine will. From that moment on, no one doubted the gift of God. Just as I said, once you experience this feeling once, you will never forget it. She picked up a new cup of coffee and said, Now do you understand what I mean by it's too late? No matter what you obtained from the dream world, as long as you obtain the human's inheritance fragment, it will all belong to the victor. Do you want to use the warning of betraying the oracle to stop this war? That will only be a waste of effort. Even Mentor Heathtalese could not do it, let alone a human male. Indeed. Roland sighed. But I never intended to use a warning to stop the war. What are you trying to say? Valkyries frowned. Are you sure you can win? The Nightmare Lord did not avoid his gaze. The two stared at each other for a long time before Roland replied, Of course I can win this war. If you have another 100 years, even if you hide in the Blackstone region, you will still be wiped out by the humans. But I can't wait that long. The oracle's warning indicates that danger is imminent. I need to reach the bottomless land as soon as possible, and I need your help. Help me speed up the defeat of the demons, or rather, your Western Front army. Roland crossed his legs. For example, the processing method of God's Stone of Retaliation, the abilities of the King and the Grand Lord, the weakness of the spider demons, etc. This is also the reason why I sought you out. As long as you can think of, bang. Valkyrie slammed her palm on the table, causing coffee to spill from the cup. Don't be too arrogant, male. She suppressed her voice. You can kill me, but don't expect me to kneel and beg for mercy. As for me betraying my race, don't even think about it. Help you defeat the Western Front army? Dream on. Impudent. Don't be rude to His Majesty. The witches shouted at the same time. Both sides were in a state of mutual hostility, and the atmosphere seemed to have dropped to a freezing point. What's going on with that table? The whispers of others came from the side. A couple quarrel? The number is obviously wrong. But speaking of which, the girls around him are really beautiful. That Peninsula guy is even better. Damn it, where did he come from? I'm so envious. Roland rolled his eyes in his heart. The murderous intent on both sides was clearly overflowing, so where was the shadow of romance? All right, control yourselves. He pretended to be nonchalant and waved his hand, signaling for Phyllis and the rest to stop. He then leaned back on the bench and looked down at the Nightmare Lord. Don't you think that refusing to accept reality is a betrayal of the race? Reality? That's right. Roland's voice suddenly deepened. If the Oracle's warning is true, then there are only two paths before all civilizations. One is to fight the battle of divine will to the end, and the other is to completely end this endless war through the realm of mind. Don't tell me you don't know what the consequences of your choice will be? Without giving the other party a chance to refute, he raised his voice a little. After staying in the dream world for so long, you should know how much I can raise the overall strength of the human race. Without the new legacy shard, with your current strength, you won't be able to contend against me. If the war goes on for decades, how many people will your tribe have to sacrifice? How much price will you have to pay? Is this the result you wish to see? Then they also died honorably on the battlefield. No, he died in a meaningless lie. Roland corrected him. Furthermore, due to the existence of the legacy shard, this war will never be resolved. Hatred and suspicion will cause the flames of war to spread to the Blackstone region until your clan no longer exists. The only one who can stop it is me. Once I am gone, the destruction of the demons is only a matter of time. Compared to losing a vanguard army, isn't it obvious which method is more beneficial to the race? Vakri's face was ashen. He did not say a word. In fact, we might not have much time left. If we miss the opportunity to end the war, then there will be no other way out. He put down his leg and leaned forward slightly. Now, do you still insist on your opinion? After a moment of silence, the Nightmare King said coldly, Male, why should I believe you? Based on what the Oracle said, once you become a god, who can guarantee that you will let my clan live? Based on your words? You don't have a better choice. On one side, there is a possibility of survival. On the other side, it is destined to perish. That's all. Roland softened his tone. The purpose of the war has changed. What was impossible in the past doesn't mean it's impossible now. As long as we think from a different perspective, both races can live. Vakri's lips were tightly shut. He did not speak. Roland did not wait any longer. I know this is a difficult choice, so I don't expect an immediate answer. Go back first. He raised his head in disbelief. That's it? What else? Tie you up and torture you? Or kill you directly? I said, at least for now, you're free. Roland took out his cell phone. By the way, give me your number. That way, I can tell you about the war in the north immediately. This might help you make a decision. Don't forget, the future of the demons is in your hands. Although he looked reluctant, Vakri still gave him his number. Just as he was about to leave, Roland called out to him. I want to ask you another question. Do you think the Transformer Heathtullys from 1,000 years ago did something wrong? Vakri's figure paused for a moment, and he left the dining hall without looking back. Your Majesty, are you really going to let a senior demon move freely in the dream world? Phyllis asked worriedly. Not so. Roland shook his head. Haven't you noticed? She's no longer the senior demon she used to be. The demon didn't die immediately after losing the magic stone, and even had a corresponding identity. This could only mean one thing, she's now one with the dream world. Roland firmly believed in humanity's victory, but winning in 100 years was not the same as winning in 10 years. He needed to inflict pain on the demons in the shortest time possible, making them completely lose the will to resist, and thus clear a path to the bottomless land. The Nightmare Lord was just one of the cards. No matter what choice she made, she would not be able to change this decision. But at the same time, no one would complain about having more cards in their hands at such a critical moment. If he could win over a former senior demon, the pressure on the First Army would undoubtedly lessen significantly. After all, time was what he lacked the most at the moment. The winner is contestant Fei Yuhan. Wow! The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. She waved at the tens of thousands of spectators, then walked down the arena under the incessant flashing lights, and entered the contestants' lounge. This was a match with a predetermined outcome. Even if her opponent did not deliberately go easy on her according to the Guardian's instructions, she still managed to defeat him within the first minute of the match. In the past, such an outcome would not have made her feel any joy, but it was different this time. This was because she saw Valkyries, who had left for a long time, return to the arena. And a few hours ago, she had left the arena at the same time as Roland. After changing her clothes, Fei Yuhan boarded the association's bus and quietly waited for Valkyries' arrival. The anticipation in her heart did not subside. She had never experienced such a feeling. When Valkyries appeared in her vision, she could even hear the thumping of her chest. Just as Fei Yuhan expected, Valkyries sat beside her. "I won today's match." "Ah. Congratulations," Valkyries said absent-mindedly. This was a rare expression for her. "Thank you. It's a pity you didn't sign up for the competition. Otherwise, I would have been able to admire the strength of an outstanding martialist from the Kargard Peninsula." "There will be a chance," she replied. "Of course, there will be a chance." Fei Yuhan smiled. Even without observing his expression, Fei Yuhan could tell that Valkyries was being perfunctory. But since she knew that Valkyries came from another world, and that world seemed to be rather ancient, she could use more direct methods to obtain information. After all the people returning to the sanatorium had arrived, the bus started moving. When the bus reached the suburbs, Fei Yuhan secretly stretched out her finger and reached for Valkyrie's shoulder bag. This was the bag she had bought for Valkyries as a discharge gift. Before this, she had looked through the bag countless times and knew its shape like the back of her hand. There was an unfinished area between the main road and the newly built road in the city, but it did not affect the traffic. At most, there would be some tremors and dust. At the moment when the tires rolled over the uneven road, a condensed force of nature appeared at her fingertips and gently slid down. It was as if it was a natural fall. An inconspicuous decorative piece fell into her hand. And hidden within it was a miniature voice recorder. Fei Yuhan returned to her room in the Greenland sanatorium, locked the door, and took out a recording device embedded in a decorative piece. It was about the size of a grain of rice and did not have a playback function. She needed to insert it into a special reader to listen to the recorded content. After transferring the data into the notebook, she found the recording that was closest to the moment when Valkyries left the dojo and pressed play. "BZZ. BZZ, we meet again, Miss Valkyries." Roland's voice sounded. "He's here." Fei Yuhan curled her lips and brewed herself a cup of hot tea. She decided to enjoy the fruits of her long planning. The steaming hot tea gradually cooled down, and the owner of the tea did not even have the time to take a sip. Even though she had a premonition, she realized that what she had heard was far beyond her imagination. When she pressed the stop button, Fei Yuhan realized that her fingertips were trembling slightly. For a martial artist who had been famous for a long time, this could be considered as losing control. She finally understood why the hunter, Roland, would crush the wine glass in his hand during the banquet. If the secret of God was involved, it would be abnormal if he did not turn pale with fright. A dream world that was created, a civilization that fought for survival, a connection between two worlds, and a guardian that traversed the realm of mind. Was there anything more incredible than this? Fei Yuhan was slightly disappointed that the two chose to talk face to face in a coffee shop, but after listening to them, she realized that even if she said the content openly, others would only think that it was nonsense. Even so, Fei Yuhan did not think that what the two said was false. If she had been secretly observing Roland since the day he had been faking it, it would be too much of an exaggeration. If this world was really created by humans, then she would probably be the first person to pry into the truth behind the scenes. Heh. Fei Yuhan laughed softly. This feeling is really too satisfying. As for the Oracle's question about whether it was fiction or reality, she did not care at all. No one knew better than herself that she was a living existence. Whether it was her movements or the thoughts that popped up in her mind, they all came from her own will. It was the same when she took the initiative to explore the outsider's secrets. Perhaps Roland was one of the creators of the world, but so what? If a planet was created by cosmic energy and elementary particles, then there was no essential difference if the former was replaced with a person. Fei Yuhan leaned against the chair and allowed her body to tremble as she enjoyed this long-awaited happiness. After a long time, his excited emotions gradually calmed down. Logically speaking, the Martialist Association should have reported such critical information as the gods' futile attempt to destroy this world and the nature of the fallen evils. However, since it involved so many people and could almost rewrite history, she decided to observe for a while longer. After all, apart from the conversation between the two of them, she did not have any concrete evidence on hand. Moreover, the possibility that both of them were severe hysteria addicts could not be ruled out. She had also heard of the urban legend that there was a chance of developing telepathy and resonating with people of the same kind since the second grade of middle school. Although the probability of such a situation was extremely low, she had to be on guard. Fortunately, Vaucres had officially established a relationship with Roland, so there would only be more opportunities for her to pry into his secrets. Now, what interested Fei Yuhan the most was the other world that the two of them originally resided in. For example, those women who called Roland Your Majesty. If they could come to the dream world, could I also see what the other world looks like, to see the so-called reality? Where did you run off to? Garcia glared at Roland in dissatisfaction. Didn't you say you were going to watch the match with Zero? Sorry, the association had something to tell them, so I couldn't do anything about it. Roland rubbed the back of his head. He was in the wrong, so he was very decisive in admitting defeat. In order to avoid the time when he and Vaucres would return, he purposely stayed at the restaurant for a while longer. He did not expect to run into the evening rush hour, which resulted in the two of them waiting at the entrance of the dojo for another half an hour. If not for my patrolling mission, I would have left you behind long ago. Garcia said unhappily. Bring the little girl to a good meal to make up for it. She patted Zero's head. The latter nodded and ran to Roland's side with small quick steps. She even bowed to Garcia and said, Thank you, sister. If he mistreats you, you must tell me. Okay. This girl, she actually pretended to be so obedient in front of outsiders. Roland could not help but curse inwardly, but on the surface, he looked extremely sincere. Don't worry, leave it to me. Oh right, do you want me to bring you some too? No need. Garcia waved generously. You guys go ahead, I'll return to the dojo first. Sorry to trouble you today. Roland said goodbye to Garcia and shrugged at Zero. Let's go, there's a commercial plaza in front. You can choose whatever you want to eat tonight. Okay. Zero replied in a muffled voice. Strange, shouldn't she take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price? Roland was slightly surprised. Why did she suddenly become so quiet? Why, wasn't today's match exciting? No, it was much better than on TV, that's good. When you come back from the holidays, I'll take you to watch a few more live matches. Anyway, I'm a member of the association, so it shouldn't be difficult to get tickets. They crossed the road along the sidewalk and walked side by side on the crowded street. The snow under their feet had been stepped on, leaving only the sound of pachi-pachi. However, more snowflakes floated down from the night sky and were dyed with gorgeous colors by the flashing neon lights. At this rate, the city would become pure white again tomorrow morning. Gradually, Zero fell behind. Roland suddenly felt that the corner of his clothes was being tugged by something. He stopped and turned around in surprise. The little girl lowered her head and pulled his clothes without saying a word. What's wrong? Roland was stunned. It's my fault that I didn't accompany you, but work. Zero shook her head. I don't want to go back. What? I don't want to go back to my hometown, uncle. She raised her head and bit her lip. Can I continue to live at your place during the 2 months of the holidays? I'll find a way to pay the rent. I used to pay for groceries before, so it'll definitely be faster now. I promise I won't be late. Looking at the little girl who seemed to have plucked up her courage, Roland was momentarily speechless. The lines of handwriting in her diary that he had peeked at in the beginning seemed to resurface in his mind, and he suddenly felt that he had done something wrong. It was no secret that Zero's family was not harmonious. Judging from her usual words and deeds, as well as the way she ate and dressed, her family was probably quite harsh on her. However, Roland had never intervened, or it could be said that he had deliberately maintained the status quo. Because she was the other creator of this world. Therefore, if he wanted the dream world to run as usual, maintaining the inertia was undoubtedly the safest way. This was also the reason why he did not immediately let Zero join the association after she had awakened. Would changing the status quo increase the possibility of awakening the other side of her? If she became a pure witch again, what would happen to this world? He had always been on guard against this happening. However, Roland had neglected the original form of Zero, a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Do you really think that this world is fictional? When Lon asked him, he gave a negative answer. However, he did not do this when it came to Zero. No, can't I? The little girl's voice became softer and softer as the courage she had mustered gradually faded. You know, I'm not your legal guardian. If I keep you in the tube-shaped apartment, it'll be fine for a day or two, but if it's too long, your family will definitely come looking for you. By then, no matter how unwilling you are, it'll be impossible for you to continue living here, and I'll get into a lot of trouble. Zero's eyes dimmed. But there's a way to change this fact. Roland squatted down and patted the snow off her shoulder. Really? She suddenly raised her head. Just join the Martialist Association. At any time, the association is a legal shelter for the awakened. As long as you decide to stay, no one can change your mind, even if you're underage. Roland laughed. This is the privilege of a Martialist. How about it, do you want to become a Martialist? But even if you join the association, you still have to continue your studies. Don't think that you don't have to go to school anymore. He raised his eyebrows. As for the competition, it doesn't matter. If you don't like fighting, it's fine not to participate. His words seemed to put the last burden on Zero's shoulders. She took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Then I'll join. Okay, I'll help you fill out the application form when we get back. After that, you can live wherever you want. Can I live in 0825? Roland held out his hand to her. Of course. The inertia had been broken. The future changes might be unknown. But it was all a choice of free will. At noon the next day after he woke up from the dream, Roland received a piece of good news. The Ministry of Engineering and the Ministry of Construction had finally completed the site and equipment arrangement for the Glory of the Sun project. Since 52 kilograms of spherical uranium-235 could reach the critical state in theory, element purification was not the biggest hurdle. Lucia had been busy for so long and had accumulated hundreds of kilograms of pure uranium in the Institute of High Energy Physics. However, the power of the fission reaction could not be fully exerted by piling up uranium-235, unless the amount of uranium-235 was shockingly large. However, its safety and practicality would be greatly reduced, so it needed a specific configuration to stimulate its energy efficiency. Another key point of the project was the test explosion. It was one thing to calculate in theory, but another to put it into practice. From the theoretical device to the actual product, it was almost impossible to succeed in one try. According to statistics, many of the weapons developed by Roland for the First Army had failed more than double digits during the test, even with the help of reliable blueprints and witches. The Glory of the Sun project was undoubtedly more special. Other weapons could be manufactured, improved, and tested in one place, but not the fission reaction. Whether the result was a success or a failure, there would be a forbidden area. In fact, it took nearly a month to inspect the test site. Although the fertile plains was vast, it was obviously not suitable for the test explosion as the main development direction of Neverwinter in the future. There were many isolated islands in the fjords, but they were too far away from each other. Now that the sea transportation was under great pressure, it was difficult to find ships to transport all kinds of equipment. The uninhabited desert in the south seemed to be the most suitable place. However, considering that a large number of match men had been buried there, for future development, Roland hesitated for a long time and rejected the southernmost region. The test explosion site was finally set to the west of the Great Snow Mountain, the former demon outpost camp. Although it was possible to encounter demonic beasts and demons there, the risk was still acceptable. At the same time, whether the test explosion was successful or not, it would form a polluted area, which would improve the security of Neverwinter's rear. Only after crossing these two thresholds could they be considered qualified for the nuclear test. Your Majesty, please take me with you. Me too. I won't say any more. As long as it's a weapon that can kill demons, I'll try it no matter what. While receiving the message, Roland also received a conversation request from the third border city. Looking at the three big faces on the other side of the light screen, he could not help but wipe his sweat. This is just a theoretical device test. It's still far from a real weapon test. Ever since he instilled the concept of the glory of the sun into the tequila witches, Pasha and Celine had been obsessed with it. However, he did not expect that even Alethea would join in, and there seemed to be a hint of devotion in her tone. If it is really as you say, and it can illuminate the dark clouds above mankind, then I hope to be able to witness its birth along the way. Pasha lowered her mane whiskers. I've also contributed a lot to the manufacturing of the core components of the glory of the sun. You can't possibly let the participants of the plan stay here, right? Celine added. But there is no tunnel from the Great Snow Mountain to the experimental observation point, don't worry about that. There's no sun during the months of demons, so we'll spend more time outside than usual. Alethea replied hurriedly, as if she was afraid that he would say no. Besides, the passage that Fran went through last time is still there. We won't attract anyone's attention when we leave the city. Roland did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Anna, who nodded at him with a smile. Since the three of them had come to this point, it would be unreasonable to disagree. Then I'll ask the Ministry of Construction to reserve a place for you in the bunker. Remember to bring some God's punishment witches with you and be careful on the road. Thank you, Your Majesty, the three of them said happily. Looking at this scene, Roland felt a little emotional. In his previous life, this kind of weapon was often regarded as an opportunity for self-destruction. Countless literary works and biographies described it as the sword of Damocles hanging over mankind's head. But here, it was the dawn of hope. When darkness came, only strength could protect civilization and cut through thorns. He looked at Anna and said, let's go. 50 kilometers north of Xianxia in the heavy snow. The snow here was much heavier than in Neverwinter. Not only did it cover the land that had been corroded by demons, but it also made the construction of the bunker extremely difficult. Fortunately, with the help of the powerful God's punishment witches, the construction team finally settled down in this uninhabited place. To ensure the quality of the project, the workers in the team were all elites from the Northern Expedition Regiment. After experiencing the bloody battles on the fertile plains, the harsh weather was not the toughest enemy. Moreover, they had been informed before they set off that this construction project was the top secret of Neverwinter. It was related to the future of their homeland and the kingdom. Coupled with the high remuneration offered by the administrative office, everyone was motivated to work. If it were in Grey Castle in the past, no matter how much the nobles pressured them, they would never allow their subordinates to open up a camp in such a place. It took Roland and his team nearly 2 days to reach the explosion test site. After entering the command post that was half buried in the ground, they saw a completely different scene in the room. The thick brick walls blocked the wind and snow, the blazing fireplace crackled, and the project leaders were holding oil lamps and checking their tasks against the forms. They looked extremely busy. Seeing his arrival, everyone stopped what they were doing and then saluted, Your Majesty. Go on with your work, Roland waved his hand and then looked at Car van Bate. How's the situation here? We haven't found any traces of demons in the past month, Car replied. They should have completely abandoned this place. As for demonic beasts, we occasionally see dozens of them, but they're not a threat to the garrison troops. The explosion test site and simulation equipment have been built. If you don't have any other instructions, they can completely meet the requirements of the plan. Where's the explosion test site? North, 15 kilometers away from here. Car pointed at the map and said, You can't see it from the command post. The snow here is too thick. Even if it's as high as a 3-story building, it'll be blocked by the snow. It doesn't matter. We'll naturally see it when it explodes, Roland smiled and turned to Anna. Then let's start the first explosion test. In order to verify the feasibility of the explosion, the two had prepared at least 3 configurations for the test in the past 6 months. This time, it was the simplest configuration of a gun. 15 kilometers away. The high platform made of steel stood tall in the white snowfield. It did not look like a creation of this era. The neat and dense structure, the beams and steel cables with icicles hanging from them, and the layers of barbed wire surrounded it, all revealed the beauty of the industry. Hundreds of people surrounded it, preparing for the detonation. As the entire device weighed nearly 10 tons, and Hummingbird had gone to the front, it could not be assembled in Neverwinter. They could only transport the parts to the test explosion site and assemble it on the spot. Fortunately, its structure was very simple, and the need for disassembly and transportation was taken into account during the design, so it was not demanding on the workers. This was also the difference between the Glory of the Sun and other weapons. Even if the site and equipment had been set up, it still took 1 or 2 days to complete the final preparations. At this moment, Roland and Anna were standing on the top of the tower, directing the assembly of the device. Next is the third core component. Pay attention to the direction of the interface, be careful. Everyone, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. As the leader of the workers shouted, a silver-white cylinder was slowly pushed into the device. Until this step was completed, Roland slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the cylinder was the main source of energy for the test explosion, 2 separated uranium-235 cylinders, each weighing 20 kilograms. When the two were combined, it would provide a total charge mass of 40 kilograms. This value was lower than the critical limit of 53 kilograms. In theory, there would not be a violent fission reaction, but as he had said before, the critical value was not a fixed value. Conditions such as shape, temperature, and pressure could change the value, which was why nuclear weapons that relied purely on materials had little practical value. For example, 52 kilograms of uranium-235 in the spherical state seemed stable, but in fact, it was already a volcano that was ready to erupt. Even a slight impact or vibration could cause it to cross the critical point. Similarly, although it was safe to use several small uranium blocks, it would also make the detonation more difficult. When several uranium blocks were combined into one, the whole could indeed exceed the critical point, but the high temperature produced by the fission reaction would cause the uranium block to expand rapidly, reducing its density, and the violent explosion would push the raw materials far away, thus interrupting the reaction. In short, a reasonable configuration not only had to make the uranium reach a critical state, but it also had to be maintained as long as possible in order to unleash the power of the fission reaction. The reason why the gun configuration was called a gun configuration was because its principle was very similar to the ancient guns. Through the detonation of explosives, one piece of uranium would suddenly push another piece of uranium. Under great pressure, the density of the uranium would increase rapidly. Even if the mass was slightly lower, it could still cross the critical point. When the outer shell of the device was connected, Anna personally inserted a can with a warning sign of the radioactive source into the reserved tail port. It was also the last critical component of the test explosion. For a moment, Roland felt as if his face had been pricked by something, and even his breathing stopped for half a beat. Beryllium neutron source. Just like its name suggested, it could provide a large number of free neutrons for fission, and it was the most direct way to reduce the critical value. Inside the can-like metal container, there was a row of hollow spheres. Each sphere was the size of a ping-pong ball, and the core was a marble-like spheroid. It was tightly wrapped in gold foil, and around it was a honeycomb of beryllium sheets. When the uranium pieces collided, they would also smash the small can at the bottom of the gun barrel. All the hollow spheres would be compressed by the violent explosive gas until they were thinner than paper. After the gold foil broke, the beryllium sheets would be intimately attached to the spheroid, completely accepting the alpha particles released by the spheroid, and then blasting out several times the number of neutrons. These neutrons would participate in the fission reaction of uranium-235. If luck was on their side, they could consume a few more % of the raw material before the reaction was terminated, greatly increasing the power of the nuclear weapon. Since the half-life of polonium-210 was only 138 days, it was essential to provide a replacement port. In addition, leaving the neutron source in the weapon for a long time was also extremely dangerous. After all, as long as the beryllium was in contact with it, it would spontaneously release neutrons. Once the gold foil was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the beryllium neutron source was installed in the principal device, it turned from a gentle and harmless thing into a monster that could engulf everyone on the scene at any time. Although Roland knew that what he felt was just an illusion, and it was impossible for a human to capture the changes in the number of neutrons in the environment, he still subconsciously breathed a lot lighter. At this step, the principal device officially completed all the preparation work before detonation. Anna took the initiative to hold his hand. "Give the order." Roland nodded slightly under the other party's calm and steady gaze. Regardless of the result, the glory of the Sun Project had finally reached this step. After taking this step, mankind would enter a new realm. He looked at Sean. "Pass my order, inform the command post to start the ignition in 6 hours. "Yes, Your Majesty, 600 woo, 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 device number 1 has entered the ignition stage. I repeat, device number 1 has entered the ignition stage. All personnel, please pack up immediately and leave the site in an orderly manner according to the drill plan. Please note, this is not a drill. The test explosion site will be closed in an hour. Everyone must evacuate to a safe area before then." Soon, the evacuation announcement was heard along with the alarm. "Hurry up, everyone gather in the open space in front of the tower. Don't leave anyone behind. Construction Team 2, count off. 1, 2, 3. Seal the test explosion site door. All members of the God's Punishment Witch Squad are here. Begin evacuation." The quiet snowfield seemed to be boiling. People's shouts and a repeated alarm echoed each other, and the atmosphere became tense and dignified. Everyone knew that they were about to witness an unprecedented experiment. 300 in the command post, Roland and Anna took out 2 keys and opened the cover of the control panel. When the switches were pressed one by one, the green lights on the table lit up one after another. "The main cable is transmitting power. Mystery Moon number 1 is working normally. The load is rising steadily. Now switch to line 1. Understood. Line 1 has been connected. The power supply to the device is working normally." The observer reported the operation of the detonation system loudly. When the last green light lit up, it meant that the electric current had been conducted to the high platform 15 kilometers away. 100, the alarm above the command post also sounded. It meant that there was only 1 hour left for the detonation procedure. The doors and windows of the bunker were all closed, and the oil lamps were extinguished one by one to avoid accidents caused by the vibration. The higher-ups of Neverwinter entered a special observation room. According to Roland's instructions, the outer surface of the room was built in the shape of a trapezoid to better withstand the shock waves, and the inner side was deepened to accommodate the huge body of the original carrier. Pasha and the other tequila witches had been waiting for a long time. 0:15 The sky gradually darkened. The last round of urgent sirens finally arrived. Whether it was the higher-ups, soldiers, or workers, they all put on black sunglasses to block out the strong light according to the rehearsal. Although most people did not understand why they had to wear glasses to block their vision on such a dark snowy day. Didn't that mean he couldn't see anything? 0:05 Countdown. 5 minutes. When the announcement sounded again, the scene had become silent. All communication and discussion had stopped. Everyone stared fixedly at the pitch-black darkness in front of them, involuntarily holding their breaths. Countdown of 3 minutes. Roland felt sweat forming on his palms. Anna looked at him with a smile and gently held his hand. 1 minute. A hand reached over from the other side and 5 fingers overlapped. Countdown of 10 seconds. 9. Although it was a pity that he could not press the detonation button himself, Roland knew that this was only the beginning of his long historical journey. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. The snowfield in the distance was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like only a short moment. Pasha, on the other hand, had a clearer view. The original carriers didn't rely on their eyes. For her, Aletheia, and Celine, any of their tentacles could be used as their eyes, so they couldn't wear anything to block the light. Even though Roland had reminded them that it was best to avoid looking directly at the center of the explosion for 5 to 10 seconds after the detonation, they didn't look away until the very last second. It wasn't just her, the other two did the same. No one wanted to miss this long-awaited scene. Could humans defeat demons? During the hundreds of years that the tequila survivors had been hiding underground, no one dared to ask this question. At that time, they had gritted their teeth and persevered for the sake of their responsibility and their sisters who had sacrificed themselves. As for the final outcome, anyone who thought about it would feel resistant, afraid that their unremitting efforts and fighting spirit would be destroyed. The pitch-black ceiling that they saw every day when they raised their heads was the deepest impression in their memories. And this darkness was broken by a brilliant blue light. It wasn't pure blue. Unlike pigments, paint, gems, or lake water, Pasha found it hard to describe. It was more like an illusion that it was blue because it was too white. The light expanded rapidly along the horizon and illuminated the land in an instant. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen something other than the sun and the moon that could illuminate the entire land. It wasn't an illusion. She clearly saw the originally dark snowfield return to its daytime appearance. Trees cast heavy shadows on the snow, and the closer one got to the center of the white light, the clearer the outline of the land became. Almost at the same time, Pasha felt a sharp pain in front of her, as if her skin was burning. This was the experience of being exposed to the midday sun. But she didn't feel the slightest fear in her heart. She even opened all the tentacles on her body to receive the light that broke through the darkness. If it could bring new hope to humans, what was this little bit of pain? It would only bring more pleasure in return. The light only lasted for less than a second before it turned from blue to white, and then from white to red. Then, the ground shook violently, and the airflow that rushed toward them brought up pieces of flying snow, which hit the outer wall of the bunker, making a crackling sound. Finally, there was a deafening roar that lasted for a long time, as if the entire earth was roaring. After the explosion, the world became quiet again. A strange cloud appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was large at the top and small at the bottom, like a mushroom extending upwards. At the top of the mushroom, dark red flames could still be seen rolling. Lighting up the sky with his own strength was definitely an effect that no firearm could compare to. He could feel such power from 15 kilometers away. What would it be like if he was close by? Pasha could already imagine the scene when the new weapon exploded among the demons. She had thought that the bombardment of over 100 cannons was already the most shocking scene, but compared to this scene, it was not even worth mentioning. If the artillery drill 2 years ago could be said to have changed the worldview of every tequila witch, then this experiment could be said to have reshaped the concepts that they had painstakingly formed in their minds. Whoosh! Enthusiastic cheers erupted in the command post and observation room. The main tentacles of the 3 senior witches were also entangled together. For the first time, Aletheia didn't call them mortals or ordinary people to distinguish them. Celine's voice was full of excitement. Pasha interrupted. Celine replied without hesitation. Aletheia also expressed her agreement. A year ago, the standard of victory was to resist the attack of the demons, persist until the end of the battle of divine will, and then look for opportunities after 400 years of development. Unknowingly, this standard had been raised a lot. Pasha finally laughed. Humans could defeat demons. And it might be faster than they had expected. That was because that expanse of darkness no longer existed. Among all the jubilant crowd, only Roland and Anna maintained their usual calmness. What's the result? Anna asked as she took off her sunglasses. At least we've taken the first step. Roland spread his hands. The theoretical device had undoubtedly triggered a fission reaction. That extremely dazzling flash was proof. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cause such a huge wave just by relying on the thousands of kilograms of explosives in the device. But judging from the subsequent shock wave and smoke column, it was obvious that the effect was quite different from what he had expected. They should have been more violent. As for the specific result, we can only make a judgment after the command post has collected all the on-site data. Half an hour later, the experimental teams successively brought back the detection devices set up around the site, floating papers. Since it was impossible to accurately measure the yield of the explosives with the current technical means in Neverwinter, Roland naturally thought of using paper to measure the power method. When the airwave blew here, the paper would be thrown into the air, and affected by the explosion wind, the paper would fall farther than before. Based on this difference, the approximate yield of the explosion could be estimated. Roland did not need to calculate it himself. He had already copied a complete parameter table from the dream world, and he only needed to compare the statistical results. Although there was a certain error in this method, it was enough to guide the experiment. After comparison, the result was not much different from what he had expected. The power of the theoretical device explosion this time was only about 3,000 tons of TNT, and the amount of uranium-235 used was as much as 40 kilograms. If the first atomic bomb little boy used only 6% of the raw materials to participate in the fission reaction, and the explosive yield was 13,000 tons of TNT, then the nuclear material utilization rate in this experiment was less than 2%, and it could be said to be a dirty bomb. Of course, it was not to say that Roland was very disappointed. After all, in the history of weapons, there was no such thing as a so-called dirty bomb standard. Compared with the small nuclear weapons that were often used as high as tens of times, these veterans that had been put into actual combat were all classified as dirty bombs. A 152mm grenade with a charge of only a few kilograms could cause astonishing damage, let alone 3,000 tons of TNT. In terms of the experiment, the first theoretical device could not be considered very successful, but it was still a deadly weapon. It looks like the road ahead will be very long. Anna put down the form and let out a long breath. Her eyes were not the slightest bit discouraged, but full of fighting spirit. That's right. Roland nodded. A week later, a strange-looking vehicle slowly drove into the test explosion site. It was the first crawler tractor manufactured by the Ministry of Industry of Neverwinter based on the complete set of blueprints and technical instructions provided by the Grey Pot Design Bureau. However, other than the chassis being the same, its appearance was completely different from that of the experimental product. The vehicle was surrounded by thick armor plates and looked like a moving square box at first glance. After driving into the explosion zone, it stopped in front of the melted iron tower for about half an hour before turning around and driving south along the original road. After driving for about 5 kilometers, a wheeled truck approached and picked up all the people on board, while the square box tractor was directly abandoned in the snow. This group of people traveled all the way and returned to Neverwinter from the Great Snow Mountain the next day. Upon receiving the news, Roland summoned them to the castle immediately. How was it? Did you encounter any accidents? Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Everything went smoothly. Phyllis smiled and presented a sigil to him. Summer quickly located the scene at that time. We stayed longer than expected. Because there was a specific time, it wasn't too difficult, Summer said shyly. Compared to the other sisters, my ability to control my ability is considered poor. Alright, don't be modest. It's true, Roland took the sigil, but his expression was still solemn. He tilted his head to look at Momo beside him. Sorry to trouble you. No, you're too kind, Your Majesty. Momo reached out to cover one of her eyes to avoid seeing His Majesty. At the same time, she displayed her ability. After a while, she put down her hand and bowed to Roland. Everyone's number and color haven't changed significantly. It's basically the same as when we set off. Only then did Roland let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. You too, the witches replied in unison. Meals have been prepared in the reception hall. Chaos drinks are available in unlimited quantities. Please fill your stomachs first. Roland looked at the joyful faces of the witches and shook his head with a smile. As for the tequila witches who participated in the operation, they were basically regulars in the dream world, so there was no need for any additional rewards. Using Summer's backtracking ability to observe the instantaneous changes when the weapon was in action had always been the most reliable improvement method of the engineering department. By adjusting the backtracking speed, he could clearly understand the state of the target at every moment. Most of the problems and loopholes could be seen at a glance. However, as mentioned before, the glory of the sun was different from other weapons, especially the dirty bomb that had yet to fully activate. There would be a lot of materials that emitted fatal radiation left in the area. If one were to enter rashly, they would undoubtedly suffer from a large amount of radiation damage. For this reason, Roland did not hesitate to put the first tractor prototype into the project and modified it into a radiation-proof vehicle. Its left, right, rear, and bottom were wrapped with multiple layers of lead plates, sandwiched in the middle with gold foil and beryllium sheets. The overall thickness was up to 10 centimeters, making it highly shielded against photons, electrons, and neutron jets. Only the steam engine powered by the magic cube could handle the structural weight of the comprehensive protection. In addition, the car was equipped with oxygen and was almost completely isolated from the outside world, preventing the risk of radioactive dust entering the car through the ventilation channel. In order to observe the scene of the explosion, a huge lead-containing glass was installed in front of the car. The thickness of the glass was an astonishing 30 centimeters. Considering that entering and exiting the explosion test field might cause contaminants to stick to the tracks and armor, he specifically requested that once the personnel were sent out of the most dangerous core area, they should immediately change vehicles and abandon the former in the snow. It could be said that Roland had used all the safety measures he could think of, but even so, it was still difficult for him to relax. Fortunately, the final result showed that the observation operation was a complete success. After getting the first-hand information from the crime scene, Roland immediately started researching with Anna and Celine. Using the sigil of time to replay the scene that had been slowed down hundreds of times, the flaws of the number 1 principal device gradually surfaced. "Our explosives are too weak," Anna said in a low voice. "I can also see that the impact of the explosion didn't seem to be transmitted to the gun barrel." Celine nodded her main tentacle. "Can we use batch detonation to solve this problem?" "I'm afraid there's not much hope in a short time." Roland rubbed his tired eyes. After watching the explosion live for 2 days in a row, he felt that the whole world was only left with blue and white colors. Although he had expected the problem of explosives, he did not expect it to be so obvious. Currently, Neverwinter had been mass-producing double-base smokeless gunpowder. Although it was not as powerful as RDX and other high explosives in terms of energy and explosive speed, it was enough for the army. Even if it was not powerful enough, it could be made up with quantity. However, when it was put into the principal device, the problem was revealed. More than 1,000 kilograms of explosives was definitely not a point on the blueprint. When stacked, it was as big as a safe. In order to transmit the explosive energy to the uranium, Roland specially made a funnel-like lens, hoping to concentrate the impact force as much as possible. There was no problem with this idea, but before the detonation reached this step, there was already a problem. Because the total volume of the explosives was too large, and every point was detonated at the same time, the shock waves produced by the explosives in front and behind offset each other. This could be clearly seen from the slow-motion playback. The colliding shock waves caused the entire steel lens and even the outer shell to be severely deformed, which meant that a large amount of energy acted on the outside of the gun barrel. Naturally, the energy used to move the uranium was much less. Then, there was a chain reaction. The lack of pressure in the gun barrel caused the fission to stop quickly. Most of the uranium was vaporized at high temperature, which indirectly weakened the effect of the neutron source. "We can only find another way," Roland said with his hands spread out. Without electronic explosion control technology, it was almost impossible to ignite all the explosives in 1,000th of a second and cause the shock waves to overlap. Even if they replaced it with high explosives, it would only improve but not eliminate this problem. He could ask the Ministry of Chemical Industry to try to develop low-speed explosives and place them in front of the lens to minimize the impact between the explosives as much as possible. However, this process would probably require a lot of experiments, and it was hard to say whether it would succeed or not. Now, the most reliable way was obviously to make up for the shortcomings of the detonation technology through the configuration design. "It seems that I have to work overtime tonight," he said weakly as he stretched. "I'll be with you," Anna said with a smile. "How about a black fire massage as a reward? I suddenly feel full of energy." Roland was refreshed. "Is there any other reward?" "Like what?" "Let me think. Oh, how about the one I mentioned last time? Is this also the knowledge I learned from the dream world?" Scroll went up to the 3rd floor of the castle with a large stack of documents and met Nightingale, who was yawning and about to leave, in front of the office. "You're still awake?" The latter stopped and raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Probably because I'm getting old and can't sleep recently." Scroll smiled and shook her head. "Where's His Majesty? Is he asleep?" "Yes, he went back to his bedroom half an hour ago." "Then why are you still in the office?" She covered her mouth and said, "Are you eating His Majesty's snacks?" Ahaha. Nightingale was slightly stunned at first, then she coughed twice and said, "Yes, I ate his spicy shredded beef and took 2 sips of chaos drinks." "Don't tell His Majesty." This time it was Scroll's turn to be stunned. What's wrong with her? Why did she reply so directly? In the past, as long as Nightingale was not caught on the spot, she would never admit to it. But when she thought that she and Vendi often stole Nightingale's drinks, Scroll didn't know what to say for a while. "Well, I'm going to bed." Nightingale looked away and walked to the second floor. "Don't stay up too late. I heard from Roland that the older you get, the more serious the sequelae of lack of sleep." She looked up at the bottom of the stairs and said, "Good night." "Good night," Scroll replied inexplicably, then turned around and walked into the office. Although the fire in the fireplace had been extinguished, the remaining heat from the heater was still there, and there seemed to be some lingering fragrance in the air. It seemed that Nightingale had been here for a long time. Without thinking too much, Scroll skillfully opened the bookcase, sorted the documents in her hand into the processing column, and then took out the documents that His Majesty needed to solve. They were all extremely long lines of equations. From the handwriting, Scroll could tell that some of them were Roland's, Anna's, and Celine's. One of her daily jobs was to bring these documents to the Arithmetic Academy, let the group of astrologers calculate the answers, and then hand them over to the central carrier for verification. From the written description, these things should be related to His Majesty's new experiment. However, she could not understand how he could determine the dimensions of a device that no one had ever seen or even imagined just by calculating on a piece of paper. It was as if the numbers on the paper were not numbers, but an outline of reality. To her, this was no different from predicting the future. Every time Scroll saw Anna's elegant notes, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This girl, who was born in Border Town, had already reached a realm that they couldn't understand at all. Everyone had been sitting in the same office at the beginning, watching His Majesty's interesting scientific experiments, and anyone could have a word or two. Now, the only one who could follow His Majesty closely was Anna. However, she did not feel any sense of loss in her heart. Instead, she was filled with pride. Because they were her sisters. Scroll sat in front of Roland's desk and flipped through the documents as usual, intending to memorize all of them. This way, even if there were any omissions in the distribution calculation, she would be able to find them in time. But this time, she noticed something strange. "Am I seeing things?" Scroll rubbed her eyes and found that there were strings of characters floating behind some formulas, as if they were the answers to her questions. If this was an examination paper or a household registration file, it wouldn't be surprising. Ever since she mastered the technique of quick searching, she could often tell where a document came from and everything related to it at first glance. The problem was that this was the first time she had seen this information. Not only could Scroll not understand the meaning of the arithmetic formulas, but even the answers floating behind them were also unclear. It was difficult to even understand them. Moreover, not every formula had similar strange symbols behind it. Most of the columns were still blank. If she stared at those illusory symbols for a long time, she would even feel dizzy. It seemed that Nightingale was right. Staying up too late really had an effect. Scroll sighed softly. Unfortunately, she hadn't been sleepy lately, as if her brain was always working at a high speed. Should I ask the hospital to prescribe some sleeping ferns tomorrow? She couldn't help but think that this thing didn't have much side effects on witches. Taking it once or twice shouldn't have any effect. After reluctantly memorizing all the information, Scroll suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness, and even her consciousness became a little blurred. Her body involuntarily leaned forward, and the pen holder on the table was accidentally knocked down. But this dizziness came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, she felt that she had returned to normal. Not to mention any discomfort, her thoughts seemed to be much clearer than before. Scroll blinked her eyes, and after confirming that she was really okay, she smiled bitterly and bent down to pick up the pen holder. It was also at this moment that she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Because the appearance of the floor had changed. She would never mistake His Majesty's office. The floor was made of pine wood from the misty forest and covered with a layer of wool carpet. Although the appearance was a little old, His Majesty had never changed it. And now, the carpet under her feet was still wool carpet, but the material of the floor in the distance had changed. It had changed from wood to stone. How is this possible? Scroll cautiously raised her head, and her heart continued to sink. Not only the floor, but the whole office seemed to have changed. The recliner that Nightingale usually sat on had disappeared without a trace, and in its place was a row of old iron filing cabinets. At first glance, it looked a little like the archives in the administrative office. But I should have been in the castle before. That's right, the French windows, that was His Majesty's favorite decoration, and also a characteristic of the office. As long as you looked out, you could see the city of Neverwinter under the curtain of the night. Scroll suddenly turned around and pulled open the velvet curtains behind her. What she saw was only a grey brick wall. Without a doubt, this was no longer His Majesty's office that she was familiar with. She stood up in a panic, rushed to the wall, and knocked twice. The wall did not move at all. From the steady echo, she could tell that it was obviously not an illusion, but a real entity. Scroll felt a trace of despair. Anyone who was suddenly transferred to a completely closed and unfamiliar place would probably feel a strong sense of helplessness and vulnerability. No. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. It was not accurate to say that it was completely closed. In the corner between two rows of filing cabinets, there was an inconspicuous iron door. It was almost the same color as the cabinets, and if one did not look carefully, it would be easy to miss it. It seemed to be the only exit in the room. Where would the iron door lead to? Was it a trap or another wall waiting for her outside? Scroll resisted thinking about these questions, and slowly held the door handle. Click, the iron door opened with a click. A ray of golden sunlight shone into the room, and then the silence was broken. Countless sounds rushed in along with the cold air. There were noisy conversations, beeping whistles, and endless footsteps. In front of her, countless people were hurrying along with their heads down. Occasionally, some of them would glance at her, and their faces revealed a little bit of amazement. And behind this group of people, there were huge, mountain-like buildings rising one after another, occupying Scroll's entire field of vision. Chapter 1325, Chapter 1325 The Realm, page 1/1. After waking up, Roland stayed in bed for a while as usual before he reluctantly climbed out of the warm quilt. Anna had obviously woken up very early and devoted herself to her work. She had brought breakfast on the table. Roland lazily put on his coat and planned to go to the bathroom outside to wash up and then come back to fill his stomach. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a group of witches waiting outside. Your Majesty! Roland could not help but feel a sense of déjà vu. There was no doubt that something big had happened in the Union for so many witches who did not participate in the war to gather here. But because he was still in the dream world, everyone was waiting for him at the door. Thinking that it was the winter of the months of demons, Nightingale and the others looked excited. He asked subconsciously, did someone evolve on the day of adulthood? It's Scroll. She's promoted to a transcendent. Nightingale replied excitedly. Following the group of chattering witches into the office, Roland saw the transcendent that everyone was talking about. Phyllis and Anna were also there. The three of them surrounded a stack of documents and seemed to be discussing something. Just by looking at Scroll's peaceful expression, he almost thought that the one who had advanced was one of the cheerful witches in front of him instead of the calm and steady teacher of the Union. So, what's going on now? He asked curiously. Is Scroll really? The three witches also noticed his arrival. Phyllis took the lead and said, Your Majesty, I've repeatedly confirmed this with the stone of measuring. Her Excellency Scroll is probably the first non-combat transcendent in history. All the characteristics of her magic power are obviously different from before. Although this kind of improvement mostly varies from person to person and there are no specific examples for reference, according to the Convention of the Union, she is indeed qualified to be called a transcendent. Don't call me Your Excellency. Scroll smiled and shook her head. That won't do, Phyllis said seriously. In the era of the Union, you might be a candidate for the three chiefs. I'm already very impolite. You also said that it was the era of the Union, Scroll interrupted. In the Witch Union, everyone was a sister. Also, I prefer this kind of casual name. Alright, let's put these things aside for now, Anna interrupted. Now that Roland is here, let's talk about Scroll's ability first. I thought you had already gone to the North Slope laboratory. Roland smiled at her. The latter also winked slyly. That was my original plan, but Scroll's ability is a little special, so I had to change the itinerary. Special? Yes, Anna said word by word. She saw the dream world. After listening to Scroll's story, Roland's eyes widened in surprise. How did you come back in the end? When I saw those magnificent city buildings, I suddenly thought of the dream world you described, and then I unconsciously felt a lot more at ease. Scroll slowly said, after that, I returned to the hut where I first appeared, and tried to concentrate and imagine myself leaving the secret room. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I had indeed returned to the castle office. Ah. I'm so jealous. Is that really the dream world? I also want to see it. The girls who were listening by the side could not contain their excitement, and as soon as Scroll's voice fell, they all began to shout. Well, I think it's impossible for me to create such a magnificent world with my own ability, Scroll said with a smile. As for whether it's the same dream world, perhaps your majesty will know the next time you enter the dream world. No. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with ability, Roland muttered. It has nothing to do with ability? Phyllis said in surprise. But Lady Scroll's magic power has indeed condensed, advancement is only a prerequisite. Nightmare Lord Vokri's words echoed in his mind. When a person's understanding of magic power reaches a certain level, they will leave traces in the realm of mind, and even open up their own unique domain. This also coincided with what Lon had said. Scroll, can you enter that sealed room again now? But you're not asleep. Scroll was stunned. It's okay, just do as I say. Roland thought for a while. If it works, try to open the iron door again. But no matter what you see, don't step out of the room, not even with your hands. Do you understand? I understand. Scroll took a deep breath, sat back behind the desk, and closed her eyes. Do you think Phyllis obviously also noticed his intention. She was also present when he met with Vokris. It's very likely. Roland nodded slightly. About a quarter of an hour later, Scroll opened her eyes again, and revealed a look of surprise. Your Majesty, behind the door has become a red void. As expected. He had a basic understanding of the whole situation. That is the realm of mind, and also the true appearance of the origin of magic. And the small room you saw at first glance is your own unique domain in the realm of mind. Huh? Mystery Moon was puzzled. But didn't you say that the realm of mind is the crimson moon in the sky? They're just different expressions of the same thing. In fact, the realm of mind is in the bottomless land in the north of the continent. Roland briefly recounted the experience of the senior lord entering the dream world, being imprisoned, and being discovered by him, except for the information about Lon. This domain doesn't need to rely on the dream world to exist. It just happens to be within the range of the light beam of the key, so it's connected to the dream world. Wow. The group of witches let out a cry of surprise. I want to open a domain too. Mystery Moon clenched her fists. Come on, didn't you hear His Majesty say that apart from personal knowledge, it also has a lot to do with ability? Lily glanced at her. In other words, even if you read all the books written by His Majesty, whether you can succeed or not still depends on your looks. I think it's very difficult. Traitor. Roland looked at Scroll and exhorted. Although you can communicate with the realm of mind, try to open it within the light beam of the key, and connect it with the dream world. That place is full of all kinds of dangers. If it's in the dream world, at least the gods punishment witches and I can protect you. For example, the hostile gods and the oracles who brought corruption. Even if Scroll was promoted to a transcendent, her combat ability was still close to zero. Once she encountered an enemy, the danger was self-evident. Yes. Scroll was slightly dazed, and then revealed a gentle expression. She lowered her head and bowed. I understand. Then it's time to properly test this unique new ability, Roland said with a smile. Bookseller's website. It did not take too long to test the changes in Scroll's abilities after her advancement. In fact, before Roland arrived, she and Anna had already discussed most of it. The answer that appeared at the back of the arithmetic formula was not an illusion, nor was it a result of calculation. It was the result of searching the memory. As the data contained a large number of reused formulas, and Scroll happened to have seen them, the answers appeared directly in her mind. This was especially true for complex functions. If every small term was memorized, then the total term could be quickly solved even if one didn't understand the specific meaning of the formula. Compared to looking through examination papers and files, the amount of work involved was obviously much greater, and it was not impossible in the past. But now that she could do it subconsciously, it was obvious that her main ability had improved to a considerable extent. But for the content that she had not memorized or partially memorized, she would not be able to get any answers. Therefore, to calculate the reliability of a new design sample, it had to be done by the Design Institute and the central carrier. But if Scroll had read through it once, the workload would be reduced by a lot. The main focus of the test was still on the archive in the realm of mind, although it was currently just a simple small room. The first thing to be determined was the rules of exchange between the two worlds. After all, as a transcendent, the way Scroll entered the dream world was fundamentally different from the gods' punishment witches and the nightmare lord. The former had to rely on the light beam to enter the dream world, while the latter had trespassed without permission, and even her body had changed. Scroll's method was more like connecting, like driving a car into a parking lot. Whether it was her body or consciousness, she maintained a relatively high level of integrity. If she could also take the goods in the parking lot with her, it would be very important, but reality proved that there was no such beautiful thing in the world. Scroll could bring the things she carried with her into the domain, but she could not bring the things in the domain or the dream world back to reality, not even a stone. Also, it was not entirely accurate to say that she had brought the items with her, because the test items did not disappear into thin air, but were still in her hands. Sorry, Your Majesty. After several tests, Scroll looked at her empty hands and said with some frustration, "It seems that my ability is still not enough." "No, this is within my expectations. You don't have to worry about it." Roland and Anna looked at each other, coming to a conclusion in their hearts. The archive was probably the same as the dream world. It more or less had the power to distort reality. As long as it was within Scroll's understanding, she would be able to replicate it. At first glance, it looked like she had brought things from the outside into the realm of mind. However, it was impossible to bring it back. This made Roland secretly heave a sigh of relief. After all, Scroll was not the only one who could open up a domain in the realm of mind. According to the information obtained from Valkyries, the king of the demons not only had the presiding Holy See, but also had a strong control over the domain. When it was in the domain, it was almost no different from a god. If the creations of the two worlds could be exchanged at will, the battle of divine will would obviously be filled with more risks and uncertainties. The next test was the tolerance of the domain. Ever since his conversation with Lon, he had guessed that the dream world was also a domain of the realm of mind, just that it was a little exaggerated. Although he could not summon the wind and rain in the dream world like the demon king, the commonalities of domains should be universal, such as accepting consciousness. After Scroll's advancement, the light beam key expanded to about 1 meter. Although it was still a distance from the requirements of the Chosen One, she was already the fourth witch in Neverwinter, only inferior to Roland, Leaf and Evelyn. And this range of the light beam could accommodate 4 gods' punishment witches standing side by side. If the ancient witches entered the dream world because their light beams happened to be covered by the dream world's light beam, could they enter the archive in the same way? The result of the test greatly excited Roland. While he was awake, Phyllis relied on Scroll's domain to restore the appearance of 400 years ago. This undoubtedly verified his speculation. The outline of the realm of mind gradually became clear in his mind. However, the relationship between the number of people entering and the range of the light beam did not seem to be simple. Even if 4 gods' punishment witches closely stuck to Scroll and fell asleep, only one could reach the archive. Of course, it was enough for one person to enter. The final point was to locate the archive and determine its position in the dream world. If the high-rise building that Scroll saw was really a scene in the dream world, then she and Roland would definitely meet in the realm of mind. Just as the test was about to begin, Anna stopped Scroll. "Your Highness? Ever since I met Roland, I've never been envious of anyone, Because I feel that this is the biggest gift in my life, she said slowly. Even after knowing that the gods' punishment witches can enter the dream world, they have suffered too much, and the dream world is more like a kind of compensation for them. But, now I'm really envious of you. She did not hide these words from the other witches, but said them in front of everyone, causing a commotion in the crowd. Wow, why do I feel a little hot? Mystery Moon hurriedly covered her face, but deliberately opened her fingers slightly, revealing 2 slits. Be quiet, don't interrupt. Lily glared at her fiercely. Anna. Roland could not help but say. Anna smiled at him and then looked at Scroll. So I have a request. Scroll said softly, please say it, Your Highness, as long as it's within my power. In the past, when he told me about the dream world, he only described it verbally, without any pictures. Can you replace my eyes and take a picture of the apartment he lives in, the places he often lives, and the scenery of that world for me to see? Anna said seriously, if you record the picture in the Book of Magic, I should be able to see it, right? Of course, leave it to me. Wow, Mystery Moon suddenly shouted, I want to see it too. It's best if you can take a picture of the whole city. Shut up. However, before Lily could stop her, the other witches also clamored, can you take a picture of the legendary plane that can carry hundreds of people? I want to see what a square that can accommodate tens of thousands of people looks like. Me too, seeing that her sisters had surrounded Scroll and Anna, Lily stamped her feet and squeezed into the crowd. Nightingale sighed softly in the mist. This was probably why Anna was ahead of her. She could not help but smile bitterly. She clearly believed that her feelings for Scroll were no less than Anna's, but probably only Anna could say such words in front of so many people. Her courage was as bright as a jewel. With great difficulty, Scroll wrote down everyone's requests one by one and finally lay down on the soft chair in the office. Roland directly leaned against the mahogany table, intending to fall asleep like he did during his lunch break. Apart from the 2 of them, Phyllis, Ling and Faldy were also ready. Roland's gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on Anna, who nodded gently at him. Then, let the 10th test begin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Scroll took a quarter of an hour longer than before to calm herself down and capture the faintly discernible magical fluctuations in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the narrow archives. Phyllis then appeared beside her, in the appearance of a young witch. Hundreds of years had not left any trace on her. Although Phyllis had lived far longer than Scroll, at this moment, Scroll was like an elder to her. What should we do next? Scroll asked. Leave it to me. Phyllis smiled confidently, then opened the iron door and walked out of the room. Scroll hurriedly followed her. The bustling grand city once again appeared in front of her eyes. Phyllis looked around and quickly locked her eyes on a young man who was walking toward her. She pulled Scroll's hand and directly stopped in front of the man. Hello. Hearing the greeting, the man stopped and looked away from a small box in his hand. He raised his head with a slightly puzzled expression. But the moment their eyes met, the man's eyes revealed an obvious look of surprise. What's the matter? I'm sorry, I lost my phone and can't contact my friend. Can you? I understand. Is $100 enough? The man quickly took out his wallet from his pocket and handed her a red note. At the same time, there was a hint of regret in his voice. So be it if you're cheated. But looking at your attire, the person who organized this must have put in a lot of money. Phyllis's smile suddenly stiffened. No, I just want to borrow your phone to make a call. The man was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had said the wrong thing. He awkwardly handed over the small box in his hand and apologized to the 2. Phyllis shrugged and pressed a series of numbers. At this moment, Scroll still had not figured out the situation and did not know what to say. She could only pretend to be calm and stand where she was, but her heart was particularly nervous. This place was really too different from the world she was familiar with. A strong sense of strangeness was everywhere, like a wall that pressed down on her and made it hard for her to breathe. Many people around them had already noticed the 2 of them and swept their undisguised gazes in their direction. Among them, there was no lack of malicious intent. This reminded her of the exposed sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association. Don't worry, all they can do is watch. Phyllis seemed to have sensed her uneasiness. She tilted her head and comforted her. As long as you stare back, they will retreat faster than anyone else. At that moment, a beep came from the small box. Hello, is that Phyllis? It was the voice of His Majesty. In an instant, Scroll felt relieved. This was indeed the dream world, and His Majesty was not far from her. The sense of unfamiliarity was still there, but it wasn't as oppressive as before. Even the naked gazes that were cast at him were no longer as awkward and uncomfortable as before. Scroll took a deep breath and followed her gaze. Just as Phyllis had said, everyone avoided eye contact with her and turned their heads away guiltily. The crowd on the street seemed to move again. It's me. Lady Scrolls is right beside me. The address here was. Yes, that was what the map showed. Was it only 2 kilometers away from the apartment complex? That's great. Yes, I'll wait for you here, Your Majesty, brother. After ending the call, Phyllis threw the small box to the young man. Thanks. No, you're welcome. The young man hesitated for a while and then said hesitantly, can we add each other as friends? Phyllis casually told him a string of numbers. The young man recorded it down as if he had found a treasure, and then happily said goodbye to the two. The small box you borrowed just now, is it the wireless telephone that His Majesty always wants to communicate across thousands of miles? Scroll asked. Yes, the level of technology in this world has already popularized wireless telephones in everyone's hands. Not only can they make calls, but they can also locate directions and search for information. Without it, it's almost impossible to go anywhere. Phyllis explained, because of this, as long as you remember the number, you can contact the other person at any time. If you meet someone you don't want to talk to, you can directly refuse or give them a random number. I see. Scroll suddenly understood. No wonder His Majesty said that if the two of them were really in the same world, they would soon meet again. You, on the other hand, have adapted much faster than I expected. You're worthy of being a mentor of the Witch Union. Phyllis smiled. Scroll gently shook her head and did not answer. She knew where her courage came from. He was already a king, but he still didn't make any progress. Probably only His Majesty would say that the king should protect his subordinates, right? Really, how long will it take for him to become a qualified king? Scroll also felt the same. From the moment the Witch Cooperation Association was sheltered, she should have stood in front of the king. But until now, she was still under his protection, which was really not a qualified performance. But, if everyone was like this, it didn't feel bad. In that case, let's keep the status quo for a while longer. Hey, look at those two. That's a medieval robe. Are they playing Cosby? Speaking of which, the two of them are really beautiful. They don't look much worse than celebrities. Whispers could be heard from time to time, but Scroll no longer felt uneasy. About 10 minutes later, a round car stopped in front of the two of them. Sorry to keep you waiting. His Majesty poked his head out from the driver's seat. Get in. Phyllis opened the door and pulled Scroll into the car. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, they swaggered off and disappeared into the traffic on the main road. We're really lucky. Ling, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and said, if the connection point between Her Excellency Scroll's domain and the apartment are only 2 blocks away, Faldi's flying insects can monitor this area 24 hours a day. Faldi nodded. This area has been cleaned up before, and there are no signs of new fallen evils. Safety should be guaranteed. That's good. Roland smiled. So, as the first witch to enter the dream world on her own, how do you feel now, Scroll? Is this the car of the dream world? Scroll touched the chair behind her and knocked on the window. The seat is even softer than a sofa, and it's so quiet and fast. It's so much better than a steam-powered truck. It would be great if we could also build such a high-end vehicle. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Roland's smile was a little stiff, and the other 3 gods' punishment witches also pursed their lips, as if they were enduring something. Did I say something wrong? No, this day will come sooner or later. Roland cleared his throat. By the way, Your Majesty, where are we going? Scroll looked at the changing scenery outside the window and said, aren't you going to test the realm of consciousness? We can talk about that later. Haven't you noticed that the two of you are too eye-catching in your current clothes? Roland said without turning his head. Phyllis's clothes are in the car. You can change them later, but there's nothing suitable for you at the moment. Therefore, the most important task today is naturally to change your traveling clothes. Your Excellency Scroll, are you done changing? Ling asked outside the changing room. If you need my help, please don't hesitate to do so. No, it's fine, I will be done soon. Scroll's slightly nervous voice came from behind the partition. Roland could not help but raise his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen Scroll reveal such an unstable mood. In the past, she was always calm and steady in everything she did. This also made him look forward to Scroll's appearance after she changed into a new set of clothes. Whoosh, the partition was pulled open and Scroll carefully walked out of the changing room. Is this okay? Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. Scroll was wearing a slim, dark blue turtleneck sweater, which perfectly displayed the contours of her upper body. On the outside, she was wearing a black and red half-length robe. The opening of the robe started from below her shoulders and extended all the way to her calves, giving her the charm of an evening gown. Her chest was open, forming an inverted V shape at the waist. Her towering chest and flat abdomen were half hidden, giving her an indescribable sense of beauty at first glance. Overall, her clothes were mainly in dark colors. There was no sense of frivolity at all. Instead, it looked extremely solemn. Coupled with the black-rimmed glasses on Scroll's face and her waist-length black braid, it added a mature and intellectual beauty to her. How beautiful, Phyllis exclaimed. Even among witches, it's enough to be praised. I told you I made the right choice. Ling's tone was rather proud. But, isn't it too revealing? Scroll subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. Of course not, isn't it wrapped up tightly? Faldi laughed. You can even accept the formal dress for the banquet, not to mention this improved version of the winter dress. And in the dream world, everyone wears it like this. Am I right, Your Majesty? Ling joined in. Roland chuckled and shook his head. Although there was underwear and a long sweater underneath, this kind of jacket with the top and bottom split was indeed not suitable for her usual robes. The key is not how other people wear it, but Scroll's own opinion. He paused and looked at Scroll. Do you think you like this set of clothes? Scroll looked at herself in the glass mirror. She had never seen this appearance before. Even if there was a huge difference between the two worlds, something like beauty would always be able to transcend countless gaps and resonate with people's hearts. She couldn't deny that she liked her current outfit. Yes. Your Majesty, she replied softly. That's good. Roland called the shop assistant over. I'll take the whole set. Sir, you really have good taste. These are the latest models for this winter, and they are a perfect match for this lady. The shop assistant took out a calculator and pressed for a while. A total of 24,000 yuan. Please pay over here. Roland held his breath for a moment. That was almost a third of the price of a minivan. However, since he had already boasted, it was too late to back out now. He tilted his head to look at Ling. How did you choose your clothes? I chose the ones with the biggest numbers on the labels. Ling stuck out her tongue. My classmates at school always say that only price doesn't lie. Roland couldn't help but facepalm. Your Majesty, are these clothes very expensive? Scroll leaned over and asked in a low voice. Why don't we just forget about it? I'm the creator of the dream world. How can I be stumped by money? It's a piece of cake. He pretended to be indifferent and bought the clothes. Next, let's have dinner on the second floor of the mall. Yes. The three gods punishment witches cheered in unison. Your Majesty, what about the test? Don't worry. Roland waved his hand. Time passes faster here, so it won't take long. Besides, it's your first time in the dream world. Of course, you should enjoy yourself first. Tell me what you want to eat later. Anyway, I've already paid for it. It won't cost me much to eat later. I might as well let everyone be happy, he thought. Scroll looked at the four people who were in high spirits and shook her head helplessly. I understand. By the time they walked out of the bustling mall, everyone was already burping from eating. Under Roland's lead, the group of people swept through almost all the restaurants in the city, and when they saw something good, they would order it. From the piping hot crab roe buns to the ice cream mixed with nuts, every single dish was incomparably delicious to Scroll. Although some of the food could be found in Neverwinter, compared to here, it was like comparing His Majesty's small car to a steam truck. Even though she tried her best to control herself, she could only maintain a good table manners. This kind of world is really good, Scroll murmured as she strolled along the spacious street and gazed at the deep night sky. Even though all the stars were covered, the city was still brightly lit. Street lamps illuminated the streets, and snowflakes danced under the soft lights, like fairies decorating the night sky. The city is bright and beautiful, and everyone's face is brimming with smiles. It looks like a dream. Will we be able to build a reality like this one day? Of course, as long as we have enough knowledge, Roland said as he walked with his hands behind his back. This is also the biggest difference between the two sides. Border Town can be transformed into Neverwinter through knowledge, so Neverwinter can also become the dream world one day. And the key to starting this process is right in front of you. In front of me? Scroll was startled. That's right. Roland raised the corner of his mouth. The reason why he brought Scroll here was not just to shop. After crossing the road, the group stood in front of a beautiful building. There was a golden plaque hanging on the main entrance, on which the words Municipal Library were written. Scroll could not help but exclaim as they entered the library. The spacious hall was the size of the central square of Neverwinter, and it led straight to the top of the building, which was more than 10 meters high, like a transparent patio. The escalators and the surroundings moved people up and down, while the 5 levels of corridors surrounded the hall in layers. Countless bookshelves were lined up in a row, and every bookshelf was filled with books. Obviously, all the books in Grey Castle, or even all the books in the 4 kingdoms combined could not compare to the collection here. Scroll involuntarily put her hand on her chest. She obviously understood why His Majesty brought her here. This is a place she will definitely come to in the future. Roland smiled. Bring the key to that world for me. She took a deep breath, bowed her head to Roland, and said solemnly, I will not let you down. This was bound to be a time-consuming task, and it was difficult to see any results in a short period of time. But change always started from such a small place. Knowledge was like nourishment. As long as it was sprinkled, it could catalyze people's growth. He had been pushing for this matter to progress, and it was also for this purpose that Ling and the others were sent to school. Scroll's advancement would undoubtedly greatly accelerate this process. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees, and 100 years to nurture people. Roland believed that in 100 years, the people in the real world would inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. Whether they were people without magic or witches with witches. At that time, they would use their own hands to create a brand new dream world. Late at night, Roland drove them back to Lily Pavilion, which was the street where Scroll had first entered the dream world. Like the Tongzi district, it was an old street, but compared to the former, it was more commercial in nature. On both sides of the street, there were many convenience stores, greenfly restaurants, KTV shops, and internet cafes. They were not big, and the main customers were office workers and students in the neighborhood. Although the environment looked dirty and messy, it was suitable for Scroll to hide her identity. The entrance and exit of the connection point was on the side of the street. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary iron gate. As for whether this gate had originally been here or only appeared after Scroll entered the dream world, Roland did not know. However, this location was obviously very important. He was already considering whether to use the relationship between the association and the Clover Group to buy the shops on both sides. After all, Scroll's realm of consciousness could only carry one god's punishment, which, if she was targeted by more than one fallen evils, she would still be in danger. As a key figure in passing on knowledge, she obviously could not take any risks. If he could station a dozen combat witches around the connection point, it would undoubtedly be safer. While the crowd was thinner, Roland did a final test on the interaction between the two realms of consciousness. When the dream world stopped operating, no matter where Scroll was, she would be expelled from the dream world and returned to the small archive. This was also the biggest difference between her and the God's Punishment witches. Although the gods' punishment witches' consciousness would return to their own bodies, their position in the dream world would be fixed at the moment they left. This was also the reason why Roland asked them to enter and leave the dream world together at the Rose Café or the warehouse next door. Otherwise, when there was a change in personnel, someone might disappear into thin air. Scroll's problem was obviously more serious. At least in an emergency, the gods' punishment witches could maintain a seamless connection with Roland when entering and exiting the dream world, but Scroll could not do this. This also meant that every time she entered the dream world, she had to start at the archive and end at the archive when she left the dream world. However, considering that as long as Scroll was taught to use a mobile phone, she could always ensure that they were in the right position before waking up from the dream world. Plus, Faldy's magic bug was always monitoring the area, so it was not a difficult problem to solve. This law also holds true in reverse. When Scroll voluntarily left her realm of consciousness, both the gods' punishment witches and Roland would be forcibly expelled. The former would return to her body in reality, while the latter would appear in front of the iron gate. It wasn't a good feeling. It was like riding a roller coaster. The last point was beyond Roland's expectations. After Scroll left the realm of mind, the iron door was still there, but behind it was neither a wall nor the narrow grey room, but a red void. That was the symbol of erosion. According to Garcia, the erosion crevice was not something that could be seen everywhere. The places where it existed would usually be guarded by the association's commissioner. In other words, this erosion should have been brought by the archives. As expected, the relationship between the realm of mind was not simply one of containment and accommodation. Roland realized that they were all a part of the realm of mind and used the power of the origin of magic. This was probably the most appropriate explanation. This was in line with what Lon had said: as long as the dream world devoured more cores, he would have the opportunity to invade the domain of God. Another question popped up in his mind. If the realm of consciousness of other senior demons entered the range of his light beam, what would happen to the dream world? Could they also appear in this city like the scrolls? The next day, Roland received the latest news from the front line. There were 2 letters in the envelope. One was written by Vendi. The letter briefly described the current situation of the witches, and the second half focused on Nana Pine. The little girl, who had followed the witch union all the way, had finally welcomed her day of adulthood. Like Lucia, Mystery Moon, and the others, her magic power had condensed at the moment of adulthood. According to the union's classification system, she could be considered a real senior witch. The letter didn't explain the specifics of Nana's ability. Maybe everyone was too busy, or maybe Nana's magic power was too precious to be wasted on the test. But Roland didn't care about that. For him, the most important thing was that Nana had safely crossed the threshold. The other letter was much thicker. There were reports from the First Army and proposals from the General Staff Department. This was also a major drawback of the current information transmission channels. In order to save transportation resources, the frontline would often wait until a certain number of things needed to be reported before sending it back to Neverwinter. Therefore, even though it was the same letter, some of the contents would differ by a few days or even half a month. Flipping to the end, Roland suddenly frowned. What happened? Nightingale, who was guarding at the side, asked. The demons launched an all-out attack on the First Army, he said in a low voice, just a week ago. Gust Castle, Kingdom of Wolfheart. The shrill alarm rang through the city again. This was the 3rd time since sunrise. Damn monsters, don't they know fatigue? Jodl spat on the ground and took out a paper bag from his pocket. He poured it for a long time but could not pour out anything. Here. A hand suddenly stretched out from beside him. This is what you're looking for, right? Jodl tilted his head and realized that the speaker was Fairy. She handed him a small white pill. You don't need this? He picked up the pill hesitantly. I'm not as weak as you. It's just a day or 2 without sleep, Fairy replied expressionlessly. And I hate these things. Who knows what they're made of? I advise you to eat less. Maybe you're right. Jodl let out a long breath and tossed the pill into his mouth. But at least it can keep me alive for now. When the pill dissolved on his tongue, an extremely bitter taste quickly filled his mouth. At the same time, the bone-piercing chill in the air and the dizzying tiredness and exhaustion seemed to have been swept away. Even his stiff fingers and limbs became flexible. He felt that he had once again become a sharp hunter and not an exhausted prey waiting to be slaughtered. This was the feeling. Jodl raised his spear and placed it firmly in the shooting position. These pills had only been distributed to every soldier as a ration half a month ago. Its official name was delaying agent, but everyone preferred to call it tumbling pill. Just one pill could completely block out the body's pain, and it would only explode after a few hours. Although some of the Sand Nation people were quite resistant to this drug at first and even associated it with the legendary pill of madness, such voices soon disappeared. The reason was that the First Army did not force the use of delaying agent. Furthermore, the characteristics of the side effects were clearly stated on the packaging, and it was forbidden to take it continuously. This was completely different from the rumors Jodl had heard about Princess Tartara. Other than the Sand Nation troops, the Northerners also received the delaying agent. Even the officers were no exception. This also dispelled most people's suspicions. Some people even said that the medicine could have been made fragrant and sweet, but to prevent people from eating it like a snack, they added a bitter taste. And when the demons started their frenzied attack, this white pill instantly won the trust of all the soldiers. Facing the enemy's attacks from dawn to dusk, Jodl could not imagine how he could last dozens of hours in this kind of high-intensity battle with almost no rest without the delaying agent. As an experienced hunter, he naturally understood the difference between fighting in perfect condition and fighting continuously with exhaustion. As long as he did not die immediately after taking it, he could accept any serious side effects. On the other hand, someone like Fairy who strongly rejected the tumbler pill seemed like an anomaly. But seeing that he was in good spirits, Jodl didn't think too much about it. It was difficult to even protect oneself on the battlefield, not to mention others. It was already the 8th day since the start of the battle. 8 days ago, their defensive line was still outside Gust Castle, the crossfire of machine guns and cannons making it difficult for the demons to advance. But as time passed, traces of the enemy appeared in all directions of the defensive line. Huge skeletons began to pierce the area between Gust Castle and Metalstone Ridge, turning the weakly defended area into a red fog zone. The aerial knight tried to stop them, but it was to no avail. When the demons used these fortress-type monstrous beasts to surround them from both sides, the cannons' attacks were scattered. To prevent the army from being surrounded, they retaliated while retreating to the rear. The next step was to repeat the process. The enemy's attack was like an endless tide, and everyone felt great pressure. The rest time was also reduced from the normal rotation to 4 to 5 hours. Although there were several reinforcements from the rear, the gap in the number of people was so big that it was obvious at a glance. There were no more than 2,000 soldiers at the front line, and the demons' attacks were all above 20,000. The devil beasts even bypassed the defensive line and charged in the direction of the Cage Mountain. Even though they couldn't understand the situation there, it was clear that the rear was not safe either. And just 3 days ago, the frontline troops received the order to retreat into the city. At the same time, the demons' attacks on the west suddenly intensified. This was undoubtedly a signal. The Metalstone Ridge to the west of the First Army had probably fallen, and now it was their turn. A day later, the enemy broke through the front line for the first time and engaged the soldiers in close combat. At this point, the battle had completely become a battle of wills. Jodl cast his gaze towards the dilapidated short wall a few hundred meters away. The outer wall of Gust Castle was now riddled with holes, the corpses of demons hung from it, and the blood that flowed out caused the wall to be dyed with a layer of eerie blue. And the distance from the short wall to the defensive line was like purgatory. Soldiers and berserk demons were mixed together, half of them buried in snow, the other half frozen in the cold wind, like naturally formed statues. Due to the continuous attacks of the enemy, they didn't even have time to collect the dead. Bone spears and stone needles were stuck on both sides of the long street, like barbs growing out of the earth. Since not everyone could hide in the fortifications, every time it rained needles, it was a lucky draw for the soldiers hiding in the houses and trenches. One of them pierced through the wall of the room and landed less than a meter away from him. If he had been a little more biased, he would have already gone to serve the 3 gods. Bah! Jodl shook his head and threw these inauspicious thoughts out of his mind. When the clan was in danger, no matter how many times he prayed to the 3 gods, he never received a response. This time, naturally, it was not the 3 gods' protection. Perhaps he would eventually die in this foreign city, but before that, he would definitely make the enemy pay a painful price. The great chief had promised that he would not mistreat any clan that had fought for the fate of mankind. That was his purpose for coming here. "They're here," Fairy warned. There were no sounds of cannons. The artillery position had been completely silent last night. Some said that it was a sneak attack by devil beasts, while others said that the artillery had moved ahead of time. But no matter what, they could only rely on themselves to defend against the enemy now. The figures of the demons finally appeared on top of the wall. The first to open fire was still the machine gun squad. Other than the long-sung cannons, the loud and continuous sound of the machine gun was the most pleasant sound in the soldiers' hearts. The flying bullets scattered the snow beside the wall. The first demon that climbed over the wall was instantly shot down, and the demon that followed closely behind it also had their skulls blown off by the rain of bullets. Gunshots also rang out from the east and west sides of the city. This was clearly another fierce siege. Jodl didn't care about the demons charging directly into the firing line. Instead, he focused his attention on the streets around 100 meters away. After 3 days of defending the city, he had already understood one thing. The most dangerous place was often not the place where the firepower was focused, but the seemingly quiet street corners. At this moment, the First Army no longer had a fixed line of defense. The troops were scattered around the blockhouses in groups. Their most important task was to prevent the demons from sneaking close to the permanent fortifications. Even if he wanted to attack the enemies hundreds of meters away, it would be difficult for him to accurately hit them. Suddenly, 5 or 6 mad demons appeared on the roof of a 2-story mud building. They seemed to be planning to use the building to bypass the area with the most firepower. This action completely exposed them to Jodl's gun. He held his breath, aimed at the demon walking at the end, and pulled the trigger. The target fell in response. Fairy and the other 2 teammates followed suit and opened fire. The fragile wooden roof couldn't support the mad demon's large movements at all. As they climbed slowly, they became the most eye-catching targets. For o'clock, a large number of demons have been spotted in the 4 o'clock direction. Before they could finish off this small group of escaped demons, a sand nation behind them cried out in alarm. "They're coming this way. Leave this place to me," Fairy shouted. "You guys go deal with the other side." Jodl immediately turned his gun around and ran to another window. The most accurate shooter among his teammates was undoubtedly Fairy. If he said he could finish off the remaining demons, then there would definitely be no problem. But when he saw hundreds of demons swarming towards their hiding place, Jodl's heart sank slightly. "Damn it, were those guys just now testing us?" someone exclaimed. "I'm afraid so." He immediately made a judgment. "Everyone, don't conserve your ammunition. After we finish off this wave of demons, move towards the 6 o'clock direction." Concentrated gunshots instantly rang out from the window. Among them were the new automatic weapons issued by the troops. Compared to the roar of the Mark I type, the new weapon, known as the general-purpose machine gun, had a crisper sound, but its firing rate was no slower than those huge monsters. The only drawback was that its magazine could only hold 30 rounds, so its suppressive ability was inferior to the former. But the enemies clearly didn't expect that the top of a small clock tower could explode with such astonishing firepower. Under the head-on attacks of the general-purpose machine gun and rocket launchers, more than half of the hundreds of demons were instantly killed, while the remaining enemies raised their bone spears. "Pay attention to the spears," Jodl warned loudly as he suddenly crouched down. Dozens of bone spears shot out like arrows from a bow, piercing the top of the clock tower in the blink of an eye. Clang! The copper bell that was struck let out a series of buzzing sounds. If it was on flat ground, it would be difficult to escape from this attack. However, the difference in elevation formed a natural concealment area. Even if the bone spears shot from below filled the windows, it would be difficult for them to hit the soldiers lying on the ground. The gunshots only stopped for a moment before resuming again. The remaining mad demons were caught in a dilemma. They were almost certain that they would be able to finish off this small team of enemies. Jodl couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He also felt a little regretful. He heard that the general-purpose machine gun was expensive, and it had to be used by the air knight first. If the frontline troops had won, even if they didn't rely on the cover, the demons would still be no match for them. But at that moment, Fairy suddenly screamed, "Oh no, get out of here!" He was stunned, and instinctively turned his head to look. There was a breach in the city wall in the distance. A huge spider demon climbed over the wall and crouched down. It opened the shell on its back, and the dark stone pillar faintly glowed. Wait, could it be aiming at them? Jodl raised his head. The copper bell hanging on the beam of the roof was still trembling slightly. Damn it, it was the bell just now. He picked up his gun and ran down the stairs. And at the same time, a light chime came from afar. Bang! Before he could run down the first floor, the black stone pillar that was thicker than a human flew in a high parabola and smashed straight into the middle of the clock tower. With a loud rumble, the entire tower collapsed. Cough cough, cough. Amidst the billowing dust, Jodl coughed as he slowly climbed up from the ground. Debris was still falling from the ceiling, and only a small part of the building that had been standing tall a moment ago was now left with only a small part of the bottom. Fortunately, the collapsed beams and the foundation of the wall formed a narrow shelter for him, and he was able to survive. "Is there anyone alive?" he shouted with great effort, but the dust quickly blocked his mouth. Clearly, it was unlikely that his teammates had hurt him. Jodl had no choice but to crawl through the cracks between the beams and the stones towards the light above. With the help of the dim light, he could see a few broken pieces of wood stuck in his arms and thighs. Blood seeped out and dyed his military uniform red. The delaying agent had undoubtedly played a key role again. If it hadn't blocked the pain, he didn't know how long it would have taken for him to recover from the fall. With great difficulty, he crawled out of the ruins. Jodl suddenly realized that several demons were less than 10 meters away from him. They were clearly the troops that had charged straight for the clock tower. If the spider demon's attack had come a little later, it would have only been a matter of time before they were wiped out. But now, the situation had been reversed. The purpose of the enemy's encirclement was self-evident. They were planning to eliminate any survivors who might have escaped. Jodl didn't hesitate too much. He knew that his chances of leaving alive were slim. The bolt rifle could only fire one bullet at a time, and with the mad demon's skills, they were enough to tear him to pieces in the time it took for him to pull the bolt. Even so, he still decisively raised his gun. To the Sand Nation, death wasn't scary. What was scary was not being able to see hope. His death could be exchanged for the continuation of his clan, so that his wife and children could eat their fill. That was enough. The moment he fired, Jodl couldn't help but think of the moment when he had resolutely submitted to the great chief while bearing the heavy pressure of the Iron Sand City's large clans. That night, he had also charged towards the Wild Wave and Cut Bone clans with the determination to die. One of the mad demons fell to the ground with the sound of the gunshot, and the other three quickly pounced towards him. At this distance, sharp claws were more effective than throwing spears. In the blink of an eye, a large open hand stretched out in front of him. If it had grabbed him, half of his face would have been crushed. It was also at this moment that Jodl suddenly felt that his body was no longer under his control. His body leaned backwards, dodging this fatal attack at an unbelievable angle. Then, using the gun handle as a fulcrum, he suddenly leaped backwards, borrowing the momentum of falling backwards to soar into the air, completing a beautiful backward roll. By the time he landed on the ground, the second bullet had already been pushed into the barrel. What was going on? Jodl was completely stunned. Was it the side effect of the delaying agent? But not only did he not feel the pain from the superimposed pain, his movements were even more agile, except that none of this was out of his will. Even though he was in a daze, his body showed no signs of stopping. The demon roared as it charged forward. The Sand Nation's hands held the gun steadily. The moment the gun was fired, the muzzle was already pressed against the demon's head. Bang, the enemy's head exploded. The second mad demon was already in front of him. As if it had learned its lesson, it didn't pounce on Jodl immediately. Instead, it pulled out its bone spear and swung it horizontally. The only thing the latter could reach was the gun in his hand, and that was exactly what his body did. The result was that due to the huge difference in strength, the gun was directly sent flying and landed in the ruins with a clatter. Just when Jodl thought that everything was over, his body once again did something unexpected. He straightened his body and directly crashed into the mad demon's chest. His right hand pulled out the bayonet at his waist. This time, the bayonet went from bottom to top, piercing through the enemy's helmet from the chin. Red mist instantly gushed out. By the time the enemy wrapped its arms around him and wanted to take him down with it, Jodl had already slipped out of the enemy's grasp like a loach. The mad demon staggered 2 steps, and finally knelt on the ground. Defeating a demon whose physical strength far surpassed a human's in close combat was something Jodl had never imagined. But now, not only did he do it, he even killed 2 of them in one go. The last remaining mad demon finally raised its bone spear. But its target wasn't Jodl, but a broken wall in the ruins of the clock tower. The spear pierced through the wooden window on the wall like lightning. A short figure cried out in surprise and fell out from behind the broken wall. It was Fairy. The mad demon completely ignored its withered arm and ran towards him. Jodl also couldn't help but change his direction and charge straight towards the enemy. The 2 of them reached Fairy at almost the same time. The moment the mad demon attacked, Jodl's military knife also pierced through the enemy's throat from behind. Red mist splashed out from the wound and sprayed onto Fairy's raised arm. His companion let out a shrill scream, and Jodl suddenly realized that he had regained control of his body. Don't tell me you're. Looking at his opponent's rapidly rotting arm, he suddenly understood. Why, are you here? Unlike the churches in the north, the Majans didn't see witches as symbols of evil. Instead, they saw witches as goddesses with extraordinary power. Because they were few in number, clans that had goddesses were usually potential replacements in charge of Iron Sand City. Jodl had once heard of a tribe called the Sandstone Clan. Under the leadership of their goddess, they followed the Queen of Clearwater on an expedition to the distant north, never to return. And that goddess was called Kabbalah, and her ability allowed her to command others to work for her. But they didn't receive the rewards they deserved. The departure of a large number of young adults caused the Sandstone Clan to collapse, and the women and children who remained in the southernmost region were swallowed up by other clans. It wasn't until the great chief re-established the laws and regulations of the desert that the name of this clan was preserved. Superb combat skills, an uncontrollable body, and Majin background. After witnessing this unbelievable scene, he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation other than the Sandstone Goddess. But now was clearly not the time to think about it. He took out a roll of bandages from his waist pouch and bound Fairy's arm tightly. Then, he used a knife to scrape off the festering skin, then carried Fairy on his shoulder and ran in the direction of the permanent fortifications. Don't tell anyone about this. His teammate's soft murmur came from behind. But, I beg you, Fairy interrupted weakly. Jodl hesitated for a while, then nodded slightly. All right, I won't say anything. The sounds of gunfire continued to come from all around them, but the frequency had decreased by a lot. He saw that the spider demon that had charged into the city had half its body blown away by a field cannon, and was now completely paralyzed. After entering the inner city, someone would jump out from hiding every few steps, taking turns to cover their retreat to a safe area. When Sky Knight's figure appeared in the sky, Jodl knew that they had finally blocked another round of attacks from the demons. Perhaps the next clash would be the garrison's last defense, but at least for now, victory still belonged to them. But to Jodl's surprise, half an hour later, all the troops received new orders to abandon Gust Castle and retreat towards the western exit of the Cage Mountain. Sir, my subordinates have reported that the Gust Castle has been captured by us not long ago. Those insects are fleeing towards the south. A junior knelt on one knee and said loudly. You've done well. I will report this contribution to His Excellency Sky Lord. Totolok nodded approvingly. Don't worry about the defeated soldiers for the time being. Continue to cut the insects' front line to the east until they are utterly defeated. Yes. This war will give you more than one chance to advance. Make good use of this opportunity and use their blood to exchange for honor. This subordinate understands. After the junior ascendant left, Totolok sneered and looked at the map provided by the human aristocrat. The insects are nothing more than this. Sir Haxord is worrying too much. Their traps might work once or twice, but they wouldn't work every single time. In the end, the outcome of a war is decided by direct force. Even if their resistance is much stronger than it was 400 years ago, it still can't make up for the overall gap between the races. But our losses are not small either. The antennae under Siassi's chin hissed. We've lost nearly 40,000 warriors in 8 days. Over 30% of our frontline troops have already been lost. If we continue fighting like this, there might be a gap in our follow-up forces. So what? Stubbornly resisting in the early stage and collapsing in the later stage. Isn't this the usual behavior of the insects? In the battle of divine will, only a strong race that can withstand more casualties will be able to win the final victory. Now that the western part of the kingdom of Wolfheart has fallen into my hands, how long can the remaining 2 cities last? When we surround them from all sides, they will soon lose the will to fight, just like now. Xianxia did not refute. Although the strength of the humans' resistance was somewhat beyond its expectations, it still agreed with the other party's view. After all, it had seen too many stalemate situations suddenly collapse, just like the seemingly solid surface of a frozen river shattering in an instant. The cause was usually just a crack. Humans always put up the strongest resistance at the beginning, but as the number of casualties continued to increase and they failed again and again, they would gradually lose confidence, and there would be internal divisions. In the end, they would completely lose the will to resist. In the early stages, the tribe would suffer more casualties than the enemy, but as long as the pressure continued, the situation would be reversed. Towards the end, it would not be an exaggeration to say that humans would flee at the sight of the wind. This was not simply a matter of courage. Just as Totolok had said, it stemmed from the fundamental difference between the two races. They needed a lot of rest, food, warm blankets, and shelter from the wind, but these were conditions that were difficult to achieve during the war. It had carefully studied humans before, and even without seeing them with its own eyes, it could imagine how terrible their current situation was. After several days of continuous attacks, using the primal demons as consumables, and with their advantage in numbers, it was impossible for the humans to get enough rest under such conditions. Their mental state was definitely on the verge of collapse. As for sufficient food and shelter, it was impossible for them to even think about it. These unfavorable conditions would continuously wear down their morale, and the news of the fall of Metalstone Ridge and Gust Castle would spread among the army sooner or later. How long could Sand City and Sedimentation Bay hold out when the two factors were added together? On the other hand, the race did not need these things. Regardless of whether it was food or rest, they could use the life mayflies to solve everything. The crueler the war, the more obvious this advantage was. Xianxia agreed with Haxord, but it firmly believed that victory would ultimately belong to the race. Humans, not insects, had already done enough. I will bring the news of our victory back to Sky City. I will leave the rest of the attack to you for now, it said. Don't underestimate the other party. Strive to occupy the kingdom of Wolfheart with our current strength. At this time, we should not add too much burden to the rear. Totolok exhaled a breath of hot air. Don't worry, if we don't have enough troops, I will personally fill in the gaps. After retreating to a safe area, Jodl slept for more than 10 hours. When he woke up, he felt weak all over, and his stomach was a little uncomfortable from hunger. He instinctively wanted to feel for the dry rations in his waist bag, but found that the clothes on his body had been changed into new ones, and the familiar rifle by the bedside was no longer there. There were 10 or so wooden beds in the tent, but they were all empty. This was the Battlefield Medical Center. It was probably because he had fainted and looked too scary because of the side effects of the delaying agent, which was why he was sent here by his teammates. He wondered how Farley was doing. In order not to expose her identity, she endured the pain and damaged her wounds to the point that they were unrecognizable. Even if it wasn't life-threatening, it would probably take a long time for her to recover. Once he thought that the comrade he had been with for more than half a year was actually a goddess. Jodl felt his cheeks heat up. When he had retreated from Gust Castle, he clearly hadn't thought about this. But this bit of restlessness and apprehension was quickly dispelled by a strong sense of hunger. If he didn't quickly eat something, he suspected that he could collapse again at any time. Jodl slowly climbed up from the bed and dragged his weak body out of the tent. Unexpectedly, just as he lifted the curtain, a thick smell of meat wafted into his nostrils. The smell was so tempting, it was like a delicacy from heaven. You're awake? A nurse quickly noticed him. Didn't the higher-ups say that you can't take delaying agents in succession? You can't take the delaying agent in succession. If you take one more, you might not wake up. You must be starving now, I'll take you to the canteen. Following the nurse into a large tent, Jodl almost couldn't believe his eyes. He saw 7 or 8 iron buckets lined up on the long table, filled with steaming hot food, from steaks to soup, everything. Everyone lined up in a row, carrying their lunch boxes past the long table, and when the buckets were more than half full, someone would pour in new buckets. Without a doubt, these meals were all made on the spot by the logistics department. But, isn't this too extravagant? As a Majin hunter who often cooperated with other small clans to hunt, he naturally knew how difficult it was to provide fresh food for a group of people, not to mention during a time of war. The First Army's frontline was clearly lacking in manpower and ammunition. How could they use their precious transportation resources on something like this? When Jodl couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, the nurse laughed lightly. These food aren't transported from Grey Castle, they come from various cities in the Kingdom of Dawn. And the ones transporting them aren't the First Army or caravans, but the people you rescued. The people we rescued? Yes. The nurse's tone was full of gentleness. Among them are escapees from the Kingdom of Everwinter, and refugees from the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Some of them went to Neverwinter, while the others hoped to stay and do something to fight against the demons. These food were transported here bit by bit on their carts, or even on their shoulders. Jodl suddenly didn't know what to say. He had also carried out evacuation missions before, and to be honest, those refugees weren't very cooperative at first, and there would occasionally be conflicts between the two sides. He had privately complained about this, and thought they were hopeless idiots. But now, it was these idiots who brought them hot food. It's not just the rescued, the nurse's tone was very happy. The group of merchants from the Kingdom of Dawn is also on our side. Not only did they provide many horses, but they also voluntarily lowered the price of food, so everyone can enjoy fresh hot food here. She raised her head and looked at Jodl with a smile. Doesn't this mean that the fact that we are fighting for the entire human race is gradually being accepted by everyone? When I think of this, I feel full of energy. Took a day off today. After a busy day, I'm still on my way back. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. To fight for all of humanity, even though the chief had indeed said that this war would decide the fate of humanity, Jodl had joined the First Army mostly for his clan, and had never considered getting anything in return from others. Regardless of whether they appreciated it or not, this was a mission he had to complete. Even though Jodl still thought so, when he recalled the nurse's smile and ate the fresh and warm food, he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Perhaps what he was doing was much more important than he had imagined. After finishing a sumptuous meal, Jodl returned to his team. The 9th Sand Nation Regiment he belonged to had a few new faces. This was not strange, soldiers were continuously being sent to the front lines from the rear. Among them were veterans who had departed later, as well as new recruits. Because the front lines always suffered certain losses after every war, it was necessary to adjust and replenish the number of soldiers. Jodl was delighted to find 2 of his comrades who had been defending the clock tower at the time. I thought you were all sacrificed there, only me and Ka. Fairy managed to escape. After a warm hug, Jodl patted the other's shoulder hard. We were lucky. When the clock tower collapsed, the 2 of us were on the lookout at the bottom and luckily avoided all the falling rocks, the surviving comrade replied. The surviving comrade replied, you, on the other hand, are the surprising one. You're still safe and sound in the corridor. If we had known, we wouldn't have left first. No, retreating as soon as possible was the right choice. Jodl shook his head. In that situation, even if they had survived, they would have most likely bumped into the enemies heading towards the clock tower. If Kabbalah hadn't saved his life, he wouldn't have been able to escape the demon's encirclement. It's a pity the others weren't so lucky. In the end, only half of the 10-man team survived, even though the Sand Nation, who had long since gotten used to death, had experienced too many separations. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. After all, after more than half a year of training and getting used to each other, they had formed a new bond between them. This bond was as close as the bond between family members. But as happy as he was, Jodl still had some doubts in his heart. The importance of Gust Castle was self-evident, even he could understand this. It was the fall of Metalstone Ridge that caused the flank of the defensive line to be completely lost. Similarly, giving up on the Gust Castle would transfer all the pressure to Fine Sand City and Sedimentation Bay, causing them to face the same predicament. He had thought that the First Army would defend the city until the demons completely engulfed it. Being able to survive was something to be thankful for, but he wasn't as relaxed as he thought he would be. If the entire First Army was routed, not only would the clansmen's deaths be meaningless, but the clan's hard-won hope would also vanish. It was only because he scrupulously abided by his duty of obeying orders and his trust in the chief that he did not voice these questions in front of his two companions. May the three gods accept their souls. May the great chieftain protect their afterlife. After praying silently according to the customs of the Sand Nation, the other party changed the topic. Don't think about this, let's talk about something lighter. You may not know this, but Sir Iron Axe will come to inspect the camp tonight, and there will be a play here. Perform a play? Apart from boosting morale, the commander-in-chief had personally come here to give new orders. This was not surprising. However, something like a play seemed to be incompatible with war. The Sand Nation did not have such refined tastes, so he did not understand why the two were so excited. Obviously, his teammates saw through his thoughts. Yes, it's the famous Starflower Troupe. So? Haven't you heard of them? Sir Drow Silverman of the Osha clan is one of the troupe members. After circling around for a while, the Seagull landed steadily on the airport at the western pass of the Cage Mountain. Nana walked down the gangway and immediately followed the medical staff to the medical camp. Report the conditions of the injured. She put on a white doctor's robe and did not stop walking. Arrange the beds according to the emergency manual. Those with critical organ injuries are given priority. Yes, the assistant nurse quickly replied. Currently, there are a total of 326 injured people in the camp, 55 of whom are in critical condition. Their beds are arranged in tent number 1. In order to prolong their lives, most of them have taken an overdose of delaying agent. The delaying agent is not a problem. Just pay attention to the anti-shock treatment after it expires. If the pain is too intense, use Dreamland water to stop the after effects. You should have prepared the Dreamland water for them to be injected later, right? Yes, that's right. The assistant replied. Although it was not the first time she assisted Miss Angel, it was still difficult for her to adapt to this petite girl who looked no different from the girl next door, calmly giving instructions like an experienced senior scholar. By the way, Nana stopped in front of tent number 1. The treatment equipment I asked for, have you prepared it for each patient? Yes, but... The nurse hesitated and unconsciously used honorifics. Do you really plan to treat so many patients at once? Based on past experience, more than 50 seriously injured people would need at least a few days of water treatment before they could truly be saved. Of course. Nana smiled at her. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, they will all survive. Looking at her confident smile, the nurse felt the worry in her heart suddenly dissipate. She took a deep breath and followed Miss Pine into the tent. After Nana put on the special rubber worm gloves, she stood in front of the first patient. The evolution on her day of adulthood gave her ability a new characteristic. Her original summoning ability could be attached to objects, and she could continuously heal the surrounding injuries. Compared to the previous direct treatment with magic power, the effect of the new ability was obviously not as good. At least, it could not heal the wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at the same time, it consumed much less magic power and did not require the user to continuously use the ability. This was the biggest advantage of the enchantment ability. As long as the enchanted object was still there, the patient's wounds would slowly heal. This gave Nana the possibility to treat multiple patients at the same time. More importantly, it fundamentally eliminated the need for long periods of treatment and repeated damage to the patient's wounds when there was insufficient magic power in the past. After the High Awakening, she had done an experiment at the camp behind the Sedimentation Bay. A piece of gauze attached with her magic power could last for a few days to a week. This was enough to help the seriously injured out of danger. The only problem was that after the magic power was exhausted, the object would not disappear on its own. Instead, it would remain in the patient's body. At the same time, in order to maximize the effect of magic power, the enchanted object had to be as close to the most seriously injured part as possible. Therefore, Nana referred to the medical teaching materials in the dream world and chose the suture and gauze as the first choice. She picked up a scalpel and skillfully cut open the patient's blood-stained abdomen. She found the broken intestines pierced by the bone spear and quickly stitched them together. The thin suture made of sheep intestines could be naturally absorbed by the human body. Even after the wound was healed, there was no need to take it out. It could basically be regarded as a perfect medical material. Of course, for hard injuries such as fractures, the suture was not as effective. But this kind of injury would not be life-threatening for the time being. She could leave it to the doctors and nurses to deal with. Ever since the development of the medical system in Neverwinter, it had evolved from the initial emergency treatment to a group of independent medical staff who could perform simple treatments. Drain the blood and stitch up the wound. Next. Yes. Set a drainage strip on the wound and monitor the change of his injury. Leave it to me. Cut off this leg first. We'll think of a way later. Understood. Under Nana Pine's instructions, the medical staff threw themselves into the intense but orderly treatment. The medical camp instantly became a new battlefield that was bustling with activity. Genius 1 second remember my address. Apex mobile version. When Kabbalah woke up, her arm was wrapped in thick bandages. She could still feel the pain, but it was insignificant compared to when she was sprayed by the red mist. She couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The wound on her arm wasn't fatal, so theoretically, it wouldn't be treated immediately. It wouldn't be strange if it was left until the end or simply waited for it to heal itself. After all, the characteristics and importance of the little angel's ability were repeatedly told to all new recruits. She didn't think that the Sand Nation would be given special treatment. If it was the bad side, it might be possible. But if it wasn't caused by her ability, how could the wound heal so quickly? Could it be? She suddenly felt a sense of unease. Perhaps she had to leave this place quickly and return to the military camp. Farah, right? A nurse noticed her actions and walked over to look at the name tag hanging on the bedside table. How do you feel now? It's nothing serious. I can return to the unit at any time. She got off the bed and pretended to be unwilling. A few of my comrades died at the hands of the demons. I want them to pay the price immediately. My condolences. The nurse nodded. But before that, you have to go to the camp's main tent. Miss Nana Pine wants to see you. Kabbalah was slightly shocked. She wants to see me? But my injuries are almost, I don't know the reason either, but she specifically told me to. The nurse smiled. The other soldiers can't even see you even if they want to. Come with me. Kabbalah looked at the nurse's defenseless back and followed after a moment of hesitation. After passing through layers of checkpoints, she saw the legendary angel in a tent. Based on her appearance alone, she did fit the image of the First Army. She was petite and cute, with rosy skin and a pair of eyes that didn't seem to have completely shed their childishness. She was basically a young lady from a noble family. Describing her as unweathered by wind and rain was the most appropriate. Kabbalah couldn't help but feel lucky. Maybe things weren't as bad as she thought. Why are you looking for me? Unfortunately, the other party's first sentence shattered all her fantasies. I'm very curious. You're clearly a witch, so why did you hide your identity and join the First Army like a normal person? I don't quite understand. Kabbalah braced herself and replied. So Jodl still reported this to the higher-ups, your injuries. Nana pointed to her arm. Although there are many lacerations, most of them are caused by a sharp weapon. The devil's claws can't do this. I think it should be a dagger or a bayonet. In addition, when I was cleaning the wound, I found traces of the red mist's corrosion. The red mist can penetrate into the muscles beneath the skin and even reach the bones. Only witches can suffer from this kind of damage. Even if you purposely damage the wound, this cannot be faked. Kabbalah shut her mouth. The other party hadn't heard the news from Jodl, and he had explained it very clearly. It could be said that he didn't even leave her any room to argue. Previously, he had thought that the other party was naive, and that he could perhaps use words or feign ignorance to coax him out of this predicament. But now, it seemed that it was nothing more than a laughable plan. After a while, she whispered, Have you ever seen a witch corroded by the red mist? Nana curled her lips. I can do it myself. Kabbalah was stunned. It said that the red mist can cause extremely serious harm to witches, but no one knows the specific treatment method, so I could only test it myself, the little girl said calmly. If a sister is really injured by the red mist and I can't do anything, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? She paused. Fortunately, as long as they don't breathe in large amounts of the red mist or get hit in a vital area like the head, they can be saved in a short period of time. So remember, the next time you encounter this kind of situation, the safest thing to do is to immediately cut off your arm. Kabbalah was dumbfounded. Even now, she couldn't forget how intense the pain of being corroded by the red mist was. Usually, after experiencing it once, they definitely wouldn't want to try it a second time. But from the other party's tone, it seemed like she had repeated it several times. Yet when she said this, Nana's expression didn't change much, completely unable to be linked to her slightly immature appearance. A greenhouse flower from an aristocratic family? Don't joke around, she let out a long sigh. Now that she thought about it, although she used to be a divine lady, it seemed that she had never gained the upper hand in negotiations, whether it was the Queen of Clearwater or a little girl from the Northern Kingdom. My name is Kabbalah, and I come from the Sandstone clan. Fairy is just a pseudonym. Kabbalah gave up all struggle and revealed her past one by one. At this point, the First Army couldn't let her stay any longer, and because she had once served the great chief's archenemy, Princess Xianxia of Grey Castle, it wasn't surprising that she was escorted back to Neverwinter for trial. Although Roland Wimbledon insisted on treating witches well, it didn't mean that he would treat the enemy's subordinates well. I'm very curious, during the battle in the Kingdom of Wolfheart, how did you deceive the church's pure witches? Nana asked. In addition to being able to order others, the art of instruction can also be used to order oneself. If it's only one person, it can even do some things that exceed one's own limits, and death is also one of them. Kabbalah slowly said, after receiving the order, the breathing and heartbeat will temporarily stop. At that time, the pure witches and the Judgment Army were still chasing after the Wolf King, so they didn't waste too much time on me. I see, the scar on your face was left at that time, right? Miss Pine pondered for a while. I don't quite understand. You said that you joined the First Army for the remaining clansmen, so why did you hide your identity and not even tell the clan that you were alive? What can I say? I led everyone to fight for an eternal oasis, but in the end, I was the only one who survived. Kabbalah revealed an indescribable bitterness. They entrusted their trust and hope to me, but I turned them into irrational monsters. Thousands of young and strong clansmen died in a foreign country, and the Sandstone clan was almost annexed. How could I still have the face to return to the clan? The First Army's recruitment of manpower from the Sand Nation made me realize that the only compensation I could make was to join the army and then use the merit I received to exchange for a green land for my clansmen to live in. The Sand Nation's inspection wasn't as strict as yours, so I fabricated an identity and gained Brian's trust during the siege of the Wildwave and Cutbone clans. She lowered her head and said, as for how you want to deal with me, it's fine, but please don't vent your anger on the Sandstone clan. The remaining clansmen are all children and women, and they have never served Garcia Wimbledon. I understand. Nana nodded. You can go back. At? Kabbalah couldn't react for a moment. I actually asked you to come here to ask if you want to remove the scar on your face. The little girl spread out her hands. But now, it seems that your answer is no. If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Yes, she had never had the upper hand in negotiations. In the past, when she negotiated with the Queen of Clearwater, she was often speechless, just like now, but the feeling between the two was so different. By the way, the Starflower Troop has a performance tonight, it's in the Western Pass camp. Nana smiled. If you return now, you might be able to see the end. Kabbalah bit her lip, bowed to her in the Sand Nation's etiquette, and then turned to leave the tent. Is this okay? Nana turned around. Dendi walked out from behind the curtain and smiled as she rubbed her head. You've already made your decision. Isn't it too late to ask me now? Because I don't know if it's good or bad, she pouted. I'm not as smart as Sister Anna, who's confident in everything she does. There aren't many people like her to begin with, Dendi said gently. So just choose the answer you feel you won't regret. Looking at the little girl's thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He remembered the first time he met Nana. She was still a naive and innocent girl. When she saw a bird, she would go up and say a few words. When she saw blood, she would faint. Let alone thinking about others, she couldn't even understand her own problems. In just a little over 4 years, she had already learned to look at problems from other people's point of view and had her own subjective judgment. Her growth was astonishing. In reality, it wasn't just her. Lightning, Lorger, Lily, and even Mystery Moon had all clearly changed. Regardless of whether their choices were correct, at least they dared to make a choice. This was probably a characteristic of the younger generation, Vendi smiled bitterly. As for herself, she no longer had that kind of courage. Kabbalah walked all the way to the theater. She didn't need road signs to guide her. The lights and bustling voices under the night sky were the best signs. Her pace became faster and faster, gradually turning from walking to running. She didn't know why, but she felt as if her body had become much lighter. In the past, she had never been so eager to return to the First Army as soon as possible. She mobilized her magic and gave herself a small command. Find Jodl in the crowd. Of course, this was to find the squad as soon as possible. After all, he was the only survivor she could be sure of. Her body quickly passed through the crowd like a civet, her eyes constantly capturing the surrounding scenery and matching it with the memories in her mind. 15 minutes later, Kabbalah saw a familiar figure. Almost at the same time, the other party also noticed her. Jodl, that's great, you're all right. Before she could react, Jodl had already hugged her. Kabbalah instantly froze. If it had been any other time, she would have dodged to the side and even slapped him. But looking at Jodl, who was much more agitated than she was, her raised hand didn't manage to slap him. But it only lasted for a few breaths before Jodl came to his senses. In a panic, he loosened his grip and stammered, sorry. I forgot that, I was just too happy, I didn't mean anything else. Kabbalah noticed that 2 other familiar faces were also walking in their direction. It seemed that the 2 of them were not the only survivors in the clock tower. She grabbed Jodl, who was apologizing, and pulled him into her arms. If you were in the Iron Sand City, you would have been dragged out and fed to the sand scorpions for your disrespectful behavior towards the Divine Lady. She whispered into his ear, but I'm not a goddess now, I'm a soldier from the Sand Nation. Do you understand? If you want to put on an act, then do it properly. Don't let others see any flaws. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Yes, I understand. Jodl didn't dare to move. Very good, don't forget this. By the way, if I had pulled you up first, then it would have been your honor. Naturally, you wouldn't have had to be fed to the sand scorpions. Kabbalah paused. Now, go celebrate with your other teammates. It's great that you were able to leave the hospital so quickly. Is the injury on your arm serious? As they spoke, the other 2 had already gathered around. Everyone hugged each other and shared the joy of survival. On the temporarily built stage, the play was nearing its end. Thunderous applause filled the air. No one noticed this small interlude in the 9 Corps. At this moment, the Commander-in-Chief of the First Army, Iron Axe, stepped onto the stage. As he spoke, the crowd quickly quietened down. I know that in the past 8 days, you've all gone through a hellish ordeal. There has never been a war that was so harsh before. Because it didn't start for territory, power, or wealth. The demons only have one goal, and that is to destroy us all. Other than that, they don't need any compensation. So the enemy doesn't care whether we surrender or not, and they don't care about their own losses. Even if their casualties are far greater than ours, they definitely won't stop attacking. Even so, you all still managed to resist until now and survive this hellish ordeal. This is enough to show that although the demons are powerful when they go all out, there's still a limit, they aren't as invincible as the legends describe. The meaning of these 8 days of ordeal can be said to be no less than the Battle of Tequila. There, we defeated an army of demons. In the kingdom of Wolfheart, we faced 6 or 7 armies of demons. The enemy came out in full force, and from the West Mountain to the East Coast, their figures can be seen everywhere. but until now, we still haven't been destroyed. There was a commotion in the crowd. Iron Axe paused for a moment, then raised his voice. That's right, in order to avoid the brunt of their attack, I gave the order to temporarily withdraw from Metalstone Ridge and Gust Castle. Sand City and Sedimentation Bay might do the same, but this isn't a defeat, it's an opportunity to launch a counterattack. I know what you're worried about, but don't forget what I said before, this war has nothing to do with territory or wealth, the only goal is to destroy the enemy. We've only abandoned cold stones and empty houses, but the demons have paid the price of tens of thousands of casualties. You're the key to winning the war. As long as the First Army's strength remains, it's only a matter of time before we take back these cities. Sooner or later, the flames of war will spread to the Cage Mountain area, and this place will also become a battlefield. But before that, enjoy this night. Relax so that we can welcome a stronger challenge. After going through the trial of hell, we'll definitely return the favor in hell. Long live Grey Castle, long live His Majesty, long live mankind. As soon as Iron Axe finished his sentence, the camp erupted into an uproar. Everyone repeated the same slogan, and the doubts and worries in their hearts also melted. At the same time, an uplifting song sounded. Echo walked to the front of the stage step by step, drawing the curtain to the end of the play. In the passionate song, Kabbalah seemed to see the scene of the army sweeping through the demons' camp like a flood. She knew that this was a kind of ability, but she didn't deliberately resist it. Feeling the united voice of the people, she felt that this wasn't bad. Kabbalah glanced at Jodl, who was cheering loudly, and couldn't help but have a thought. When the war ended and the Sandstone clan had a stable place to live, she would probably be forgiven by her clansmen, right? At that time, she could find Miss Nana Pine to remove her scar. The next day, after Iron Axe returned to the Cage Mountain Command post on the Seagull, he immediately went to the General Staff office. How was the trip? Edith was sitting at the mahogany table, leisurely sipping black tea. Everyone had been so busy these days that it was common for them to work until the wee hours of the morning, but she still maintained a delicate image, as if she was born with more energy and time than others. Even Iron Axe admired this kind of ability. Morale is available, he replied briefly. Then we can proceed to the next step of the plan. The Pearl of the Northern Region smiled. By the way, last night, the garrison of Sand City also withdrew from the defensive area. Then the Sedimentation Bay is the only place left. Iron Axe looked at the big map on the wall. I suggest that they withdraw as soon as possible and send a troop to reinforce them. There's no need to wait until the defensive line is breached. Iron Axe nodded. He agreed with this judgment. Currently, there were probably more than 50,000 demons gathering from the west to the east. This number could easily surround the entire Sedimentation Bay. Once the army converged, the First Army would not be able to find a suitable time to retreat. Since their strategic goal was not to occupy a city or a territory, it was natural for them to abandon the Sedimentation Bay in order to protect their troops. Ever since the enemy launched the massive attack, the evacuation had not stopped. The residents and merchants who had been maintaining the operation of the city were sent out first, followed by the aristocratic families and nobles who had submitted to Roland. At this moment, the city was just a huge empty shell. As long as the order was given, the garrison could move immediately. I don't quite understand. Agatha, who was flipping through the latest battle report, suddenly murmured. What's the problem? Iron Axe walked up to her. The difference between the number of casualties and the number of enemies killed is more than 30 times. How did they do it? Since the 4 cities had faced off against the enemy in the past week, and the reports were sent in batches, they had to be manually compiled. To prevent miscalculation, she repeatedly checked the formula in her hand, but the answer was still the same. According to the statistics, the 4 cities had suffered a total of more than 1,500 casualties, but the number of enemies killed was as high as 50,000. This could already be described as inconceivable. If this was the era of the Union, Agatha would not have hesitated to think that this was a deliberate falsification of military exploits. However, she had fought with the First Army many times, and under the system of multiple checks, it was unlikely that such a problem would occur. Even if the error of 10 to 20% was thrown out, it would not change the essence. When the First Army was on the northern expedition to the Fertile Plains, they had only faced 20,000 demons. At that time, they relied on the railway that stretched for hundreds of kilometers and built one fortress after another. It took them nearly a year to win the Battle of Tequila. And this time, the strategy of the general staff was to continuously retreat, yet they managed to achieve twice the results of the Fertile Plains in 8 days. Although she was full of confidence in the humans of today, this result still shocked her. Agatha had thought that this battle would be intense and inextricable. I see. Edith chuckled after reading the Ice Witch's statistics. To be honest, the effect of this plan slightly exceeded my expectations. But it's not all the work of the First Army. The cooperation of the demons was also very important. Hacksword was probably badly injured during the ambush, so he didn't have the energy to control the details of the front line. That's the only reason? Agatha asked incredulously. I know what you're confused about. Edith waved her hand. It seems that we only retreated a few times in exchange for such a result. The battle plan is so simple that it can be summarized in one sentence, but in fact, it's not like that. You often stayed in the rear during the era of the Union, so it's normal that you don't understand. To put it simply, only the current First Army can carry out this strategy. Even the First Army during the expedition to the Tequila ruins couldn't do it? At least not better than they are now, the Pearl of the Northern Region explained. The Pearl of the Northern Region explained, there's often only a thin line between retreat and defeat. It's extremely difficult to maintain order under great pressure, let alone evacuate in an orderly manner. If it were any other noble army, I'm afraid that dispersing in disorder would be the best performance. If it weren't for the First Army's experience in the Tequila night attack and the previous evacuation team's performance in carrying out orders, I wouldn't have dared to carry out this plan at all. In addition, the new weapons are also very useful. At least in the city streets, without the support of the Longsong cannons, they can still rely on the firepower of general-purpose machine guns and field cannons to compete with the enemy. The biggest advantage of firearms is distance. Once the entire army is mobilized, they will always have the upper hand, and it's only natural that we achieve this result. Edith paused here. But it's also true that we've lost the outer line of defense, so the next step is the key to the whole plan. Once the demons take over the 4 cities, they will definitely start planning the next round of attacks. Cage Mountain is both a barrier and a raw material source for the glory of the sun, so we can't use the method of exchanging land for people. We must further reduce the enemy's strength before they recover. Red mist. Agatha said in a low voice. That's right. These 4 cities are already outside the red mist area, so the demons' reliance on their supply lines will definitely increase. It's also very likely that the bloodlines will reappear. Currently, the battle lines span almost the entire kingdom of Wolfheart, so I don't think they can take care of everything. Before the mist storage towers are built, the demons can only rely on the fortress-like monstrous beasts and human transportation, Iron Axe added. Previously, their attacks from the flanks all started with the monstrous beasts, but according to Lightning and Maggie's observations, after losing a large number of mad demons, their protection of the monstrous beasts is no longer as good as before. Also, when attacking the 4 cities, the main demon supply lines were all hidden in the red mist area, but now they will be exposed to the First Army. The problem is that this means we need to take the initiative. Agatha hesitated. The fortress-like monstrous beasts can move on their own, and they aren't afraid of the aerial knights strafing. We can only send ground troops to destroy them. But we can see the enemy, and the enemy can also see us. Even if the protection of the monstrous beasts is reduced, they can still send reinforcements at the last moment. Taking into account the journey back and forth, we may very well lose the advantage of distance. If the demons catch up to us. In a battle without concealment, even if the First Army could repel the demons, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. So speed is everything. The corners of her lips curled up. As long as we can counterattack before the enemy can react, it'll be fine. But how could they achieve this? Agatha turned her gaze to the map, trying to find a shortcut from Cage Mountain to the 4 cities. There were quite a few roads between the 2 places. Among them were former trade routes, as well as hard roads built later on to speed up the evacuation. They spread between the 4 cities and Cage Mountain like a spider web. but these roads didn't have the ability to shorten the distance. Not to mention the fact that the First Army didn't have any cavalry, even if they had a large number of horses. It was hard to say if they could catch up to the fortress-like monstrous beasts. Furthermore, the firepower that light cavalry could carry was limited, and wasn't suitable to deal with those huge monsters. Of course not now. The Pearl of the Northern region seemed to have seen through her confusion. This plan still lacks a crucial factor. Only when it is in place will all the conditions be met. But according to the plan, you'll see it very soon. 3 days later, the defenders of the sedimentation bay successfully withdrew from the encirclement before the demons closed in. 80% of the territory of the Kingdom of Wolfheart had fallen into the hands of the demons. The First Army was concentrated at the West Pass and the Central Pass of the Cage Mountain, which were the only two natural passageways between the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Dawn. On the same day, the first main road connecting the north and south was finally completed. The cement roads extending from both sides merged into one at the Central Pass of the Cage Mountain, which meant that Neverwinter had a direct road to the Kingdom of Wolfheart. When the first hump convoy slowly appeared at the end of the horizon, the onlookers gasped. "What's that? It's like a hill. It has wheels. I think it's a car, even the outer shell is made of iron. How much money did it cost? If it were pulled by horses, I'm afraid even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull it." "Humph, ignorant people." White glanced around at his colleagues and showed a disdainful expression. They were making a fuss about nothing. If they saw those iron birds that could fly in the air, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. White was not here to celebrate the opening of the road for the Greycastle people. Like most of the coachmen, he was here to receive a good commission. Ever since he encountered the demons in the hinterland of the Kingdom of Wolfheart, he dared not step into any territory other than the Greycastle people's territory. After all, it was already a blessing from God to encounter an Iron Bird rescue mission. He did not think that he would be so lucky as to run into the Greycastle people every time. White was inspired by the logistics team that the refugees had organized. Although the income was not as good as the transportation team, it was safer. Moreover, no matter how thin and weak his horse and carriage were, they were still better than the refugees' carts. However, he was not the only one who noticed this. As the demons approached and the townspeople evacuated, many of the coachmen also moved to the rear like him. The originally spontaneous team had suddenly grown a lot stronger, and it was almost like an industry. Thinking of this, White was somewhat upset. He had come here first, but he still had to compete with these young lads. If Smarty was here, he would probably have formed his own transport team by now, right? In just a short while, those huge objects had arrived in front of him. Heavy and clumsy. As they looked, they were not much slower than carriages. Especially when its body was fully revealed, even White, who prided himself on being knowledgeable, felt a strong sense of oppression coming from it. There was no other reason other than the fact that these vehicles were too big. Just the wheels alone were half the height of a person, and the width was thicker than a person's body. The steel rims were wrapped in a layer of pitch-black gelatinous material, and it was indescribably stable on the road. Looking back at the carriage that he had originally treated as a treasure, White even felt a sense of inferiority. Through the glass window of the carriage, he looked at the coachman who was looking down at him from above, and the feeling was even more obvious. White couldn't help but think that if he used it to pull the goods, how many times would it be able to pull the goods with his carriage? It had to be at least 10 times. According to Greycastle's pricing method, that would be 10 times the income. They issued a commission. Someone shouted, and the people immediately stopped talking and rushed into the camp. Although the carrying capacity of these never-before-seen carriages was much higher than that of carriages and handcarts, they still had to rely on them to deliver the goods to the various camps and mountains. White was no exception. However, there was a lingering thought in his mind. It would be great if he could have a carriage like this. Farina pulled the handbrake and jumped out of the driver's compartment. She did not expect that she would eventually return to the Kingdom of Wolfheart in such a way. Although she had made up her mind, she was, after all, a member of the church. Even if she passed the screening, the administrative office might not necessarily allow her to go to the front. However, no one came to remind Farina that she was once a sinner, and the driver's route arrangement was completely based on her results. It only took her a week to master all the driving skills of the steam-powered truck, and she also passed the final test with full marks. When she proposed to be responsible for the transportation of the route from the Windward Territory to the Sparkling River, the officer in charge immediately agreed. This was not the first time she had passed this checkpoint. Although the surrounding scenery was similar to what she remembered, the overall appearance was very different. There were many temporary houses and tents near the checkpoint, dark hard roads could be seen everywhere, and barricades, sentry towers, and barbed wire fences divided the camp into several distinct areas. No matter which area it was, she could see many figures bustling about. Even without asking, she could feel that the air here was filled with the smell of war. This smell was so familiar to Farina that she was slightly absent-minded. "What's wrong?" Joe's voice interrupted her turbulent thoughts. "No, nothing." Farina shook her head. "I think I've already got the answer." As a member of the Judgment Army, she had a deeper understanding of the power of Grey Castle than most people. If the opponent was just a noble, the First Army would not have needed to put up such a formation. If everything in front of her was an illusion created to deceive her, then she thought too highly of herself. Only the legendary demons could make Roland fight with all his strength. Then next we help the King of Grey Castle win first. Farina lowered her eyelids. "This is the beginning of my atonement. I'll be with you until the end." Joe gently held her hands. "Is that Farina and Joe from the second convoy?" A voice suddenly sounded behind them, interrupting them from looking at each other. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Farina coughed twice and turned around guiltily. The man who looked like an officer first saluted and then said, "The Commander-in-Chief of the First Army, Sir Iron Axe, wants to meet all the drivers of the hump. He's now in the Cage Mountain Command Center. Please follow me." During the training, the convoy members had been told that logistics and transportation were also a part of military operations. Compared to the scheduled transportation plan, they should follow the Army's deployment first. Farina and Joe looked at each other and then nodded. As soon as she entered the Cage Mountain Command Center and saw everyone present, Farina realized that this meeting might not be as simple as it seemed. At least, it would not be a simple greeting party. Because the woman standing in the middle of the crowd had beautiful gray hair, which was the symbol of the royal bloodline of Grey Castle. When someone stood up and introduced her, she was even more certain of her judgment. Princess Tilly of Grey Castle, the Commander-in-Chief of the First Army, Iron Axe, the Commander of the First Army, Vanner, the Commander of the Artillery Battalion, Brian, the Commander of the Gun Battalion, and Agatha, the Commander of the Witch Union. It could be said that all the high-level officials of the front line had gathered in this hall. "Welcome to the Cage Mountain." Iron Axe went straight to the point. "I have a mission for you. I know you're not soldiers, and I also know that a group of people from the First Army's Reserve Force and the Second Army are training to drive steam trucks, but time waits for no one." Iron Axe's calm eyes swept over the crowd. "Since you're the first batch of drivers to pass the test and achieve excellent results, it means that you're good enough to take on this task. The task is very simple." Roland walked up to the map on the table and moved a chess piece from the Kingdom of Dawn to a black line in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. "This place is about 150 kilometers away from the central checkpoint. All you need to do is to transport the people and supplies in the vehicles here and bring them back after the attack. You'll stay here for about half an hour. If you're lucky, you won't even encounter the enemy." At this point, Iron Axe paused. There was a commotion in the crowd. After all, the other meaning of this sentence was that if they were unlucky, they would encounter the devil. After waiting for a while, the Commander-in-Chief continued, "Of course, the First Army will still be responsible for the battle. You just need to focus on driving. There are a total of 10 trucks arriving at Cage Mountain, and according to the plan, 4 to 5 trucks will be enough to achieve the mission. Therefore, according to the usual practice of the administrative office, we'll recruit people to set off. Every time you complete a transportation task to and fro the front, you'll get an extra bonus of 3 times the salary. This bonus will be paid by the First Army and has nothing to do with the salary given by the administrative office. So, those who are willing to accept the task, please step forward." Farina stepped forward without hesitation. To her slight surprise, all the trucks chose to accept the task. The only difference was the speed at which they made the decision. She had come to the front line to see the demons, and she had once served in the Judgment Army, so she had long been accustomed to stepping onto the battlefield. But the others were different. Apart from their identities as drivers, most of them were just free citizens of Neverwinter. There was no doubt that they had full trust in the First Army to make this decision. Iron Axe quickly picked out 5 trucks in order, including the second truck that Farina was in. "I'll leave them to you." The commander-in-chief looked at Banner. "The battle will officially begin at dawn tomorrow. I can't help but feel a little worried." After all the drivers left the command center, Agatha said in a low voice, "The number of people dispatched is small, but it requires the close cooperation of the entire army. Moreover, there are ordinary citizens among them, and the training time is less than a day. This kind of arrangement is too urgent." She finally understood what the Pearl of the Northern region meant by lightning speed. Judging from the plan alone, the plan was indeed highly feasible. The simple hardened road that was previously repaired for the migration had now become the foundation of their counterattack. Even if its width, thickness, and construction quality were not comparable to the main artery project, it was still much better than gravel or dirt roads. Under the condition of further limiting the load, it was not impossible for the vehicle to run over a distance of 200 kilometers. The average speed of the Rubik's Cube steam truck was much higher than that of any cavalry. Even if the latter did not care about the horsepower and switched between 2 riders, it would still take them 2 days. If it were a truck, they would basically be able to complete the journey in 6 to 8 hours, not to mention the heavy equipment that this counterattack squad could carry. The only problem was that not only did it include all the soldiers of the First Army, it also included non-combat personnel. It was hard to predict what kind of unexpected situation they would encounter. There are certain unexpected factors in this battle, but compared to the benefits, it is almost negligible, Edith said frankly. The demons may deploy the fortress-like monstrous beasts at any time. Instead of waiting for an opportunity, we might as well seize the opportunity now. I don't think the enemy would expect us to launch a counterattack on them less than a day after the humans lost the sedimentation bay. The most likely outcome of failure is returning with nothing, while success will cause the demons' subsequent actions to be thwarted. It goes without saying which choice to make. Furthermore, war is full of surprises. Sometimes, a seemingly thorough plan can be ruined by a small coincidence. At this point, she broke into a smile. "So, let's pray that the god of luck is on our side." The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. There was a light breeze and light snow. Under the dusky sky, 5 steam-powered trucks formed a long line as they slowly drove out of the tranquil camp and headed east. Unlike when they were transporting goods, gray and white tarpaulins were set up at the back of the carriages, looking like small moving piles of snow from afar. 3 of the trucks were dragging 152mm long-song cannons, the long black barrels blending into the ruts of the carriages. Only when one got closer would one notice the faint cold light refracted from the hydraulic brake. 2 hours later, 25 fully fueled biplanes took off from Thorntown's landing strip and rushed to the predetermined battlefield under the lead of Siegel. Unlike their usual battles, the Air Knight Squadron did not choose to fly at a lower altitude where it was easier to identify their direction. Instead, they flew straight into the clouds, flying through the gaps between the clouds. This meant that they would lose a large portion of their field of vision. Other than the compass, the only thing that could guide them was the faintly discernible body of Siegel. Once they fell behind, it would be almost impossible to find the fleet again. In order to avoid getting lost, everyone was on full alert. Other than the roar of the engines, there was not a single sound of conversation in the cabin. At the same time, Lightning and Maggie appeared in the airspace of the battlefield and separately searched for any possible demons. 2 hours and 15 minutes after the start of the operation, the first accident appeared in the convoy. Due to the quality of the road, the 4th convoy broke down while crossing a pit. After a simple transfer, the convoy resumed its journey, leaving only the malfunctioning crew to repair it. Half an hour later, the Air Knight Squadron also had an accident. 2 planes lost track of the plane in front when they flew over an overlapping cloud layer. They could only turn around and return alone according to the rules before they set off. On the way back, they were not allowed to leave the cloud layer. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 3 hours and 6 minutes later, the steam truck team was the first to arrive at their destination. "Oh my God, Farina." Joe leaned forward slightly and murmured. "Ah, I see it." Farina steadily stopped the car and stared at the side of the driver's seat with a solemn expression. Through the windshield, she saw a bone-like frame standing on the top of a mountain in the distance. At first glance, it looked only 1/3 the size of a fingertip, but considering the distance, she could imagine how astonishing the behemoth was. Around the white bone, there was a bright red fog that almost covered the entire mountain, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding snowy scenery. It was definitely not a human creation. Just by looking at it, one could feel a cold chill rising from the bottom of one's heart. Farina involuntarily tightened her grip on the steering wheel. There was no doubt that the devil had come to the world. "Now. Guys, get out of the car. Act according to the drill. Hurry up." The shouts from the back of the carriage brought Farina back to reality. "Let's go and help," she said to Joe, then pushed open the door and jumped out of the cockpit. In just a few short breaths, the passengers of the convoy were already busy. They wrote and drew in their notebooks while erecting a few strange instruments on the ground. Judging from their conversation, those instruments seemed to be used to locate the target for the soldiers. At this point, no matter how slow Farina was, she already knew what the First Army was going to do. They were going to bombard the enemy several kilometers away from here. Although she had long known that the people of Grey Castle were best at long-range attacks with firearms, she still felt a trace of shock when she saw this scene with her own eyes. Any thrown weapon would be affected by the wind and its own weight, and the further the distance, the greater the impact. Even the slightest disturbance would cause a great change in the outcome. How on earth did they ensure that the bullets fired from the firearms would still fly according to their expectations at such a long distance? Could it be that those seemingly simple instruments could predict the future? If so, it was not surprising that the church suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Coldwind Ridge. However, this kind of technical work was completely useless to Farina. She consciously walked to the rear of the convoy, hoping to contribute to the unloading of the goods. Due to the requirement of confidentiality, the driver did not know in advance who was on the vehicle, nor did he know what was on the vehicle. However, the convoy must have been dragging a lot of things. At this time, at least one more person could at least speed up the preparation process. She might not be good at other things, but she was by no means weak. However, the scene in the rear left her dumbfounded. A group of tall and sturdy men were moving the long wooden boxes with great efficiency, and those heavy trailing firearms didn't seem too cumbersome in their hands. After removing the restrictions of the connectors, a few people surrounded the long steel pipe and dragged it down the hardened road. What surprised Farina even more was that she actually saw several familiar faces in the crowd. Wait. Aren't they the God's Punishment Army? Although they were not wearing armor, judging from their strength, skills, and appearance, it was clear that they were the outstanding warriors of Hermes. "Yo, we meet again." Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder. Hearing this familiar voice, Farina suddenly turned around. "Zoe? I didn't expect you to remember my name." Zoe grinned. "I thought you would call me Army Commander Inova first." She took a deep breath. "Then these people are, yes, they are all tequila witches." Zoe spread out her hands. "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? There are hundreds of people like me in Neverwinter. All of them are using the bodies you contributed. Remember not to make a fuss when you meet familiar people in the future." The other party's words replayed in his ears. For a moment, Farina did not know what to say. Charles bowed deeply to the latter. "Miss Zoe, I've always felt sorry that I didn't have the chance to thank you last time. It's great to see you again. Thank you for saving Miss Farina." "Miss Zoe? Mortal, you know a lot. I'll accept your gratitude." Zoe shrugged. "Let's talk about other things later. Now, let's focus on dealing with the demons." "Well," Farina could not help saying as she watched Charles leave. Zoe stopped. "Thank you. And I'm very sorry for the mistakes the church has made. It's not your fault. You're just a person who was deceived." She waved her hand, and without looking back, she walked towards the camp that was being set up. Farina opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. But what she did not see was that Zoe slightly curled up the corner of her mouth. Just as Iron Axe had predicted, she, as the pilot, was unable to help at all. In less than 15 minutes, the First Army was ready to shoot. Report, Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 cannons have been loaded. Open fire. The commander ordered decisively. Following a loud bang, a veil-like snow mist rose up from the bottom of the cannon, and the roar reverberated endlessly in the mountains like a thunderclap rolling across the horizon. The boiling hot shell casings sizzled as they were emptied into the snow, and new shells were quickly loaded, waiting for the next shot. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, and the teamwork between the cannoneers was as if they were one person. From this detail, it could be seen how much they had trained. Farina realized that the difference between the First Army and the other armies was not just in firearms. After a dozen breaths, she finally saw a snow pillar rise from the top of the mountain. The ground troops have started shooting. Sylvie, who was on the Seagull, could see it more clearly. After the 3 shells drew a long parabola, they all landed near the fortress-like monstrous beast, with the closest one less than 300 meters away. The sudden explosion caused the demons stationed in the surroundings to fall into chaos, and a few devil beasts flapped their wings and flew into the sky. After informing the commander of the cannoneers below her of the correction information, she focused all her attention on the enemy's movements. "How are the demons reacting?" Tilly asked. "There are no signs of the main target moving, and only a few devil beasts have flown into the sky. It shouldn't be long before they discover the truck team." "You're lucky." Andrea whistled. "Indeed, good luck." Sylvie nodded imperceptibly. According to the plan formulated by the General Staff, the counterattack team was prepared to be discovered before they could approach the fortress-like monstrous beast, and continue firing at the target despite the obstruction of the patrolling devil beasts. This plan was based on the experience accumulated from fighting the demon's vanguard on the fertile plains. If the opponent was Osrook, 20 to 15 kilometers was already a high-risk zone. Although a large number of troops had been sent to the sedimentation bay after a huge battle, there were still many devil beasts and guards stationed near the fortress as it was an extremely important moving obelisk. However, their perimeter was not watertight, and for a long time, no devil beasts flew past this area. It was precisely because the enemy had not discovered the counterattack team that Tilly had gotten Sylvie to continue guiding the truck forward, and only when they were 8 kilometers away from the target did they switch to the artillery position. This could only mean that the enemy had relaxed after taking over the 4 cities. A moment later, the second round of artillery shells whistled through the air. The calibrated second round of attacks was clearly much more accurate. 2 of them pierced through the monstrous beast's towering skeleton and landed at its feet one after the other, killing several mad demons. The third shot directly penetrated the monstrous beast's wide back, causing a cloud of snow and flesh to rise. The monstrous beast let out an ear-piercing shriek, and at the same time, took 2 steps forward. More devil beasts flew out from all directions and formed a formation in the air. However, by the time they confirmed where the attack came from, it was already 5 minutes later. This was definitely not considered slow in previous battles, but against the Longsong cannons 8 kilometers away, 5 minutes was enough for the artillerymen to fire 10 rounds of artillery fire, and this included the time needed to adjust the firing parameters. The operation this time was not like the Battle of Tequila, where the battle ended with a precise leg-breaking strike, but to the enemy, the result was much more tragic. The skeletal body that had been repeatedly bombarded was already riddled with wounds, and there were several bullet holes all over it. Through the layers of broken bones, one could see the trembling organs and blue blood flowing everywhere below. Although it tried its best to escape, compared to the firing speed of the cannons, this attempt did not have much of an effect. When another artillery shell drilled into the monstrous beast's body, it let out a mournful wail, and after a flash of blue light, its huge body actually exploded. Organs and blood splattered down like a waterfall, dyeing the snow on the hillside with a layer of strange color. The empty limbs seemed to have lost their support as they powerlessly snapped, peeled off, and collapsed, crashing into the bodies of the devil beasts that could not dodge in time, crushing them into a pile of twisted rags. "Be careful, they're coming." At the same time, Sylvie also warned the convoy of the approaching devil beasts. "The enemy has found us. Hurry up, pack your things and get on the truck." Everyone, retreat according to the original route. Although she did not know why the First Army was so familiar with the demon's movements, Farina flew to the truck as soon as she heard the order. She skillfully closed the exhaust valve and pushed the two handles that controlled the Rubik's Cube switch to the starting position. The cylinder at the front of the truck began to tremble, and the needle of the pressure gauge moved to the right at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it reached the standard point. This meant that as long as she released the brake, the truck could move at any time. She poked her head out and looked in the direction of the hillside. The mountain top, which had been shrouded in mist, was now much clearer. The miasma-like red mist was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, many sesame-sized black spots appeared on the white hillside. They surged down the slope and rushed in the direction of the convoy, like a swarm of ants coming out of their nest. Dozens of flying demons appeared in the sky, and it seemed that they would not let them go. This scene reminded Farina of the city wall on the Hermes Plateau. There, tens of thousands of demonic beasts had attacked the defense line formed by the Judgment Army. "Let's go." A god's punishment which patted the door of her truck, which was a signal that all the team members were ready to retreat. Farina took a deep breath and pulled the brake lever. The steam truck began to move slowly. At this time, the other convoys also started their trucks. From turning around to driving out of the shooting area, everyone did a perfect job, even better than during the assessment. Even so, the distance between them and the enemy was not widened. When the convoy accelerated to the highest speed, the pursuers from the air were even closer to them. No, they're too fast. If this goes on, they'll catch up with us," Joe shouted anxiously. Farina held the steering wheel tightly and did not move. It was common sense that those with wings would always run faster than those on the ground. Since the enemy even had a flying unit, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with them. Considering that the people of Grey Castle had been fighting with the demons for a long time, they should know this. Now the only hope was that they had already prepared for this situation. No matter how the First Army responded, it would be a battle that she could not intervene in. Therefore, her most important task at the moment was to control the truck well and not drag the others down. "Don't worry about the pursuers. Help me keep an eye on the road ahead. If there's a hole, warn me as soon as possible," she said without changing her expression. Joe swallowed hard and nodded. "I got it." For more than an hour, the only thing Good could see was the tail of Seagull and the flashing track lights. Being in the clouds for a long time made him lose his sense of direction and altitude. Flying in this state was a huge drain on his physical and mental strength. He had to focus all his attention to maintain the plane's position. Judging from the changes in the compass, the Air Knight Squadron had been hovering in the air for the rest of the time, clearly waiting for the enemy to appear. As for the whereabouts of his other companions and the current situation, Good had no idea at all. In addition to this lingering feeling of loss and depression, the terrible environment in the clouds was also a big problem. The damp water vapor had condensed into a thin layer of frost on the windshield and cabin. Although the cold wind was blocked by the rubber lining of the flight suit, the humidity still brought away some of his body temperature, making his limbs as slow as a block of wood. If not for Finkin who could talk to him in the back seat, he was afraid that he would not have lasted until now. Princess Tilly had revealed that His Majesty was researching a communication device that could allow people in two different places to communicate across space. At this moment, the biggest thought in his mind was to make this device a reality as soon as possible. "Look, the light has changed," Finkin suddenly shouted. Good looked at Seagull and saw that the yellow light hanging at the tail of the plane had unknowingly turned bright red. He could not help but feel excited. Red was a signal to attack. Once the track lights glowed red, it meant that they should immediately fly down out of the clouds and attack the enemy. As for who the enemy was, it did not matter. It was better than continuing to go around in circles in this labyrinthine cloud layer. Without hesitation, Good pressed down on the control stick. The pure white clouds immediately enveloped him. The moment his vision was restored, Good felt his entire body lighten. The black and white earth and the gray sky seemed to form a beautiful scene. At the same time, there was also a group of devil beasts flying in the sky. The latter completely did not notice the aerial knights that suddenly emerged from the clouds. They were less than 300 meters above the ground, and their target was obviously the steam truck squad that was dragging long wheel ruts in the snow. The nose of their plane happened to be facing the direction of the enemy, which was an excellent angle for engagement. As long as the plane was slightly pitched, the bullets from the machine guns would be able to penetrate the enemy's formation lengthwise. Moreover, the aerial knight had an absolute advantage in altitude. After a round of strafing, no matter how the devil beasts reacted, they would not be able to shake off the biplane's follow-up pursuit. It was as perfect as in the textbooks. The gloominess that had previously hidden in the clouds was swept away. Good controlled the plane to dive down, and at the same time, he pressed the trigger. Finkin, who was sitting in the back seat, let out a strange cry. In an instant, more than a dozen silver streamers appeared in the sky. They shot into the herd of devil beasts from different angles and spread from the head to the tail. Faced with this sudden attack, the demons had no time to react. Several flowers of blood blossomed in the air, and the mad demons and devil beasts that were hit fell to the ground like stones. At this moment, they realized that they were not the only hunters on this battlefield. The herd of devil beasts suddenly dispersed. Some of them continued to pounce on the convoy, while others turned around and seemed to want to fight to the death with the aerial knight. 26 devil beasts. Good quickly counted the number of devil beasts. In a sense, the number of people on both sides was almost equal. Apart from the few patrolling devil beasts that they had encountered before, this could be regarded as the first large-scale aerial battle between them. "Signal Heinz and tell him to follow behind us," he shouted at the top of his lungs. In a short span of 20 seconds, the aerial knight squadron had already flown over the devil beasts' heads. The first round had ended with their complete victory. With the speed brought by the dive, the fire of heaven that Good piloted quickly completed a turn and cut in a perfect arc from the side to the back of a devil beast that was trying hard to climb up. The distance between the two was less than 200 meters. He could even see the mad demon trying hard to turn around, trying to find the best angle to throw its spear. However, he obviously would not give the other party this opportunity. The barrel of the gun spat out a tongue of flame. The bright tracer bullet pierced through the back of the devil beast like a meteor. The sudden fall of the mount made its attempt futile. Even if it was not hit on the spot by the machine gun, the result from falling from this height was no different. Finkin could not help but whistle. The other teammates also locked onto their targets, and the two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. The second round began. Right, for o'clock, 2 of them. His teammates' warnings mixed with the sound of machine gun fire, sounding intermittent. "Attention, spear throwing." Good suddenly pushed the stick to the left, and the biplane immediately flipped over and fell downwards at a slanted angle. Whoosh! The bone spears whistled past the top of his head, and one of them directly pierced through the upper wing, leaving a fist-sized hole in the skin. Without even looking at the enemy, he continued to accelerate downwards, and the plane soon reached its top speed. This was the combat strategy that Her Highness Tilly had come up with after the aerial knight's battle with the enemy. At low speeds, the devil beasts possessed far greater agility than biplanes. They could hover in the air, complete maneuvers such as turning around and flying backwards within a very small radius. This made it very difficult to use tactical maneuvers to escape from the devil beast's tail bites. At the same time, the rear seat shooter was almost unable to predict the target's route within the effective firing range. The combination of these two factors was extremely disadvantageous for a dogfight. But at the same time, the devil beasts also had a very obvious weakness. Their only means of attack came from the spears thrown by the rider behind them, and their flying and climbing speed was inferior to the fire of heaven. A magic stone that could only be thrown twice consecutively would pose a threat in terms of distance and power, and only at close range would it pose a threat. Therefore, when being targeted by the enemy, the safest way to fight was to use the belly of the plane to face the enemy, and at the same time, quickly increase the distance between the two, and then climb back up again, using the machine gun's longer effective firing range to kill the enemy. The biplane was equipped with protective plates in both cockpits, which could effectively protect the pilot from being directly pierced by the spears. The wide wings seemed like an extremely fragile target, but as long as the main frame was not hit, a few holes in it would not cause fatal damage to the plane. Compared to the current training plane, the Fire of Heaven had a major improvement, which was to incorporate the wing surface roll control into the main control stick. The pilot only needed one hand to easily control the pitch and direction of the plane. Once the plane reached full speed, it would only take a few seconds to shake off the enemy. During this time, the mad demon could at most throw 2 bone spears, and it was not easy to hit the rapidly departing plane. Multiple battles had proven the effectiveness of this method. So far, the Air Knight had lost several planes, but not a single person had died on the battlefield. Accompanied by the high-pitched roar of the engine, Good flew hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Even if the mad demon behind him wanted to throw its spear again, it would not have the chance to reach him. But after he pulled up the nose of the plane, he did not immediately turn around to look for the 2 demons that had their eyes on him. Instead, he looked at the other friendly plane that had its tail bitten. As for the enemies behind them, Heinz was waiting for them. Using the advantage of height and field of vision he had accumulated, he would attack the enemies that were chasing after him. At the same time, he would leave his tail for his teammates to protect. This was the second principle of the Aerial Knight. After 2 attacks, Good got his 4th kill. The Aerial Knight gradually gained the upper hand on the battlefield. At this time, Lightning and Maggie also joined the battle. All the demons were horrified to find that a giant demon of their kind had appeared in the sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It looked incomparably powerful, but its target was themselves. The devil beast showed obvious fear under the sudden appearance of the giant mouth. Even if the mad demon angrily pulled the reins, the devil beasts could not move as fast as before. This confusion further increased the disadvantage of the demons. Lightning shuttled through the battlefield like a ghost. Her short-distance flight at the speed of sound made it impossible for the mad demons to fight back. Often, when the mad demons raised their bone spears, Lightning's revolver was already at the back of their heads. Every few minutes, a devil beast would be shot down. It was as if a devil rain was falling from the sky. Naturally, Farina saw the sound of these behemoths falling to the ground. She saw with her own eyes a winged monster with blood all over its body crash into the snow not far from the road. The strong impact caused it to roll several times before it stopped. Its wings and limbs were flung everywhere like rags. What happened in the sky? There was no doubt that the First Army was prepared for the enemies coming from the sky. However, she could only think of the firearms that were specially used to deal with the demons. Until now, she had not heard the sharp hissing of the machine guns at the back of the carriage. Instead, there was a strange buzzing sound coming from above, as if there was a fierce battle going on. The problem was, in the sky, Farina could not hold back her curiosity. She took the opportunity when the carriages passed a straight road to look at the sky behind them. And this one glance caused all the blood in her body to boil. God! She could not help but murmur. Beneath the low clouds, silver streaks of light flickered incessantly like the first rays of dawn. The source of the light was a flock of uniquely shaped gray birds. Unlike the red mist skeletons that gave her a strange feeling, Farina could clearly feel that the giant birds that were fighting the demons were man-made. The birds were symmetrical, balanced, and square, revealing the beauty of war weapons. But precisely because of this, she was even more shocked. Since when were humans able to fly into the sky like birds and step into the realm that only belonged to the gods? Could we actually do this? She couldn't help but recall an article she had read in the Grey Castle Weekly. On the front page, there was a black and white picture. In the picture, the huge machines seemed to be exactly the same as the iron birds in the sky. Is that so? They are the fire of heaven. At that time, the article used the words "a historic moment for mankind." She did not pay much attention to it. After all, she had seen such boastful words too many times. But now, Farina realized that even if those words were 10 times more exaggerated, they would not be able to describe her feelings at the moment. There was lamentation, regret, ridicule, excitement. But most of all, pride. Because she was also a member of mankind. And pride. How much had he missed out on when he had been hiding in Charles' house for the past year? Farina's body trembled slightly, and her hands tightened on the steering wheel. Although she had missed a lot, it was good that she had turned around, wasn't it? Sylvie clearly saw that the demons in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. Under the crossfire of the Air Knight, Lightning, and Maggie, the opponents were completely at a disadvantage. Several devil beasts were fleeing backward uncontrollably, and this action was bound to affect their own kind. But at this distance, they might not be able to escape from lightning's subsequent pursuit. As for the demons that were pouncing on the convoy, they did not gain any advantage. Based on past experience, a dozen mad demons jumped off the back of their mounts when the devil beasts flew past the convoy, hoping to avoid the advantage of the machine guns. However, they were facing a group of God's punishment witches who were comparable to extraordinaries, and these witches were also holding 40mm shotguns. Their fates could be described as horrendous. Seeing the God's punishment witches tearing the enemies into pieces while laughing maniacally, even Sylvie could not help but close her eyes. At this point, the victory was already a foregone conclusion. Bookseller's website, what's the situation like now? Tilly asked. The enemies who intercepted the convoy were almost completely wiped out, and the demons who are still in the sky are fleeing. We should have won, Sylvie replied. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to perform in the end. Andrea shrugged regretfully. Looks like that senior demon lord was badly injured. Seagull did not participate in the battle. Instead, it hovered in the clouds, guarding against the possible appearance of Haxord or other senior demons. After all, the most effective way to deal with these demons with strange abilities was still Andrea's close-range sniping. Unlike her dispirited companions, Sylvie heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that this counterattack was not the same as the ambush against Sky Lord. The reason why the enemy could not detect the existence of Seagull was because she was not on the plane at that time. Changes in the situation on the battlefield were transmitted through the sigil of listening. Even if she was constantly exposed to the vigilant demons, Seagull would still disappear without a trace. But this time, as they had to fight far away from the camp, she had to follow Seagull in order to command the overall situation. It was also for this reason that if Sky Lord appeared with a new vigilant demon, Seagull would also be discovered by them. In other words, only when Haxord or other senior demons appeared alone could her attack achieve an unexpected effect. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict how the battle would develop later on if he missed his target. Hence, it was a good thing that they did not appear. After all, there was nothing more worth celebrating than successfully completing a mission and returning safely at the same time. It's better if you don't take action. If Haxord really comes, I don't think the convoy will be able to escape unscathed. Tilly shook her head helplessly. I'm guessing that when Edith came up with this plan, she was probably betting that the freely moving vigilant demons are not something that can be immediately replenished. That's why Sky Lord did not dare to act rashly. These words were practically what Sylvie was thinking. She could not help but nod. As expected of the Princess Royal. Oh. Tilly drilled out of the clouds, now that we've already won, let's confirm the result of the battle before leaving. Sylvie was experienced in this kind of thing. Without the obstruction of obstacles, she only needed to use a little magic power to complete a rough survey of the battlefield. However, the moment she came to this conclusion, she could not help but be stunned. 2,000. No, close to 3,000. 3,000? Vendi was surprised. How can there be so many? Those mad demons. Sylvie looked at the hillside and took a deep breath. They weren't coming for the convoy. They were fleeing in all directions. Only then did she notice the densely packed holes on the top of the mountain. Apparently, in order to reduce the consumption of fog, most of the enemies had burrowed into the ground and would only be awakened when there was a need to fight. But when the fortress monstrous beasts collapsed, the red mist that had lost its source of supply quickly dissipated, and these demons faced a disaster. They did not swarm out to eliminate the attackers, but because they sensed the dissipation of the fog. Driven by their instincts, they burrowed out of their hiding places and ran down the mountain, hoping to reach the next red mist supply point before they ran out of breath. But whether it was Fine Sand City or Sedimentation Bay, they were too far away. The world that had dissipated from the red mist became clean and clear again, but to the demons, it was an uninhabitable land of death. They did not run far before falling to the ground one after another, spreading out evenly at the foot of the hillside. Apart from a few mad demons who were equipped with gas tanks, most of them were silent. The General Staff's judgment on this point was undoubtedly correct. Just like how Grey Castle could not equip every soldier with a Godstone of retaliation, the enemy could not distribute the gas tanks and breathing devices to every mad demon. After mobilizing the fully equipped army to attack the human cities, only the troops that were originally active in the Red Mist area were left to guard this place. If it had been 2 days later, the situation might have been completely different. Even if they recruited drivers from outside the army, they still managed to launch a counterattack the day after the First Army retreated from Sedimentation Bay. It had to be said that this decision was extremely decisive. I think that the title of Pearl of the Northern Region will spread throughout the 4 kingdoms after this battle. Tilly curled her lips. With a team of less than 100 people, they had annihilated nearly 3,000 enemies. They had only lost 1 steam truck and 2 fires of heaven, and there were no casualties among the combatants. This successful counterattack had boosted the morale of the First Army's headquarters, and even their voices when reporting work had become much louder. But Edith did not show any satisfaction because of this. Almost on the same day that the news of victory reached Cage Mountain, she threw out the next step of the battle plan. The plan immediately received the approval of the Commander-in-Chief, Iron Axe. The convoy was even on the way back when they received the order to turn to Cage Mountain's West Pass. The truck carrying pure water for the Magic Cube met up with them halfway, and after rehydrating the entire team, they joined the convoy and drove west together. The Air Knight returned to Thorn Town, and after a short preparation, he took off again and arrived at Cage Mountain Airport before nightfall. At noon the next day, the convoy, which had been on the move for an entire day, entered the western border of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. As it was more difficult to avoid the potholes and other obstacles on the road at night, 3 more steam trucks were damaged along the way, and the remaining trucks were thrown into an attack on another fortress-like monstrous beast without stopping. Even though the demons had already realized that the humans had designs on these moving obelisks, they did not expect that in just a day and a half, the counterattack team had already completed the transfer across the Kingdom of Wolfheart. The other fortress-like monstrous beast had just retreated into Gust Castle, and in the absence of external protection, the convoy withstood the attacks of a few patrolling devil beasts and approached within 10 kilometers, where they lowered 4 Longsong cannons. The Air Knight once again played the role of a hunter. With the tacit cooperation of Sylvia and Tilly, this group of rookies, who had only been on the battlefield for less than half a year, had almost replicated the process of the previous battle. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy's aerial forces had made the cannons their primary target, they swooped down from above and instantly broke up the enemy's formation. The monstrous beasts were blasted to smithereens by the cannons, and facing the convoy guarded by the gods' punishment witches, the small number of mad demons did not have the ability to hold them back even if they got close. On the 3rd day, the enemy finally began to expand the defensive perimeter of the 4 cities, and sent people to destroy the simple hardened roads between the cities. However, the entire battle line was hundreds of kilometers long, and it was almost impossible to ensure that not even a drop of water could leak through. That day, the steam trucks drove through an area dozens of kilometers away from Fine Sand City, attracting the attention of the demons. 25 fires of heaven went around the towering impassable mountain range according to plan, and directly charged into the rear of the Metalstone Ridge to strafe the supply line that transported the red mist. It was also at this time that the effects of the 2 consecutive aerial battles and the overly long battle line on the demons gradually became apparent. By the time they had gathered enough devil beasts to rush to the scene, the Air Knight had already disappeared into the cold, howling sky. In the following 2 weeks, the battlefield in the Kingdom of Wolfheart was in a strange stalemate. The demons who had conquered the 4 cities should have built a new batch of mist storage towers in preparation for conquering the Kingdom of Wolfheart and then the Kingdom of Dawn. But the reality was that the First Army's mobile attack had been thwarted. Except for the Sedimentation Bay by the sea, the other 3 cities had not been able to build any mist storage towers. After being attacked by the Sky Knight, the nobles who were responsible for transporting the red mist wavered. This forced the demons to transfer some troops to supervise and control the normal operation of the bloodline. Coupled with the expansion of the defensive line, the shortage of manpower became more and more obvious. The First Army thought that firing cannons was a good deal, so they did not insist on attacking the 4 cities. The demons patrolling the outermost part of the defensive line were also their hunting targets. Several steam-powered trucks quickly arrived at the preset position, put down the Longsong cannons, and fired 2 rounds at the place where the demons were gathered. Then they loaded the trucks and retreated. This kind of small-scale battle happened several times a day. Under the pincer attack of the biplanes and artillery, the demons did not just passively defend. They had organized many attacks. Even when the vanguard attacked the Cage Mountain, they organized a mixed team of humans and demons to take the opportunity to destroy the roads near the Cage Mountain, using black gunpowder in the process. But at this time, the main artery between the north and the south had been connected, and cement produced by the Kingdom of Dawn could be transferred to the front at any time. The simple roads destroyed by the explosions were often repaired by Lotus and the engineering team overnight. Although the low temperature and snowstorm greatly lengthened the solidification time of the cement, it was ultimately just a matter of cost-effectiveness. If the stabilized gravel surface was crushed, they could just repair it. After the main artery project was completed, a large number of idle construction teams gathered in the Cage Mountain area. The First Army did not lack manpower in this area. As the seesaw battle continued, the demons' attacks became slower and slower. They completely lost the momentum they had at the beginning, and the front lines of both sides temporarily froze. My lord, Haxord raised his head and looked at Xianxia, who seemed to want to say something but then slowly closed his eyes. Speak. From Xianxia's expression, it was definitely not good news. However, there had been too much bad news recently, and it was no longer in the mood to express its anger and disappointment. Totolok personally led a team to attack the humans' command post at Cage Mountain. In the end, he died heroically on the front lines. Xianxia lowered his head. He fulfilled his promise. It fulfilled its promise, but it did not complete its mission. Haxord didn't have much of a reaction to this long-expected result. It did not even want to ask about the specific circumstances of the death of its subordinates. When fighting against the Union, the death of every higher ascendant meant that the challenger had a powerful background, so it was necessary to collect information. However, if they were to fight against the humans of today, they would be killed by those strange firearms if they were not careful. It could totally imagine what would happen to its subordinates in the end. The fact that Totolok was personally leading the army meant that this was the last fighting unit of the Western Front Army. It had obtained glory, but it was meaningless to its race. If not for the fact that this subordinate was transformed from a Lord of Hell and was only good at charging and breaking through enemy lines and not good at manipulating magic stones, it would have been better to transform him into a high-level parasitic demon instead of being killed by the human's firearms. However, it was impossible for Sky Lord to say these words in front of another subordinate. Furthermore, the current situation was not Totolok's problem alone. No matter how brave and intelligent a general was, without sufficient troops, it would be difficult for him to be of much use. He was the one who ordered the attack. And the one who limited the numbers of the Western Front Army was the king. No, that's not right. The king had already given him enough support. The most hateful ones were Blood Conqueror and Mask. If the former could transfer more horns, and if the latter could follow the agreement and provide enough symbiotic demons, the result should be completely different. Haxord couldn't help but clench his new hand that was already growing flesh. But, would it really be completely different? The next moment, a lingering thought appeared in his mind. The Western Front Army could indeed occupy the entire kingdom of Wolfheart if they doubled their numbers, but there was still the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle. How many more people did he need? All of them. Skylord blurted out. My lord? Xianxia asked, puzzled. What did you say? Nothing. He shook his head. That's right, Osruk had already given him the answer. Give up the cities where the god's stone mines have been mined, give half of the land to the Sky Sea realm, and then put all the troops into the Land of Dawn. Not 10 times the current plan, but all of them, including the existing and new ones, will advance wave after wave until the human race is extinct. This was the conclusion of the subordinate he valued the most. Back then, all the senior lords thought that it was an unrealistic idea, but now it seemed that he could somewhat understand Osruk's thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, Haxord made up his mind. He took a deep look at the motionless Nightmare Lord, got up, and walked out of the red mist pond. My lord, where are you going? The top of the Birth Tower, Sky Lord said in a deep voice. I'm going to request the king to convene a Holy See meeting. The churning sea of mist and the Birth Tower in the center of the tower, which was filled with giant eyes, gradually appeared before his eyes. Seeing this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Holy See meeting was usually called by the king. Not only did such an action cross the line, it would also incur the displeasure of the other senior lords. After all, not everyone was willing to enter the realm of mind where the king controlled everything. If it were in the past, Haxord would also have instinctively resisted entering the presiding Holy See, but now he had no better choice. This was the only way he could convey his thoughts to the king and the other senior lords. Fortunately, the king did not reject his request. About a quarter of an hour later, the other senior lords appeared on the suspended seats one after another. "It's you again." Haxord, Blood Conqueror, said in a low voice. "I don't know what's there to discuss about the Western Front that requires the king to convene the Holy See. Don't tell me that what you're going to report is more important than the Nightmare Lord getting lost in the realm of mind?" "That's right. When Valkyries lost consciousness, you only reported to the king alone," Mask echoed. "Now you're calling for a Holy See meeting as if it's something important. Don't tell everyone that your Sky City is about to be conquered by those worms. It wasn't easy for me to allocate a large amount of resources to nurture symbiotic demons for you." This guy was beating around the bush to shirk his responsibility again. Haxord glanced at him coldly. The promised 5 times the number of symbiotic demons had only been delivered so far. Although the Sky Sea Realm's offensive had intensified, it was also a fact that they did not reach the agreed number. If it were in the past, he would definitely not miss this opportunity to attack the other party. But now, Haxord did not even have the slightest interest in arguing. "Enough." The king's voice sounded in everyone's mind. "I believe that Sky Lord has his reasons for requesting for a Holy See meeting. It won't be too late for you to express your opinions after listening to it. Also," the eyes on the birth tower turned to look at Haxord, "the Nightmare Lord's loss isn't your fault. I have also agreed to send Silent Disaster to assist you in battle. Therefore, I hope that your report won't be filled with platitudes like complaining and asking for more troops. Otherwise, it will just be a waste of time." Haxord immediately felt a great deal of pressure. He swallowed his saliva and braced himself to reply. "Your Majesty, what I wish to discuss is indeed the situation of the Western Front's assistance. But it isn't just 1 or 2 troops or more horns, but..." Sky Lord paused and looked into the king's bottomless eyes. "The deity of gods." The deity of gods was the greatest masterpiece after the race's advancement. It took nearly 100 years and countless resources to finally achieve this miracle. It was seen as a huge leap in the race's control over magic power, and the only way to destroy the Sky Sea realm. The moment he said that, the Holy See fell into a brief and strange silence. For a moment, Haxord wanted to take back his words, but when he thought about how the battle might end up in the most terrifying way, he held back his impulse. He had to take responsibility for the continuation of the race. After a moment, the king's monotonous voice sounded again. "I remember we discussed this previously. You should know what the deity of gods means to our race. The hope of defeating the Sky Sea realm." Sky Lord nodded. "But that's all." "What do you mean by that?" Blood Conqueror finally could not hold it in and growled. "Let's not talk about the fact that we can use it to counterattack the Sky Sea realm after removing the restrictions on the floating monsters. Even if we use it on the Eastern Front, it will greatly reduce the pressure on the defensive line. And this means the lives and deaths of millions of our people and millions of warriors. You say it's all there is to it? First, your genius subordinate requested for the race to go all out, and now you want to deploy the deity of gods to deal with the insects. You sure are telepathic." Mask sneered as he looked at the people in the Holy See. "I wonder what your thoughts are." "Forgive me for not agreeing," Loathsome Heart said curtly. The other senior lords also expressed their disapproval. Only Silent Disaster remained silent. Haxord had a premonition of such a situation. He knew that the matter was too important, and it was impossible to inform the king alone. This was also the reason why he decided to convene a Holy See meeting. If they could not reach a consensus, everything he did would be meaningless. The humans were now extremely similar to them after the first battle of divine will. Through the absorption of legacies, the race obtained unimaginable improvements. All sorts of new magic power technology spouted out, and every few decades, there would be a huge revolution. The rate of advancement greatly increased, and junior demons were no longer rare. The development of symbiotic demons allowed some inferior magic-less demons to become warriors, and the use of magic stones also became common in that period. These results were also reflected in the Second Battle of Divine Will. Even though the Xianxia realm had been upgraded as well, it still took them less than 30 years to drive the humans out of the Land of Dawn. Now, fate seemed to be standing on the side of humans. Moreover, their speed of change was even faster than the race at that time. According to the nobles who surrendered, Grey Castle was no different from other kingdoms 10 years ago. The current king of Grey Castle, the fourth prince of the Wimbledon family, was not even worth mentioning. Thus, any hesitation or procrastination would only make the enemy stronger. It had to make everyone aware of that. The Western Front has been defeated. Haxord took a deep breath. It could imagine what kind of expression Blood Conqueror and Mask would have on their faces. But for the future of its race, it had put its personal gains and losses aside. Although our race still occupies the territories of the two human kingdoms, we no longer have the strength to push forward. The stalemate means that it will be difficult for us to get the legacy shard in a short time, which is no different from failure. What did you say? Mask was surprised. That is an army of more than 100,000, not to mention the symbiotic demons. How could we lose to those worms? Are you lying to the king? Blood Conqueror opened its bloody mouth at the Sky Lord. Not long ago, you said that the Western Front was progressing smoothly, and that our race had successfully stepped onto human land. With the territory covered by the life floater, you are now telling me that we cannot defeat the worms? What a joke. Osric once gave me a warning, but I did not take it seriously enough, just like how you are treating my warning now, it said slowly. After all, words cannot describe everything that happened on the Western Front. If you want to understand this, you should use your own eyes to see. Then, Haxord lowered its head to the king. Letting the king read its memory was something it had never wanted to do before. But now that it had taken this step, it had no other choice. As for those small, unintentional mistakes, the king should not take it to heart. The eyes on the birth tower opened at the same time, and a cold feeling surged into its mind. Haxord forced itself to open up its consciousness, and silently recited its absolute loyalty to the king, allowing the undercurrent to flow through its body, the iron birds flying in the air, the rain of fire falling from the sky, the huge and bright fireballs, and the godstone crossbow bolts shooting from afar. These scenes appeared one after another, as though it was reliving the battle with the humans. After the cold feeling disappeared, the faces of the lords became unusually ugly. Haxord knew that they were the same as him. They had personally tasted the feeling of being ambushed by the humans and being only a step away from death. Even the surging sea of fog beneath their feet had become much more agitated. Even though Osruk had previously reported the changes in the humans' weapons of war, no words could compare to experiencing it personally. There were no transcendence or magic power instruments. Just a group of magicless people piloting strange metal constructs, with the cooperation of a few witches, was enough to threaten the lives of the lords. Is that really something that the worms can create? Mask said in disbelief. I can't sense any presence of magic power on it, in fact, that is their unique characteristic. Haxord knew that his only chance had arrived. The strength of the humans cannot be measured by the scarce number of witches, but all the magicless people should be included. Furthermore, with these things, the originally weak magicless people are no weaker than primal demons in terms of combat power, and can even pose a threat to junior demons and high ascendants. So? What are you trying to say? I want to ask everyone, even if you use the deity of gods, do you have the confidence to conquer the Xianxia realm within 10 years? The answer was undoubtedly no. The deity of gods was a necessary counterattack, but it was not the only condition for victory. The Xianxia realm was also an upgraded race, and no one could say for sure how much power they could unleash in their own territory. The original strategy was to defend the Blackstone region while devouring the legacy shards of the humans, allowing the race to reach a new level before using the deity of gods to destroy the Xianxia realm in one fell swoop. It doesn't matter even if I'm to blame, but the failure of the Western Front is a foregone conclusion. This is an unavoidable fact. Haxord raised his voice. If we don't seek for change, not only will we not be able to counterattack the Xianxia realm in 10 years, we might not even be able to win against the humans. The final outcome will be the complete annihilation of our race with enemies on both sides. Is the deity of gods more important than that? That's just your own judgment, Blood Conqueror gritted his teeth. Of course not. Don't tell me you want to mention Osric again? No. Skylord paused for a moment. I'm referring to Nightmare Lord. Since he had made up his mind, the small deception was for the sake of loyalty. At this point in time, he could no longer turn back. I'm not sure what clues Valkyries discovered in the realm of mind that caused him to abandon the front lines and choose to take the risk. But before he entered the realm of mind for the last time, Valkyries personally told me that he was leaning towards Silent Disaster's conjecture, that the humans had probably obtained some sort of legacy. Blood Conqueror froze in his seat. The one-sided situation in the Holy See had been stirred. Bookseller's website, Valkyries was one of the first to become a senior lord, so the weight of his words was naturally different. Only he was able to maintain a normal tone and attitude when speaking to the king, as though there was no difference between the two. More importantly, the king had never expressed any objections, which was sufficient to explain the problem. If it was the conclusion of the Nightmare Lord, it would naturally have a certain degree of persuasiveness. Furthermore, Haxord had indeed discussed the possibility of human inheritance with the Nightmare Lord. Apart from not saying it personally, it was a reasonable inference. At the same time, he kept an eye out and deliberately placed the matter after displaying the memories of the Western Front. Perhaps the king would verify this theory while reading his memories, but it was unlikely that he would conduct a special investigation. The Bai King's consciousness was highly autonomous, and his judgment would only be based on facts. The purpose of these words was to shut the mouths of his opponents. Blood Conqueror's pitiful brain was unable to see the situation clearly and could only respond instinctively. In order to shirk the responsibility, Mask would definitely not stand on his side easily. The other senior lords were basically wavering, and it was simply a joke to entrust the future of the race to them. As such, Haxord spoke the small lie confidently and without any pressure. Backing down now would be the greatest irresponsibility to the race. He had to personally reverse the entire situation. What unknown inheritance? That's too unbelievable. Mask questioned softly. We have all seen this scene in The Origin of Magic Hall. If the race truly exists, then where is it located? Who can guarantee that the conclusion the race came up with is definitely correct? Haxord vowed solemnly. I also do not wish to believe that humans can obtain the favor of fate, but their transformation is right in front of us. Don't forget, before obtaining the inheritance of the underground civilization, we similarly did not know that the fragments could be separated. You mean, Abomination seemed to have thought of something? No, I don't mean anything, my only goal is to guide you towards the self-constructed answer. Among the many ruins, if there is a fragment left behind, all the senior lords could not help but fall into deep thought. Except for Blood Conqueror. So what? I absolutely do not agree to use the deity of gods to deal with the lowlifes. The Skysea Realm's offensive is still increasing. Now that we finally have the chance to catch a breather, we should take the opportunity to consolidate our defensive line. Without the deity of gods, the Eastern Front will not be able to withstand the continuous intense battles. Once the army is defeated, more than 10 cities will be exposed to the enemy's claws. But this time, no one agreed with him. Compared to a dozen or so cities, the future of your race should be your priority. Haxord glanced at him expressionlessly, then looked at the birth tower in the middle of the Holy See. My respected king, losing the deity of gods on the Western Front will indeed worsen our current disadvantage, but at least it will not lead to the worst outcome. Now, time is not on our side. Humans are quickly absorbing the inheritance they have obtained, since sacrifices are unavoidable. The next choice is the most important. Haxord, that's my army. Blood Conqueror roared. Skylord turned a deaf ear to him. Everyone has seen for yourself how intricate the war weapons created by humans are. More importantly, the primal demons can use them as well. If our race can absorb their inheritance and use the Fire Rain and Iron Bird on our army, we will be able to reverse the situation of the Skysea Realm. Even if we lose the entire Blackstone region, the final victor of the Battle of Divine will be us. Upon hearing about the fusion of new weapons, Mask's empty eye sockets blossomed with a flicker of excitement. The Blood Conqueror was furious. And these losses could have been avoided, enough. the king finally spoke. I understand what you mean. Haxord's heart was at ease. The king would not be affected by their dispute and would only make a decision based on the actual situation. The other senior lords gradually became skeptical and at least no longer opposed his proposal. This way, the consensus passed at the meeting could be quickly implemented. Otherwise, the dispute and shirking between the senior lords would waste a lot of precious time, and the pressure that the Western Front had exerted on the humans would be reduced to nothing in the indecisiveness. Although this was still a distance from the all-out that Osrook advocated, it was the best outcome that he could fight for. Furthermore, as the greatest masterpiece of the race, the deity of gods had a large number of troops protecting it, which was also a disguised form of support for the Western Front. When this ultimate weapon reached the Land of Dawn, all of the humans' tactics would lose their meaning. The silent disasters arrangements remain unchanged, continue to reinforce the Western Front. The king's calm voice echoed in the Holy See. Once the deity of gods is completed, set off for the human territory to seize the legacy shard. Shrink the Eastern Front to the south, and if necessary, give up a portion of the cities to reduce the losses of the inferior demons. Before the offensive and defensive situation reverses, they are also important resources. Understood. All the senior lords acknowledged the order. But Blood Conqueror is right. Delaying the Sky Sea realm in the east and devouring the humans in the west is the established strategy for the third battle of divine will. Now that we have no choice but to mobilize the deity of gods to the Western Front, it will cause the casualties of the Eastern Front to increase greatly. Sky Lord, do you feel that you are not responsible at all? In that instant, Haxord felt an extremely cold chill crawl up his spine. In his field of vision, the eyes on the birth tower had all closed together, forming a gigantic eyeball. Compared to it, he was insignificant. Just the pupil alone was enough to contain several of him. The eyeball hung in the air and stared coldly at Haxord, as though it could crush him into powder if it rolled slightly forward. Under such pressure, he could not even muster up the thought of opening the distortion door. In the presiding Holy See, the king was no different from a god. Although your abilities are important, it does not mean that I will overlook this point. This is the last accident of the Western Front plan. Do not disappoint me again, or else. He did not need to use loud words to express his displeasure. The oppressive feeling that seemed to be tangible had already revealed everything. I understand. The eyeball suddenly disappeared, along with the Holy See. The spire of the Sky City and the fog once again appeared in front of Haxord. My lord, are you all right? I'm fine. Looking at Xianxia, who was standing guard beside him, Sky Lord shook his head slowly. He originally thought that he was prepared to endure everything, but when faced with the king's malice, the discomfort and resistance that surged up in his heart overwhelmed his expectations. These were just spontaneous reactions. Haxord closed his eyes. Everything was for the sake of the race. He had already done his best. Grey Castle, City of Neverwinter. Roland could not help but clench his fists after reading the reports sent back from the front line. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Nightingale, who was beside him, noticed his unusual behavior. No, nothing. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Everyone's performance exceeded my expectations. I'm just happy. Really? Nightingale was startled and then smiled. It seems that they're all working hard. That's right. Roland got up, poured 2 cups of chaos drinks, and handed 1 cup to Nightingale. They're really working hard. This was not a casual remark, but his true thoughts at the moment. If he had not been here in person, it would have been difficult for him to connect the current First Army with the frontier guards who used to hold wooden spears. The 8 days of high-intensity combat, the strategic retreat that still maintained the formation, the cover and cooperation of the air and ground combat, and the determination to actively seek the key to victory on the battlefield all proved how amazing the army's growth was. In addition, the strong cooperation of the Kingdom of Dawn and the willingness of the migrants to stay behind to help the army logistics also showed him the overall transformation of the human race. And what surprised Roland the most was Edith. Although many of her previous actions had already shown that she was extraordinary, this surprise could be said to be more than all the previous ones combined. Using the powerful carrying capacity of the steam-powered trucks, they carried out mobile warfare in the territory of the Kingdom of Wolfheart, and fully exerted the long-range and powerful characteristics of the fortress cannons, which vaguely resembled the style of the Battle of Lightning. Not to mention the initiative to evacuate the city, causing the enemy's stretched defense line to be full of loopholes, and then the high-mobility troops to attack the enemy's weak points. The First Army could eliminate a large number of effective forces of the demons with such a small cost and stop their advance 200 to 300 kilometers outside the Red Mist area. The contribution of the Chief of Staff was undoubtedly the most remarkable one. Although Roland had talked with the Pearl of the Northern region about their views on the future form of war and the evolution of the war situation with mechanical equipment, they did not talk about the specific types of equipment. The armored vehicles that he had high hopes for were still in the factory in the form of tractors. The fact that Edith was able to link it to a truck meant that her foresight was definitely ahead of the times. It was the combination of individual and collective strength that gave them this hard-won victory. The demons' actions were now firmly restrained, while the First Army's new soldiers and supplies were continuously being transported to the front line through the main artery. The strength of the two sides had become one of them losing, while the other gaining. When the accumulation reached its peak, the real counterattack would begin. Roland and Nightingale clinked their glasses lightly. At this moment, the power of humans seemed to be shining brightly. After finishing his drink, he returned to his desk. According to the usual practice of the First Army, the good news was followed by all kinds of problems. These were problems that only he could solve. For example, along with high-intensity maneuvers came heart-wrenching losses. The report placed this point at the top of the list. Due to the uncertainty of the battlefield, the longer the crew stayed around the faulty vehicle, the greater the risk. In a situation where they lacked tools and a repair environment, the two of them could at most deal with simple faults such as flat tires and water leaks. When it came to the suspension and transmission system, which were relatively easy to have problems, they were almost helpless. Therefore, after most of the steam-powered trucks broke down, they could only unload the Rubik's Cube and leave. Since the demons launched an all-out attack, the front line had lost as many as 15 trucks. If it was not for the need to maintain the operation of the north-south artery, Roland suspected that Edith would transfer all the vehicles to the Kingdom of Wolfheart. To improve this situation, the First Army not only needed a specialized support unit, but also needed to establish relevant repair and maintenance sites, just like the Air Knight. Field repair vehicles and trailers were undoubtedly also necessities to be included in the production schedule. Once again, he clearly felt that if he wanted to use these large machines on the battlefield, it was not as simple as just building them. The resources and money they consumed were simply not something a vassal kingdom could afford. In addition to applying for more steam-powered trucks, the higher-ups of the army also expressed a strong desire for 75mm field cannons and general-purpose machine guns. Various statistics showed that their addition would greatly improve the firepower of the First Army. If it was not for the large consumption of ammunition, they would almost be a perfect weapon. Roland was extremely moved by this conclusion of seemingly flattering but actually demanding money. He then approved the army's application. At the end of the report, there was a handwritten letter from Tilly. He guessed that the contents were similar to the military's, either pressing for a special plane or requesting for more fire of heaven. Brother, long time no see. You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? Now that the demon's offensive is gradually weakening, we should be able to get through this year's months of demons safely. I will take some time to return to Neverwinter and hope to see its true form. As expected, Roland could not help but hold his forehead. He knew it would be like this. Fortunately, the overall structure of the special plane was already in place, and he indeed needed Tilly to verify the feasibility of the new body. However, what she said next was very different from what he had expected. Tilly used a large amount of space to describe in detail the shortcomings of the fire of heaven in actual combat. She even suggested that the production of the fire of heaven should be temporarily stopped until improvements were completed. The biggest problem lay in the twin seats. After summarizing all the available Knight's summary and battle results, she found that out of the 65 devil beasts that could be confirmed to have been shot down, only one came from the backseat shooter. The reason was also very obvious. In close combat, the enemy did not need to bite the tail for a long time like the biplane. The Mad Demon's spear throwing was equivalent to a ballista with an elevation angle of -90 to 90 degrees, covering 270 degrees in front of it. As long as the distance was sufficient, it could completely attack from the top and belly of the fire of heaven. In fact, they often drilled into these blind spots, leaving the backseat shooter helpless. Even if the enemy was within the firing range of the machine gun, it was difficult for the shooter to determine the relative distance of the target in the air without any reference. In addition, it was impossible to predict the flight path of the plane, so the hit rate beyond 100 meters was pitifully low. Most of the time, the shooter would return after firing all the bullets without hitting a single enemy. Similarly, when the fire of heaven strafed targets on the ground, the back seat could only find a small window of opportunity to shoot when it was pulled up. However, the weight of the passengers, weapons, ammunition, and cockpit protection was real. At the same time, in order to adapt to flying, the two people in the front and back had to complete a full set of piloting training. This also made the backseat machine gun an extremely cheap decoration. Tilly bluntly mentioned in the letter that it was more like a design error. If the rear cockpit was removed, not only would the number of night immediately double, the weight saved could also be used in other areas. For example, more fuel. For example, a small bomb. In short, even if there was no way to immediately produce the improved fire of heaven, they had to at least cover the back seat with a skin. Roland could not help but smile bitterly after closing the letter. He could completely imagine Tilly's appearance when she complained. Although he felt helpless at the wantonly criticism of his design, compared to the reference materials in the dream world, the former's actual combat summary was obviously more worthy of being treated. Just as he was about to dig out the previous blueprints of the fire of heaven to make changes, the phone with the administrative office label rang. Roland picked up the receiver, and Barev's excited voice came from the other side. "Your Majesty, your Iron Tower project is completed, has just returned from Beijing. I'm on leave today. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update." "Is that so?" Roland was overjoyed. Judging from Barev's tone, it was not as simple as the facilities being built. "You heard the signal too?" The so-called Iron Tower project was the first step of the wireless communication plan. To meet the needs of the huge antenna needed for long-wave communication, the Ministry of Construction had built 50-meter-tall towers at North Slope Mountain and Silver City. More than half of the towers were only as thick as an adult's body, so they looked like long, sharp needles from a distance. With the addition of retractable hydrogen balloons dragging metal wires, the antenna could reach a maximum length of more than 100 meters. In terms of construction difficulty, it was not too praiseworthy. However, the communication tower was a systematic project, and the receiving equipment at the bottom of the tower was the key. As the debugging process would inevitably emit electromagnetic waves many times, even if the signal was messy and disorderly, in this world where there was no interference, it was normal for the other side to capture it. "Yes, Your Majesty," Barev replied excitedly. "It is indeed, as you said, producing some marvelous reaction of its own accord. But I'm not sure if it was caused by Silver City. I think this question will be answered soon." Roland pondered for a moment. "Inform the ministers of the administrative office to go together. I don't think they would want to miss this opportunity to witness history." After several years of development, North Slope Mountain was no longer the steep mining area with only a few narrow mountain paths. Wide cement roads and railroad tracks were built along the slope, and it would only take a quarter of an hour to reach the top of the mountain by train. Not far from the Iron Tower was a row of simple red brick single-story houses with a row of icicles hanging from the low eaves. It looked far less imposing than the new factories on the south bank of the Redwater River. Based on its appearance alone, it was difficult to associate it with the new era. Entering the house, Anna was directing the Sand Nation members of the Society of Wondrous Crafts to make the final preparations. When she saw Roland, she secretly made a "everything is ready" gesture and then seriously immersed herself in her work. Roland could not help but grin. As early as when the wireless communication plan was first set, it had caused a heated discussion in the administrative office. Most people could clearly see what kind of change this project would bring to the human world. If the news could be transmitted, it would be a great boost to both the war power and the control of Neverwinter. The wired phones, the flying messengers, and the sigil of listening were proof that the old aristocratic forces in Grey Castle had not found any opportunity to make a comeback. Many officials had thought that centralization of power would be a long and repeated process, but the fact was that they had not been able to make any waves after being overthrown by the First Army. The reason was that in the face of efficient information transmission, the nobles would be annihilated by the Second Army or even the police as soon as they showed the slightest sign of trouble, leaving no room for them to grow. However, the phone had a wire, and the last two were related to magic power, so the officials could somewhat understand it. However, not only did the Iron Tower engineering not have any connections, but its theoretical effect was even stronger than that of a magical creation. This was truly unbelievable. Although there was a basic introduction to electromagnetic waves in primary education textbooks, many people still had doubts about something that could not be seen or touched. In a sense, it was even more unimaginable than a biplane. Of course, this heated discussion would not affect the actual progress of the project. After all, under the guidance of Roland, there were too many miracles in Neverwinter over the years. Even if he suddenly announced that he was going to fly to the Bloody Moon, the administrative office would still go all out. However, wireless communication was not his specialty, so he was not as competent as developing mechanical equipment. This set of transceiver devices was completely copied from the Grey Castle Design Bureau's prototype, so no one knew the actual effect. With Anna's gesture, he finally did not have to worry about losing face in front of the ministers. Then, let's begin. Roland took Anna's hand and led her to the transmitter. Roland? This is the result of the Ministry of Engineering. Of course, you're the first tester. He winked at her. Although he already knew in advance that she had confirmed the feasibility of communication during the debugging process, it would definitely be the official test that would be recorded in the history books. There's still a receiving position. Who wants to be the first to experience it? Bhairav and the others looked at each other and raised their hands. Your Majesty, let me do it. After some scrambling, the old director, with the most profound qualifications, successfully fought his way out of the crowd and became one of the testers for the first long-distance telegram communication. In theory, the transmission and reception of the telegram could be completed by one person, but it was obviously easier to verify the test results by separating them at this time. For people who had never seen a radio before, the most important thing was how to convince them that the other end, hundreds of kilometers away, had really received the message transmitted here. The simplest way was to let the unknowing receiver report the information through the telegram that should only be known by the sender. After Roland briefly explained the test method, he asked the guards to cover Bhairav's eyes. Anna drew 3 horizontal lines and 2 dots on a small blackboard. The horizontal lines represented long tones, and the dots represented short tones. After everyone confirmed that there was no mistake, she pressed the button of the transmitter. 3 long lines and 2 segments. The moment the circuit was connected, a bright blue light bloomed in the center of the gap between the sparks. As the electric key was not connected to a buzzer, there was no other movement in the house except for this light. Everyone held their breath. This arc of light was so small that it would be difficult to see it standing outside the house, let alone Silver City, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Roland, on the other hand, could not help but have goosebumps. At that moment, he seemed to feel something pass through his body. There was no doubt that it was an illusion. In the case of low power, electromagnetic waves would not have any effect on the human body. But in his mind, everything appeared in a clear and distinguishable image. The electric flame seemed to disappear in a flash, but the transmitted electric current repeatedly oscillated between the inductor and the capacitor, as many as tens of millions of times per second. The rapidly changing electric field quickly spread along the antenna and the ground wire, and spread in all directions. It was a human cry in the silent world, no one could hear it, and yet it was louder than any sound that had ever been heard. Even after flying hundreds of kilometers, the wave did not disappear, and was accurately recorded by the antenna of Silver City. It was greeted by 2 receivers. After an ancient powder detector caught the electromagnetic wave, the metal powder in the glass tube turned from loose to condensed. This caused the resistance in the circuit to suddenly decrease, and the originally extinguished light bulb bloomed with a soft yellow light. Its biggest function was to inform the listener that the cry was echoing in the sky above the dome. The other was an ore detector. It did not require any external power supply and was always in the receiving state. A piece of galena and a wire inserted into it formed a natural semiconductor. The energy radiated by electromagnetic waves formed a weak electric current inside it. One had to wear headphones to hear the sound. In the absence of a buzzer modulation, it did not produce a clear and melodious beep, but it still accurately reproduced the frequency of the transmission. Then, the process was reversed. Distance was no longer a problem, and it was as fast as light could be. In other words, it was light itself. Anna repeated it 3 times before putting down the button. According to the agreement, if Silver City received the transmission, it would send the exact same message. If it was a conventional way of sending a letter, it would take about 5 to 7 days to complete a round trip between the 2 places. If it was a flying messenger, it would take at least a day. But the moment Anna put down the button, the light on the receiver lit up. It only took a few seconds. The crowd could not help but burst into an uproar. The blindfolded Berev knew nothing about it. He listened for a long time, and finally slowly wrote down the message he heard on a piece of paper. When he took off the headset and blindfold, there was no need to ask about the test results. From the surprised looks of the crowd, the answer was self-evident. The mark on the paper was 3 horizontal lines and 2 dots. "Your Majesty, can I have a try?" Xianxia asked eagerly. "Of course." Roland nodded with a smile. "You'll be the one to send the message this time." The chief alchemist pondered for a moment and wrote a string of characters of different lengths on the small blackboard. There were more than 20 characters in total. If 3 horizontal lines and 2 dots could be a coincidence, this message basically ruled out the factor of luck. The receiver was still Berev. Obviously, he did not want this extraordinary experience to end so soon. Before Roland could speak, he rushed to put on the blindfold. The jumping electric arcs once again bloomed between the sparks. This time, the old director took a longer time to listen. When he wrote the answer on a piece of paper and showed it to everyone, the crowd finally burst into applause. Although there were 2 mistakes in the more than 20 characters, the number was exactly the same as what Kyle had written. This could not have been a coincidence. In other words, in less than a few seconds, the message had been exchanged between Neverwinter and Silver City. This was the only way to explain how he knew the content of Kyle's message. "Your Majesty, how far can the Iron Tower send the message?" Berev asked excitedly. "As long as we increase the power, it should be able to reach thousands of kilometers." "Doesn't that mean it can cover the entire territory of the 4 kingdoms?" Hearing this, the crowd could not help but whisper. "Not just that. Even the fertile plains are basically included in it. It's incredible that Grey Castle can know what's happening in the Kingdom of Everwinter in the next second. Indeed, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that it's humanly possible." Berev, on the other hand, was already thinking about a deeper problem. "Your Majesty, if we give specific meanings to these symbols, we may be able to convey more complicated content, such as instructions and decrees." After witnessing a new technology, the first thing he thought about was how to use it. It had to be said that the old director's knowledge and ideas were much broader than before. Obviously, he had changed a lot in recent years to adapt to his position as the ruler of this new kingdom. Roland smiled approvingly. "You're going in the right direction, but you can do it more thoroughly." "You mean, instead of assigning specific meanings to symbols, we'll assign specific symbols to existing words. This way, even if we can't hear human voices, we'll be able to communicate in real time." After pondering for a moment, Berev's eyes lit up. Obviously, he also realized the great significance of this new language. Since the language of this world used a completely different phonetic system, the telegraph code of the other world could not be directly applied. But under the same principle, with a little more thought, a suitable set of communication codes could be developed. With these codes, any written information could be converted into corresponding electrical signals and transmitted to all parts of the continent at the speed of light. As for who would create this set of telegraph codes, Roland already had a plan in mind. As the recorder of information from both worlds, no one was more suitable for this task than Scroll. "Your Majesty." Sirius Daly, the Minister of Agriculture, raised his hand eagerly. Can I try this telegraph? Of course. Roland looked at the crowd. If any of you are interested, you can try it yourself. The higher-ups of Neverwinter immediately burst into an uproar. They swarmed over and soon surrounded the table where the machine was placed. Seeing this scene, Anna walked to Roland and shook her head in amusement. Of course, Roland understood the meaning behind her smile. The spark transmitter and the ore receiver were just the least technical parts of the wireless communication plan. The former could send out overwhelming messages at all frequencies, while the latter could accept all incoming messages. The two seemed to be a match made in heaven, but it also made it so that only one set of messages could be transmitted in a region at a time. In fact, after the spark transmitter was replaced by the more advanced electronic tube wireless equipment, it still played a role in the field of interference because of its characteristics. In addition, this system required a large skyline and a certain output power, so it was difficult to reduce its size and weight. It was destined to be installed in a few important cities. After the trial production of the electronic tube was completed, the radio and radio stations that could directly transmit sound signals without interfering with each other would usher in the first peak of wireless communication. He did not know how surprised they would be at that time. He knew that this was exactly what Anna was looking forward to. He had to admit that in this aspect, he and Anna had very similar hobbies. Just as everyone was excitedly trying to communicate with Silver City, Roland suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness. It came so fast that the outline of the things in the room appeared to be double. He subconsciously closed his eyes, trying to suppress the spread of dizziness, but his body seemed to have lost its center of gravity. Anna was the first to notice his abnormality. She reached out and grabbed his arm. Roland, are you okay? I'm fine. Roland wanted to answer, but when he opened his mouth and coughed violently. He covered his mouth, and the sweet smell of blood filled his throat. Damn it, what's going on? His eyelids quickly closed, as if they were 1,000 pounds heavy. His open palm was stained with bright red spots, and he seemed out of place with everything around him. Although he tried his best to stay awake, his consciousness was quickly fading away. Anna seemed to be shouting at him, but he could not hear anything other than the noisy noise. His body fell backward uncontrollably, and the last thing he saw was Nightingale's figure and the rapidly spreading fog. When Roland opened his eyes, he found himself back in his bedroom in the castle. His Majesty is awake. Before he could sit up, Scroll's low voice came from beside him. Then there was a burst of hurried footsteps, and in the blink of an eye, Anna appeared at the head of the bed. Obviously, she had been in the room and had not gone too far away from him. How do you feel? She leaned over and pressed on his forehead. Do you feel uncomfortable? She asked softly. Roland concentrated for a moment. No. I feel very comfortable all over. I feel that my whole body is very clear, as if I just had a good sleep, and my spirit is much better than usual. Looking at their doubtful gazes, he helplessly spread out his hands and said, It's absolutely true, except. Except what? Anna and Scroll asked in unison. Except a little hungry. Roland touched his stomach. How long have I been asleep? Anna's expression finally relaxed a lot. About 6 hours, which is the shortest time you've ever slept. I'll inform the kitchen to prepare a meal. But. Are you really okay? I can't be better. Roland shrugged. By the way, isn't Nightingale here? She'll be able to tell if I'm comforting you or not. As soon as he finished speaking, Nightingale appeared from the shadows. However, she did not approach the bed, nor did she immediately answer. Instead, she remained silent for a long time before nodding. His Majesty is telling the truth. See. Roland curled his lips. At this moment, he really did not feel any discomfort, and what he said was the truth. However, Nightingale's response was much slower than usual. Although he felt a little strange, he did not delve into it. As for why I fainted, it's probably because I didn't get enough rest. Genius 1 second to remember this website address. Apex mobile version website. This explanation was somewhat far-fetched, but Anna and Scroll could not find any more problems with it. After he woke up, his body temperature, breathing, and pulse were all normal. Even Roland himself felt strange. The dizziness came without warning, as if his consciousness was suddenly cut off. The road from North Slope Mountain to the castle was completely blank. During the examination, he also learned from Scroll what happened after he fainted. Several people heard Anna's cry, but they did not witness the scene of him collapsing. At the moment when Roland lost consciousness, Nightingale pulled both of them into the mist at the same time. Later, Anna came out and explained that it was just a cry of surprise when she almost slipped and fell, so the matter was covered up. As for where His Majesty the King went, no one paid special attention. After all, Nightingale's strength was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. It was almost impossible to hurt Roland with her. Therefore, as long as she was there, Roland did not need personal guards to accompany him at all times. Besides, the King of Grey Castle did not need to inform them of his whereabouts. Since the radio communication test was a great success, it was very normal for His Majesty to go first. Because of this, only Anna, Scroll, and Nightingale stayed by his side. Even the other members of the Witch Union did not know about it. Hearing this, Roland finally felt relieved. He had to admit that Nightingale had made the best choice at the critical moment. Now that the affairs of Grey Castle were tied to him and there were strong enemies outside, the upper and lower levels had to maintain a high degree of unity in order to fight a bloody path in the battle of divine will. If he collapsed at this time, it would inevitably lead to unstable factors. Even if it was only a temporary coma, people could not help but speculate about his physical condition. The best way to deal with it was to pretend that it had never happened. "Thanks to you." Roland smiled at Nightingale. The latter did not take the opportunity to ask for a few chaos drinks like she usually did. Instead, she responded in a low voice, "No, it's nothing. It's good that you're fine." It was only 8 o'clock in the evening when he finished the meal sent by the kitchen. Roland had intended to return to the office to modify the Fire of Heaven's blueprint, but Anna forced him back to bed with the excuse that a patient needed to rest. Helplessly, he had no choice but to do as he was told. He even cancelled his trip to the dream world that night. After all, the sudden coma made him feel a little guilty. Previously, the long hours of overtime had led to the tragedy, so it was not a bad thing to rest for a while. After saying goodnight, the three of them walked out of the room. After the door was closed, the room was immediately shrouded in darkness. Only the faint light of the city outside the window shone on a small piece of glass in the gap between the curtains. After about a quarter of an hour, Roland heard a rustling sound. In this quiet and windless bedroom, the bottom of the velvet curtain swayed slightly. He tilted his head and saw a black shadow appear at the window, blocking the only source of light. The faint light behind him drew out a thin silver line on his silhouette. Such a scene was inexplicably nostalgic. Roland sat up and said without surprise, "Now can you tell me what happened?" The black shadow walked to the window and revealed a head of beautiful curly hair. It was Nightingale. "You knew I would come?" She was startled. "You wouldn't be like this usually." Roland smiled and shook his head. He took out the stone of lighting from the bedside cabinet and placed it in the lamp slot. A gentle yellow light immediately illuminated the entire room. "Your expression just now was as if your thoughts were written all over your face." Then Anna, Nightingale subconsciously covered her face. "I'm guessing she noticed it too? That's why she left me in the bedroom." Roland let out a long sigh. "But since she didn't take the initiative to ask, it's equivalent to tacitly agreeing with your judgment of the matter. If you feel that you shouldn't let others know, she probably won't pursue the matter." This was undoubtedly a form of trust. Nightingale's eyes revealed a complicated expression. "To be honest, I'm also very curious." Roland continued, "When I said that I felt comfortable and didn't feel any discomfort, I didn't deliberately make up a lie to comfort you. It was my true feeling. You could clearly hear this, but why did you look so worried at that time? What were you worried about?" She lowered her eyelids and said, "There were more than 3 people who knew that you were unconscious." "More than 3 people? Nana wasn't in Neverwinter, and Lily couldn't heal you. At that time, no one could even determine your condition." Nightingale said slowly, "In a moment of desperation, I thought of someone. Although she couldn't do anything about the specific illness, at least she could make an overall judgment." So I hid it from Anna and took her into the bedroom. You mean, Momo? Roland's heart skipped a beat. She was indeed an extremely suitable candidate. The trend of her lifespan itself could explain a lot of problems. Nightingale was undoubtedly much more mature than before to be able to sort out her thoughts and find the right way to deal with such a chaotic situation. However, thinking of her troubled look, he faintly felt that it might not be a good result. What did Momo see? 14. Nightingale stared at him for a long time before replying in a low voice. The number changed from 17 to 14. Shortened, by 3 years? Roland could not help but frown. This was a little too strange. If the illness had worsened, there should have been some signs. But now he really felt energetic, not to mention the pain. Nightingale seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It's not an illness, nor is it fatigue. I've compared the samples of the criminals in the mine, and none of them matched yours. It's obviously not normal to shorten a period of a few months to 3 years. Otherwise, the actual time in these 4 or 5 years is equivalent to a reduction of 30 or 40 years. It can only have started recently. Now that she said it, it was indeed possible. Roland touched his chin and said, but I haven't encountered anything special recently. No, there's one thing. Nightingale bent down. Perhaps you haven't noticed it, but I know better than anyone, in the past few months, the number of times you've entered the dream world has increased by several times compared to before. Other than this, I can't think of any other reason. She reached out to hold Roland's hand, and her tone also changed a little. Promise me, don't enter the dream world again, okay? So that's why, Roland could not help but understand. That's right, the biggest change in the past few months was probably the dream world. The key was not the number of times he entered, but the absorption of the force of nature cores. According to Lon, the dream world would continue to expand due to the growth of magic power, until it invaded the realm of God. He did not know what the realm of mind would eventually become, but he could clearly feel the self-enrichment process of a world. And as the creator closely connected to it, it seemed reasonable that the pressure he had to bear had increased significantly. Now that he thought about it, Lan's solemn mention of time is running out might not only refer to the will of God, but also his situation. Maybe you're right, Roland said after a moment of silence, but at this point, the dream world has become the key to guiding the rapid development of Neverwinter. I can't, and shouldn't unilaterally close the channel to it. Especially after Scroll had advanced to become a transcendent, the significance of the dream world had become unprecedentedly important. Every time she entered the realm of mind, she could bring immeasurable knowledge to mankind. Moreover, Zero, Garcia, and Defender Rock were also inside. He could no longer treat them as illusions. Even without Lon, Roland wasn't willing to give up the dream world. Nightingale clenched her fists. What about me? Roland was taken aback. Then what should I do? Her voice suddenly rose a notch, and there was a slight tremble in her voice at the end. If time is shortened like this, in a few years, you will. Nightingale bit her lip, as if she had used all her strength to cut off the second half of the sentence in her throat. Anna and I made a promise, and I am willing to abide by it. But if I can't wait for that day to come, what should I do? Roland raised his hand and gently stroked her pale lips. That's why I need to enter the dream to end everything. Numbers, you know, do not only decrease but never increase, they represent trends, not results. If he could uncover the true nature of the origin of magic, there was a high chance that these negative influences from the realm of mind would disappear. On the contrary, if we just avoid it, it might become even worse at some point. By then, it will be too late to take action. If Lan's warning was true, then God's patience was running out. Any decision to leave hope to time could lead to destruction. The frequent appearance of fallen evils and oracles seemed to prove this point. He had to take the risk. But, I promise I won't let that happen, Roland said seriously. Nightingale stared at him for a long time. No matter what? No matter what. He nodded. The latter did not reply. Her figure gradually faded until it completely disappeared into the fog. Roland put the magic stone into the drawer, and darkness quickly occupied every corner of the room. The faint light on the window returned to its original color, as if nothing had happened. But he knew those were not illusions. He placed his left hand on the side of his body, and the gentle touch never disappeared. Before he fell into a deep sleep. Beep beep, you have an unreceived message. Beep beep, you have an unreceived message. Who is it? Why is he so diligent in sending text messages? Fei Yuhan was arranging her luggage in front of the mirror. Is he someone from the association? You could say that. Valkyries clicked open the mailbox, and then closed it with gritted teeth. If he had not deliberately controlled his strength, the thing in his hand would have been torn apart. Not bad. What do you mean by not bad? That person has good taste. Fei Yuhan smiled as she put on her furry gloves. Didn't you notice that the number of gazes directed at you during the martialist tournament was second only to mine? But most people only dared to look. To be the first to muster the courage to send you a message is definitely praiseworthy. If you have the time, why don't you introduce me to him? It's not what you think it is, Valkyries replied angrily. After recovering from her injuries and being discharged from the hospital, she and Fei Yuhan stayed in the same building. Their bedrooms were connected to a large living room, and they could clearly hear each other's movements. Valkyries did not have any objections to this, and even felt lucky. After all, in this unfamiliar world, the more people she interacted with, the more likely she would be exposed. Fei Yuhan, who had been taking care of her during her visit, had also helped her a lot. Therefore, her anger was not directed at Fei Yuhan. What annoyed her was the sender. Without a doubt, the small box in her hand, which was called a cell phone, was definitely a magical treasure. Through it, she could search for most of the knowledge she wanted to understand. Compared to those paper books, it was a true encyclopedia. Ever since Fei Yuhan taught her how to use this communication tool, she could no longer put down her cell phone. However, it was not without its flaws. For example, when her number was known by others, it would become extremely annoying. What made her even more unhappy was that she could not easily block the other party. In any case, you don't have to worry about this matter. Valkyries rubbed her forehead. Losing the three-eyed magic stone made her feel like something was missing. Are you going out now? That's right. The association has recently recruited a newcomer. The guardian wants me to meet her. A newcomer? Valkyries raised her eyebrows. She naturally knew that Fei Yuhan's position in the Martialist Association was extraordinary. Receiving a newcomer was not something she needed to do. That's right. After all, I'm going to be her master in the future. Fei Yuhan smiled, waved her hand, and walked out the door. Master, for a moment, the transformer appeared in Valkyries' mind. However, this surging emotion only lasted for less than a second before it was interrupted by the ringing of her cell phone. Beep beep, you have an unopened text message. Beep beep, you have an unopened text message. This fellow, she clenched her fists, and after enduring for a long time, she opened her inbox. Sender, Roland. Your invasion forces have been counterattacked by our army at the southern border of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. The front lines have been utterly routed, and there are close to 100,000 casualties. We have also lost quite a few giant skeletons that can produce red mist, and the Sky Lord is nowhere to be seen. Is he scared out of his wits by the cannons? And where are the senior lords? If they don't come, this vanguard army will all be buried in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Sender, Roland. We have already discovered the Blackstone obelisk at the ridge of the continent. It is only a matter of time before we attack it. What do you think will happen if we throw an incendiary bomb into that huge pit? Although the distance is a little far, we are already in the process of developing an aircraft that can travel long distances. If we do not end the Battle of Divine Will as soon as possible, the same scene will repeat itself until the Blackstone region becomes an inextinguishable volcano. I hope you can understand this point. Sender, Roland. By the way, after being in the dream world for so long, you should understand the heights humans can reach in terms of weaponry, right? And one of the peaks of this mountain, the glory of the sun, has just undergone a theoretical test not long ago and is only one step away from being produced. Do you still want to continue considering? She received several such messages every day. It was either about the front lines or the latest human research results. Previously, Valkyries had remained silent, neither rejecting nor replying to the messages. But this time, after staring at the screen for a long time, she slowly pressed the reply button. Where are you? Let's meet and talk. Forwarded, where are you? Let's meet and talk. The same message appeared on Fei Yuhan's phone. Not bad, it seems that I will be able to learn more about the other world today. She happily closed the screen and knocked on the door of the defender's office. Come in. The defender's calm voice came from inside. Yes. The moment she pushed open the door, she noticed the slightly nervous young lady sitting by the coffee table with her head lowered. She had a head of soft white hair, was not tall, and did not emit any obvious force of nature. She was not considered outstanding in terms of her awakened foundation. But that was not the main point. After a quick glance, Fei Yuhan returned to her usual taciturn self and nodded at the defender. Your Excellency. You should already know the reason why I called you here. Rock took a sip of tea unhurriedly. Now that she is here, I can't help but ask, why do you want to accept her as your disciple? After all, this is the first time you have taken the initiative to make such a request to the association. Probably, to find something to do, she replied indifferently. Rock was slightly stunned, then he clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. That sounds like your style. But no matter what the reason is, it is a good thing for Prism City, which urgently needs to replenish its strength. He looked at the young lady at the side. Let me introduce you. This is Fei Yuhan, a genius martial artist recognized by the association. Although she does not look easy to get close to, she is a serious and responsible person. If she can become your master, it will be of great help to you in the future. And this young lady is a new awakened living in Roland's house, 0. Fei Yuhan extended her hand and said with a smile, Welcome to the Martialist Association. Please remember this book's original domain name. Come to read mobile version. Please remember this book's original domain name. For mobile version website, the meeting place was the same as the last time. Even the seats had not changed much. Vaucries walked into the restaurant and immediately saw Roland sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. The bustling human city spread under his feet, as if an extension of his figure. This visual difference gave her the illusion that he was sacred and inviolable. She shook her head and threw the distracting thoughts to the back of her mind. I'm here. She sat opposite Roland. Is there anything you want to eat? Roland saw her shake her head and waved for the waiter. If that's the case, then give me one of each. Let's talk while we eat. Coffee and pastries were quickly served, and Vaucries did not refuse. She naturally picked up a piece of peninsula cake and put it in her mouth, carefully tasting its softness and sweetness. It was as if this was not a negotiation with an enemy, but a tea party specially made to enjoy delicious food. You're a little different from before. Roland stared at her. I've thought about it. Talking while eating isn't a bad habit, Vaucries replied unhurriedly. The first time they met, she had been too passive and was almost led around by the nose. But this time it would not be the same. She could imagine the smug look on his face when he sent her the message. No one could be smug forever, and she had endured it long enough. All right. Roland pouted. You replied this time because you've thought it through? Vaucries nodded. Then what's your answer? I refuse. Then she caught a hint of surprise and confusion on Roland's face. He probably did not expect her to refuse so decisively. Even his usually calm expression showed a slight flaw. The atmosphere between the two seemed to freeze. Roland maintained the posture of holding the cup for a long time before he brought it to his mouth and took a sip. What's the reason? The choice of 0 and 5% does sound reasonable. Compared to the continuation of the race, a vanguard army is nothing. If we want to prevent the destruction of the world, we have to pay a certain price. To be honest, I was almost convinced by you. Vaucries stuffed another piece of cake into her mouth. Unfortunately, all of this has to be based on facts to be meaningful. I'm telling the truth. Roland said in a deep voice. This was the first time his tone had changed. But I can't prove it. Roland suddenly fell silent. You noticed it too, right? I'm trapped in this realm, and all the information I receive from the outside world comes from you. Whether it's the vanguard army's defeat in the kingdom of Wolfheart or the so-called glory of the sun, I can't even verify it, let alone make a decision based on this information. I thought you'd be smarter. After being in Dream World for so long, isn't it obvious to judge the war potential of humans based on historical documents? Potential doesn't represent strength, Valkyries retorted. That's right, the power that humans have displayed is indeed very strong, or else Osruk wouldn't have treated you as an equal opponent. But at the same time, most of the race's energy is held up by the Sky-Sea realm. If someone realizes that they can't take care of both sides and have to give up on one side, the humans may not be able to withstand the full blow of my race. She paused. At the end of the day, the advancement you've obtained isn't from the advancement of civilization. A few hundred years later, it might have the same effect as the shard, but I can't determine which direction the situation will take. So from now on, you don't have to send me any more information. Roland seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he couldn't continue the conversation. Valkyries looked out the window, taking in the splendor of the human city. The meeting this time could be said to have vented his anger. The unruffled expression on the other party's face finally dissipated, and was replaced by an obvious sense of disappointment. But she didn't feel the joy that she had expected. The threat of God still existed, and Transformer Heftali's warning had yet to be lifted. If what she said was true, then rejecting her was undoubtedly choosing the hopeless answer between 5% and 0%. But to make her do something detrimental to her race based on a one-sided statement from a human was an even more rash choice. Between the two, she would rather choose the former, even if the decision would bring about great danger. After Valkyrie swallowed the last piece of cake, she feigned a relaxed tone. Thank you for your hospitality, I'll miss this taste in the future. If you want to eat, we can arrange another time. Roland shook his head. You don't have to make it sound like it's your last dinner. Valkyries couldn't help but be stunned. She had imagined 100 reactions after the other party's disappointment, including anger, contempt, and a stern warning, but none of them included this. Since she had rejected the suggestion, it wouldn't be surprising if Roland found an opportunity to get rid of her. After all, she was a senior lord, and her race was currently humanity's greatest enemy. I'll head back first. Roland let out a long sigh, stood up, and walked out of the restaurant. I'll continue sending messages. Even if you want to avoid them, that's the truth. This guy, did he even listen to me? Valkyries couldn't help but ask, what do you plan to do next? What do I plan to do? He said without turning his head. My thoughts have never changed. Uncover the secret of the origin of magic and completely end the battle of divine will, no matter what choice you make. Is this a pretense, or is this his true thoughts? Valkyries couldn't help but recall the last question that Roland asked during their last meeting. Do you think that Transformer Heath-Tillies made a mistake 1,000 years ago? What do you think of the Martialist Association? Fei Yuhan asked while holding the steering wheel. The car turned onto the ramp and drove onto the Green Fields Highway Bridge. There weren't many cars on the bridge, and the view was extremely clear. The sparkling spacious river and the densely packed skyscrapers on the opposite bank stretched along the skyline as if there was no end to it. This bridge was also the dividing line between the city and the suburbs. From the Green Fields Sanatorium to the apartment complex, one had to pass through it. It's a little different from what I imagined. Zero seemed to be more interested in the interior of the car than the scenery in front of her. She pinched the soft leather of the door and touched the rising stereo on the center console. Her ruby-like eyes kept rolling since she got in the car. Oh? Then what did you imagine the association to be like? More mysterious, and not like a hotel that's placed on the side of the road. Zero pouted. The Prism City used to be like that, but it recently ran into some trouble, so we can only move here for the time being. Fei Yuhan chuckled. In front of the little girl, she naturally didn't have to pretend to be indifferent to maintain a distance. Also, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your personal feelings when you visited the park. After all, if you want to learn to control the force of nature in the future, you'll have to stay in the sanatorium for a long time. If you have any needs in life, you can mention it to Master. The little girl didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned her head and asked, Does Uncle Roland also work here? That's right. But he doesn't necessarily have the time to accompany you every day. I know. Zero curled her lips. He has many sisters to take care of, and he often works until late at night without stopping to rest. The car suddenly rushed forward. Fei Yuhan retracted her right foot that had stepped on the wrong pedal. She pretended to cough twice. This was really an explosive piece of information. Even though she already knew that those stunning women might have come from another world, she had overlooked a crucial factor, and that was that they had addressed him as His Majesty. That's right, since he was a king, it wasn't hard to understand that he had a large number of wives and concubines. She could even further speculate that they might have an intimate relationship with the creator of this world, Roland, which gave them the ability to enter this world. Taking the initiative to accept Zero as a disciple was indeed the right choice. Through Valkyries and Zero, she believed that it wouldn't be long before she could uncover the secrets of that world bit by bit. Wait. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that if I want to go to reality to take a look, I have to, Master, are you all right? Zero called out a few times before she was pulled back from her daze. No, I'm fine. Continue. That's why I'll have more time to see Uncle only after I become a martialist. Zero concluded. Then, no matter what the Martialist Association is like, I will continue to stay. Fei Yuhan laughed involuntarily. Alright, it's really a simple reason. Simple but firm. She originally thought that the little girl would need a long time to adapt to leaving her familiar residence, but now she realized that she had been overthinking. She was far more mature than she had imagined. Don't worry, it will take at least a week for the transfer and check-in procedures to be completed. Furthermore, there are holidays in the association, so you don't have to think that the path of a martialist is too difficult. When we return this time, we should properly say goodbye to our classmates. Halfway through her words, Fei Yuhan suddenly noticed something strange. A cargo truck on the opposite lane swerved left into 2 lanes, slammed into the median, and flipped over. She immediately stepped on the brakes and swerved to the right. However, in the next second, a huge cargo truck crashed through the median and swept over like a tall wall. The road was completely sealed off, and the cars in front that had been hit were shredded like pieces of paper. There was no possibility of survival. Everything happened too quickly, leaving almost no time to react. With a loud bang, the car that the two were in also collided with the heavy truck. Due to the sudden swerve to the right, the car was sent flying horizontally. The violent impact immediately tore the car's frame apart, and the driver's seat was completely dented. When Zero crawled out of the broken window, her body was covered with scars. The car, which had been as shiny as new a moment ago, was now no different from a ball of rags. The twisted steel frame was almost twisted, and the body of the car had shrunk to half its original size. Yellow and black engine oil seeped out of the ground, giving off a pungent smell. This should have been a fatal car accident. Without the protection of the force of nature, she would have been twisted into a bloody mess by the deformed car body. Zero endured the pain and tried to stand up. The bridge was already in a mess. Car parts that had been sent flying were strewn everywhere, and the truck was parked not far away, completely blocking off the road. She turned around and found that the back was also blocked by several cement mixers. Even if the car had escaped the crash, it could not have left the highway bridge. If the accident was purely accidental, the driver behind should have come out to rescue her. However, until now, she had not seen anyone. The whole bridge was eerily silent. Normally, she would have burst into tears, but at this moment, even though tears were welling up in her eyes and her body was trembling, she clenched her teeth and did not let the tears fall. Zero had often heard from her uncle that the fallen evils would target those who had awakened the force of nature. This might be a premeditated ambush. In front of the enemy, she could not show weakness. Not only would it not help, but it would also make her situation worse. She was no longer a child, but an awakened martialist. Squeak. A sour sound of friction broke the dead silence on the bridge. The roof of the overturned truck was torn open from the inside, and a figure wearing a mask walked out of the driver's seat. Obviously, no ordinary person could come out unscathed in such a tragic car accident and tear open the truck with his bare hands. Zero could not help but stick close to the wrecked car behind her. Through the mask, she seemed to feel a bone-piercing chill rising from the soles of her feet. Although she could not see the figure's eyes, she could feel that the figure's attention was focused on her, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Is this the target you want to deal with? She looks like a little brat who hasn't even grown her hair yet. Following that, two more monsters appeared above the carriage. One could barely be seen as a human, but its limbs were somewhat deformed. The other had wings and fangs, no different from the legendary gargoyles. However, fallen evils could mutate, so it was not strange for them to evolve into anything. Judging from the red cyclones on their chests, Roland could tell that they were fallen evils. This kind of little girl, there's no need to muster such a large force. As long as we find an opportunity to bite her, she won't even have the chance to call for help. Why don't I take her life on behalf of Oracle? The gargoyle-like fallen evil let out a strange laugh and spread its wings, ready to pounce on Zero. However, it was the masked man who stopped it. Happy lifted his finger and pointed down slightly. The enemy who had just jumped up was pushed to the ground by an invisible hand, and the impact was so great that cracks appeared on the bridge. Idiot, who allowed you to act on your own? The masked man said coldly, you have no idea what kind of opponent you are facing. Sir, isn't she a martial artist who has just awakened? The long-armed monster asked in surprise. Yes, but she's not an ordinary martial artist. You can only see her weak cyclones, but I can see the shining light around her. The masked man bowed to the little girl and said, am I right? The creator of the world, Miss Zero? What the hell is it talking about, world? Creator? Zero swallowed and said, you may have mistaken me for someone else. So you don't know about this? The masked man was slightly stunned and then laughed. But it doesn't matter. Everything will be over soon. Before that, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the messenger of God, Delta, from the so-called erosion. Are you going to kill me? That's not accurate. I'm just following the order of God to put everything back on track and return the stolen power to its source, and the world you live in is also a part of it. Oracle. Can't we kill her? The gargoyle struggled to get up from the ground, looking confused. Not now, Delta said slowly. As a martial artist, her strength is not worth mentioning, but you should never underestimate a creator, especially in the domain she created. If you act rashly, you will only destroy the plan that we've been planning for a long time. In order to adapt to the rules, the power I can use is less than 1 in 10,000, but she has unlimited possibilities. So before we act, we must cut off her connection with the world, so as to ensure that nothing goes wrong. You don't have to wait too long, the crack will soon form. Zero suddenly realized that the originally gray sky was filled with translucent diamond-shaped patterns, and they were constantly closing in on the center of the bridge. The scenery outside the patterns gradually became blurry, as if they were leaving this world. Don't worry, from the moment you entered this bridge, there's no chance of escape. Those stupid logical beings think that the martial arts tournament is our target. What a joke. The more martial artists they send, the weaker the defense in other places will be. Delta spread his hands. There are thousands of cores hidden under the bridge, and the Martialist Association knows nothing about them. With the magic provided by them, I can pull this area into the crack where the two worlds overlap. In the crack, the realm of mind that you rely on will be interfered with by God, and will no longer be able to help you. We will fight on equal terms here, until one side returns to its origin. Just as he finished speaking, the patterns that filled the sky coincidentally merged together, and everything in the outside world suddenly dimmed, and finally turned pitch black. The bridge that had lost its light source should have also sunk into darkness, but as if the world had been forcefully separated, the light that belonged to this place still existed, and just like before, it illuminated every corner of the crack. Now, you can do what you want, the masked man said in a deep voice. The two fallen evils looked at each other and simultaneously leaped up, rushing toward Zero one after the other. Zero tightly held onto the frame of the carriage without moving, and to outsiders, she looked as if she had been scared silly. The little girl indeed felt extreme fear, especially when the enemy's hideous and sinister bloody mouth was just inches away from her. If not for Fei Yuhan's warning, it would have been difficult for her to even remain standing. Her mind was blank, but she remembered two things. The moment the car was hit, the driver had completely turned the car horizontally, allowing the driver to face the truck that was sweeping over. At the same time, the other party had pulled her into his embrace. the surging white light had enveloped her in the blink of an eye, and the earth-shattering scene seemed to have become much gentler. And the second thing was the gentle whisper that came from the side of the light. "Don't stray too far from the car, stand up and face the enemy. I will protect you." Even when the gargoyle fallen evil bit down on Zero, she did not retreat even half a step. At this moment, a dazzling silver light shot out from the twisted car, and directly chopped down on the enemy's head. The light disappeared in a flash, and the fallen evil that was charging at the front suddenly froze on the spot. Then, a small crack swelled up from the middle, and its entire body was split into two. Bookseller's website, the long-armed monster immediately changed its direction, making a 90-degree turn and jumping to the side. At the same time, it punched forward with both fists, its hand suddenly extended to the limit and pierced into the body of the car from several meters away, blasting out two large holes in the twisted body of the car. If anyone had been hiding in the car, they would definitely have taken the full brunt of the punch. This was also the long-armed monster's proudest attack. Its extendable limbs and infinite strength allowed it to deal with awakened ones without the use of force of nature. Few of the martialists it had killed could react before it attacked. The look of disbelief on their faces when they died had always been a source of pleasure for it. But the moment it hit, the long-armed monster's expression suddenly changed. A woman's figure appeared under the car that had been sent flying. Her posture did not look like she had been hit by a heavy punch at all. Instead, she was calmly squatting down with her body leaning forward. It was clear that she had long been prepared to attack. It thought that its reaction was fast enough. But the other party was obviously faster. And much faster. The dancing silver light once again blossomed from her hands and formed a whirlpool. The sharp light not only shattered the car into pieces, but also the monster's hands. The long-armed monster let out a blood-curdling scream and struggled to retreat. It struggled to break free from the whirlpool. But only a small part of its arm was left. The smelly pus and minced flesh splattered on the ground, leaving a mottled trail. In an instant, one of the two mutated fallen evils that gave official martialists headaches was dead and the other was injured. "Your so-called fairness is three people ganging up on a little girl?" Fei Yuhan raised her hand and waved. The dazzling light dissipated, revealing a plain longsword. "I think this can barely be considered fair. Master." Zero hurriedly went forward and grabbed her hand. "I've already called your Uncle Roland. Don't worry." Fei Yuhan winked at her and whispered. "Eh?" Zero was startled. "But shouldn't we inform the association about this? Uncle isn't as good at fighting as Sister Garcia, and he's usually unreliable. Wouldn't it be too? I'm afraid he's the only one who can do this." Fei Yuhan stroked her head. "And your most important mission is to stay as far away from here as possible. Can you do that?" The little girl wanted to say something, but under his gaze, she bit her lip and ran towards the border of the pattern. "Damn it, how could you be unscathed from that kind of collision?" The long-armed monster roared angrily. "The reason is simple, I just need to do the same as you guys." Fei Yuhan shrugged, and the power of nature enveloped her body as she spoke. The long-armed monster's pupils constricted. Using external strength to render ordinary martial arts ineffective? Isn't this something that only Guardian-level martialists can do? It looked at her in shock. "Could it be that you're the genius that the association calls? I don't think it's strange. After all, even the lowest fallen evils can do it, right?" Fei Yuhan said nonchalantly. "As for you guys, I wanted to see how many attackers there were before deciding on a countermeasure, but I didn't expect to hear such interesting news. I have to thank you, because you've helped me verify a question that has existed in my heart for a long time. Oracle, this guy." The long-armed monster's expression turned extremely ugly, and its sinister aura disappeared without a trace. It even took 2 steps back under the gaze of the genius martialist. Delta raised its right arm and grabbed at the fallen evil. The latter's words were immediately stuck in its throat, and its body froze on the spot, as though it was being squeezed by a giant hand. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the red cyclone in front of its chest detached from its back and flew towards the oracle with traces of flesh and blood. The long-armed monster that lost its core fell to the ground in shock, no longer breathing. The gargoyle fallen evil that was killed by Fei Yuhan suffered the same fate. The cyclone on the ground rose into the air and gathered in its hand. Following that, the solidified cyclone began to spin again, turning into a red mist that flowed into Delta's body. Those who fear the enemy are not worthy of the power bestowed by God. Your mission has come to an end. Delta's voice was flat, as though it was just disposing of the trash in its hands. It looked at Fei Yuhan. How laughable. The person who created the world should be the one who truly needs to go all out, but they are deceived by appearances and fear a mere martialist. Is this because they were once one of you, or is it because of the inherent short-sightedness of fictional creations? Just like you, at this moment, Fei Yuhan made her move. She had been waiting for Zero to get into position, and not for the other party's blabbering. Furthermore, based on past experience, the more one thought themselves to be superior, the more furious they would be when interrupted. Extreme emotions were also a factor that affected one's performance. Fei Yuhan had to make use of every possible opportunity to fight the enemy. The only thing that Fei Yuhan could determine was that the masked man's strength was not on the same level as the mutated fallen evil, and its attack method was rather strange. To prevent it from hurting Zero, the best way was to seal off all of its movements with an airtight attack. She picked up a broken steel rod and threw it at Delta with all her might. The latter had no choice but to shut its mouth and send the steel rod flying with a palm strike. In the next second, Fei Yuhan was already in front of it. Ever since she grasped the technique of materializing the force of nature, she rarely carried weapons. However, that did not mean that weapons were meaningless. Attaching power to objects not only saved her the effort of thinking, but also extended her attack range. As weapons were not allowed in the arena, very few people knew that her mastery of swordsmanship far surpassed that of her fists and legs. The sharp blade wrapped in the force of nature slashed down. Even if the opponent was made of steel, the unreasonable power would still split him into two. However, before the blade could touch the opponent, it was blocked by an invisible ripple. Although it was invisible, it was indestructible. Without a doubt, it was a power that came from the same source as the force of nature. Fei Yuhan maintained her slashing posture as she raised her left leg and kicked at the oracle's waist. This time, it was obvious that her kick had hit its target. The oracle's waist was bent, and he was sent flying. He crashed into the truck with a loud bang, and even the cover of the truck caved in. Could the opponent's ability not be used consecutively? Or, must it be used with both hands? Fei Yuhan's mind raced, but she did not hesitate in her movements as she charged towards the truck. In a few seconds, Fei Yuhan had already exchanged more than 10 blows with the opponent. The oracle had been slashed several times, and there were a few wounds on its body. Injuries that would have been fatal to an ordinary person could not even affect its movements. It looked like she had been suppressing the opponent, but only she knew that the opponent would not be defeated just like that. Did she need to hit a vital point? The most suspicious part of the oracle's body was probably its mask. At least in the previous exchange, it had paid more attention to protecting its head. Fei Yuhan purposely slowed down her storm-like attacks and took a step back. This was the posture to escape from the entanglement. Delta, who had obtained a breather, did not hesitate to reach forward. Fei Yuhan fiercely stomped on the ground, advancing instead of retreating. She transformed herself into a sharp sword, and with lightning speed, she stabbed in front of the opponent. Turning retreat into advance seemed simple, but to do so at high speed, one had to overcome a huge inertia. It was impossible to achieve this with just one's joints and torso. Only by having extremely precise control of the force of nature could one complete this process smoothly. Even if she was a moment late, she would be caught by the invisible force. She could even feel the strong wind that swept past her back like a blade. Taking advantage of the oracle's missed grab, Fei Yuhan thrust her sword with all her might, piercing straight into the opponent's mask. Crack! The mask with strange patterns on it cracked. However, she felt something strange. Logically speaking, this attack should have pierced through not only the mask, but also the head. There was no obstruction when the sword pierced through the mask, but she did not see the tip of the sword emerge from the back of the head, as though it had disappeared into the opponent's head. The moment the mask fell, Fei Yuhan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Its head was pitch black, like a bottomless black hole. Within the black hole, countless galaxies revolved slowly around the center, forming a gigantic astrolabe. The sword in her hand sank into the astrolabe, unable to cause any ripples. That's right, during the joint extermination operation, the monster that appeared in the abandoned factory seemed to have the same thing. This inconceivable scene caused Fei Yuhan's retreat to slow down for a moment. It was this momentary hesitation that caused her to be unable to dodge the oracle's second attack. The invisible force slammed into the side of her body and sent her flying. The force of nature could be immune to mortal martial arts, but it could not offset the impact of a power of the same origin. She felt her internal organs shift, and an intense pain was stuck in her throat, but she could not make a sound. After rolling on the ground a few times, Fei Yuhan finally stabilized her body. She stood up with her sword, coughing out a mouthful of blood. The fairness I'm talking about isn't the number of people, but the rules. Delta bent down to pick up the cracked mask and put it back on his face. The crack that was pierced by the sword merged into one and disappeared without a trace. Not only the mask, but its torn clothes and body also returned to their original state after a while. Under the same rules, the creator is unable to receive the additional protection of the domain, and the oracle can only fight with strength that is not higher than the world's upper limit. This is the essence of fairness. As for the number of people, or the situation, it is completely the result of my meticulous planning. How is it unfair? Heh. Fei Yuhan wiped the corner of her mouth. I don't think it's a part of the rules to be able to act as if nothing happened after having your head pierced by a sword. Regrettably, this is indeed a rule that has been engraved into the bottom layer. Delta spread open his arms and walked towards her. If you want to blame someone, blame Lan. As a traitorous oracle, she left behind a small backdoor when creating this world. Only the creator and the oracle themselves can truly destroy an oracle. You can injure me, but these injuries will eventually be healed by my magic power. The outcome of this battle has been decided since the beginning. That's why you're so wary of Zero? To be precise, I'm wary of her before the crack was formed. Without the world's protection, she's just an ordinary awakened. Delta paused for a moment. To be able to ask this question, it means that you're different from those logical beings of consciousness. Where did you hear this news? Since you know that you originate from nothingness, why are you still struggling? What's nothingness, and what's reality? Do you think it's really important? Fei Yuhan grinned. What? The angle is different, the answer isn't fixed. How do you know that you're not another nothingness? She raised her sword and filled her body with the force of nature once again. But to me, there's no world more real than this. Simply, ridiculous. Delta snorted and raised his hand to smash her. She did not retreat or give way, but met the opponent's momentum and slashed down. The two forces collided, producing a deafening roar. The airflow caused by the collision even sent the overturned vehicles flying. In such a battle, just entering the area where the two of them were fighting could cause fatal injuries. Needless to say, the divine emissary's body was soon lacerated, and when it fought to the death, half of its body was cut open by the bright silver light that erupted from the genius martial artist's palm. But just as it said, even such a shocking injury could not make it stop moving. As God grabbed his body with one hand, the wound that extended from his shoulder to his chest slowly closed up. Fei Yuhan was unable to do so. Even though her aura was stronger than before, the number of wounds on her body continued to increase, from small abrasions to bone-deep wounds. Her condition seemed to be worsening. Zero couldn't help but cover her mouth. She suddenly understood why Fei Yuhan was unwilling to retreat even half a step despite knowing that she would be injured, and insisted on fighting head-on. It was all because of him. To reduce the possibility of injury, she had to avoid the opponent's strength and strike after finding his weakness. The divine emissary's attacks were all reflected in her hands, and with her skills, it was not impossible for her to predict it in advance. If there were only two people in the crack, her attacks would definitely be more agile. But now, Fei Yuhan could not do so. If she gave up on fighting head-on and chose to retreat, the enemy could completely abandon her and directly charge at her. At this thought, Zero's heart involuntarily clenched. In order to prevent the divine emissary from injuring herself, Fei Yuhan gave up on fighting head-on, and used the most ferocious attack to firmly suppress the enemy in the center of the battlefield. In other words, the injuries she was suffering were all borne in place of her. The little girl suddenly felt a lump in her throat. After her awakening, she had the most basic understanding of the power in her body. The reason why Fei Yuhan was still standing was because she was using the force of nature to its extreme. But this power could not prevent her from feeling pain, and there was a limit to it. She could not continue fighting like this. In the end, she would either collapse from the intense pain, or she would exhaust all her energy. Either way, it would cause irreversible damage to her body. No. Stop fighting. She wanted to shout, but could only let out a soft choking sound. With another full-force sweep, the sword Fei Yuhan used to block was smashed into pieces with a crisp sound. Before she could find a new weapon, her opponent grabbed her right leg and threw her high into the air. Without any leverage in the air, it was difficult to control the trajectory of her fall, no matter how skilled she was. Below, the divine emissary had been waiting for a long time. With a punch that sounded like thunder, the divine emissary flew tens of meters away like a cannonball and crashed into the ground. She rolled more than 10 times before coming to a stop. This time, the white light on Fei Yuhan's body was much dimmer. She tried to prop herself up, but failed several times. Blood flowed down her cheeks, drenching her clothes along with her sweat. No. Zero could no longer hold back. She rushed out of her hiding place and ran all the way to Fei Yuhan. "Master, stay away from me!" The divine emissary shouted, causing the little girl, who was about to help her up, to tremble. "Go back to where you were, cough cough. Don't go near here." For the first time, Fei Yuhan revealed an anxious expression. "But before Zero could reply, her body was grabbed by an invisible hand and lifted into the air. "Caught you." The divine emissary grasped the air with one hand and was about to swing the other. At this moment, Fei Yuhan gritted her teeth, channeled the force of nature into her legs, and charged towards the divine emissary recklessly. With a loud bang, the two of them were stuck together and rolled far away. Zero also fell from the air. To be able to last 30 minutes in such a battle, your strength is indeed commendable, but what's the point of continuing to persevere? Delta grabbed the immobile pugilist and brought her in front of him. "You should also know that the appearance of this world is but a mistake. It is like a flower in a mirror, the moon in the water, its activation and stillness are tied to the Creator's thoughts. I don't think that he will treat you as the same. Everything you've done is merely a joke." Fei Yuhan, who had suffered consecutive heavy blows, was badly mutilated. Her 2 legs were completely broken due to her reckless eruption, and her shoulder and right arm looked like they had been run over by a giant object. Her skin and bones were split open, and it was a horrible sight to behold. But even so, she still forced a smile and looked at the divine emissary with a condescending gaze. "I've said it before, so what? I can't choose the world I was born in, but at least I can choose to act according to my own will. And you, other than God, what else do you have? I'm afraid you haven't even seen God's true appearance." She gasped for breath. "Furthermore, I don't think the Creator will think the same as you." "What do you mean?" Delta frowned. For some reason, it suddenly felt somewhat vexed. "They are people from outside this world. Cough cough, they clearly don't belong to this world, but they are still working hard for this world. If they only treat this place as an illusion, how could they reach this stage? The outsiders are already working so hard, so what reason do I have not to work even harder? If you don't believe me, wait for him to come, you can ask him personally. I believe his answer will not be the same as what you think. Could it be that you persevered until now, just to wait for the other Creator's support?" Delta shook its head. "Give up, I've planned for so long, naturally I won't give you this chance. Outside the crack, there's still an oracle. It alone might not be able to defeat the main Creator, but it won't be a problem to delay him for a period of time. And you've obviously reached your limit." It loosened its grip, allowing Fei Yuhan to fall to the ground. "I won't kill you. Use magic power to protect your vitals now, and you might be able to preserve your life. When this world returns to its origin, you will finally witness the greatness of God." After finishing its words, Delta strode towards its true objective. But before it could take a single step, it suddenly stopped. Turning its head, it saw Fei Yuhan stretch out her remaining left hand and grab onto its leg. "You, impossibly stupid." It could not help but fly into a rage. It raised its hand and slammed it down behind it. The invisible palm immediately pressed the pugilist's body into the ground, and a circle of spider web-like cracks appeared around it. The hand that was grabbing onto it finally dropped down slowly. "I've given you a chance." "No. Master." Zero screamed at the top of her lungs. "Don't worry, you'll be the next one soon." Delta suppressed the emotions that should not have existed in its heart, and once again raised its hands towards the Creator. At this moment, a deep rumble suddenly resounded through the crack. Light flashed past the patterns, like ripples sweeping across the surface of water, followed by a second and a third. It was as though something was striking the crack from the outside, causing the space to tremble rhythmically. How could it be so fast? Delta was stunned. This was impossible. Although the erosion trap set up using the magic power core was unable to isolate the inside from the outside like the crack, it should at least be able to trap the other party for a few hours. "Epsilon, what's happening outside?" it shouted through the air. "Answer me, Epsilon." But there was no reply from the other end of the crack. "Damn it." Delta raised its hand to grab Zero, and at this moment, an extremely dazzling flash of light passed through the crack, leaving a scorching mark on the patterns. Following that, the light dispersed in all directions, dispersing the darkness of the world. The faded scenery returned to the two sides of the bridge. The crack split open. The frozen light instantly regained its flow. Under the new influx of sunlight, the oracle's invisible hand that grabbed Zero was no longer indestructible. Instead, it twisted and softened like a bubble. A dazzling blue light descended from the sky, replacing the weak silver light that the little girl used to resist. Without the interference of God, even if the other party was a newly awakened consciousness, it was no longer easy to win. At the same time, two new figures rushed into the sealed domain. It did not find Epsilon, but saw another target that needed to be eliminated. It was also the main creator of this world, Roland. Delta raised his other hand and fiercely smashed it down towards his opponent. But this attack did not even raise a speck of dust. Before it even touched him, the power disappeared, as though it had never existed. To a martial artist who was sprinting at full speed, a distance of a few hundred meters was but a split second. Before Delta could react, Roland crushed its mask and grabbed the astrolabe. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape from Roland's grasp. If its ability was greatly weakened in front of Zero, it was almost completely ineffective in front of Roland. This isn't fair. Its consciousness began to dissipate as the astrolabe was stripped away. But Roland was unmoved. He knew that regardless of whether it was a pure magic creature or an enemy from the erosion, their weakness was the rotating astrolabe in their bodies. As long as it was forcefully pulled out, they would melt like snow under the scorching sun. The power in his body was cheering, as though it was welcoming the arrival of that moment. Until now, Roland still had not figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Less than half a minute after separating from Valkyries, he received a call from Fei Yuhan. But there were no words from the other side. The only thing he could hear was the ear-piercing sound of collision and friction. When the call was cut off, he saw through the sightseeing elevator that something had happened in the outskirts of the city. A strange translucent barrier had enveloped the highway bridge that connected the city to the outskirts. This was definitely not something that could be done with technology. Furthermore, a phenomenon that could cause a celebrity martial artist to be unable to explain this situation was definitely not a trivial matter. After he drove out of the underground garage, he coincidentally met Valkyries who was running in the same direction, so he picked her up. However, he did not expect to find Zero inside after breaking the cover. As for the strange man in the long robe and mask, he was obviously one of the oracles. Therefore, even if he had not figured out the ins and outs of the situation, he would not hesitate to kill the oracle first. The association had been searching for the whereabouts of these invading enemies, but they had never found any reliable clues. Now that they had appeared in front of him and even tried to kill Zero, he would not let go of this opportunity. The moment the astrolabe was completely stripped off, a resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky and enveloped him. Sure enough, this familiar scene appeared again. Uncle Roland. From the corner of his eye, he saw Zero's tear-stained face. He made a reassuring gesture, and the radiance that filled the sky swallowed everything. Compared to the last time when he was caught off guard, Roland was more or less prepared this time. He no longer deliberately resisted the influx of consciousness, but opened his mind, allowing himself to accept and feel them. After all, it was useless no matter how much he resisted. It was better to relax and focus on the surging consciousness. Hiss, hiss, his vision quickly became blurred, and countless snowflakes flew up and down, forming a black and white scene. Along with the snowflakes, Lan's whisper also appeared. Compared to what I told you, what you personally understood is the real answer. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually dimmed, and he finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. Roland could not help but swallow his saliva. He saw a huge red hole hanging in a boundless, pitch-black void. It had no thickness, but it was shockingly wide. From his position, the size of the hole could only be measured in astronomical units. Further away, there were countless flashing spots of light. They blended together with the snowflakes, and he could not tell whether they were real or just an illusion caused by a blurry image. In Roland's memory, there was only one thing that could match this scene. The darkness did not mean that there was no light, and the void did not mean that there was nothing. It was just that it was too big. Those flickering spots of light were something that ordinary people would find hard to count in their entire lives, but they were an insignificant part of it. Universe. This span is really unexpected. Roland could not help but criticize. He originally thought that seeing the legendary bottomless land for the first time was already shocking enough, but he never expected that not only did his vision not shrink, but it had expanded to a whole new level. The problem was, if the scene he was seeing was the universe he understood, what was the connection between the two scenes? Could it be that the civilizations that rode the bottomless land's pillar of light to head to the sky were actually sent into space? If that was the case, the word upgrade was rather suitable. But be it the radiation race or the matchstick men, they did not seem like species that could survive in a completely different environment. Since flames and sharp weapons could injure them, it meant that their resistance to temperature and pressure was not much stronger than humans. But when the upgrade happened, the radiation race that stepped into the pillar of light did not seem to have made the necessary preparations. No. That's not right. He quickly rejected this guess. Such an explanation was too far-fetched. It was purely a conjecture that forcefully linked the two scenes together. Ignoring everything else, it was hard to explain why the god that guided all of this would do such a meaningless thing. Be it the endless battle of divine will or the legacy shard that brought about evolution, it did not seem like it was prepared for such a scene. There had to be a deeper meaning behind it. Suddenly, Roland noticed that something was squirming beneath the red hole. As though influenced by his thoughts, his vision began to zoom in on the location of the movement. Only then did he notice that there were many scattered meteorites floating beneath the hole. They looked like the scattered fragments of a planet, but it also seemed as though they had always been so. At first glance, it looked like a desolate ruin. With his knowledge, it was difficult to determine where these things came from. And these fragments seemed to be drawn by some force as they gradually gathered towards a special stone in the middle. As more and more fragments piled up, the volume of the stone became larger and larger. Every time a new fragment was absorbed, the surface would change drastically. At this moment, Roland suddenly realized that although these floating stones looked small and scattered, each one of them could not be underestimated. That was why this gathering was so earth-shattering. Similarly, without any reference, the whole process seemed to be very fast, but the actual time span was probably even more astonishing than he had imagined. As if to prove this idea, the snowflakes began to become denser. This scene seemed to be coming to an end. Amidst the noise that filled his field of vision, the stone had gradually formed into an irregular sphere. Then, he saw an incredible scene. A layer of diamond-shaped veins suddenly appeared and spread along the surface of the sphere. Everywhere it went was hidden in darkness, as if it was swallowing the sphere. If it were not for the faint reflection, he would have thought that the stone just disappeared in front of him. When it was completely wrapped up, the sphere was completely hidden under the huge red hole. Then, snowflakes occupied his entire field of vision. Just before everything ended, a line of words that he had never seen before flowed into Roland's mind. Although he had never seen it before, he could understand its meaning. Or rather, it was not words, but a sigh that was directly reflected in his mind. This is the price. From this moment on, gravity is no longer the most admirable force in this world. Hey, Roland. Roland, why are you in a daze? Uncle, come and save her. Two voices rang out alternately, pulling Roland back to reality. He blinked, and the light pillar and snowflakes disappeared without a trace. The messy bridge once again came into view. Zero and Valkyries were cleaning up the ruins, and from their expressions, it seemed like the incident was not over yet. That's right, he suddenly remembered that the person who made him feel strange on the phone was the association's genius martial artist, Fei Yuhan. But where was she now? Could it be that Zero's save was referring to? Roland's expression immediately froze. His thoughts finally returned to the right track. He temporarily threw the scene he saw to the back of his mind and rushed to the two's side. He could not help but gasp. He saw a badly mutilated woman lying in a shallow pit that had been smashed by a heavy object. Her limbs, except for her left arm, were almost completely crushed. Broken bones and blood clots were mixed together, and she was already out of shape. Her body was covered in cuts and bruises, and her clothes were almost completely soaked in blood. Her spine was twisted into an abrupt curve, and even half of her skin was exposed. Even on the battlefield, this was a scene that no one could bear to see. And from the side of her face, this person was Fei Yuhan. She still had a trace of breath left, but it was only a trace. How could this be? Roland squatted down, not knowing what to do for a moment. First aid? Even if there was a bandage, it would not be able to wrap the bleeding organs back to their original positions. There was no need to mention stopping the bleeding. There was not a single part of her body that was intact, and her internal functions had collapsed. She was completely relying on the force of nature to maintain her spirit. But this bit of strength was like a candle burning to the end, and there was not much left. In fact, to maintain consciousness in such a situation required an extremely strong will, and even among martial artists, only a few could do this. Master became like this because she was protecting me. Zero was sobbing uncontrollably. She's about to die. Valkyries had noticed this as well. Even if a great Dark Lord is gravely injured, the Red Mist Pond will only slow him down for a moment. Besides, the medical skills in this world were far inferior to those in the Red Mist Pond. Even if she had abundant magic power, she could not reverse the process. As a soldier, she persisted until the end. You finally, come. As if hearing their voices, Fei Yuhan opened her eyes slightly. Should I call you Lord God? Her tone was somewhat humorous, and her expression was completely unlike that of a person in a desperate situation. You. Roland couldn't help but be stunned. Sorry. I eavesdropped on your conversation. She winked at Valkyries, which was the only thing she could do. But if I could do it again, I would still do it. Zero. Is she all right? These few words seemed to have exhausted most of her strength. Only by holding her breath could she hear her whispers. Master, I'm fine. Zero whimpered. Then this world is still in good condition, right? Fei Yuhan exhaled lightly. This way, I can be considered to have done my part in protecting it. So you know that this world is just a dream, Valkyries frowned. Perhaps to you, there are many worlds, but to me, this is the only one. And protecting this world is the duty of a martial artist. She paused for a moment. I say, Lord God, since you created it, shouldn't you trust everyone a little more? Trust everyone? I know it sounds unbelievable, but as long as you produce proof, the higher-ups of the association won't be so stubborn. We can't do much, but it's not completely useless. Even if we can't defeat the Oracle, we can at least help you share some of the pressure. This way, saving the world will be easier, right? Gather everyone's strength, an idea suddenly flashed through Roland's mind. That's right, he was the creator of this world. But he was not an omnipotent god. There were some things he could not do. But others can. By combining everyone's strength, they might be able to achieve some seemingly impossible miracles. The last thing I want to say is, thank you. Fei Yuhan's voice was already as thin as gossamer. Thank you for creating it, even if it's just a dream. No, the world is not a dream, Roland interrupted. It exists in the realm of mind and will continue to exist. I knew you would say that. Fei Yuhan closed her eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Also, I think that even if there is evidence, it's too unconvincing for one person to claim to be the god of creation. But if you add in a genius martial artist, perhaps the effect will be very different. She moved her lips. Are you comforting me? This is not comfort, but the assertion of the creator. Roland stood up and said, listen, now is not the time to give up. Since you mentioned trust, then please believe me, this situation is far from irreversible. Because I am a god, the dream was interrupted, and Roland suddenly sat up from the recliner. It was still afternoon, and snowflakes were floating outside the window. Nightingale, who was guarding the office, immediately appeared in front of him and asked worriedly, why are you awake so soon? Are you feeling unwell? This was the first time he had entered the dream world after being unconscious for 2 days. According to his usual habits, he would usually sleep from 1 to 4 in the afternoon, but now was clearly not the time. Don't worry, I'm fine. Roland said solemnly, inform Scroll and Honey to come to the castle immediately, I have an important task to arrange. Nightingale carefully checked his body temperature and pulse, and after confirming that there were no problems, she nodded and said, I understand. After waiting for her to enter the mist, Roland returned to his desk and laid out a pen and paper to plan. To save Fei Yuhan's life, the two worlds had to work together to rescue her. Once he left the dream world, time would stop, and this would undoubtedly give him an extremely crucial opportunity to rescue her. Even if he only had 1 breath left, if he did not enter the dream world again, this breath would not end. The core of resurrection lay in Nana's new ability, enchanted objects with healing powers. As long as he used a sufficient amount at once, he could prevent the collapse of her body's functions. Next was Scroll's domain. He was unable to bring things into the dream world, but the small archive could. Considering that the witch's abilities could be accepted and displayed in the dream world, the enchanted objects should be able to smoothly reach the realm of mind. Of course, just these two were not enough. First, he needed to send these life-saving healing items from the archive to the highway bridge in the shortest time possible. Secondly, the enchanted sutures and gauze could only pull Fei Yuhan back from the brink of death. To treat injuries such as bone fractures, he needed more professional equipment and tools, which undoubtedly required the assistance of a professional doctor. Only by gathering everyone's strength could he create this miracle. 5 days later, Seagull landed in Neverwinter's Air Knight Academy. Tilly got off the plane with Nana. For the first time, she did not question Roland about the special plane. Instead, she asked eagerly, we're not too late, are we? Due to the fact that the Iron Tower project had yet to compile a complete set of communication codes, the Reserve Air Knight who had completed the theoretical course had all gone to Thorntown for the next step of actual aircraft training. Therefore, the fastest way to contact the front line was through a flying messenger. Even though traveling across 2.5 kingdoms in 4 days and returning in 1 day wasn't considered slow, it was still a rather long period of time for emergency treatment. No, you guys came at the right time, Roland replied. Really? That's good. I'll send an empty night to Neverwinter next time, just in case. Tilly let out a sigh of relief. By the way, who was injured? Air. Roland was at a loss for words. The information carried by the messenger was limited, so he did not give too many details. He only asked Tilly to send Nana back to Neverwinter as soon as possible. Now that he was asked, he did not know how to explain. After a moment of silence, he said, a person who doesn't exist in this world. Huh? The corner of Tilly's mouth twitched. You mean the dream? As expected of the 5th princess, her reaction was unusually sharp. Roland coughed twice and said, something like that. Then why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Tilly glanced at him in disgust. What? Are you afraid that we'll find out that you came back from thousands of miles away just for an illusory dream? You hit the nail on the head, Nana echoed. You don't have to say it out loud. Vendi shook her head with a smile. Are the 3 of you guys singing a duet? It's good to know that guilt is a good thing, brother. Tilly stood on tiptoe and reached out to poke his chest. But you're looking down on us too much. Since you think it's necessary to do this, no matter how absurd and unruly it is, we'll do it first. So, what should we do next? This, Was probably another way of expressing trust, right? Roland pressed Tilly's head down and exhaled a mouthful of white air. Let's go back to the castle. Scroll is already waiting for us there. With sufficient preparation in advance, Nana quickly produced a large number of magic sutures. According to her, even if one did not know how to suture, as long as they were placed near the wound, they would be able to heal. The only problem was that they had to be removed after the surgery. Otherwise, these unfixed sutures would likely cause new problems for the injured. Considering that items in the real world would not disappear into thin air, Scroll only needed to repeatedly enter and exit the realm of mind a few times to obtain a large amount of sutures. Thus, Nana was able to reserve enough magic power to enchant the subsequent medical equipment. Although the preparatory work took 5 days, it was only a moment in the dream world. Of course, this way, the relevant people in the dream world, such as Zero and Valkyries, would likely notice that something was amiss. But Roland did not have the time to care about that. After everything was ready, he took a deep breath and gestured to Scroll and the other witches to be at ease. He then closed his eyes and entered the dream world. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the familiar scene reappeared before his eyes. Fei Yuhan was still lying motionless in a pool of blood, while the other two stared at him in astonishment. Zero impatiently grabbed his sleeve. "Uncle, don't tell me you have a way to save her?" Time seemed to reconnect at this moment, and he seemed to have returned to 5 days ago. Roland did not explain further. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Garcia's number. The martial arts tournament had ended. If there were no accidents, Garcia should be living in the apartment. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, what's the matter? Where are you now?" "Outside." Roland's heart immediately sank. Why not stay at home? If this plan failed, he could only choose the backup plan and inform the association's garrison guard to mobilize more people. Not only would that take more time to explain, but it might not achieve the desired effect. "Hey, what's with your attitude? Can't I go downstairs to buy some snacks?" He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. "So you're in the neighborhood? Do you have the car keys with you?" "Nonsense." Garcia's annoyed voice came from the other side of the phone. "So what exactly do you want to say?" Roland coughed twice and said in the most solemn tone, "Listen up, I have a lifelong request, and this is something only you can do." Her imposing manner suddenly weakened. Must it be said over the phone?" "That's right, or else it will be too late. Immediately drive to the 6-mile pavilion 2 blocks away and pick up a lady named Scroll. She will be waiting for you at the intersection, and you will definitely not miss her. After that, send her to the Western Suburbs Expressway Bridge, which is where I am now." Roland paused. "It will take about 30 minutes to drive between the two places, but I don't have that much time. So you have to get there as soon as possible, and I will bear all the trouble. Please, set off now." The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, followed by the rhythmic sound of running. "In other words, you don't have time to explain further?" "Yes." "Alright, if I wait until I get there and find out that this matter isn't that important, you should know how serious the consequences will be." She hung up the phone the moment the sound of an engine was heard. "Also, you owe me this." Roland then dialed Defender Rock's number. This time, he roughly summarized the situation. "Miss Fei Yuhan is currently seriously injured, and the association needs to send the best doctors and equipment to treat her. However, this alone isn't enough. Garcia is currently rushing to the scene of the incident with a life-saving item. If possible, I hope that the association can coordinate with the traffic department to control the roads along the way so that she can reach the bridge as soon as possible." Rock immediately agreed and told them that they would immediately contact the relevant departments to deal with this matter. However, Roland was also clear that without prior communication, the possibility of the government responding in time was extremely slim. Whether or not she could reach the bridge successfully depended on Garcia herself. About 5 minutes had passed by the time he put down the phone. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Fortunately, there was not much traffic in the winter, especially when it was closer to the suburbs. As long as it was not rush hour, Garcia should be able to drive at a speed that a van would not be able to match. "Uncle, Master, she can't hold on any longer." Suddenly, Zero's sobbing voice broke Roland's train of thought. Roland hurriedly returned to Fei Yuhan's side, only to see that her slightly trembling chest had now completely calmed down. Her heart and breathing have stopped. Valkyries frowned. Although I don't know what method you've come up with, I'm afraid it's already too late. No, she will persevere. Roland stretched out his hand and gently pressed on Fei Yuhan's blood-stained forehead. At this point, I believe that she won't give up so easily. He had heard that after a person's bodily functions stopped, the brain would still function for a period of time, ranging from 10 seconds to a few minutes. The brain waves would show the waveform of sleep, as if the person was truly asleep. The length of this period might depend on many factors, but in terms of individual willpower, a martial artist's genius was definitely one of the best. After 10 minutes and 25 seconds, a loud roar came from the bridge. Roland's eyes could not help but light up. Immediately after, a red ray of light smashed through the tattered metal sheet of the carriage and came to a halt in front of the three. Your Majesty! Scroll opened the car door and threw the paper bag in her hand to Roland. The latter could not care less about Zero and Garcia's astonished expressions. He tore open the bag and evenly spread the healing sutures on Fei Yuhan's body. This is a magic created by a witch. Valkyries raised her brows. That's right. Roland nodded. As long as it works, even if she's on her last breath, she can still be saved. At this moment, Nana's power transcended the barrier between dream and reality, acting on the body of the woman in the other world. Her body let out a rustling sound as her flesh and organs began to merge together under the stimulation of the magic. More than 10 minutes later, everyone heard an almost imperceptible thump. Although it was extremely weak, it was more pleasing to the ear than any other sound. Fei Yuhan's chest resumed its beating. Baidu search 881 Chinese net yen. No advertising words. Please remember this book's domain name. For mobile version, she had a long dream. In the dream, countless people in white coats and masks surrounded her, sweating profusely as they worked on something. From their shocked and solemn expressions, it seemed like they were dealing with an extremely troublesome matter. Right, her previous self was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Perhaps this was the brain's way of consoling itself. She knew how terrible her condition was. Under normal circumstances, the medical staff would only need to take a glance at her before turning around and asking for instructions for her funeral. They would not waste their energy on useless things. Although she believed that Roland was the creator of the world, she was also aware that God was not omnipotent, otherwise, the oracle would not have found a chance. She followed the oracle's request and persevered until the end, so she had a clear conscience. Realizing that she was dreaming was a wonderful feeling. Her entire body felt like it was immersed in a warm and gentle light, and all the pain she had suffered disappeared. The voices of people talking seemed to come from far away, and the scene in front of her became increasingly blurry, making her drowsy. Gradually, the scene merged with the other fragments of her memory. The gray sky above her head turned into a vast expanse of white shadowless lights. After the doctors were done, they left one by one. She saw herself being carried by the medical staff and sent to a man and woman. The two kissed her, their faces revealing joyful smiles. Following that, she struggled and grew up bit by bit. Like a horse lantern. She realized that this might be the final flashback in her mind. The strange thing was that he clearly couldn't remember anything in the past. There were only a few extremely vague memory fragments, but they were completely reproduced in his dream. She saw her childhood home, the backyard that was hung with sheets, and her family. So this was the place she lived in back then. Lying in the embrace of her family, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. When sleep completely enveloped her, a loving murmur came from above her head. What do you think the child should be named? How about Fei Yuhan? After a long time, Fei Yuhan slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the familiar ward ceiling, her mind went blank for a while before she reacted. Wait, am I still alive? She tried to feel her whole body and found that her hands and feet all responded to her will. Not only that, there was not even the slightest delay between her consciousness and movements, as if they had never been injured. Fei Yuhan raised her right hand in front of her in astonishment. Although her entire arm was wrapped in bandages, from the outline it was as good as new. This hand had clearly been broken into several pieces, and even the bones had been crushed into the flesh. There was no way it could be restored to its original state by conventional means. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. That guy really did it. At that time, he even vowed, "Because I am God." Did he not notice that his age was not suitable for such a line? "Oh, Master." At this moment, he heard a whisper that sounded like he was talking in his sleep. Fei Yuhan tilted her head and discovered a white-haired girl lying on the bed. It was none other than the other world creator mentioned by the oracle, Zero. Her hands were resting on her head, and she seemed to be asleep. However, from her slightly melancholy eyebrows, Fei Yuhan could tell that she had been by the bed the entire time she was unconscious. Fei Yuhan smiled and quietly got off the bed. She carried Zero to bed and then quietly walked out of the ward. At the resting area in the corridor, she saw Roland, Vaucries, and many other martial artists. A wave of commotion arose in the crowd when they saw her appear, and many people surrounded her and asked about her situation at once. But she directly brushed past them and strode in front of Roland. She grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go, it's time to get down to business." Roland instantly felt dozens of scorching gazes on him. Business? It's not very convincing if you claim to be the god of creation alone, but if you add in the genius martial artist, maybe the effect will be very different. Isn't this what you promised? She raised her eyebrows and smiled. You fulfilled your promise, and now it's my turn. You're going to go there in this state? Roland asked in surprise. At this moment, Fei Yuhan was still wearing the striped hospital gown. Only her head was exposed, and she looked like a rice dumpling. She led Roland toward the corridor. Of course, it's more convincing, isn't it? In the conference hall of the sanatorium, the higher-ups of the Prism City sat in a circle and listened to Fei Yuhan's report with complicated expressions. At that time, the enemy was very different from the fallen evils. Not only did it have incredible abilities, but it was also very difficult to inflict fatal damage, even if I raised my force of nature to the limit. According to it, only the creator of this world and the oracle can destroy their core. Reality has proven this point. I've hit its astrolabe many times, but it was unharmed. If not for Roland's timely arrival, I'm afraid the situation would have been irreversible. The enemy called itself Delta, and it came from the erosion, an emissary of God. If it's one of the murderers that destroyed the Prism City, then it's entirely possible that its accomplices have similar characteristics. There's no doubt that our world is in great danger. These words caused a wave of whispers to rise in the hall. The fallen evils were not afraid of ordinary martial artists, and only martial artists could kill them. But now, there was suddenly an oracle, and even the force of nature was ineffective against it. Didn't that mean that it was invincible? If it was another martial artist who said this, everyone would probably suspect that it was a problem of ability, but since it was Fei Yuhan, they did not doubt it. An undefeatable enemy made people shudder just thinking about it. Not to mention that there were several oracles. I'm very happy that you're fine, and also glad that Mr. Roland stood on the association's side. Rock was the first to speak after a moment of silence. Indeed, from the information gathered at the scene, the enemy does indeed have powers that we can't understand, and the one who defeated it was definitely a martial artist present. Combining all the descriptions, we have reason to believe that the one who defeated the enemy of erosion was Hunter Roland. Furthermore, he was able to save you from unimaginable injuries, so he definitely has extraordinary means. But, isn't it a little too hasty to believe that he's the creator of the world just from a few words from the enemy? I agree. After all, this concept can be big or small. If the world was created by someone, then where were these people before it appeared? That's ridiculous, our world should have been born from the Big Bang. If this is Miss Fei Yuhan's judgment, I'm willing to believe it. Everyone has seen her injuries, and it's not an exaggeration to say that she was brought back from the dead. She basically recovered in a short period of a day and a night. Other than God, who else can do this? Don't forget that the enemy of erosion also calls itself an oracle. If both of them are gods, then who has the final say? The upper echelons broke into a flurry of discussion. Even though they had deliberately lowered their voices, everyone present was a powerful martial artist, and they could still clearly hear each other's conversation. Most of the voices were filled with doubt. First of all, everyone is mistaken about one thing. Fei Yuhan interrupted the discussion. I didn't think that Roland is the creator of the world because of this battle, but I've long suspected it. It's just that I was able to confirm it during the battle. As for the details, it's a little complicated, so I won't go into it here. I know it sounds unbelievable, but everyone seems to have forgotten that the creator is right beside me. If he can produce conclusive evidence, then this matter will naturally come to a conclusion, right? Roland could not help but touch his forehead. He knew that this was not something that could be easily won over, so he had no intention of revealing it to the association. But since he had already come this far, he had to cooperate with Fei Yuhan, who had done her best to help him announce his identity. Does the association still have the Fallen Force of Nature cores? Roland looked at Guardian Rock. Most of the cores were taken by the enemy during the fall of the Prism City, and the remaining ones are the fruits of recent hunts. Rock nodded. They are currently under my personal watch. Then bring the cores over, he said slowly. It's time to let the imprisoned magic power return to this world. Genius 1 second remember website. Apex mobile version. Mr. Rock. Someone called out, seemingly trying to stop him. It's okay. The Rock Ghost King waved his hand. If I remember correctly, more than 30% of these cores were seized by this hunter. If he wanted to get the cores, he wouldn't have waited until now. To be honest, I can't tell if Roland is the creator or not, but he's definitely the most competent one when it comes to fighting against the fallen evils. Then he nodded to the secretary and said, go get the core box. This was not a secret among the higher-ups. Many people had heard of the outstanding performance of the new hunter. The old faction even felt proud of this and had a lot more confidence for a period of time. After all, in the past, exterminating the fallen evils and retrieving their cores required the cooperation of many parties. This was because the fallen evils usually only targeted weak martialists and usually hid in the dark, leaving very few opportunities for the association. However, after the appearance of the new hunter, the fallen evils were like moths flying into a flame, falling into his hands one after another. This hunting efficiency could be considered one of the highest in the history of the association. After a brief silence in the hall, another middle-aged man rubbed his hands and said, let's put aside God and whatnot for now. I would like to ask Mr. Roland another question. Roland shrugged indifferently. I've asked an emergency doctor about Miss Fei Yuhan's injuries. It's not something that can be healed by the force of nature and modern medicine. They said that you used some mediocre and substandard medical equipment, but it produced an unbelievable effect, as if you could regenerate flesh and blood. The man took a deep breath. Perhaps you have some considerations and can't reveal the origin and manufacturing method of these equipment. I don't want to ask too much, but can you sell some of these medical equipment to the association? I guarantee that the price is negotiable. That's what I wanted to ask as well. Fei Yuhan suddenly tilted her head and whispered into his ear, to be able to save me in that state, don't tell me that you actually used priceless immortal herbs or elixirs from another world and that the medical equipment was just a pretense. Although I have some savings, I'm still far from being rich enough to rival a country. Roland couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that the genius martial artist, who was hard to get close to, would say such a thing. Don't worry, it's free. Phew, that's good. Fei Yuhan heaved a sigh of relief. But don't tell them that. Sometimes, the more free something is, the less they appreciate it. Roland gestured that he understood and looked at the middle-aged man. Of course. Martialists are the front line against the erosion. Naturally, I hope that everyone can put down their worries and fight the enemy to the end. In addition, I did not intend to hide their origins. Those things were not products of this world, but came from another world. They have all been improved by magic, and in a sense, they are no longer ordinary objects. This was definitely a huge piece of news. The conference hall was in an uproar. Another world? What is magic power? Wait, he just mentioned releasing the imprisoned magic power. Is the force of nature also a kind of magic power? You will find out. Faced with everyone's astonished questions, Roland replied calmly, including where I was before the birth of this world, the original intention of God, and the relationship between magic power and the world. I will tell you everything. but before that, let me show you the most direct evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the defender's secretary walked into the conference hall with a safe. After Rock verified the fingerprint and retina, the safe opened automatically, revealing a row of neatly arranged glass jars. There were a total of 6 jars, each sealed with a red crystal. And that was the core of the solidified force of nature. Is this enough? Rock asked. It's enough as proof. Roland nodded. At the defender's signal, the secretary brought the glass jars to him. There is an alarm on the seal of each jar. Whoever opens it will be recorded by the association, Rock explained. If an ordinary person comes into contact with the core, their consciousness will immediately be taken away, and they will become a low-level fallen evil who can only act on instinct. The awakened have a certain resistance, but if they come into contact with the core for a long time, they will also be eroded, and this process cannot be reversed. In order to prevent them from being used by the fallen evils again, the association had to build many large strongholds to hide them. It can be said that all the famous buildings in history have been used as storage points. In modern times, although technology has greatly improved, this method has not changed much. Prism City is one of them. From today onwards, you don't have to do this anymore, Roland said as he opened the seal and poured the core on his palm. Gasps could be heard from the surroundings. The solidified core began to rotate again, as if it had awakened from stillness. Not only that, but its color gradually changed from dark red to sky blue, as if it had been purified. Then the core turned into a ray of light and shot into the ceiling, disappearing without a trace, leaving only scattered fluorescent spots around it, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. Everyone was dumbfounded. Since the establishment of the association, they had never heard of such a thing. Even thousands of years ago, there was no record of the core disappearing into thin air in historical documents about the awakened. Once a fallen evil appeared, the eroded core would never disappear, and it would become a seed of danger and disaster that had been passed down for generations. This was common knowledge. The only way to destroy the fallen core was to throw it into the erosion breach, but that would cause the breach to expand rapidly, so this method would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the scene in front of them completely subverted their common sense. Mr. Roland. Where did the core go? Even the usually calm Rock Ghost King revealed an excited expression. As I said before, they have returned to this world. This is also the biggest difference between the dream world and the real world. The existence and continuity of the dream world are all based on magic power. Roland picked up another core and turned it into a ray of silver light. According to the information I have so far, magic power is almost omnipotent. It can give the awakened strength and physique far beyond that of ordinary people, and it can also regenerate flesh and blood. The force of nature is essentially another manifestation of magic power. The source of this power is temporarily unknown, but one thing is certain, it has something to do with God. Then he roughly described the situation in the other world and the existence of the betrayal of God's messenger. In order to reduce the difficulty of understanding, he deliberately skipped many details and focused on the continuous cycle of the battle of divine will. I don't know whether it is a coincidence that there are records about the battle of divine will in both worlds, but there is no doubt that if we do not break this cycle, God will destroy everything in existence, or in other words, he has already begun to do so. Roland paused. If we just stand by and watch, when the time comes, both reality and the dream world will no longer exist. There was a dead silence in the conference hall. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions, with the exception of Fei Yuhan. This surprised Roland quite a bit. It seemed that without him noticing, the other party had already gained a considerable understanding of his origins and the other world. After a long while, Rock cautiously said, "Dream world. Do you mean that it can disappear at any time like a dream?" "No, this is just what I'm used to calling it, because I can only enter this world when I'm asleep." Roland said frankly, "At first, I also thought that it was as illusory as a dream, but everything I experienced here changed my mind. You can also call the world I'm in a dream, and treat this place as reality. I even believe that when the research of magic on both sides reaches a certain level, the connection between the two worlds will reach a new level." He saw Fei Yuhan's lips curl up from the corner of his eye. Even if he didn't continue, everyone present could understand what he meant. The barrier between the two worlds would disappear without a trace. people would be able to freely travel between the two worlds. That will have to wait until it's realized. An elder frowned. The problem now is that we do not have any means to verify the authenticity of your words. All of this is too outrageous, forgive me for not being able to believe it. Mr. Roland, I have no intention of blaming you, but your understanding of this matter basically comes from the betrayal of the oracles, who knows what schemes they are hiding behind. Very quickly, someone else echoed, the essence of God is the main point, but the other party is afraid of being found out by God, it's really hard to believe. Isn't the most important thing God's power? Why hasn't an existence that can destroy the world taken action? Perhaps our rash actions are the real reason for our destruction. Once someone spoke up, voices of doubt sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. I feel that this is a dead end. According to the oracles, if we do nothing, the world will be destroyed, but after invading God's domain, the outcome of defeat is still destruction. So here comes the problem, Mr. Roland, do you think you have any chance of defeating God? It's hard to say whether these words are true or not. In my opinion, why can't it be an excuse that the hunter made up out of thin air to seek a higher status? Of course, the traditionalists are not completely innocent. What did you say? Don't forget that the people who support him the most are your new generation of celebrities. At first, it was just a discussion, but the atmosphere gradually became tense. Roland did not interrupt. He picked up his teacup and leaned against the back of the long chair, quietly watching everyone argue with each other. He had expected this to happen. Honestly speaking, if he were to be told such a thing, his reaction wouldn't be any better. And the doubts that Roland raised were all on the same point. For example, how trustworthy was the betrayal of an oracle by only giving clues without giving a direct answer, as well as what he could change after facing a god? Not to mention that I couldn't answer these questions now, even if it really came down to it, I probably wouldn't know the answer. For this reason, he purposely hid the news that the traitor was Lon. This way, when the higher-ups of the association argued with each other, at least they wouldn't target Garcia's master. As for the final result, he did not have much hope. A person like Fei Yuhan, who had a firm will and would go all out once she made a decision, was an anomaly. The greatest purpose of this meeting was to make the dream world aware of the approaching danger. After finishing his tea, Roland turned his head and was about to tell Fei Yuhan that he planned to leave, but he saw her suddenly raise her right hand. Then, a dazzling silver light blossomed from her fingertips. Hey, before Roland could dissuade her, the light had already split the table in front of him into two, even the split teacup fell to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. In that instant, everyone's eyes turned to her. Have you forgotten the original purpose of the establishment of the Martialist Association? Her voice wasn't loud, but her displeasure was unmistakable. For thousands of years, the awakened have gathered together to fight against the erosion, to protect this world from being devoured by the fallen evils. And what is the truth now? An even stronger enemy has appeared in the erosion. Prism City has been destroyed in an instant, the guardian of raging flames is dead, and the awakened are powerless to fight against it. In the face of such a crisis, don't you find it funny that you are discussing whether the other world can be trusted? Miss Fei Yuhan, don't forget your identity. The old man's expression changed. Rock stopped him from reprimanding further and asked in surprise, isn't that important? That's right. Fei Yuhan said without hesitation, I only see one point, martial artists can't defeat the oracles, but Roland can. Since he can't protect the world, isn't it natural to help the people who can protect this world? Please don't be mistaken, his explanation of magic power and the other world is only to satisfy your curiosity, and not to give you an excuse to doubt him. In other words, even if Roland is just an ordinary person, as long as he can kill the oracles that martial artists can't destroy, the association should fully support him and place him in a position that is as important as protecting the world. This is in line with the purpose of the association, otherwise, how can we call ourselves the protectors of this world? It's precisely because God is difficult to defeat that we need the combined efforts of both worlds. Giving up in fear of the future is nothing more than a coward's way of doing things. Even if we fail in the end, we will still give it our all. Perhaps some people might doubt that the argument martial artists can't kill an oracles is not valid, and I can understand your thinking. After all, only Zero and I were present at that time. But I also welcome everyone to verify, At this point, Fei Yuhan's entire body was covered in silver light, and even her tone lowered a few degrees. As long as you are able to injure me to that extent in a one-on-one fight, I will take back my words. How about it? She swept her gaze across the crowd, her gaze as sharp as a knife's edge. For a moment, none of the higher-ups who were older or held higher positions than this genius martial artist were able to respond. As expected of a leader of the new generation. Rock suddenly laughed. He clapped his hands and said, "Indeed, I shouldn't hesitate on unnecessary matters and forget what the association should be focusing on." You're right. No matter where Mr. Roland comes from, his contribution to the association is unquestionable. Whether it's as a role model for newcomers or the number of fallen evils he has killed, he has given the association a boost in morale when it is rebuilding. Just based on this point, everyone shouldn't prejudge his position and speculate about him with malicious thoughts. The defender looked at the two and said with a sigh, "Ever since the fall of the Prism City, I once doubted whether humans could survive the catastrophe of the erosion. The current situation might be more serious than I expected, but at least everyone has a visible goal. As for the other world, we can slowly explore it after we resolve this crisis. What do you all think?" This is considered the most suitable response. That's right, we should first focus on defeating the enemy of the erosion. I agree. The voices of agreement gradually suppressed the voices of doubt. After all, eliminating the erosion was the top priority for the martial artists, and to overturn this conclusion, they had to first get past Fei Yuhan. Anyone who knew how tragic the ambush on the bridge was would know that it was not a good choice to stand out at this time. Even if they could win, it was only in terms of sparring. Even the old man reluctantly shut his mouth. Fei Yuhan retracted her force of nature and returned to her seat. She smiled at Roland. "See, I've done what I promised you." Roland could not help but facepalm. Her method was too reckless. Although it could temporarily unify the opinions of the people in the Prism City, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among many people. She could not be unaware of this, but she did not seem to care. "Why do you have to do it to such an extent?" "Because..." Fei Yuhan looked at her bandaged hand, looking a little depressed. "I can only work harder in this area." Is it because she is unable to truly destroy the Oracle and is disappointed? Roland did not know whether to comfort her or roll his eyes. A normal person's first reaction would be to rejoice, but Fei Yuhan was still brooding over the fact that she could not participate in a battle that could cost her life at any time. He had to admit that a genius train of thought was always different from ordinary people. The higher-ups of the association quickly came to a consensus. The information regarding the Battle of Divine Will and the Two Worlds was classified as top secret. Before the erosion crisis was resolved, the contents of the meeting were not to be disclosed to the public to prevent unnecessary panic. As for the definition of Roland's background and identity, they still needed to discuss further. According to Fei Yuhan, his importance was even higher than the association president's. This was not something that could be decided by Prism City alone. Sky City and the other association branches had to be informed and discussed together. This process would probably take a long time. However, in order not to delay the fight against the erosion, Prism City would provide all the convenience and support to Roland within its capabilities. Since the general tone had been set, the discussion after the meeting was about the specific contents of the support. All he had to do was wait for the results. As he walked out of the meeting hall with Fei Yuhan, Roland was surprised to find Valkyries waiting for him outside. She looked at the two for a moment before her gaze finally stopped on Roland. "I want to talk to you alone." Fei Yuhan smiled and took the initiative to say, "Then I'll leave first. Zero is still sleeping in the ward." After the genius martialist left, Roland followed Valkyries into the courtyard behind the building. Although it was winter, the courtyard was still lush with greenery. The grass on both sides of the stone path still had some snow that had not melted, and sharp green grass poked its head out, as if reminding people that the cold winter was coming to an end and a new year was coming. If it was for a stroll, this would be a good place, but Valkyries obviously did not bring him here to enjoy the scenery. "What are you trying to say?" Roland broke the silence. "You realized that your judgment was wrong and decided to believe me?" "No, I still can't believe you." Valkyrie shook her head. "The outcome of the Battle of Divine Will concerns the future of our race. I will never make a decision without verifying it. As you can see, the oracle is stopping me from finding the truth. Doesn't this mean that we are heading in the right direction? Even if I could fake the results of the Western Front, I couldn't have arranged all of this on purpose. Indeed, I admit that, Valkyries replied calmly, but my mind will not change. Roland stopped, annoyed. You're helping the gods destroy their own civilization. It's meaningless to criticize based on unequal information. No matter what, the dream world and the real world are separated by the realm of mind. Valkyries turned around. If it were you, would you have made up your mind to cooperate with the enemy you've been fighting for nearly 1,000 years? Besides, all I can get is a verbal promise. Roland opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a yes. He finally sighed. If that's the case, then we have nothing else to talk about. I will never make a decision without verifying it, but, Valkyries paused. If I can verify the truth, I will reconsider your proposal. Roland was stunned. What? When you treated Fei Yuhan, the woman who came in the carriage was an extraordinary, right? She said slowly. And she's different from the witches by your side. This difference doesn't refer to her ability, but her style of doing things. The former is unfamiliar to me, but the latter is rather familiar. In this world's terms, it's more or less the mark of an era. No matter how I thought about it, the only people I felt familiar with were the people from the first and second battles of Divine Will. After all, after the humans retreated to the borderlands, I never came into contact with you again. So can I infer that this witch is not old and is still alive? He wasn't that old, that should be compared to devils that were hundreds of years old. With just a few encounters, she can infer that Scroll and the God's Punishment witches are not from the same era? Roland replied noncommittally. What does this have to do with what you said? Even if you ask her and get the same answer, you will only think that she colluded with me. Of course it's related. The Union's witches only have a lifespan of 100 years. To be able to survive from the second battle of Divine Will until now, they must have borrowed the technology of the underground civilization. Ever since we were ambushed by your trap, I have repeatedly pondered how they could enter the dream world, and the only possible answer is the ruins of the underground civilization. Valkyries walked to an artificial water feature covered in thin ice and looked at her reflection in the water. Although the conditions are extremely harsh, this race's unique use of magic can indeed greatly reduce the difficulty of connecting to the realm of mind, and it's not surprising that the Union, which once occupied the fertile plains, excavated the ruins of the underground civilization. I originally thought that they gave up their bodies in reality and instead fixed their souls in the dream world. But when I saw that witch, I realized that I might have guessed in the wrong direction. To be able to allow a living extraordinary to freely enter and exit the dream world without any external help, this is no longer something that the magic technology of the underground civilization can achieve, Valkyries said to herself. I don't know what method you used, but at least I can confirm one thing: if the existing witches can use this method to enter the dream world, then it should be equally effective for the higher ascendants of my race. Don't tell me your plan is, Roland's heart skipped a beat. Let the Sky Lord come to see me. Valkyries raised her head. Even if you are the creator of the dream world, it is impossible for you to replicate a character that you do not understand at all. As the commander of the Western Front, Haxord will undoubtedly be able to verify all the questions I want to know. Roland blinked and could not help but laugh out of anger. That is a senior demon lord. If I could command it, would the First Army still need to fight in the Kingdom of Wolfheart? Besides, it was previously ambushed by the humans and now doesn't even dare to show its face. Where am I going to find it? I will help you create this opportunity, she said word by word. Roland frowned. Are you serious? But you have to promise me two things. First, you must not use this opportunity to attack Haxord. Second, no matter what decision I make, you must let it go. Have you ever thought about how big of a risk this is for me? We are both taking risks. Valkyries said in a low voice. That's right. You think that this might expose the secret of human inheritance, but isn't it the same for me? If you go back on your promise and put a senior demon lord in danger, what else can I do but regret it? Don't think that I made this decision easily. Perhaps realizing that she was slightly agitated, she slightly calmed her tone. In short, this is the biggest compromise I can make. As for whether you want to take the risk, the decision is yours. Roland stared at her for a long time before asking, I want to know, what made you change your initial decision? Fearing a terrifying future and giving up on advancing is nothing more than a coward's actions. Even if we fail in the end, we will still do our best. Valkyrie snorted softly. For a human to say such words, it really surprises me. That was Fei Yuhan's speech during the meeting. Was she standing outside the hall at that time? Also, you asked me a question at the beginning, right? Valkyries looked him in the eye. Do you think that the Transformer Heath Talese from 1,000 years ago did something wrong? Roland nodded. I don't think it did anything wrong. She turned and walked out of the courtyard. That is my answer. Delta and Epsilon have failed. Gamma looked up at the clock on the wall of the basement. It had been exactly 12 hours since the planned time. The death of the Oracle was not surprising. Being an enemy of the world creator was inherently filled with unpredictable risks. As long as they could complete their mission, death was not a big deal. As long as they had enough time, they would be reborn in the realm of God sooner or later. But in the past 12 hours, nothing had changed in this world. In the illusory space filled with magic, it did not even feel the slightest ripple, not to mention the entire realm showing signs of collapse. This could only mean one thing. The two of them had failed to complete their plan of killing the logical consciousness entity named Zero. Although it's regrettable, we still have our own mission to complete. Beta fused the last 5 cores into his body and suddenly opened his arms. A red light flashed, and then a bright red erosion rift appeared out of thin air in the middle of the basement. The situation has not reached the point of no return. As long as we can achieve our goal, there's still a chance. Let's go. The magic here will soon be exhausted, and the state of the two worlds overlapping will also be restored. Even a martial artist might be able to detect our traces. It did not even try to guess the process of the battle and the reason for its failure. As an oracle of God, it would not feel frustrated because of a momentary failure, nor would it care about the consequences of failure. The only thing on its mind was to do its best to complete God's will. Gamma nodded silently. Beta turned around and took the lead to step into the rift. This was not an ordinary erosion. It was a passage built after consuming a large amount of energy and the cores of fallen evils. And the other erosion rift connected to it led to the final battlefield set up for the main creator. Gamma followed closely behind. Just as it was about to enter the passage, footsteps suddenly sounded from the staircase. It was slightly stunned and turned its head to look at the source of the sound. This place was blocked by magic, and any detection methods were ineffective. There were also a large number of fallen evils guarding outside, so it was impossible for anyone to enter. Soon, the figure of the person appeared in the darkness. Why is it you? Gamma was extremely puzzled. It was Epsilon who had disguised herself as a human. According to the plan, it should be responsible for delaying the rescuers and buying enough time for Delta. If the latter didn't succeed, it was even less likely for Epsilon to survive. However, what it received was not an answer, but an arm with 5 fingers closed. The arm pierced through its chest at lightning speed, the mask fell to the ground with a clang, revealing the rotating astrolabe under the hood. Gamma looked at him in disbelief, and his consciousness quickly became sluggish. You. Why, there's indeed a difference. Epsilon retracted her hand and allowed Gamma to fall onto her. You and Lon. You want to betray God? After a moment of silence, Epsilon whispered, Who is God? Yes, Gamma opened its mouth, but its voice kept repeating like a stuck phonograph. In the end, it could not give a definite answer. That's right. We've never thought about such a question before, so we can't answer it. Ever since I killed Lon, I've suddenly had many thoughts. It's as though they've always been in my mind, but I've deliberately sealed them off. And one of them is this: did Lon really betray God? Epsilon murmured in its ear. And the conclusion is that I don't know. Oracles are the embodiment of God's will. If we go against this, can we still be considered oracles? Gamma didn't reply, or it could be said that it could no longer speak. The following mission requires 2 people to complete, so it's the same no matter who it is. If you have the chance to meet His Excellency, please ask this question on my behalf. Epsilon opened up its robe and wrapped its companion up. After a squirming, it completely transformed into Gamma. Following that, it picked up the mask and wore it before walking into the erosion rift. After passing through the twisted passageway formed by magic, Epsilon opened its eyes again and saw a completely different scene. The barrel-shaped structure made of reinforced concrete stretched from the bottom to the top, like a magnificent tower. The interior of the tower was surrounded by layers of suspended walkways that were connected by a shuttle-shaped elevator. The walkways were evenly distributed with countless squares, and it knew that the things locked in those squares were their targets, the magic power cores that this world had stolen from God's domain. With these cores, the oracles had enough power to set up a trap to kill the creator. Why are you so slow? Beta looked back at it. Let's begin when you're ready. Of course, leave it to me, Epsilon replied calmly. For the rest of the day, Roland slumped over his desk, sighing. The series of sudden incidents in the dream world could be said to have overwhelmed him. Waking up didn't mean that he was free. Be it the memories from fusing with the astrolabe or the detailed conversation with Valkyries, all of them gave him a headache. Especially the former. Before entering the bottomless land and facing God, it was no doubt the only source of relevant information. From Lan's words, he could tell that the importance of the information was extraordinary. However, after pondering over it for a long time, he couldn't figure out the connection between the content he saw and the second scene. There was also a line of text that left him extremely concerned. From this moment forth, gravity is no longer the most revered force in this world. Why did it have to be gravity? Among the four forces of the universe, gravity was nothing special other than its wide range of effect. In terms of application, it was inferior to the electromagnetic force, and in terms of strength, it was far inferior to the strong interaction force. It was precisely because of its large macroscopic scale that it was the first fundamental force that civilizations paid attention to. This also meant that it had the least amount of mystery. According to conventional thinking, apart from being appointed, it was very difficult to treat it as the most revered force. As for the latter, after Nightmare Lord expressed her intention to cooperate, the two returned to the high-end restaurant where they first met for a full and frank conversation. This once again attracted the attention of other customers. According to Valkyries, once it confirmed the situation at the front lines, it would change its goal of winning the Battle of Divine Will to completely stop the Battle of Divine Will. This also included convincing Sky Lord to assist humanity in heading to the Bottomless Land. Compared to obtaining information from Sky Lord alone, the benefits of this cooperation were clearly much greater. However, the problem was whether Sky Lord was willing to be convinced was another matter. Furthermore, there was more than one senior lord among the demons. Above the senior lords, there was a king. It was ultimately uncertain if Haxord could decide the direction of the Western Front army. Now, there were three choices in front of Roland. The first was to make use of the opportunity created by Valkyries to ambush and kill Haxord. The risk of doing so was almost zero, and it was equivalent to taking down a senior lord empty-handed. Considering the difficulty of advancing to a higher level and Haxord's special ability, this would be beneficial to the front lines. Then, he could push the reason for Haxord's failure to appear to be an accident or some other factor, and Valkyries might not be able to tell anything from it. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to use the same method to lure the other senior lords. The second was to let Haxord enter the dream world and have a face-to-face conversation with Valkyries. As the latter had taken the initiative to push forward their cooperation, the crux of the matter was not the Nightmare Lord herself, but the person she was conversing with. The most ideal situation was for the Nightmare Lord to prove the truth and convince the Sky Lord to lead his army out of the human kingdom, and spread the news that the Battle of Divine Will must be stopped to the demons. This way, there would be no more obstacles in the path from Everwinter to the Bottomless Land. As long as he eliminated the last oracle, he would be able to face God in the Bottomless Land. If this was a war between humans and demons, Roland would undoubtedly choose the former. After all, killing Haxord was a surefire way to gain an advantage in the war in the north. The longer the war dragged on, the more the potential of industrialization could be fully unleashed. But when one looked at the bigger picture, the situation became completely different. Apart from the demons and the Sky Sea realm, the threat of God was right before their eyes, and a Sky Lord was an insignificant victory. Even if they won the Battle of Divine Will, human civilization would not escape destruction. At the very least, Roland could not imagine how far they had to develop in order to survive such a terrifying natural disaster. Time was not on their side. It was probably because of this that Valkyries chose to take the risk. It had to be said that this action revealed a certain degree of sincerity. At the very least, after witnessing the erosion and the Oracle's attack, she had treated Lan's warning as a top priority and seriously considered it. The problem was that the shapeshifters, the enlightener of nightmare, had a great influence on Valkyries. It could be said that before the Battle of Divine Will broke out, it had already planted this idea in Valkyrie's mind. To be able to temporarily put aside the victory and defeat of a war and fight for the continuation of the race from a higher perspective was something that could be said to be a matter of course. However, Haxord had no experience in this aspect, and it was still questionable whether he could reach an agreement with Valkyries after the exchange. Generally speaking, this kind of decision that concerned the fate of a race was not something that could be decided in a single negotiation, and the more times they met in the dream, the more the risk would increase. This was something that Roland found hard to accept. For now, he was more inclined to the third option. That was to temporarily maintain the status quo and strive to rely on humanity's own strength to reach the bottomless land at the end of the continent. Frankly speaking, this option suited Roland the most, and it was also the goal that he had been working hard to pursue. No matter what the demons did, humans had the ability to cross thousands of kilometers to reach their destination, and it was undoubtedly the safest outcome. However, to the north of the Everwinter continent was a continuous mountain range. To cross the ridge of the continent, they had to develop an aircraft that had a range far greater than the fire of heaven, and at the same time, they had to have the ability to defend against aerial attacks. From development to production, this process would undoubtedly take up a lot of time, and it was also unknown if there would be any changes in the situation at the front lines during this period. Just as he had previously realized, in the face of the threat of the divine will, choosing the safest option was also a type of risk. The only difference from the previous two options was that the degree of risk in this option could more or less be compensated by the human's own efforts. The next time I enter the dream, I'll try to seek support from the association, Roland thought to himself. After dinner, Anna walked into the office with a scroll of blueprints and sat opposite the mahogany table. This was the time for the two of them to communicate, and it was also a rather relaxing and pleasant time of the day. As long as the research institute was not working at night, she would come to the office for 2 to 3 hours, chatting about the results of the day's work, to the whimsical ideas that suddenly popped up. At this time, Nightingale would also appear. She leaned against the coffee table and chewed on her snacks while flipping through the comic book that Scroll had copied from her dream. Occasionally, she would add a few words to the conversation. The atmosphere was very peaceful and warm. After solving the technical problems, Roland took the opportunity to talk about the problem that plagued him in the dream. So this is what made you sigh incessantly? Nightingale curled her lips. Do the two have to be related in some way? What if the scene you see in the dream is just randomly pieced together? The more you think about it, the faster your hair turns white. Some people just don't understand. Roland rolled his eyes. The brain will degenerate if you don't use it. If everyone is like you, then the world is finished. But if you continue thinking like this, it will only be finished faster than the world. He decided to take back his previous peaceful and warm opinion. Anna did not respond. She pondered for a long time before saying thoughtfully, I think that this time, I'm afraid that Nightingale is right. Nightingale and Roland could not help but be stunned. Huh? Anna could not help but laugh. I'm not talking about not thinking about it, but about the matter itself. The connection between the two scenes may not be as complicated as you think. Did you find any clues? Roland asked curiously. Anna shook her head. It's just a guess. It might not be correct. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed at her notes. For example, the sequence of the two scenes, or time. The connection is time? Roland frowned and thought for a moment. After a moment, he said in surprise, if the second scene happened before the first, they can be connected to form a complete story, Anna continued. This is the price. The price was not referring to the radiation cloud that rose into the sky and eventually disappeared. It was not referring to the survivors that were swallowed by the tsunami or the storm. The time scale between the two was tens of thousands of years, millions of years, or even more. The price was referring to something else. The result was that gravity was no longer worthy of respect, and a huge red hole appeared in the universe. If this line of words was referring to magic power, then from this moment onwards pointed to a shocking conclusion. Roland and Anna looked at each other. Magic power did not exist in this world. The two said almost at the same time. Without magic power, it meant that the creatures that needed magic power to survive no longer existed. For example, demons and witches. Bookseller's website, end of chapter 1369. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.